In Murima, John Wen took the throne after Taejo's death. After 4 years of rule, a troubled time began in Murima. In the Union of Associations, Murim Baek Lee Jun summoned all the citizens for an important message he had been preparing for this day for a long time. As the heir to the Baek family, he wanted to express his gratitude on behalf of Murim, so he gathered all the representatives of the families within it. As Heavenly Sword King Kong, he reported that evil has been destroyed, and justice will soon be served since Konko is safe. He gathered everyone to ask the people to stand up against the common Dr. Kanho no one knew about. The heir to the Baek family was willing to go up against any doctor, even the big Death Star. He was confident that he could win. While making his speech, he took out of his sleeve 3 flags of different colors, which interested the audience. The speaker reported that the flags were received by citizens in the morning. This idea belongs to an army general flag should be used when caught in a poisonous enemy trap. A blue flag meant that the poison trap used a weak poison and the second-class warriors could pass on. The green flag forbade first-class warriors to come closer than 10 zhang, which meant that not everyone could proceed. The red flag meant that detoxification was impossible, so warriors even of the special class needed to maintain a distance of 100 zhang. The warriors began to get nervous but continued to listen in silence to Baek Lee Jun's words, their heads bowed to the ground and pondering what awaited them. He asked the warriors to warn others when inhaling the poison and to apply a flag of the right color at that spot so they could help each other. If this rule is broken, Kanho will not be able to survive for long because there will simply be no warriors left. As they spoke, the warriors saw an approaching object in the sky and were very puzzled by what was happening. He fell right at the feet of the Baek family heir. The warriors didn't understand what was happening. Baek Lee Jun didn't understand who dared to be so brazen and did it directly during the gathering of the most important families. That object turned out to be a red flag that meant detoxification was impossible. The young man asked the heir if he had done the right thing in sticking the red flag in front of him. The warriors did not understand what was going on and tried to recognize the young man who had committed such an act. The young youth turned out to be a venomous dragon. He scrutinized the heir and the warriors. The warriors were puzzled by the young man's behavior and thought he didn't understand where he was. However, the poison dragon said that he had come here on purpose and knew where he was. One of the warriors realized that the young man could not simply pass into the interior of the palace. He had to overcome the 4th and 3rd barriers, and so it was. The poison dragon had taken the lives of all the warriors of the 4th and 3rd barrier. Baek Lee Jun was very angry and didn't understand why the poison dragon had come to the palace. The poison dragon greeted Mr. Leader and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The warriors bared their weapons and prepared to fight the poison dragon known as the Great Death Star of 1,000 years. At this moment, the poison dragon took out a green leaf of some plant and swallowed it. Heir Baek Lee Jun watched the young man's actions in Gangheo territory closely. Murim gathered a squad of 10,000 warriors to capture just one man named Poison Dragon Chin Ja Gang. At this moment, the poison dragon's eyes turned green and it began to threaten the warriors. One of the warriors returned to the village. He was very sad and sullen. He wanted to tell the elder about everything. However, at that moment, many millipedes appeared and took his life. A purple mist enveloped the houses. There was silence. No one went outside. A boy named Ja Gang was sleeping with his mom. A purple mist enveloped them. Jagan woke up from this fog because it was emitting a strange smell and tried to wake up his mom. The mom, foaming at the mouth from poisoning, told her son to run as fast as he could and hoped he could stay alive. The boy became terrified and screamed in fear, trying to understand where this deadly poison came from and why exactly they had been treated this way. The source of this deadly poison was a scolopendra that poisoned and took the life of the boy's mom. As soon as Ja Gang realized this, he saw the poisonous scolopendra coming towards him. The boy was so scared that he called out to his mom for help and asked her to save him. However, the mother's veins turned green and she was crying. The boy's mom was bereaved and he got so angry that he decided to take a bite and chew on the scolopendras. The boy destroyed many scolopendras and asked for his mom back, but no such miracle happened. At this moment, an old man entered the hut and watched Jagan's actions. He was surprised that the boy was gnawing the scolopendras of 5 colors out of anger. The boy didn't listen to anyone and didn't see Songwi Haga. He continued to destroy the insects. The man asked Jagan to come to his senses, but the boy was unconscious. The old man held the boy and asked him to come to his senses by giving him a miracle cure. He asked Jagan to take medicine to recover and get the poison out. Seeing this, the stranger was puzzled that the old man had wasted a huajian of returning heart loyalty on a boy. The stranger felt that the old man by his stubbornness could not keep his family together, and the child could not survive such a thing. An old man from the Bekwachogok family, who is part of the Yak family, said that he would be able to resist the Jideok family. The men started arguing and said let him try to save the boy. The representative of the Diaok family said that it was unlikely that Bekwachogok would be able to save the boy because he had planted a scolopendra of 5 colors. The representative of the Gok genus was surprised and didn't understand why it was her. After all, there are several species of poisonous millipedes. Doc told the old man to get out and quit trying to revive the boy. The grandfather carried his grandson to them in his arms, realizing he couldn't revive the boy. At that very minute, Ja Gang opened his eyes and started to come to his senses, calling for his grandfather. The boy struggled hard against the poison and tried to get to his feet. The boy stuck a scolopendra shell into the elder's leg after he claimed he had no antidote. After realizing that the elder had obtained the 5-colored scolopendra venom, he struck a devastating blow at Songwai Hag. The elder took the lives of Grandpa and Ji Gang, then realized that he had no antidote and the poison was spreading higher up his leg. At that moment, he asked his comrades to urgently bring him a sword. He wanted to separate his leg to stop the effects of the poison and asked his companions to speed up in doing so. Separating his leg, he screamed in pain and hoped the poison wouldn't spread any further. At that moment, the comrades told the elder that the grandfather and his grandson had managed to leave the place. He asked them to urgently find them and bring them back. The elder was furious and shouted at his comrades to bring back the fugitives as soon as possible. The grandfather and grandson hid, and the grandfather asked the boy to wake up and come to his senses. He called out to the boy and saw that he had thrown up a piece of scolopendra shell in 5 colors. Sun Wee Hag suggested that eating the creature's poisonous gland or taking a pill could cope with the poisoning. The old man asked Ja Gan to come to his senses and take care of himself, because after taking his grandfather's life, no one would take care of him. At that moment, the fellow elders discovered them and began to approach them. The old man was already bereft of life and the boy was alive but very weak. Seeing that Ja Gang was alive, the elder became furious and didn't understand how he managed to survive the bite of the most poisonous 5-colored scolopendra. After a while, the boy started waking up covered in sweat and looking around. He realized that he was tied to a board and an elder was looking at him. The boy was very surprised and frightened. The elder suggested that Ja Gan had a very strong immunity to poisons. He is surprised that the boy continued to live after being bitten by a 5-colored scolopendra. The boy asked where Sun Wai Hag was. The elder replied that the poison had gotten to his heart faster. Grabbing the boy by the face, the elder was angry at the boy for having to take his leg away to survive. He got the idea to make the boy a guinea pig and conduct his experiments with scolopendras. He launched a black-colored scolopendra with a less potent venom at the boy and wanted to see how his body reacted. The elder watched with interest as the black scolopendra wriggled on Jagana. Hitting him on the leg with a stick, he ordered him to hold still so the scolopendra wouldn't fall. The boy cried out in pain, and the elder laughed that the black scolopendra's venom would only make him unable to walk. He was in pain and called it the climax of his agony. After a while, the elder found the boy awake and opened his eyes. The elder thought he had overdone it and gave the boy a drink. The drink was a clever broth made from the finest ingredients. This potion cures amnesia and improves memory. The boy did not understand why he needed this potion. The decoction was necessary for the boy to recover more quickly from the elder's experiments. That's when the boy got sick. It turns out the elder had added concentrated fugu fish poison to it. Fearing that the poison would not work, the elder increased the dose to 1 for 10 people. Seeing the boy's torment, the elder suggested that he continue to experiment on him. Ja Gang remembered that weeks or months passed like this. Every day he had to drink the smart broth. After that, the elder tried simple poisons and their mixtures on him. He wrote down the results of all the experiments on paper. Due to the effects of the smart broth, Ja Gang couldn't lose consciousness and felt all the excruciating pain from the poisons the elder gave him. The elder reasoned that Huazhong's action of returning the loyalty of the heart is very strong. The energy flows stopped and prevented the poison from spreading. He stood over the exhausted boy and thought he was missing some fact that allowed him to stop poisoning with poisons. The elder took out a box containing another poisonous insect and prepared to begin a new experiment. This time there was a widow of paradise with doubled points, of which 5 pieces each year were bought by the Sakshan clan for their own purposes. The spider crawled over the boy's body and was ready to burrow into his neck. Ja Gang cried out loudly in pain. The elder decided to add more Huanbox poison despite that. Since the boy didn't scream loudly enough in pain to stay alive, Ja Gang asked for help. The poison made him unable to breathe and he felt suffocated. However, the elder was very angry with the boy and did not want to help him because the Scalopendra's poison had caused him to have his leg taken away. It is because of the boy that he had to step down from his leading position and has no opportunity to promote the DOK family in Konkal. He asked the out-of-breath boy if he thought it was normal and right. Ja Gang stopped giving signs of life and the former elder was surprised but didn't believe it. He was angry with himself and the boy and decided to unleash him to see what was wrong. While holding the boy in his arms, he realized that the boy could not breathe due to swelling of the bronchi and clamping of the nasal cavity. However, the elder decided to bring the boy to his senses and continue his experiments to satisfy his ego. Taking blood from his finger, the elder transferred all his inner energy to the boy. He injected it inside Hell Bekwe and opened the passage to Hell Sothek so that the poison would come out and the swelling would go down. Ja Gang survived, but he needed to recover fully as they still had a lot of work and experiments to do. At that moment, a fellow elder entered their house and addressed him. He asked to be present at the elders' meeting because an inspection from Murim was coming to them. He agreed to go to the meeting, leaving the boy's body lying on the floor. Turning around, he looked him over. The elder promised to squeeze all the juices out of the boy until he lost his life to old age or lightning. Leaving the young man alone, he retired to a meeting of the elders with his companion. When everyone left, the poison left the young man's body and he began to come to his senses. He was all alone in the elder's house. Elder returning from the meeting did not expect that Murim's leader Baek Lee Jun would be present at the meeting. He couldn't believe that Baek Lee Jun treated him like that and was sure he was right. He was going to use the baby Jagana for his own purposes and through experimentation, he wanted to create a better poison. As he approached his house, he smelled a faint odor of poison and blood and began to suspect something foul. Opening the door to his cabin, he saw a snake hissing at him. It pounced on him and he recognized it as an Usurian shield bug which was venomous. The elder didn't understand where the viper had come from in his house and began to suspect the boy. Entering the house, he did not find the boy on the floor. There were only various poisonous insects. The elder pondered how Jagan had the strength to get to his feet. He asked where the boy hid. The elder thought he had saved his life and did not understand why the boy had hidden. The elder realized that the boy's body was very weak and he couldn't go far, so he started looking for him in the hut. Seeing the door to the dumpster where he dumped the failed poisons, he thought that's where the boy was hiding. However, the passage was narrow for the old man and he asked Jagana to come out to him on his own. He asked him to come out to continue his experiments. At that moment, a bamboo skin hit him on the cheek. The elder began to feel pain and his condition worsened. He realized it was poison. As he fell to the floor, he realized it was the effect of more than one poison and didn't understand what the boy had mixed in there. He asked for the antidote and did not expect Jagan to do such a thing. He looked around and saw a basket of vipers. That's where the boy Ja Gang hid and watched the effects of the poisons he mixed. At this point, the boy began to climb out of the box and remove the snake that had clawed into his arm. He turned around and looked into the elder's eyes, watching him suffer. The elder realized that Ja Gang had not left, but had hidden in the box from the beginning to strike stealthily. Looking at the boy, the elder wondered what kind of poison he had been poisoned with, for he could not save himself. Looking at the boy's footsteps, he realized that it was poison that had come out of Huel Satje, and he asked the Malik who was coming out to stop. The elder called out to Jin Ja-gyung, but he was getting farther away from the hut where he was being experimented on. Walking into the forest, he bowed to the ground and couldn't believe he had succeeded in getting rid of the enemy. Jae-gun cried, hoping it was all just a dream, even though he knew it wasn't. He cried and remembered how the Chi-dak family had taken the lives of his mother and grandfather. He wondered what would happen to him and how he would be. At that moment, he heard the voices of passers-by who were hurrying to the meeting and wondering why the union leader had come to them. The passers-by thought that someone had made an accusation against the Chidoke clan, so they were being inspected. They didn't notice Jagan, who was eavesdropping on their conversation and wondering what the Marima Union was all about. He remembered what his grandfather had told Marim is an alliance of Jonpa members who resolve various conflicts. Then Jagang decided to meet with a member of the union and tell them about the injustice in Baikwaholgok. At that moment, Tahep was standing on the veranda and his comrade asked to go inside. Mr. Tahep Baek Lee Jun was welcomed by the Jidake clan. He was the head of the Murim Union. Jagang came to the meeting and stood looking at the young leader from a distance. He had heard of him despite his age and had many heroic deeds to his credit before arriving in Kanho. Ja Gang thought that Heavenly Sword King Kong Baek Lee Jun would be able to denounce the treacherous deeds of the Ji-Dok family. The warriors guarding the area were making their rounds but didn't see Ja Gan. He ran behind their backs, looking for a new hiding place for himself. The boy wanted to go to the supervisor and thought about how to tell him everything, but Tahep didn't enter alone, so he hid and decided to wait. The old man said that all the people of the clan were well trained, so they had to be accepted into the alliance. However, the leader was not sure because the clan is on the outskirts of Yunnan province. The old man resented and said that his clan had proven its strength and level which was appropriate for entry into the Murim. The leader said that they lacked qualifications because a warrior had approached him and said that they had attacked Yak families and no one had survived. Exposing his weapon, the leader asked not to forget the old man who he was. Ja Gang heard their conversation and realized that Bakwakogok weren't the only ones they were attacking. The old man said that the suppression of the Yak families had not gone smoothly and someone had escaped in the turmoil. The leader didn't trust the old man and didn't understand how anyone managed to escape. The rest they planned to send to an underground mine that was run by the DOK family. The old man asked what to do about the speaker, but the leader said he had already settled the matter by taking his life. Baek Lee Jun said to act impeccably to advance their tasks. Ja Gang, who had heard this conversation, was horrified that the Murim alliance was in league with the DOK family. After they finished talking, they wanted to leave, but Baek Lee Jun drew his sword. When he hit the door with it, he thought someone was listening, but there was no one there. Ja Gan covered his mouth with his hand, for he was almost discovered behind the very door where he had heard the whole conversation. Ja Gang wondered why the head of the alliance was covering up the atrocities of the Chidoke family, and realized that Murim was connected to the loss of his family. At that moment, he heard the approaching footsteps of the guards and their conversation. Ja Gang hid and hoped no one would notice him. He kept the doors closed so he couldn't be discovered and thought about what he had overheard. He thought about the conversation and realized that instead of venting his anger on Ji-Dok, Murim was helping them, and therefore the deaths of his parents should not be told to him. He was angry that people were taking their lives while hiding the truth from everyone else. Ja Gang decided to avenge the taking of his grandfather and mother's life and the way he was abused. He made the decision to become stronger no matter what it cost him, and to continue living to avenge his kin. Meanwhile, Tahep Baek Lee Jun congratulated the Chi-Dok clan on the momentous occasion. He said he had visited them just to confirm that the DOK family's entry into the Murim alliance was imminent. Never before had their kind been admitted to the Union, and they raised their glasses to this joyous occasion. The ceremony was interrupted by one of the guards who reported the information to the assistant head. Afterward, the assistant told Baek Lee Jun that he had to leave for a while. As he left, he learned from the guards that Elder Man had passed out from a mixture of poisons. The old man thought it strange, since he had worked with poisons for so many years and could hardly have been poisoned by them himself. The old man asked if they had found his toy in the elder's house, but the guards didn't understand who they were talking about. He specified that he was talking about the prisoner from Bakwachogok, on whom the elder was experimenting. But no one was found in the house. The old man was terrified that the boy hadn't been found because he'd crippled man. If he'd lost his life during the experiments, he'd be there. The old man asked me to check the whole neighborhood and find the child by all means. He shouted that he didn't care whether the child was alive or soulless. He demanded to see it as soon as possible. At night, all those who belonged to the Bakwachogok family were led through the south gate into the territory of the DOK families. The guards were shouting at them and asking them to hurry up to reach the place of their captivity. Ja Gang was watching. Ja Gang remembered the Union leader's talk about the captives being led into an underground mine, and he realized it was the Yak clan. One of the caretakers kicked the elderly man because he was walking very slowly. His granddaughter ran up to him, and the caretaker didn't understand why they were so lethargic because they had been told to hurry up. Another captive came to Grandpa's aid and started a conflict with the caretaker. The caretaker wanted to put up a fight, but Dado came up behind him and stopped him. He said they had themselves to blame for their powerlessness, and the journey was long, so he bared his weapons. At that moment, Dado struck the man's face and informed him that he was ready to take their lives, but he had to get them to the location. He ordered Mr. Yen Meng to lift his grandfather off the ground and continue moving. Ja Gang decided to mingle with the prisoners and stealthily got into formation while Grandpa was being lifted off the ground. Next, the prisoners were loaded into a wagon and transported in it. The family looked at each other with sympathy. They noticed the boy and realized that he was not from their family and by his demeanor did not belong to the Chidoke family lineage. He replied that he belonged to the Baikwa family and continued to remain silent with his head bowed. The family was surprised and didn't understand what Ja Gang was doing among them, if his clan had been attacked by the Chidoke family. The boy was a little scared and Yen Ming asked him how he ended up here. Ja Gang replied that he had been kidnapped and experimented on, but managed to break free thinking that Chief Murim would help him, but he was wrong about him. Yen Min sympathized with the boy and said that this wagon was not taking them to freedom, and another even worse hell, so he felt very sorry for the boy. Ja Gang did not listen to him and counted the defenders, of which there were only 5 he thought to deal with them. But Yen Meng, realizing what the boy was thinking, suggested that he surrender and behave himself. He said that Daymak Daydu was an outstanding sword master, and because of the poison dissipating power, they wouldn't have enough internal energy to resist. He asked what if he too had a strong poison, what could be done then. Yen Ming said that poison is good, but Jen Dak can easily pick up the antidote and neutralize it. Ja Gang wasn't going to give up and reported that his poison was much stronger, so he was able to get here. He said he was able to poison his tormentor with it, so he is confident in himself and the power of his poison. The family listened attentively and asked who his tormentor was. It turned out to be Man Ne. The prisoners were surprised because Man Ne was Doc's responsible person, and they asked where the boy was hiding the poison with which he had managed to defeat him. At this moment, Ja Gang bit his pinky finger and a poisonous clear liquid was left on it. Yen Meng didn't understand how a strong poison could be contained in the boy's saliva and was very surprised by such a thing. Ja Gang said that he had swallowed a scolopendra of 5 colors and no more poisons had a strong effect on him. He said that Man didn't know that, so he poisoned him with stronger and stronger poisons as he experimented. Yen Meng asked Ja Gang's permission to examine him fully and see how such a thing was possible. Touching the boy's back, he realized that all energy flows were blocked and only one stream of cold energy was working, which was the poison. He didn't fully understand how Tanjoni's poison came out of Hell Sothik, but all the pain the boy had endured gave him strength. He assumed that with his power they could escape from captivity, but Yen Men stopped him. He thought about what fate awaited them if the boy's plan failed. They'd all be taken out of existence. They decided too quickly, and the other tribes asked them to think about their actions. Yun Meng said that the remark was reasonable because they were being taken to a mine where they weren't planning to take their lives, so they would have time to think it over. The prisoners discussed that work in the mine would still be hard labor and we should act now instead of waiting for mercy. Ja Gang didn't want to hear them. He realized that once they were in the mine, it would get harder and harder every day. His eyes poured with incomprehension as to why exist a couple more years as beasts when you can try to change things and make things right. Some of the prisoners agreed with him that we should not sit back and wait for something from above. We should do everything ourselves. After all, none of them did not know what awaits them in the mine, so now they have one last chance to gather their strength and defeat the enemy. Yen Men asked Ja Gang to handle them and help them in this fight. At that moment, the wagon was turned around and everyone was ordered to go back because Elder Man had been poisoned and his prisoner had escaped and needed to be found. Dado was surprised that the captive had done this to the elder and didn't really want to look for the boy. The guards began to examine the wagon, for the boy who had poisoned the elder might be among the prisoners. The guards asked what the boy looked like, but no one knew. Then they decided to turn the wagon around and head back. Dadu didn't understand how to turn the wagon around on such a narrow path, for they were on a mountain serpentine. Then the guards had the idea to count the prisoners, and if there were 11, they would continue their journey to the mine. Dadu began to count the prisoners and realized that there were 12 of them, which meant there was one extra among them. Ja Gang realized that he might be caught and discovered, but he did not show any sign of being caught and continued to sit quietly. Dadu realized that the captives had hidden the prisoner before anyone saw and bared his sword laughing at them. He said that now they wouldn't make it to the mine and he had a reason for it. He was going to take their lives. The boy's venom was not all-powerful, so he had to bide his time to strike at his opponent's weak spot. He was worried that Chidok had reacted faster than he'd planned and didn't fully understand what he should do now. Yen Meng took the boy by the shoulder and looked at him sternly. At this moment, one of the captives jumped up and said that it was not their fault, that the prisoner himself hid among them, and he would give him up if the keepers let them go free. The Ja Gang boy was getting nervous and was afraid he would be extradited now, but hoped that wouldn't be the case. At that moment, Dado took the prisoner's life and said that he was the wanted prisoner. He was very cheerful at that moment. He asked me to tell the messenger that the prisoners had hidden the boy from them, so he decided to take their lives. The captive girl screamed that they were animals and for them, human life was worth nothing. She was horrified by what was happening. All the prisoners stood up and asked to take their lives since Dae-do liked doing it so much, but he said he would do it one at a time to make it more fun. At this moment, all the prisoners started jumping out of the wagon in different directions to attack the caretakers. Dae-do was confused and didn't understand where they got their weapons from and what they would attack with. However, Yoon Men found a shard and began to defend himself with it. One of the keepers, he took his life and managed to take away his sword. He was furious. The caretakers didn't understand what was going on and where the captives' powers came from, for they had given them all poison to contain their energies. Dae-do was left alone with the prisoners. The other keepers were taken alive and the messenger went back for reinforcements. He wondered why the porcelain shard had hurt his comrade so badly. It is impossible to send a man to the grave from an ordinary shard. The prisoners holding the shards in their hands told Dae-do that he was next, but he only laughed at them. Dae-do realized they had some kind of poison, but he said it was his job to keep them from escaping from the place and get them to the mine. The prisoner asked why he was stalling and how he would be able to deal with them, since there were considerably more of them. Caretaker Dae-do was completely calm and said he could do differently. Raising his sword, he cut the body of the captive in half, not even approaching him but standing at a distance from him. Safep hadn't expected that Dae-do possessed sword energy, and it would be much harder for them to defeat him than they thought. At this moment, Ja-gang ran up from behind and was ready to deliver a crushing blow to the caretaker. The captives had agreed in advance to break a porcelain pot and apply poisonous saliva to its shards. And while they distracted the caretakers, Ja-gang hid behind a rock to defeat Dae-do Dae-mak. He gave Dae-do a straight punch to the throat and hoped it worked, but Dae-do turned around, realized what they were up to, and glared at the boy. He said that his external energy would not allow such a weak blow to pierce the skin, and their scheme failed. Dae-do was ready to launch an attack on the boy, and all the captives watched intently. He plowed the boy to the ground and grinned at him that he had managed to get to the weak spot, but nothing more. Ja-gang didn't want to let down the captives who believed him, so he realized he had to win and thought of something. He let Dae-do stick his sword into him, and then all the prisoners started screaming furiously. At that moment, Dae-do licked the tip of his sword. At this point, Ja-gang started counting 1 and so on and lay in wait to see what would happen next. All the captives were in the wagon and did not understand what to do next, but they were filled with anger and horror at what was happening. At this moment, a pillar of dust rose up and Yen Meng found himself on the ground covering his mouth with his hands to avoid coughing. At that moment, the entire wagon was turned into splinters along with the prisoners, because Dae-do had once again used the energy of his sword and licked it again. At that moment, he heard the boy counting 7, 8, 9. He asked how he was still alive and why he was counting. At this point, the ranger was greatly puzzled by the actions of the boy who had already counted to 10. He said it was time for Dae-do to say goodbye to his life because it was his time. Dae-do didn't realize what was happening because he hadn't touched the poison, and the boy couldn't hit him because he was so weak. At this point, he felt himself getting very sick and he didn't understand how this was possible. Meanwhile, the boy showed his saliva-coated hand and said he had swallowed his own poison with his own hand. And then he remembered that when he had taken the boy's life, he had passed his hand over his sword and then he had licked it and swallowed the poison. The caretaker recognized that the boy had managed to overpower him by stealth and began to ask him to save him, but Ja-gang was not going to save him. The boy said that he had to beg for mercy from another person at this moment. Yen Meng delivered a crushing blow with his sword energy. The impact was so strong that Ja-gan was thrown aside and lost consciousness. After a while, he woke up sitting on a horse ridden by Yen Men. They were fleeing. He thanked the boy for being able to avenge his family with his help, but the boy lamented that if it wasn't for him, they would have just been taken to the mine. It wasn't easy for Yen Men to accept such an outcome, but he knew that the family wouldn't live as slaves and that they were willing to take the risk. He asked the boy to become stronger and by all means take revenge on the Chidoki family for all their bad deeds. He assumed that the boy would be followed by a group of pursuers and asked him not to stop. Yongmen himself jumped down from his horse. He asked not to stop Jagana and look only forward to get stronger and avenge everyone. Ja-gang cried because he was alone. He didn't want to part with his uncle and hoped that they would be able to go through such a difficult journey together. He promised himself not to give up until he had destroyed everyone who belonged to the Chidoke clan and its followers. At that moment, the other guards arrived at the battle scene and didn't understand what had happened. They found Tadu's body. They were puzzled even more. Assistant Chief Muram couldn't believe that Dae-do himself had been robbed of his life by some captive boy. Screaming with rage, he ordered the boy to be found and brought to him in any condition, or he would have to lose everything he had spent so long building. At that moment, Tehep walked in from the feast and wanted to understand what had happened and why everyone was screaming like that. He said that he would leave them at dawn and return to Murim, asking for time to settle everything that had happened. He reported that every clan within the Murim is a pillar, and their clan can't be won because they couldn't solve the problem. The clerk asked that they be given time to work things out and prove their usefulness. The union leader said that this would be their last exam, and if they didn't pass it, there would be no future for the Chidoke family. The attendant immediately ran to Sheena Man to find out as much as he could about the boy and managed to catch him. He told him that the boy he was experimenting on had run away and asked for his help in finding him. Sheena Man was lying in bed and trying to recover his strength, thinking about how to solve this matter and catch the boy. He felt so bad that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't utter a single word. A few weeks later, Ja Gang was baiting a rabbit and thinking about how it had been a long time since he had managed to escape from Chidok. He thought about the fact that he had managed to recover too quickly from such a serious injury. Perhaps it was the result of experimentation. All this time he had managed to escape from his pursuers, but this could not go on and he decided to take action. He came to a residential area, and after looking around he realized that no one from the Chidok family was there. He wondered what to do next. He decided to gather information about them. When he arrived at the cafe, he asked if a family could take him in as a servant. He said his family had been attacked by bandits and he was all alone. The waitress suggested that he go directly to a good clan or family. He was told that this area was under Yang's administration. Ja Gang realized they were talking about the Jidoke clan. The visitor said that it's not peaceful there now. The visitor said that they were attacked by the genus Yak. The boy realized that they had deceived everyone by making themselves innocent. The waitress said the attackers from the Bekwahogok family were sent to hard labor. When Ja Gang heard about his family and that they were sent to work in the mines, he immediately ran out of the cafe and rushed towards the mines. He didn't believe that any of his family had survived and been sent to that very mine. He decided to keep his cool because it could have been a trap. He also realized that if this could be true, then only he would be able to save his men. At Nanhi, the overseer of the underground mines observed the prisoners and was greatly alarmed. He thought about the fact that the people who were used as bait for the boy were working for nothing because several days had passed and the boy still hadn't shown up. He was worried that Ja Gang had not shown up because the fate of the Jidoke family was at stake and he could not stay calm. Shin Man said to wait. He had been detoxing and in pain for so long that he decided to wait for the boy and avenge his separated eye and leg. He promised himself to wait for the boy and called for him to come soon so that he could avenge the Jidoke clan. Upon reaching the mines, Ja Gan began to look at the captured men and assess the surroundings. To his surprise, he recognized Uncle Yoon Ik and his grandfather Khan among the prisoners. The guards were very numerous. The boy had childhood memories and realized that he had to save them from the Chidok family. He noticed that there were more guards than expected and decided to come up with a plan. When he saw the small house, he immediately had an idea. Jagan set fire to the barn and some of the warders immediately rushed to put it out, carrying and passing bowls of water to each other. At that moment, the boy ran to his family members and called them brothers. They were very weak and looked at the boy's face for a long time. They recognized Ja Gang and didn't expect to see him here. They had heard that he had escaped from G-Doc, but they didn't understand how he had gotten here. They were glad to see him, but they didn't understand why he had come to them. So they had hope that their kind would continue somewhere out in the world. However, Ja Gang said that he came here to save them, so don't worry about him. He was going to help his family. Meanwhile, the watchmen were wondering why there was a fire in the barn and were glad that no one was hurt. Sheena Man, meanwhile, asked if all the captives had been looked after at this moment and if any of them had managed to escape. Elder Man suggested that it was not one of the prisoners who might have set fire to the barn, but a boy who had fallen into his trap. He was sure that someone had deliberately organized the arson to divert their attention from the captured men. He assumed the culprit was inside the mine and went to check it out. Among the prisoners, he saw the boy he had been waiting for. He was mad with happiness to see before him Jin Ja Gang, whom he had waited so long to see while he agonized over the pain he had brought him. He said he'd let him taste the fruit of his hope of escape and then humiliate him so he'd be in as much pain as he was. Elder Man went to the head to report to him that the boy had been caught in a ruse and was being closely watched. But the head was not alone. He was drinking tea with Bayek Tam Hyang Wee Jung and making conversation. They were happy that Man had joined them with the good news. He was the most influential person and the best master of the 3 generations of the DOK family of Yunnan province. He was the chief of the Poison Valley and could handle poisons that released hundreds of flavors. The elder didn't know what he was doing here. The head said that he had asked him for advice on their situation, and he had gladly decided to visit them. Yang Wei-jung said that they had eliminated all opponents and were ready to accept the DOK clan into the Murim alliance. Man resented the news. He talked about how the boy is in the mine and he's very dangerous because he handled so many guards single-handedly. However, the head decided that the conversation was over and didn't want to hear anything more about this boy. Meanwhile, the boy in the mine was talking about how he had poison, and if you coated the tools with it, they would become very powerful weapons. He suggested that the prisoners all get together and become a team to start a riot. He continued to persuade the prisoners to go with him rather than sit idle at hard labor in the mine. The prisoners began to reason among themselves who this child was and where he got the poison from, and how strong it was. At that moment, there were shouts that the mine was about to be closed, and they had to get out quickly or they would be trapped in it forever. The prisoners asked why the mine would be closed and held the keeper, but he said it was an order from above and started to run away. Crouching in front of the rubble, all the prisoners began to sob because they realized that they could not survive in the mine and would remain here forever. Elder Man was horrified that the mine had been filled in and tried to pass, for he had endured so long and longed for the boy's reprisal. Seeing the rubble, he fell to his knees and clutched his head, realizing that he didn't know what to do now or how to get to Jagan. The prisoners at this point wondered why the mine had been filled in, if it meant that the entire DOK family had turned against them. The boy realized that it was a trap but didn't understand why it was necessary to collapse the mine to catch him alone. The prisoners wondered what they should do because no one would hear them in the mine, and they could not ask for help from outside. The boy didn't give up hope because they had strength and equipment, so they should find a way to get out. His grandfather urged all the captives to come to their senses, for even the child's will was not broken. He urged everyone to think and unite to try to find a way out of the situation. The boy was grateful for Grandpa Khan's support, and they began to gather gear and strength. Their task was difficult because the light from the torches gave dim light and they had no food or oxygen supplies. Trying their best, people gradually began to tire and lose hope of finding a way out of this mine. The children began to whimper with hunger and beg for food. The boy saw that they had dug the road fairly quickly, but realized that at this rate they would not be able to. So he began looking and thinking of another way to get out and leave the mines with minimal labor. Looking around, he saw a small gorge in the wall of the mine, and he was curious about what was there, so he ducked down and crawled through it. Seeing the lake and the moss, he was glad they could drink and eat and decided to try the water. Taking a sip, he realized that the water was poisoned and not fit to drink, but he couldn't understand why this was so and what to do. He remembered that the families of the DOK clan jointly mined poisons, which meant that the poisonous energy had already spread here. Jia Gang realized that if this went on, then they would all die. So he began to work harder to clear the way. The prisoners were very surprised at the boy's strength, for he gave them all his food and water supplies while he drank poisoned water that he found in the mine. They thought he was ashamed because he was fed up with poisonous moss, so he was trying for everyone and spending the most of his strength. The boy, on the other hand, worked really hard and carried heavy stones to clear their way out faster. At that moment, a new mountain collapsed in the tunnel where the people were. They called for help, but the stone ore could not be moved. The people were trapped between 2 stone walls. They had no water or food left and their vitality was running out. They thought they were finished and thought it was probably better than being slaves and working in a mine for the rest of their lives. While everyone resigned themselves to their fate, the boy tried to remove the rubble with his hands. Grandpa said he'd be doing it for decades. The boy wasn't going to give up, and then his grandfather said he was the head of Songhuan Valley and wanted to trust Jia Gang. At this point, all the captives wanted to share their knowledge with the boy, but the grandfather stopped them and said he was just a child. Cone urged not to put his responsibility on his grandson's shoulders and asked him to come forward and help him clear the debris. The boy interrupted his grandfather and said that his life did not belong to him. He remembered all those who had lost their lives because of him, and to prove that they had not died in vain, he promised to summon up all the strength to survive and avenge them on the Doc family. He promised that his journey would not end here and he could get out to fulfill all his plans. He wanted to make all those who had done this to Yen Men's captives, his mom, and others from various families and clans pay dearly. His eyes filled with anger, and he promised to show all enemies and traitors a real hell. After listening to the boy, the captives decided to give him all the knowledge their clans had. At first, a prisoner studied with him for a very long time and taught him the art of honing his inner energy. The prisoner was amazed at the boy's concentration. The other prisoner was practicing speed with him. The training was serious, but the boy was very attentive and focused. Next, he was taught the technique of memorizing by heart. Ja Gang did not rest and tried to learn the skills of different families and clans to become stronger. He was then trained in the technique of making miracle medicines and even the skill of combining these medicines to produce one particular one. For several days, without any rest at all, he learned the skills and abilities of the different clans. The speed of his training impressed all the captives. He said he'd been given smart broth, but it couldn't possibly have that effect. It was a thirst to survive and make things right. At that moment, he saw that one of the captives was crying. She informed him that the Elder Khan had practically said goodbye to life and asked the boy to come to him. Grandpa Khan felt sorry for the boy and asked him how he would be able to cope with all this alone since everyone's strength was running out. He apologized to his grandson for everything and for having to leave him. He said he really liked their place and that he would like to see Kihuecho blooming once more in the Bayak Huachol Gok Valley. After these words, he lost his life and all the captives bowed over him, realizing that this was the fate that awaited them ahead. They were all crying and sorry for what had happened. The boy was also sad and wondered how he could help them to get out and find peace. The boy asked to continue practicing. The captives thought he needed to rest and recover from his loss, but he said they had little time. Elder Man was still sitting by the mine rubble drinking and waiting to see the boy. The other overseers didn't understand why the elder was suffering so much over some prisoner. Man wondered why it had come to this and why he could not take revenge. The caretakers thought he'd lost his mind and left him alone. Man broke his bottle and the puddle flowed down the shaft. He didn't understand why this was happening because he thought the rubble was quite dense. Looking more closely with one eye, he saw vibrations on the surface of the water and thought it couldn't be. Then he thought that the boy was still alive and in the mine. Because of this thought, he became excited. He realized that he had doubted the boy's abilities for nothing and regained hope to avenge him for taking away his leg and eye. He realized that the gods had not turned away from them. He did not care how long he had to wait. He realized that he would live as long as the boy lived. Ja Gang did not give up hope and continued to remove the rubble. Unfortunately, as they reached their limit, people were losing their lives one by one. Everyone asked him to take revenge on the G-Doc family before leaving. It wasn't long before the boy was all alone. Regardless, the boy kept pounding on the rocks and continued to slowly dismantle the stone rubble. The season changed and winter came, but Elder Man did not give up hope and kept coming to the rubble in the mine, hoping to see the boy. He didn't care that he was being laughed at and thought to be out of his mind. It was enough for him to hear that the boy continued to try to dismantle the stones. Elder Man looked forward to meeting the boy and came every time to listen and watch him. He realized that it would take at least 5 years. The boy fed on poisonous herbs by the lake and drank poisonous water while trying to break the rocky rubble alone. He also continued practicing Hensenigan and Neshemhap every day. He controlled his body from within and did breathing exercises. After training, he would stab rocks, and so every day poisoned food, poisoned water training, and rocks. Loneliness completely consumed him, and he tried his best to climb the steps of adversity. Time flowed like a river, changing season by season, but the boy did not give up and continued to dismantle the rubble. In the 8th year, when the moon shone, Ja Gang was finally able to reach the last stone and his hand was outside. He couldn't believe his eyes and inhaled a breath of fresh air. In all this time, he had matured and become a young man. He could not believe he had made it and entered the land. His eyes were illuminated by the light of the moon and he looked around carefully. His hair grew long and his legs stretched out. He screamed and realized he was back in the form of Sura. He'd been trying to get out for so long that he was a little confused by the moment. Meanwhile, the people of the Chidok clan families continued to destroy other clans and families to become the most important. Taking the new family captive, he was surprised that they were so naive to hide from him and thought he wouldn't find them. The captive of the Hongyak clan didn't understand why Ji-Daok didn't fear heaven's punishment and treated the other families so cruelly. He replied that he had taken the lives of over 20 clans and they all talked such nonsense. He asked where the Hongyak clan kept the secret books. The captive girl spat in his face, saying that they steal and take people's lives and are happy about it. She didn't understand why Muram didn't care. She did not understand since when the union had become a union of worthless rabble. At that moment, old Doc shoved her, saying she knew nothing and shouldn't talk like that. He didn't think she had the right to say that. much less spit in his face, but he did and pushed her again. At that moment, one of the guards called out to him and informed him that they had managed to find the secret records. The head didn't understand why they were so stubbornly defending what they had stolen anyway. He thought these records would find a great use. He taunted the captives and told them to be glad that their secrets would outlive themselves and pass to the Chi-Dok family. The head said that he no longer needed the prisoners and therefore they should be taken alive so that they would not cause him any more problems. The prisoners begged to be punished. Head Chi-Dok continued to party and drink a lot of drink. He was asked to stop by the guards, but he didn't want to stop. He realized that there were masters who made no effort at all and yet kept everything under their control. By these masters, he meant the Union. He wanted to be like them and thought he would be the same after joining the Union, but all his plans were ruined. He thought they had lost everything because of Manhwa and that stupid kid they were experimenting on. But he didn't want to give up. He didn't care what anyone else had to say, so he continued to study the secret records. He realized that the journey was too long and wanted to take a shortcut getting valuable books from the smaller clans to catch up with the Union representatives. At that moment, a thick pink fog enveloped the room and the head thought he had fallen asleep. He began to look around and didn't understand what was going on. His hands began to blister and they spread all over his body at a tremendous rate. He decided to run outside and call for help from someone telling them what had happened to him. But when he went outside, he saw that all his guards had no signs of life and their breathless bodies were just lying on the floor. Some of them were alive, but also covered with strange blisters. They asked the head what was going on and why they woke up with blisters on their bodies. The head began to reflect that they had profuse sweating and red blisters. He realized it was cinnabar mineral poisoning. They had gotten the antidote from the mine that had fallen down, and they had some left. The head had asked for it as soon as possible. He wondered where the poisonous mist had come from and realized that either someone had made a mistake when working with poisons or they had been attacked. He wondered who had the courage to attack them, and far away in the forest he saw someone brewing a potion in a pot with a poisonous mist coming from it. At this time, Jagang was mixing herbs in a clay pot and talking about the night air hurting the skin. Looking at the moon, the young man felt pain in his eyes and realized that the light of the moon was blinding him. Then he decided to examine himself and realized that he was still the same. He continued to endure the pain because he promised himself and others to keep his promise of revenge against the Chi-Dok clan. Jagang realized that his path was already determined, so he wasn't going to give up to any difficulties on his way. Head Chi-Dok was brought pills made from Smilax rhizomes, which were an antidote for poisoning by the mineral cinnabar. The head ordered them to eat one of each and follow him, but the pills were not enough for all of them and they were in pain. He didn't know how many enemies surrounded them. Maybe there were 10 or maybe there were 100, so he said they needed a force to defend themselves. They were curious to know who dared to attack them, so they took the healing pills and headed towards the forest where the fog was coming from. When they reached the place where the strong, poisonous-colored fog was coming from, they asked who dared to attack them after all. The guards and head Chi-Dok asked to show themselves so they would realize who they were dealing with. The young man saw them and smirked that they had come after all. The head asked by what right he dared to do such a terrible thing to them. The young man was surprised by their question and threw a handful of herbs into the pot, making the pillar of poisonous mist become thicker and more active. He looked at the representatives of the Chi-Dok family and told them that he had allowed himself such a terrible act out of revenge. Jinja Gang introduced himself to them and told them that he had come to avenge the Yak clan, while the Dao-Ke clan was surprised that there was anyone left alive. Head Chi-Dok was puzzled that there were survivors from those events, and they are so confident, so he asked where the others were. However, Jagang said that he alone had come to avenge them and stood before them alone as well. The Dao-Ke clan guards were shocked by this statement. Doc, the head of the family, laughed and could not believe that he alone had decided to go against them at all, for he alone could do nothing. The young man replied that he didn't come here to joke at all and his task was to avenge the Yak clan. Doc said he was wrong to do it, that setting the cinnabar on fire was a good idea, but they had the antidote, so he was wrong to go to them alone. Then they fought in a scrimmage, but the young man demonstrated excellent physical fitness and a high level of weapon proficiency. One by one, they attacked Jagan and gave him blows that he easily repelled. Then they realized that he had the technique and attacked all at once. However, even under such conditions, the young man with excellent technique and the art of wielding a blade dispersed his opponents. Head Chi-dok watched this and he thought it was strange that such a young man had so many techniques, and his speed amazed Doc. He fought the guards rather unskillfully, but they still couldn't overpower him, which seemed even stranger. The head of Chi-dok was cursing at his subordinates and thought they were not worthy of being a Chi-dok family. He asked them to disperse and decided to overpower the guy himself. Then he rushed with all his might at the young man, who stood quite still as if he knew that he could not overpower him. Head Chi-dok hadn't had to fight with his own hands in a long time, but he was confident that he could overpower an ordinary boy. Regardless, he flew past Jagan, who also continued to stand and stare at him, saying that he was already at his limit. Ji-dok didn't understand what was happening to him, and the young man explained that cinnabar poison affects the senses and leads to the loss of life. All the Chidoke family members were getting worse, and they didn't understand why, because they had taken pills that were antidotes. The young man told them that what he was burning wasn't cinnabar at all. It was green tea leaves, and they needed to consider kanshinmyu before taking the rhizomes. And secondly, when green tea leaves are mixed with smilax rhizomes, they lose their potency, thereby ceasing to be an antidote. He was still weak and was just stalling until the herbs did their job, because he had been thinking about this day and preparing for it for 8 years. The head of Chi-dok asked for help and a deal with him because he had only been following orders from above all this time. He said that if he gave him the antidote, he could help him bring back the Yak clan, but the young man didn't have it because poisons just don't work on him. The young man continued his tale of 8 years in the mine, of being unaffected by poisons, and of the Yak family so that Doc would realize who stood before him. Chi-dok realized that in front of him was Man-ne's toy, and did not believe that he managed to survive. The young man continued that revenge and will erase the clan Chi-dok. Since the Murim Union was not going to judge Ji-dok, and instead gave them orders, Jagong was going to avenge all those who had suffered at the hands of the Ji-dok family. At this moment, Jin Ja-gang turned back and saw that all the warriors and guards of the Chi-dok families had been taken away. He remembered everyone who had suffered at the hands of this family, and his grandfather, and his mom, and everyone else. He thought he had finally gotten his revenge. He believed that the Chi-dok family had paid for their existence with all the terrible deeds they had done. However, once inside, he realized that there was still more to come and saw a chest with secret records of different families and clans in front of him. Picking up one of the books, he realized that Chi-dok were only pawns and would have failed without the support of the powerful. The young man continued to read, and what he read shocked him. It described the arrangement between the DOK families and the fact that the owner of the valley had blown up the mine. Wee-jan blew up the mine to ensure the peace of Union leader PJ Lee-jun. Jagan was horrified at the thought. Then he realized that not only the Ji-dok family was involved, but the families of 3 generations of the Diok family. Many people died because of their hatred. Realizing this, he made the decision to uproot the entire DOK clan and stop the ruthless attacks on other families. It became his life's mission. At this time, Man-ni became an advisor to the Admiralty and gave lectures on poisons, their uses, and what they acted on. He said that if you use a poison that affects the heart, the liver will be destroyed first. He was pleased with his work and told the students that on the next topic they would be looking at how to determine the type of poison by the degree of liver damage. The students liked it very much that Mr. Counselor was giving them lessons and lectures on the effects of various poisons. They said goodbye to him and went on their way. An employee approached Mr. Advisor and informed him that he was urgently summoned by the head of the union and that he should follow him. The Admiralty Counselor arrived at the head of the Murim Union at the Huguang County branch. He turned to Heavenly Sword King Baek Lee-jun, who had been promoted to the rank of Kakchu, but the head said that it took him a long time to get there. Man-ne didn't understand how he could say that, since he was trying to walk faster with only one leg, so he asked why he had been summoned. Baek Lee-jun said that there was news that would interest him, and it was straight from Yunnan province. The letter from the mailbird said that his Chi-dok family had been wiped out in just one morning. Since the Chi-dok family was part of the Murim Union, they couldn't just turn a blind eye and needed to find out what happened there. At this moment, Man-ne laughed hard and was glad his laugh was like that of a crazy person, and he didn't stop laughing. Kakchu Baek Lee didn't understand what was so funny about such a tragic situation and asked Man-ne about it, who went mad with excitement at the thought that his toy was alive and came back to start taking revenge on everyone, which means they're about to meet. After all, he had waited for him for so long and for so many years. The head of the union realized that he was talking about the boy he had told him about a few days ago. Man didn't assume he'd be back, but never thought he'd show himself so brave and the first to be his worst enemy. The head of the union was not sure that the boy who had been in the mine for 8 years was capable of such an act and could handle the G-Doc family alone. Man. Nay didn't want to listen to him and was about to prove that Ja Gang was behind these events, that he wasn't satisfied with revenge alone and would follow through. The counselor asked to be given the authority to look into the matter since he was the one who was most aware of the boy and his intentions. Then he agreed and gave him a silver plaque that granted him rights as an explorer of the Murim Union. Accepting the plaque, the counselor said that he hoped that when the head was presented with a great gift, he would not forget his servant Man Ne. At this moment, Head Murim Pek Lee Jun slammed the door in front of him and warned that no matter what rank he was, he should watch his tongue. Man Ne replied that he would take note of this and emphasized that they are still in the same boat and they are together responsible for all acts. He went out and thought it was time to harvest the seeds he had planted long ago, for the longer the fruit matures, the sweeter it is. An Admiralty counselor set out on a journey to his province. During the journey, he reflected on the fact that revenge is the best engine, that after being at the bottom of hell for so many years, he had grown stronger and must have overpowered himself several hundred times over. He knew that if Ja Gang managed to get out of this mine, he would definitely be able to deal with G-Doc's family quickly and easily. So Man Ne thought it over and decided to come to the place where it all began, to the house where he was conducting his experiments. As he looked around, he saw many lifeless bodies that had been chaotically burned to ashes. As he examined one of them, he looked for any trace of it to see how he managed it. At that moment, a sharp blade stabbed into the ground beside him. The counselor was approached by a man who didn't understand what kind of suspicious person had come and rolled in here, but he recognized him. He didn't understand what a man who had risen through the ranks to become a member of the Murim Union was doing here. Man Ne grinned that the head of the Keel Sang family wasn't very happy to see him, and neither were the gentlemen from Dok Valley whom he saw on the roof of the building. He realized that all the families of the 3 generations of Dok are in the gathering, and Anbu Ku Sang Wol and No Yuk and Keel Sang to Nam Gi. He said he came here for the same reason and could not stay away when he heard about such a terrible tragedy, that he heard the call of his roots and came here to investigate the crime, but they laughed at him for hiding what belonged to his family. Man Ne laughed and said that they were ill-informed, that even the union had concluded that he had no involvement at all. But Tehep went on, shouting that if it weren't for Man, Chi-Doc would be alive instead of wiped off the face of the earth. Another warrior stopped him and told him that if the union had sent him to investigate, he should get things sorted out quickly and accept their help. They took turns starting to clarify what the Murim Union thought about the situation and what conclusion they came to. Man said that the union believed that it was the work of the opposing Kakchu Baek Lee family, which had been repressed. They didn't like the fact that all the attacks were against the Dok family and thought that it was Baek Lee Jun who needed to take direct revenge. Counselor Man Ne stated that everything will become clear to them when they do a full investigation and understand exactly what happened and who was behind it. He said that during the inspection he found no signs of resistance or any traces at all. Then the representative of one of the families asked him to follow him. They led the counselor to a separately lying, lifeless body which they did manage to identify. After examining it, they realized that it was the body of the head of Chi-Doc, and it was showing symptoms of the cinnabar poison. But they didn't understand why the symptoms appeared so quickly. Then the counselor decided to carefully examine the bowl in which the poison was brewed, and there he found leaves that became the clue. The medical art of controlling boils by means of water vapor emanating from burned cinnabar was called Enkunban, which was enlarged, and the green leaves were able to neutralize the antidote. Then they realized that the enemy wasn't just planning this. They realized that the enemy could not overpower by force, so they planned such an elaborate plan, and they should expand the search area and let everyone know. Counselor Man at this moment thought that this was another proof that Ja Gang was alive because he was the one who was capable of such a thing. The proof was that his body was capable of accumulating poisons, and for so many years in the mine, he could collect a lot of cinnabar. He really wanted to see the anger on the young man's face, and it had become his crazy dream. He was thinking about everything to himself, so people asked him if he was okay and what he was thinking about. It was getting late, and it was time for them to split up, so they agreed to meet tomorrow at the hour of the dragon from 7 to 9 in the morning. Men wanted to be alone and think hard about everything and examine the crime scene all the way through. He realized that tonight would be a long and fun night for him because he had waited so long for this moment. He looked up at the night sky and contemplated meeting his toy and what his revenge would be, and what steps he could still take. During this time, the rest of the families were doing their evening training and meditation and preparing for rest. Commander To returned to the site and said they had found a good place to conduct training and rest. He said that so far there are no leads in the investigation of the case and that he took the case for the Salsu fight. But he didn't understand where they all went. His clerk assumed they all ran away because they knew they were coming. He saw the lifeless bodies of a man and a woman who would not give up their home and ordered them removed quickly. He was unhappy to sleep next door to the bereaved bodies. He informed them that they had no more business for the day and disbanded his team. While he was holding the meeting and getting everyone ready to rest at that moment, some bags flew towards them and started exploding. They didn't understand what was happening or why acrid-colored smoke was coming out of the bags. After taking a few breaths, they realized it was poison and asked no one to inhale this acrid smoke so as not to get hurt or poisoned. Commander To did not believe that this was an enemy attack, because after looking around and checking the area, they found no one. His soldiers began to gasp, and he wondered why someone had been waiting all this time for them to return to the house. When they saw Jagan, they didn't understand who he was or why he attacked them, and the smoke was spreading rapidly. Commander To cover his mouth with his hands for fear of inhaling the poisonous smoke, he realized that he had to be careful because the enemies had not escaped after the attack on Chidak. He realized that the enemies were biding their time until they returned to the land to continue their cunning attack. The other guards were gasping, and they could only see the shadow of the enemy because the smoke was very thick and acrid and it was hard to see through it. They chaotically waved their weapons around, not realizing where their enemy was and what they should do to survive. Because of the thick fog, they tried to attack each other and only realized their mistake when they struck. They realized their mistakes too late, after they had severed the arm or taken away the eye of their own comrades. Then they realized it was a trick. The commander realized that the opponents are not affected by the poison and are well oriented in the dark, which means that they will not be able to stand in this fight. Then he ordered the team to split up so that each could see his neighbor and thus drive the enemy into the center. The servants immediately began to follow the order of Commander To and began to line up in a wide circle, moving step by step among the acrid smoke. They were thinking about how they would not suffocate and be able to withstand this tricky battle with the acrid smoke that took away their strength. After a while of this method of advancement, they saw the shadow of a man and were glad that they had succeeded in discovering the enemy. The commander ordered them to advance and not let the enemies get away so he would be in the center, and he wasn't afraid to hurt his men in doing so. At the same second, he launched a massive attack in the center with his umbrella because he possessed a certain technique. His men started screaming in pain and asking why the commander was doing this, to which he replied that it was better to sacrifice and defeat the enemy than to be ashamed later. As he released Fajol's needles, he hoped that at least one would hit the right target and dissolve, making the enemy feel unbearable pain. When the smoke began to clear, they saw the child with the blade and were surprised that the other enemies were absent. The commander found it odd that their enemy was one child, and while he was still alive, he wanted to ferret out the information. At that moment, the young man opened his eyes and displayed his blade by attacking Commander To. They fought in a battle, and the commander couldn't believe his eyes that after being hit by poison needles, the child had perfect control of his body. The commander didn't understand how this was possible. He was sure that at least one needle had hit the boy, while the other soldiers didn't understand what was going on. Holding 2 poisonous needles in his hands, the boy said that it was the secret weapon of the Osong family that he had learned in the mine. This technique, called the flight line of the 12 earth branches, the commander was terrified that they were being attacked with their own weapons. Commander to realize that he had to be more careful, but it was too late. His body no longer obeyed him. Then he decided to remember their matchmaking and figure out why he was getting worse, and realized that he had most likely inhaled poisonous smoke when he was fending off the attack. He was enraged at this point by the boy sticking his own toxin needle into him. He didn't want to lose in this fight to some kid and pulled the needle out of himself and stuck it in Jagan's leg, watching his reaction. The young man confirmed that Fajol's needles do have amazing effects, but they don't work on him at all. The commander did not understand what kind of monster was in front of him, but the boy replied that his story was long and about the Yak clan. Commander To would not have time to listen to the whole story because he lost his life and fell to the ground. Jagang looked up at the night sky and the moon. At that moment, a pigeon from Anbu flew in with a note calling for help. Mr. No Yuk and his team decided to go to where the Keel Sang family is located. But Yuk realized that the Anbu family had already gone there, and he was worried that first they had massacred Chi-Dak, and now they were attacking them. He informed the whole family that they needed to go there as soon as possible and be very careful to protect themselves. At that moment, he saw someone approaching him from behind and was very surprised that Man Ne had come to see him. Man Ne was maddened either by joy or inspired by a thirst for revenge. He asked Man Ne what he was doing here and informed him that they had to leave right away, and he didn't have time to talk to him. But Man informed him that they weren't going to make it. They were puzzled by Man Ne's words and didn't understand what was even going on here or what he meant. At that moment, the counselor announced that all members of the DOK family who were in the valley were to lose their lives at his hand. The guards were even more puzzled by such statements of the counselor and looked at each other, hoping that at least someone understood something. They did not believe him and asked him to repeat everything he had said, but he repeated his sayings with a sneer and was very pleased with himself. The commander was angry and felt that he had changed a lot since joining the Murim Union and had become quite arrogant. The family replied that this was out of the question, and they wanted to deal with the traitor, and since they were not the ones who started the conflict, there should be no problems with Murim. At the same moment, they decided to strike at Man Ne and told him that he was alone here and had no one to protect him. At that time, Anbu's family reached the scene of the tragedy and discovered that there had indeed been an attack. Upon finding the survivors, they realized they were attacked with their own weapons, namely the Fajol needles, so they didn't understand what was going on at all. Then Commander Anbu was also wounded by a needle and ordered his family to flee because the enemy was able to overpower Kyeol Sang's family. As they watched, they realized that their enemy had left the survivors as bait, which meant he wasn't very strong since he didn't face them, but he was cunning. Thanks to the divine technique, Anbu perfectly worked in total darkness and roughly understood where the enemy and attacking him he did not aim for the heart. But when he realized who he was attacking, it was Tho, which he was very surprised about. Then he realized that the enemy was absolutely on the opposite side right at his back. Then he saw above him, right on the roof, a boy with an umbrella who was preparing to attack with needles. Frightened, he immediately applied his skills and techniques to avoid injury and get out of harm's way. But the boy wasn't going to stop and continued to follow right behind him, ready to attack. He looked around and didn't realize where Anbu was or how he had managed to retreat so quickly. At that moment, he appeared right behind the boy's back, saying that he thought in vain that victory was in his pocket. Parallel to this battle, Man dealt with the other family quite quickly and skillfully. Called them pathetic because they didn't assess the enemy's capabilities and started attacking him right away. He didn't understand why they thought they were part of the Dak Valley and thought about the fact that it was originally so weak and helpless. They didn't understand why the old man repelled the attack so quickly that they couldn't even keep track of how he did it, so they decided to attack together. They were filled with rage and anger and swiftly ran towards Old Man Ne to take his life. But by running through it, each of them was injured so quickly that they couldn't even appreciate how it was even possible. That's when they realized it wasn't a trick, but some unknown technique. The old man was glad that they finally understood what a true martial art technique looked like, and he was pleased with his actions. Although Man Ne didn't think he could take out everyone with one punch, so he was considered a master for a reason. The enemy called him a scoundrel for hiding his abilities from the rest of the clan and the DOK families for so many years. But the counselor said that until this day, he had no need to demonstrate his abilities and was waiting for such an occasion. He also said that he was not interested in them and the valley. He only wanted the child who had come to take revenge on the entire Dak family. He realized that 3 masters would be hard for him to handle at once, so he decided to help him a little. Then they realized that Man knew who their enemy was. They didn't understand how Man Ne was familiar with this child and why he was helping him destroy his own clan and families. The counselor said that he is for him both an enemy and a child and a teacher and an image to admire because the family Chi-Do has long endured and groveled. That in his heart there was a whole palette of feelings other than anger, and it was that which had helped him survive all this time. No one understood what Man Ne was talking about. But Hen did not understand what personal reasons bound the counselor to this boy, and they finished their conversation and continued their fight. He knew that this family's special technique was yellow fire, which caused irreparable damage to the body's energy. Then No Hen lit a fire and was ready to strike the Union Admiralty counselor Murim. However, the old man was prepared for this blow and calmly outplayed his opponent by applying a skillful combat technique. Undoubtedly, he outplayed his opponent no hin and began to look towards the valley. When he saw the dense fog coming from the forest, he realized that the battle was in full swing there as well, which meant that he had to go there. At this point, the fight was really in full swing and Ja Gang was able to repel Anbu's attack. Taking out 3 needles of the secret technique, he fired them at his opponent with all the anger and thirst for revenge he had. Master Anbu was also very prepared, so he repelled the attack with an umbrella made of special impact-resistant cloth. Reflecting the attack, Anbu looked around and realized the boy had just disappeared. He asked him why playing hide and seek. The boy was only biding his time as the blade of the dagger had a poison that would start its effect and first paralyze the master's hand. He realized that with each passing minute, the master's position would become less and less favorable. He only had to wait a little longer. After waiting a few minutes, he made the decision to attack the master again and fight him in a duel for life. Ja Gang was very skillful in repelling the master's attack and easily dodged his blows. The master realized that the boy was not skillful in repelling attacks, but he was surprised by his resilience and the fact that he still went into close combat. The master realized that the boy is not simple but wanted to take him alive to find out all the information about him and his accomplices, but it is not easy to do. He realized that the boy was just stalling and wouldn't be able to beat him single-handedly, so he tried to get him talking and find out more information. The boy said it was his turn and began to strike quickly at Master Anbu, who couldn't keep up with his speed. He didn't understand how the boy could move so fast, because while he was just raising his hand, the boy was already behind him. He didn't understand why the boy was hiding his abilities and why his movements were getting faster and faster with each passing second. The boy understood the master's mute question and asked that he must have thought the young man was too fast. However, it was not at all, so he informs the master that he was mistaken and believed his eyes and observations in vain. Then the master realized that the boy had attacked him to distract him from the way the poison was spreading through his body, which was a very clever decision. He realized that the opponent in front of him was dangerous and didn't want to waste time, so he decided to deal with him in one blow. The master decided to make a dash of shadow projectile aiming exactly at the left paralyzed part and was sure of his victory. He was sure that the boy's left arm was paralyzed because of the poison that had gotten into it, but he was not at all aware of the properties of the young man's body. In the same second, it was with that very hand that the boy struck Master Anbu with a poison needle. Unfortunately, the master did not know that the boy was not affected by poisons, and he only pretended that his arm was paralyzed, so he lost his life at his hands. After looking around, the boy realized that he had little strength, but there were other enemies, and he didn't understand why they didn't come if they had decided to retreat. As he looked around, he saw Salgi and felt this murderous energy. Even though she was far away, he knew he couldn't overpower her now. Realizing that he didn't have enough strength to fight the head of the valley, he decided to rest because the plan for today had been accomplished. Counselor Man. Ni was glad that he could finally see his toy that he had been waiting for so long. He was looking forward to their meeting and decided that he had enough business for today for now. Deciding to rest after a hard day, Man climbed onto the roof and began to speculate about the boy's plans. He realized that based on what the boy had done with the top-class fighters, he would stop at nothing until he had wiped the Chi-Dak clan off the face of the earth. Only the families of Kyeol-sang Anbu and Deok-man Valley were still alive. Ne was very interested in who the boy would start with. The Kyeol-sang family were the weakest of the 3 families and possessed only the Fajol needles, but by eliminating them, the Deok forces could be weakened. The counselor pondered that if the boy started with them, the stronger families would have much more time to prepare. If he were to attack the Deok Valley or Anbu, if one of them were to win, he would succeed in greatly weakening the ground beneath the feet of the Deok family. Although this tactic is quite absurd but was very much in line with Ja Gang's actions as the Admiralty Counselor Man Ne believed. Although if the Valley of Deok were destroyed, the Murim Union would immediately interfere with his plans, making it more logical to start with Anbu. According to Man Ne, the Anbu family used divine techniques and mostly attacked from the back, which meant that one had to be very careful with them. Then Man Ne realized that he didn't care whether his enemy was strong or weak and took out the Murim Alliance Silver Explorer's tablet. He realized that the boy had decided to follow the path of true Sura, then his life would definitely be filled with nothing but pain and torment. Then he wanted to help him and guide him to this path, for a lifetime of torment would be the perfect revenge on the boy. Man had taken the lives of the common people of the DOK family with his own hands and thought that Jagan's revenge had blinded him and turned him into a madman. At dawn, the boy drew water from the well and took a refreshing shower, thinking about what he had learned while in the mine. He remembered his grandfather telling him that his power was only in his head, and he would change a lot when he could get out of the mine. They said that power without practice is meaningless and should definitely be used in the right situations. They asked him to be vigilant and soberly assess his capabilities and skills, and most importantly not to hurry and not to make hasty conclusions. At that time, he did not fully understand the phrase that once you know yourself, then you will be ready to confront the enemy. It was only now that he realized that he had trained alone for 8 years and was severely lacking in experience fighting real enemies, and the blocked blood and energy flows prevent him from fully utilizing combat techniques. But such skirmishes were the only way to gain experience. He realized that stronger opponents were waiting for him, and he needed to become stronger to be able to fight them back. He realized that he also needed to come up with new ways to use the internal poison he had been given, and that was what he was going to get back. 3 days later at the DOK Valley headquarters, Mr. Baek Tam Hyang Wee Jung was informed that Mr. No Yuk, who was sent to investigate the death of Ji Dok, had himself been deprived of his life. The valley head was very surprised when he learned that both Keel Sang and Anbu had also been robbed of their lives. He sent his fighters there to find out who had managed to kill everyone in one morning and who held such a grudge against the Dok clan. In order to get past the problems from the Union, he decided to go there on his own and figure out what happened there. At that moment, Man-ne came in and said that he shouldn't go there because the boy himself was already on his way to them. He had not expected to see Admiralty Counselor Man here and was not happy that he had shown up at his house. Man greeted Wee Kokchu and was surprised that he was not happy to see him, and also thought he had betrayed Ji Dok. Wee Kokchu asked the counselor why he had come here and what he was up to. The counselor said that all the misunderstandings that happened and he is reasoning in vain just like No Yuk. Kokchu didn't understand why he was even talking about No Yuka and realized that an acrid poisonous fog was beginning to envelope them. Everyone started coughing and gasping, and Man realized that they still saw him as a third-class elder. Baek Tam Hyang was a man who used poison with 100 flavors. He was a great master and mastered this art to perfection. Shrouded in a thick, acrid, and poisonous fog, Man-ne stood perfectly still because he knew who he had come to see. He informed the chapter that such tricks would not work on him, and it was an absolutely useless attempt to harm him. The head then realized that Man-ne had become stronger and was even a little surprised by this event. Then the head stopped using the poison having 100 flavors and continued listening to Man-ne to understand the purpose of his visit. He reported that this was not his only ability and noted that he had gotten stronger since joining the Union. Man-ne was curious about all the abilities, but he wasn't interested in the conflict and said that he himself had brought the news that No Yuk had lost his life. He clarified the truth of this information with his counselor and the latter confirmed it, then he asked how he knew about it. The counselor said that the Chi Dok family was part of the Murim, and he came as a researcher showing a silver plaque. He told the story that he arrived at the site and realized that not only No Yuk, but also the ordinary civilians who witnessed it were deprived of their lives. The counselor reported that he wasn't sure if it was the same person who exterminated Chi Dok, but he was definitely in a belligerent mood. The head of the valley interrupted him and clarified why he spoke of enemies in the singular, for it could not be done by one person. Man reported seeing one from afar who was as ruthless as Sura and ran out of there to alert the others. The head was puzzled that he was not frightened by the poison and ran away from the enemy, but Man went on and said that he had managed to follow the enemy and realize where he was going. He was heading straight for you, so Man suggested that Keel Sang act as a decoy and surround the Anbu and Valley warriors, to encircle the enemy in a solid ring and cut off his escape routes as in siege tactics so that he cannot escape. The weakness of this tactic was that the enemy could take the easy way out and then they would lose a lot of fighters. To catch one salsa can't be risked like that, and Wee Kokchu didn't want to listen to Man-ne anymore. He didn't want an outsider prying into Doc's affairs, but Man showed his Murim Union plaque again. Then the leader became angry and shouted that he was now not in the Union but in Yunnan province. Man was angry but continued to listen intently to the head of the valley to take other actions. Man no longer wanted to take part in the conflict and didn't push his opinion any further, but added that the enemy limped on one leg and advised to beware of such a person. Man realized that the head would not trust him, for he had weakened their clan before and tried to subdue them by force. But also the valley didn't guess anything, and their gaze was directed at Keol Sang and not the Anbu family. He realized that for a boy who fought not by force but by strategy, it was most advantageous to first eliminate Anbu as a surprise factor. So by his actions, Counselor Man gave the boy a chance and was very eager to see him act in a state of anger. Meanwhile, everyone received word from Kokchui John about preparing 20 men to protect Cheol San. The notes also told everyone to watch out for a suspicious man with a limp on one leg. Meanwhile, Ja Gang watched the village, which seemed ordinary to him. However, he noticed that all the movements of the workers were polished and well-trained, which confirmed Anbu's ruling. Counting about 30 men and deciding not to attack openly, he thought about what else could be done. He looked closely at the bags that were in the center of their place of business and thought about a plan. Then he realized that the people of the village were building a buckwheat farm and they were eating the first harvest of soba together, which meant that poison had to be added. But in the last battle, he had exhausted all of his supply of cinnabar, and he had very little other poisons and needed to restock. That's when he saw the purple creeper and realized there were purple ipomea seeds in there. They had a laxative effect and in large quantities could cause hallucinations and even take one's life. The boy realized that a couple of seeds would be very little for 30 people, and he needed to extract a large number of seeds. Then such a poison mixed with food could easily cause irreparable damage to a large number of people. A few days later, one of the workers went to the river to wash a batch of the event and was left there alone. As he washed the grains, the worker was excited about eating enough soban. He was rinsing the grain so enthusiastically that he didn't notice he was being watched from behind the bushes. It was only when he felt a sharp pain in his side that he realized he had been attacked. The worker didn't realize what it was or why he was in so much pain, so he started looking around. Ja Gang licked the sharp sticks and was glad he had succeeded. He just stood there and watched what would happen to the worker. Later, the bell rang to report that the lifeless body of a worker washing buckwheat had been poisoned in the mountains that afternoon. Maybe it was an attack, so they decided to keep a couple of people and send the rest to check out the whole neighborhood. This was the order of the head of the family, who did not understand why they were sent a false message, because the enemy should have gone to Keol Sang. But the head didn't care about that. He wanted to deal with whoever had dealt an incompatible blow to Kusan Wolin himself. Realizing he was being hunted, the boy with the event bag moved on. Making his way with a makeshift backpack made of planks, he headed for the drinking water well. It was the last poison he had, and he was about to drop it into the well with drinking water, but at that very second something sharp stabbed into his hand. Then the bag of poison fell to the ground, and he realized that Anbu's men had spotted him. The boy was quickly surrounded by Anbu's men and informed that he was trapped and now his song was over. The head of Anbu was belligerent and said he had nowhere to run and it would be of no use. The boy was a bit confused by such attacks and didn't expect that Anbu's men could guess his plans. The head realized from the boy's face that he didn't understand how they had managed to find him so quickly. The head assumed that the plan was to send the men into the mountains and himself at that moment to pass stealthily to the base. He went on to explain to the boy that this is how it would have happened if they hadn't known he was lame and they had immediately realized and identified him among the crowd. The boy wondered where they got that information from, and he was sure he had exterminated everyone, that there was no one left alive. The head questioned the boy just to make sure he had taken the lives of Chidok's first-class warriors and civilians. He confirmed that he did it himself, and alone, but he did not understand which civilians the head was talking about because he did not see or touch them. The head did not believe him and said that he had taken the lives of civilians so that there would be no witnesses left. He didn't understand what it all meant and thought that maybe something had happened there already after he left. The head was satisfied that he had caught this enemy and decided to find out why he needed all this. At that moment, the young man threw a needle at the head, who was able to catch it, then only later realized that it was poison. Everyone was once again enveloped in an acrid, poisonous fog that was so thick they couldn't see anything farther than their hands. Taking advantage of the situation, the boy decided to waste no time and started throwing punches at the watchman. Remembering the lessons of the Po Dream family, he quickly disarmed the two warriors and continued the battle from there. Applying more and more techniques, he applied a strong energy shriek, but the head asked to catch him alive. They didn't understand how to approach him. Then the head decided to do everything himself and used the shadow projectile technique. The boy could not withstand such a blow and was struck. He was thrown to the ground by a powerful blow and was in great pain. The head couldn't believe that such a youngster still had milk on his lips, but he was able to disarm 2 top-grade warriors and then grabbed him by the hair. The head disarmed the boy and said he would be sent to Valley Dock for further questioning. The warriors sent the captured boy to a room and decided to celebrate such an event that they managed to catch the criminal still alive. They were all seated and ready to begin their meal of the first crop of buckwheat harvested on the plantation. Sobin seemed especially delicious to them now, and the head was glad that at the coming gathering of the DOK clan they would be able to improve their position at the expense of the captured boy. A Sobin was brought to the captive to accept the food with gratitude and eat as soon as he could move. But when the warrior took away the tortilla, he began to eat it himself, for he wanted to eat it together with his friend whom the boy had taken his life. He was so angry that he started kicking the boy and kicking him in the stomach. But the boy grabbed the warrior's leg, which frightened him, because his acupuncture points should not have started working yet. At this point, the warrior felt very sick, and taking advantage of the situation, the boy stood up and said that because of them, he had lost everything he had. So Ja Gang thought that they were just paying for their sins, so he liked to sacrifice them. At that moment, all who were eating became ill, and the head did not understand when they had time to be poisoned, because they did not let the boy poison the well with drinking water. At this point, the boy left the room and said that he had purposely let them catch himself so that they could sit down to eat Sobin in peace. The head did not understand when he had time because all the buckwheat washed in the mountains they threw away. Then the boy pointed to one sack and said that it was brought by him. This sack contained poisoned glutinous rice flour, and no one noticed because Sobin is made from buckwheat and rice flour. The head was surprised at the boy's ingenuity and asked who he was and why he had come to them. J Gang said he was from the Yak family, but the head had never even heard of such a family. Then he called Same Yak Wan Po Sam family, Osung Valley, Sang Huan Clan Yong family, Cheon Do family Ku Sung family, and clarified if the head had heard of them. The head was silent and listened to the boy. Then the boy realized that he knew the names of these families, because the poison he used did not affect his hearing. The young boy said it was their payback for what they had done to those families, but the head called him weak-minded, after which the boy wished them luck and left. The head was shocked by the boy's antics and thought he could contain the poison of the fiddlehead seeds with his internal energy. The boy set the canteen on fire, and the head realized that he had very little strength but needed to get out immediately. Turning around, the boy was extremely surprised that the head was still alive and ran out of the building heading straight for him. The head was very angry and wanted to deal with the boy as quickly as possible and avenge his workers and warriors. The head didn't understand who this boy was because he didn't have unique fighting skills and came from an ordinary family of unknown family, but he also had a limp on one leg. He did not understand why the whole family had died because of him, and he could hardly recognize the boy because the hypomia seeds were making themselves known. The boy realized that it seemed unfair to the head that he had struck such a strong blow to the great family. At this moment, the head was preparing the final blow. The head hit the ground and delivered a crushing blow of such force, but he did not see the boy in front of him and did not realize where he had already gone. The young man sat on the rooftop and watched the head ruin everything around him and ignore his enemy. The young man realized that the head of the family, even under the influence of the strong poison, continued to fight forcefully, and a face-to-face fight he would lose. The head didn't stop, and calling the boy a coward, asked him to show himself right in front of him. At this point, the boy replied that it was strange to hear such a thing from the head of the Anbu, who always attacked from behind. Hearing the boy's voice from behind, the head immediately turned around and headed towards him with determination, but felt a sharp pain. At that moment, Fajol's needle stabbed into him, and it infuriated the head even more. He gave the last most powerful and strongest crushing blow, but when he came closer, he realized that it was not the boy, but one of his warriors. At that moment, a young man came up from behind and said that, in the name of avenging the Yak clan, today the Anbu clan would cease to exist and would be the first among the Dok clan. After he took the head's life, other people saw the fire in the neighboring village and went straight there to help and understand what happened. Looking at the high rising fire, people realized that there was no one there to help, and the water they had brought would not help. At that moment, a stranger came up to them and confirmed that there was really nothing that could be done to help, absolutely nothing. The boy went to the hangar and decided to replenish his supplies because he was running out of poisons because everything had its limit. Then on the shelves, he saw the divine water Sawan, which paralyzed his whole body and heart. He realized that this is the strongest poison that Anbu has. After drinking the whole bottle, he realized that the poison was very strong and even high-class fighters would not be able to resist it. The poison was slowly moving through his body, heading for the acupuncture point. All he had to do was endure the pain, and it would be his perfect weapon. After a few moments of agony, he breathed a sigh of relief from his finger, oozing pure poison, and he was very glad for it. When he went outside, he was surprised that there was a big fire in the distance. He had not expected it, because it was a long way from the dining room to that place. He went back and saw that a lot of civilians had been deprived of their lives. He didn't understand who could have done it and remembered the words of the head. It turns out he didn't lie then, and indeed someone after him commits horrible acts taking the lives of ordinary civilians. Hearing screams in a neighboring village, he immediately ran there to find out who was on his trail and trying to frame him. Ja Gang reflected on the fact that that man had many chances to take his life, but he didn't. He comes after him. This proved that his goal was not the boy, but something else. He ran very fast and thought that in 8 years in the mine, a lot could have changed. Although for his purposes, it was not important because he got out of the mine to take revenge, but he wondered why civilians were being killed. When he reached the place, he realized he was too late. No one was alive anymore, and then he started looking around. Not far away, he heard the barking of a white dog that wanted to show him something. As he continued his inspection, he realized that this was the work of a master, and he could not have done so. The boy realized that someone had come right after him and brutalized the civilians, but didn't understand why someone would defame his name. He realized that he didn't care about that. He had a completely different goal, but then how come this man had come exactly where he was? He thought about the fact that most likely someone was trying to use him, and he was curious to know who was behind it. Ojo's family went out for an evening walk. The girl was deeply pregnant, and her husband was very happy about it. My father-in-law came up to them and said he was very glad to see them, to which they asked him what business he had in coming to them at such a late hour. The head of the Ojong family, the sword of the immense village of Chuhai, said that he went out to admire the moon and his daughter-in-law's belly, which was already very big. She happily informed him that the baby was growing well and delivery should be next month. Ojan said he was very happy and was waiting for the village to be taken over by Sajin, then their child would inherit the place. Ojo's heir Chu Sajin got embarrassed and said that his father shouldn't worry, it won't happen soon. The father said he did not intend to hold the post for long and would gladly hand it over to his heir. While they were talking, they heard some strange noises in the bushes. After asking who was there and not getting an answer, the girl suggested calling the guards. But my dad said not to worry. Maybe it's a wild animal that got through the fence and he'll take care of it himself. Taking a few steps, Ojan saw a strange man eating raw rabbit. Frightened, he bared his sword, but the man apologized for disturbing them on such a beautiful night. Ojan recognized the man as Henam and cheerfully called him to his home, giving him a towel. He asked him where he had hurt himself so badly and why he had come to them. Henam said it was nothing and he had something to discuss with him. He said that a few hours ago he encountered the villains who massacred Gideok's family. Ojan could not believe his ears and asked if he had managed to catch him, but he replied that he had not been able to handle him. He also told me that the Anbu family had also been destroyed and that their enemy was strong and things were getting worse. He said he was mistaken and the limp one is only a minor henchman. The others are acting covertly, and he has no idea who their enemies are, but it is imperative to catch this henchman. Since his next target is Kiol Sang in Doke Valley, he will pass through your village. Oyan was very frightened and didn't understand how they could defeat such strong enemies, but Henam said they only needed the lame boy. Henam was upset because he was the one who had helped the Ojan family get back on their feet and had gone out of his way to help them join the Murim Union. Ojan realized that he was right, but his family was small and he was afraid to get thoughtlessly involved in the cycle of what was going on. He said that 2 families had already been destroyed, which meant that all property would go into the hands of one man, and he wanted to propose him to the union. Realizing what he could get, he was ready to help Henam stop the boy. The girl asked where her husband was going and who this guest was. The man replied that it was an uncle to whom they were very grateful, especially now for the new opportunities. Omitting all details, he said that they could always rely on him. He said that if everything worked out and went right, their family situation would change a lot for the better. He said his father had done the right thing in agreeing to help his uncle and promised to bring his wife a present if things worked out. Counselor Man was pleased with himself that he had managed to guess how his toy would act and where it would go next. Tired of boredom, the warriors asked the junior leader why he was so sure that they should just sit and wait because there are other mountain trails. The junior leader said that the father had blocked off all other trails so he would come right into their hands. The warriors reasoned that the boy couldn't be simple since he was associated with such a serious faction, and they weren't sure they could overpower him. He told them not to worry so much, they only needed to tie his feet together and they had an uncle with them. So, as soon as they catch the boy, they'll get a huge reward, so you have to think only about him and nothing else. While they were arguing, the very lame boy they were waiting for appeared on the mountain path in front of them. He was very close to them and watched them carefully assessing the situation. The young man eyed the guards carefully and continued walking calmly. Everyone was so scared that he walked past them, but then the junior leader couldn't stand it and asked him to stop. He introduced himself to the boy and informed him that something fishy was going on, so this was a routine check, and he would like to ask a couple questions. Jia Gang stopped and introduced himself as Wang Mo and said he was on his way to see his friend, but he didn't have his name tag with him. Then junior leader Oh John asked him to stop and walk with him for a while, but the young man gave a negative answer. He asked who they were so that he would obey them and do their bidding. The guards replied that the Oh John family and are part of the Murim alliance, so he should go with them for a while. He said he wasn't sure about it and thought they were ordinary mountain brigands. The guards got angry and asked him to come with them. The junior leader said that Sohep's words sounded reasonable, and to confirm his identity, he asked to call his uncle. The guard obeyed and immediately ran into the forest along the mountain path after the junior leader's uncle. The young man said he had urgent business to attend to, but the guards said they had 2 families destroyed and were asking for assistance. Jia Gang didn't want to listen to them and waste his time, so he continued on his way without stopping. Then one of the guards took out a blade and shouted that they had already made concessions, and he was still trying to leave, which was very suspicious. They didn't understand the urgency of what was going on around them and wanted to stop the boy. Turning around, he cast only one glance at them and advised them not to stand in his way. He said he harbored a strong dislike for their family. Then the guards felt a strong, sinister energy. They realized that it was Salsu in front of them and were ready to attack him to keep him at bay. The young man didn't react to their attack and just continued to stare at them silently and didn't even try to move. The junior leader then tried to stop them and asked them not to act rashly, at which point a sack was thrown at the guard, which exploded and a thick poisonous fog quickly spread around, causing the guards to gasp. Walking around the boy, they didn't see him because he applied a vague cry, and while the guards gasped and coughed, he quickly dealt with them. The junior leader didn't understand how the boy managed to deal with the 3 guards so quickly and take their lives. Then he realized that the boy was no mere ally bait and decided to use the sea shaft technique against him. The boy did not react in any way to the first blow and continued to stand quietly. The junior leader became nervous and threw a second punch, to which the boy retaliated, and when throwing a third, he did not notice that the young man was already in front of him. He knocked the junior leader to the ground and saw the guards start to get up, then asked if they knew they were under the influence of the poison. He said it was Vavasan poison, which gives migraine, and they need to do breathing exercises. He asked me not to follow him. The junior leader begged him to stop. He was willing to sacrifice his life, but to stop the boy. He replied that he didn't dislike Oho and didn't understand why they hated him so much that they were willing to take his life. The junior leader replied that it was strange for him to hear this from a man who had taken the lives of ordinary civilians. The young man replied that the Murim's justice was to take the lives of innocent families, so he didn't understand what their power was. He went on to say that he was only avenging the DOK clan for the Yak clan, and that the rest was none of his business. He said that Murim wasn't doing him justice, so he decided to take care of him himself. After a little while, the junior counselor saw his uncle and told him that a boy had attacked them and told his story. The uncle said he would like to examine him and asked me to bring him some water, after which he asked how he liked the boy. The junior leader was a little out of it and wasn't sure if this boy was the villain. The junior leader realized that this boy was taking revenge on the DOK clan and could not have done such harm to the civilians. Realizing that the junior advisor believed him, he said that this poison was deadly and there was nothing he could do to help his nephew. Saying that things didn't go according to plan, he gave a certain pill to his nephew and made him swallow it. He said he was sorry for him and he made a mistake, so Sajin would have to pay for it. Closing his mouth, he said that he was like a cat, and when he loses his life, a lion will come to Yunnan. Closing his eyes, he thought of his father and pregnant wife, then rested in peace. Taking his body in his arms, he went back to the Ojan family home where his father and wife were already waiting for them. Realizing that he was gone, his wife fainted and his father cried out in pain of loss. The young man walked and thought that the fights had served as good training and he was getting better at martial arts. He analyzed that those men were from Ojo, and he had no trouble disarming them, but Murim couldn't react so quickly. Because it had only been 24 hours since the massacre of Anbu's family, and Murim couldn't have reacted so quickly. Based on that, they either decided to kill him on their own or someone asked them to. Then he thought it was done by someone who wanted to set him up and was using it as a chip in Changji's favor. He was very curious to know who was behind it. The wife was grieving over her Sajin's body and didn't understand why he had been treated like that. Father said it was probably a sneaky poison trick. Knowing Sajin, he must have held firm, but his father didn't understand why it happened to him. Then he remembered that it was Henem who had put him up to it, and decided to vent all his anger on him. But seeing him crying too and saying he was like his own son and he imagines the pain he's feeling. He apologized to the Ojan family and said it was all his fault. My father said it wasn't my uncle's fault and that his greed was to blame, but he didn't understand why this was happening to them now. Counselor Man walked out of the house, wiped away his tears, and thought that his father was a completely spineless person. He laughed that if he didn't pull the cat's tail, he would do it himself, and he wouldn't have any trouble doing it. Looking up at the sky, he pondered where the lion would now appear and what his future plans might be. In Yunnan Long Province at the valley headquarters, Dokei, head of the valley, reasoned why Man Ne said Salsu would follow to Kiol Sung, and in reality, he made a successful attack on the Anbu family. Because of Man Ne's false information, Anbu's scattered forces powerlessly lost the battle and were unable to repel the attack. He wished they had listened to Man Ne and surrounded the enemy from all sides, because Quezon was very strong and couldn't repel the blow either. Then he ordered to summon all the DOK families living in Yunnan and hold a general meeting much earlier than planned. The deputy, hearing the order, immediately wrote notes and sent them as messengers to all the dock families. Many birds with the note flew in different directions, but one was shot down by the enemy, and he learned of the plans of the head of the valley. People were in a hurry. They needed to get to Panlog in only 4 days, and at this rate, they might not make the deadline. The heads of the other families discussed that they needed to prepare for Salsu's attack and were surprised that the meeting was postponed for a whole month. The head of the Kiol Sangkang Gyu family didn't understand what the head of DOK Valley was thinking. He realized that the situation was out of control and assumed that the situation was out of control. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have gathered a gathering to demonstrate the might of the Dock Valley. To them seemed all strange. At the same time, the deputy thought that no matter how much they were being rushed, they needed to be careful and be more cautious. He suggested that perhaps Salsu's next target might be them, for they too were of the DOK families. Realizing that there were no more villages on their way, they decided to make a rest stop in one of the villages. They asked for soup to be brought to them and cooked rooms for 20 people. Waiters happily began to fulfill their order. The inn quickly prepared a soup that was famous for its 4,000 flavors, and the servants offered the head of the inn to taste it. But he thought about the fact that if someone had their eye on them, they needed to be very careful even with simple things. Everyone watched carefully the actions of the head, who informed them that there was no poison in the food and they could proceed with the meal. The waiter said he was a very special guest and asked me to call him if he needed anything. One of the waiters called the innkeeper and said that there was a customer there who couldn't pay the bill. The owner was shocked and asked why he didn't think of it when he was stuffing his belly, but the visitor apologized and said he had been robbed. The innkeeper resented that such visitors came to him, but the visitor promised to pay him, so he asked me to be generous this time. Their conversation was overheard by the head of the family, who was also eating at that moment. The owner left the boy to wipe tables and clean up after customers to pay for food he couldn't pay for. At this time, the head of Kong Gyu was watching him. The boy was not out of his mind, even though he did not have a limp, so he decided to check him out and asked him what he saw that he couldn't pay for his food. The boy replied that he was very embarrassed in front of the owners of the establishment because he could not pay for his food and his wallet with money had been stolen. The head sympathized with the boy and asked if he was from Kanho and what he was doing here and what his plans were. The boy replied that he was a simple guy from the lower class. He realized that this interrogation was for a reason and started to get a little nervous. The head then suggested that he consider coming to some family and start learning martial arts there. The boy calmly replied that he didn't want to get involved where he would not be able to cope and he was happy with his life. The head realized that Salgi was not coming from him and realized that he had made a mistake, so he advised him not to push himself to the limit because no one knows how things can happen. As he left, he asked him to tell the host that it was time to prepare the food because they planned to leave as soon as everyone woke up. Then he began to set the tables and serve them corn and egg soup that gave off a tantalizing aroma. The young man said that since the time was early, he could not offer them anything else, but they were happy with the soup. The head once again decided to check for poisons, though if they were going to be poisoned, they could have done it yesterday. After examining the head's wand, the servant suggested that there was nothing to worry about. But the head was not so sure and scrutinized his device in the bowl of soup. Jia Gang watched intently as the head brought the spoonful of hot soup to his face and began to get nervous. All the servants, 20 in number, began to eat the soup and socialize with each other, after which they left the inn, and its owner wished them a good journey and no obstacles in their way. After a while, one warrior became unwell and suffered from stomach pain, and the others laughed at him because he ate very much and fast. Falling to his knees, one warrior remained with him, and the rest were told to go ahead and continue on their way without paying attention to them. He apologized and said he would probably feel better if he rested a bit. Another warrior advised him to rest well because they had a long journey ahead of them. The warriors felt bad and they started oozing red-colored liquid from everywhere, and then trying to run, they fell down and their bodies were lifeless. One managed to crawl to the wagon with the head and asked for help, and that's when the head realized that something was wrong and everything turned out strangely. Realizing that all the warriors had been poisoned by some powerful poison, he realized that he had given quite ironic advice to the boy who had single-handedly handled 2 DOK families. The boy stood and happily surveyed his work, seeing that the poison had worked correctly on the warriors and realizing that he was close to victory here as well. Then the puzzled head asked him why he did not limp, and the young man replied that during the battle with Anbu, he had heard that his peculiarity had been noticed. So he had little trouble pretending to be upright for a while so that he could not be recognized by this feature. Then the head asked when he had poisoned them because he hadn't slept at night and had checked all the food himself, so how he had managed to pull off such a trick. The young man said that it was not the food but the utensils they used to eat with, so he got a job at the inn. Then the head realized why he had failed to find poison in the food, because he had not thought that the devices could be poisoned. He said that he had given them Yu Zhong, a poison that was very strong but only took a long time to manifest itself, dissolving the intestines and taking life. The head began to laugh, realizing that he didn't have long left at that moment. Unexpectedly for the boy, he was hit with a blow of great force, but he managed to dodge it with his umbrella. He wanted to deal with the boy before he lost control of his body. Head Kang Jiayu was greatly amazed by the boy's reaction speed and continued to attack him faster and strike after strike. He managed to wound the young man in the shoulder, after which he began to show symptoms of poisoning with a potent poison and fell lifelessly. The last thing he asked was who he was, and the boy informed him that he was of the Yak family and must avenge their deeds. So he came for revenge and wanted to take the lives of all the families of the DOK clan. The head laughed at him and said that he didn't know anything at all and didn't realize that the Yak clan was destroyed for a reason and that there were reasons for it. He didn't understand what the head meant, but he continued that the extermination of the Yak clan was an inevitable decision that no one could influence. Puzzled by this news, the boy asked what the head meant by such a reason, and he replied that there was always a reason for everything. Kang Jiayu asked not to be blamed for all the deeds. He said that the Yak clan was also not easy, but the boy didn't want to listen to him anymore. The young man was sure that neither his family members nor others deserved such suffering by their actions, but the head insisted that the boy had no information and was blind. He asked him to answer, but the head only laughed, saying it was ironic, then closed his eyes and could not speak anymore. He was furious and was sure he hadn't just let anger rule him but knew how his Yak clan had been wiped out and left no one alive. He told himself he was getting stronger to avenge the Doc family, and his motivation would not be diminished by the stranger's words. He made decisions to trust just his feelings and memories from that time he craved revenge and reprisal for his family. It was these feelings that gave him strength and propelled him forward so he would not believe the stranger. Counselor Man was wandering through the mountain forest at the time and was very pleased that he was able to foresee the boy's plan, so he followed his trail. As the woman in labor had suffered quite a blow, something happened to her granddaughter. At this point, Man came to the Ojan house again. His father tried to find a way to dull the pain and kept waiting for the lame boy who never came to their house. Man asked him to come to his senses and informed him that he had a guess as to how this could have happened and who could really be their enemy. He told me that the DOK family had not suffered much loss after the extermination of the families, and that all the inheritance had already been passed on, so he decided to check. and learned that the Union had already given all the inheritance of those families to the master of the valley, to Wee John, and he himself had insisted to the Union to do just that. He said he rejected his offer to capture Salsa with the help of the entourage while doing nothing himself. So after receiving the inheritance of Anbu and Chidok, he became more powerful, and Salsu's group knew the area well, so they avoided the chase. He kept on narrating, saying that the poison used to poison his son did not belong to Anbu or Chidok. He insisted that Dolini Dak was behind it all, but his father didn't believe him then. He continued that Wee John had always been greedy and wanted dominance. He believed that with the inheritance they were no longer a family on the outskirts, and the lame man was only used as a diversion. Joe was filled with anger because he had lost his son and granddaughter because of the valley. So listening to him, he was filled with feelings and wanted revenge. He didn't want to sit on the sidelines any longer. He wanted to go to the valley and verify all the information. Man continued to talk about Valley Doc acting for sure. That's why they got even Sajin out of the way. The old man shouted that he wasn't going to do that and told him all this to gather as much strength as possible for the confrontation. Oh, John didn't understand but listened about what he needed to convince John Pa's people of this version in order for justice to be served. He thought Valley Doc would get rid of Salsu once he did their dirty work, so they had to intercept him and get all the information from him. It was the only way they could avenge Oh John's son, and man was no longer willing to risk taking full responsibility. Taking out some substance, he pointed the bottles of alcohol at him, saying that now this alcohol and the heads of the guilty he would send to Sajan. Counselor Man promised O John to do everything with his own hands, since C.O. John can't be brought back and there won't be another boy like him. He thanked Henham for his support and bravery and cried from the pain of loss, hugged him. Counselor APM had absolutely no feelings about it. He was only very pleased with himself and his new plan of action. The head of the valley reflected that they were alone among the 3 Doc families, and that he had miscalculated and should have acted more deliberately. He realized that a follower of the Ojo family was accusing Valley Doc of aggression and sharing his version with all the small families. After being under the pressure of the Valley Doc pressure for a long time, they began to feel more confident and gain strength. They were angry that the valley talked of friendship while they only benefited themselves from the losses of other families. Before the meeting, Mr. Kokchu was sure that the inheritances he received from Anbu and Doc would help him suppress all the families in Yunnan. The factions of Yunnanai families welcomed the master of Dokei Wujian Valley and bowed their heads before him. Wujian thought that he would become king of Yunnan, and it would completely belong only to him and no one else. During lunch, the workers discussed that the meeting was very large since all the Doc families had to attend. The builder thought that Kokchu was losing ground because they were the only ones left of the 3 strong families, and he was rushing them with the construction. The builders didn't want to listen to him because they were afraid of causing trouble, so they finished their lunch and went on with their construction work. One of the construction workers called out to Jagan and asked him to have lunch because he must be hungry too. But the young man replied that he would get by and was not hungry at the moment, so he would continue his work. The construction workers began to show that Head Wee John was walking through the plaza, and everyone began to turn around. The boy also turned around to look at his target of one of the powerful opponents. Everyone greeted the head of Dokei Valley, Dokei John, and bowed their heads to him. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by the construction manager, who noticed that the boy had not eaten anything at all. Going up to his roof, he said his body needed to draw strength somehow, and so he brought him a snack. He asked him not to overdo it because it was already working well for someone with no experience. He recalled that he gave the boy a job because he saw his desire to work, but was unsure of him because he didn't know who he was or where he came from. But compared to the other guys, he was more persistent and learned everything very quickly. He thought that with the speed of work they would meet the deadline and make it to the meeting because the rainy season was about to start and the event had been postponed a month early. The boy realized about the reasons for the deadline compression and why there is such a rush. He thanked his leader for the food. He asked him to come down from the roof after the meal, for it was getting dusk. Finishing his meal, he pondered the information and the fact that the rains begin in this area on the 7th month of the lunar calendar. Feeling the wind blow and seeing the foliage, he turned around and looked around the tree with yellowed leaves. Descending from the roof into the dusk, Jagan was called out by the workers and he turned to them. They called him to have a drink with them, but he didn't want to, and they realized he didn't want their company. They believed that those who hadn't tasted the bitter taste of the flavor of life wouldn't be able to appreciate the substance, but Gong Du was asked to keep quiet and not be curious. Hearing that this was the opinion of him, He immediately sat down with them on the carpet and watched their reactions. His gaze was so intense that the workers got a little nervous, not sure why they had offended him. The workers were surprised that the proud man had decided to join them, but he said he had no weakness for alcohol, and they said it was the right thing to do. He was in his 20s and all the workers were drunk, and the boy took nothing because his body was organized differently. He held his boss and accompanied him home, and the latter remembered his son, of whom he no longer knew anything at all. The wife of the head of the construction site, seeing her husband in such a state, ran to meet them and did not understand why he got drunk to such a state. She thanked the boy for accompanying her husband and asked him to stay with them instead of leaving in the middle of the night. She said they had a spare room and knew he slept outdoors every night, so she invited him over. She insisted that he come over to their house, for the night was late and cold enough. The boy hesitated and decided to go inside because he was simply left with no choice. The woman kept complaining that her husband never brings anyone home, which means the boy is to his liking. She inquired as to the young man's name from introduced himself as Chinja Gang. Then she decided to heat water for him to wash. The boy didn't want her to worry about him, but she asked him not to worry and feel at home, after which she went to the bathroom to heat the water. The boy was at a loss for care and hospitality, and the woman promised to bring him clean clothes after his baths. Sinking into the tub, he thought about the words home and realized that it had been a long time since he had felt such warmth and had forgotten about these feelings. He was uncomfortable with strangers taking care of him and being kind to him. In the morning, he thanked them for letting him stay with them for the night and giving him clean clothes. Greeting the boy, they reasoned that he was a shaggy boy and now looked like the son of a high-ranking man. Thanking them for their hospitality, he said he had to go, but the manager asked him to stay for a meal because they were working together. There was a lot of delicious food on the table that had been prepared for him, and he decided to abuse their hospitality. The boss asked if it was good and asked him to try all the dishes his wife had worked so hard on. Chewing the food thoroughly, the boy confirmed that it was very, very tasty. The man said these were his son's favorite dishes, and even while eating, he always said he would go to Murim and be sure to make himself known. The distraught young man decided to clarify whether his son had not warned him that he was going to leave home. Then he confessed that his son had lost his life 5 years ago from an incurable disease. Since then, he and his wife could not get back the old days. He noted that today, while making breakfast, his wife looked full of energy as if their son had come home. Then the man said he didn't know where the boy came from or how he got here, but he would let him stay for any length of time because everyone has a story behind them. Then the boy began to be overwhelmed with feelings and memories of his mom and how she loved him, and asked him to chew his food thoroughly. And his grandfather told him to eat more to grow tall and strong. He remembered how happy he was with his family, how they loved him and cared for him, but in an instant, everything changed. And he was left all alone without his mom, grandpa, dad, and other family members. Sinking completely into the memories, he felt it hard to keep the tears to himself, and putting down his wands, apologized to his master. He explained to the owner of the house that it was hard for him, because when he ate a home-cooked meal, he remembered what he had lost. And in order to forget everything and move on with his life, he has come a very long way and taken on a huge burden, so he is not suited to peace and quiet. The owner was saddened by the boy's refusal, but he was understanding and said that everyone has their reasons. Therefore, he did not insist that the boy live in his home and let him go to work. Closing his eyes, he always remembered Bekwachogok and smelled the rotting odor of its lifeless bodies, and he couldn't get rid of those feelings. He was more comfortable on the roof where he could get a good view of the valley and see what was going on. He realized that there was no way he could stop wandering through his past, so he and well-being were completely incompatible. But he was very grateful to the chief for speaking so highly of him and showing great hospitality toward him. He also noted that the food he was treated to was very, very good, for which he was doubly grateful for the kindness of these people. For several days of descent, factions arrived at the valley dock area and raised their flags. Since the head of the Sailban family had arrived yesterday, all the families of the DOK family were now gathered and were at the headquarters of the DOK Valley. So Wee John, who spoke before them, declared the meeting of the Dock family open and welcomed all the representatives. He said that 3 of their families have already been killed and outside forces are trying to seize the opportunity to take control of Yunnan province. Therefore, in order to avoid confusion, he proposed to strengthen the unification of the families of the DOK clan and take their positions, as well as begin preparations to attack the enemy. But a normal alliance would not be enough. Then the faction representatives were in agreement with him and willing to support him. Wee John offered to give everything he had to make them stronger once and for all. He said he was willing to share martial arts techniques and even give away trading rights entrusted to him by 3 generations of families. He said that he had gathered them here for a frank conversation in order to distribute all the proceeds among them. Thinking that everyone would agree with him, one person expressed indignation, saying that the order of things was not quite right. Panju family Sailban said that he would like to express a common view for all those gathered here. In the first place, he offered to reveal the identity of whoever was attacking these families to unite after finding out who their enemy was. He also said that many people consider the Valley Doc family to be the enemy, so they want to dot all the dots and understand what's going on. Wee John was absolutely calm and confirmed that Panju's words were true, so he asked the servants to bring something to their meeting. At this point, 3 stretchers with the lifeless bodies of the head of each family were brought into the meeting, and he invited them to look at them for themselves. He reported that among them was even a no-yuck who was very valuable to him. He asked to examine them until doubts dissipated. However, if they were left in the slightest doubt, then Wee John was to actually poison himself with a strong poison. Wee John reasoned that even poison is inherent in the concept of Taoism, and therefore there is Tao, then the genus Doc will exist. As the caretakers examined the lifeless bodies, they realized that a different poison had been used on each family, and the Salsu were very cunning. Wee John noted that true members of the Doc family will notice that Salsu's ways are different from those of the Valley Doc family. In the evening at the tea ceremony, he admitted that he had pretended to make concessions to the faction, so now they would not be able to refuse his requests. He said that Panju had played his role perfectly by opposing him, and hence he had fulfilled the terms of the agreement. And he would get, along with the Sailban family, a piece of Anbu's trade deals, and he was grateful that he hadn't let him down. However, Panju wondered why Wee John didn't ask for help from the Murim Union. He reported that there was infighting in Kaho, and joining the alliance was like putting your head in a wolf's mouth. Then the man went on to reason that there is still Sashan's relationship with Valley that is quite open, but Wee John didn't want to listen to him. He realized that teaming up with Sashan was the same as trying to run away from a wolf and ending up running into a tiger. Watching everything happening from the roof of one of the buildings, Man Ne didn't understand why the boy was inactive. He was well assured that it was now that the boy should attack all factions of the Doc family at this very meeting in Doc Valley. He was jerked from his thoughts by the moonlight glistening off the kiva that was used to make the roofing of the rooftop. He thought she looked suspicious enough, then he decided to lick her to see what it was that made him suspicious. When he tasted it, he realized that it was poisoned with the venom of Bezoar, who was a sacred snake. After checking the rest of the boards, he realized that the boy had covered the roof with a potent poison he had stolen from the Anbu family. Then Man didn't realize what the boy was up to and looked up at the sky. He realized he was waiting for rain, because then the water running off the poison-covered roof would hit the ground and make the place a living hell on earth. Feeling the bitter aftertaste, he realized exactly what the boy was up to, and coming down from the roof, he decided he had come up with quite the gamble. However, he decided this time to thwart the boy's plans and make his own adjustments. He imagined Jagan's confusion. The next morning, the meeting continued, and Wee John addressed the warriors. He realized that everyone had their own opinions, but he was confident in his goal and wanted to achieve it. Keeping personal plans in mind and waiting for the moment, time relentlessly continued to flow. Man didn't want to realize his plan and waited to meet a certain person in the mountain forest. Time was running out, and there were only 2 days left until the end of the General Assembly, but it still didn't rain. The boy wasn't sure if he'd ever get a chance for revenge again, so he grabbed even the slightest opportunity. The gathering continued to argue and divide the trade affairs of Mount Quan, believing they should go to the Pai Rim Valley. Others disagreed and believed they were targeting more than just Mount Quan's trade relations. All the representatives of the factions argued among themselves and could not find a compromise because none of them wanted to make concessions. Wee John's only thought was that they would all soon be under the rule of Doc Valley, so there was no point in their conversations. His thoughts and dreams were interrupted by an assistant who informed him that the carrier pigeon had sent him something. The one handed him a note and a silver plaque that belonged to Man Wee John. Didn't want to trust him, but the plaque. He realized that no one had the right to use this tablet without the permission of the head of the Murim Union, which meant that the letter contained something really important. The note said that the lame man had secretly entered the territory of the Valley of Murim, so Jagan was stopped by the caretakers and asked what he was doing there. Wee John was horrified and confused by the news he read in the letter. He replied to the caretakers that he was a common laborer and had lost his item, but they said he would look for it later. They informed Kokchu to gather everyone at the meeting place, and there were no exceptions, so he should go there. Hearing this, the boy was surprised that they decided to gather everyone, even the workers. Then he did not interfere, but mingled with the crowd and went to the meeting. There were many people in the square who were surrounded by guards, and the head asked them to be quiet. The Guardian reported that thanks to their efforts, such an important event is held without interference in this regard. The head personally decided to thank them for their work. So Kokchu invited them to a meal and told them that he would personally pour the wine for them. He asked them one by one to come to him for thanks and the wine he held in his hand. The workers lining up didn't understand what was going on because this had never happened before. The guards didn't understand why the workers wouldn't obey and nominated one to reach the valley dockmaster. He had to walk a few meters to approach Wee John and accept the wine from him as a token of his gratitude. After taking a few dozen steps, he reached the head and tasted wine from a small cup. The head asked if it was good. He replied that it was very tasty. At this point, the young man reasoned that such a picture smacks of strange actions. Then he began to reason why all this was happening and what lay behind it all, and he began to observe. He realized that to drink the wine, one had to take 20 steps for the number of steps one could take to determine whether one was limping or not. The young man did not understand how they knew that he was among them, and realized that it was a failure because he would be watched by many high-class masters, and their eyes will be directed to his gait, which means that imitating uprightness is practically useless. While he was reasoning, it was his turn and he couldn't think of what to do in this situation. Everyone began to look at him and did not understand why he was not walking but standing like a stumbling block. He strained to think. Sweat began to run down his cheeks, and he continued to quickly run through all the options. He asked everyone if it had started raining, but everyone laughed at him and asked him to go ahead instead of stalling. One of the guards was tired of waiting and bearing his weapon, asked the boy to hurry up and get out of the crowd already. He realized he had no other option and decided to go straight head on. Wee John noticed this and the way he clenched his fists. The head of the valley dock shouted contentedly and watched intently as the young man walked toward him. Holding out a bowl of wine to him and looking the boy straight in the eyes, he began to guess who exactly was standing before him. He asked directly if the boy was the one who wanted the entire lineage of the DOK family to be massacred. The young man, without blinking, asked the question of whether the manager of all the DOK families who live in Yunnan was actually standing in front of him. Wee John realized that before him was a brazen man who sneaked into the valley and pretended to be a master. He asked why he had come to them. The young man calmly replied that he had come here to destroy everyone, including Wee John. Wee John, the head of the valley dock, was surprised by this statement, for before him stood a seemingly ordinary boy. The other faction representatives didn't understand what was going on and how he alone could stand up to them. Wee John started laughing really hard and asked his co-workers if everyone had heard that this kid was going to take their heads off. Looking the boy coldly in the eye, he suggested he try to do it right now. In a V moment, John applied poison to his small blade and prepared to attack. Behind him was a surrounding of guards. Everyone was ready to attack, but Wee John raised his hand to stop them and told them to keep calm. First, he decided to watch the boy handle the 3 guards to gauge what he was capable of. In the course of the battle, the young man demonstrated his mastery of martial arts and prepared 2 needles, after which he struck the guards with poison needles and began to win such a fight. He also showed quick speed and good coordination, so he was able to get out of the way of punches. After defeating 2 guards, he saw the next 4 heading towards him belligerently. At this point, one of the faction representatives could not stand such actions of the young man and told V. Kokchu that he wanted to fight him himself. He introduced himself as the head of the Kuyu family and taking 1 ball off his beads was going to fight him on his own. Tossing the ball up and striking it with his palm, he applied the 9 Shadows Sacred Palm technique. This technique was a secret weapon that utilized the acid of the seaside plague poison. Just 1 touch would be enough for the boy's skin to start cracking. The young man had only a few seconds to think about how to evade such an attack and escape the poison. Then he grabbed one of the lifeless bodies of the guards and decided to take cover under it. He managed to get the poison of the seaside plague on his skin in this way. Discarding the used body, he tore towards the head of the family and held out his arms to him. Screaming that he couldn't do it, he put his palms out and struck again using a different technique. The young man could not keep his feet and was thrown to the other end of the room where the meeting was taking place. Satisfied with himself, he was about to strike again, but there were needles in his palms and he didn't realize when the boy had time to do it. The young man was very pleased that he had managed to disarm another head of the DOK family who had arrived in DOK Valley. Dumbfounded, the other heads of the DOK families shouted to Kokchu that they were ready to fight him and jumped into the fray. Weiju, watching, was very surprised at the boy's skills and his agility and cunning. The remaining heads of households with various weapons headed towards the boy, ready to tear him apart and take his life. The young man wasn't going to back down. He looked them over and thought about what tactics he should use. It was very strange to Weiju that although the boy was proficient in various techniques, he imagined his skills to be more formidable. The rest of the Doc families twisted the boy and, approaching V. John, asked him who he was. He didn't expect the boy's skills to be so weak, so he didn't understand how he could deal with strong families. He realized that such a young man could not single-handedly massacre all the inhabitants, including civilians, so he clarified who was behind it. He asked who was standing behind him and whose hands it was who was guiding him so skillfully. But the boy remained silent, and emitting venom all around him, he threatened to make the boy try all 100 of his flavors. All the other family members covered their mouths and noses, and Weiju wondered if the boy liked the poisonous scent. He waited for the boy to get the urge to spill all the information to him about who was helping him and standing behind his back. But the young man continued to remain silent, which angered the Valley Dock master. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by one of the guards who had entered the room without permission. Wee Jun asked what he wanted and why he barged in, but the man yelled that they were in big trouble outside. He reported that a large number of unfavorable warriors had come from outside. Chu Hai introduced himself as the head of the Ojo family and said that he had come here to meet with the head of the Wee Jung family. Wee John didn't really understand why they were visiting him, but decided to go out to such a crowd of people to see what they wanted from him. He realized that in front of him was Chu Hai, nicknamed the Sword of the Immense Village, and together with him were Pu Yun of the Sang Ren class family, Cheon Wong Gong, and others. Looking around at all the families and even the Yunan representatives, he didn't understand why they all came to the event in full armor. Then he asked how to understand this and why they came to his house in full armor. They said they had come to bring justice to Yunnan, and Doc Valley should tell the truth about everything that was happening here. But Wee John did not understand them. Then they accused him of massacring 3 families to get their trading relations and of taking the lives of Sanjo. Wee John said it's completely absurd and he can't believe they believe such nonsense, that it's supposedly all his doing. Then the other side replied that they could easily verify this by asking the lame boy a question. The one you just caught and covered his mouth so he couldn't tell us the truth. Oh, John said that his son lost his life from a strong poison after meeting this boy, and if he is not connected to the Valley Dock, then let them give him to them, so that Oh John could shake the absolute truth out of him and understand why he did this to his heir. Then Wee John realized that someone was behind the limp man's back, but he couldn't guess who it was. This unfolding of events made the head of Valley Dock laugh a lot, and Oh John didn't realize what funny thing he had said to him. He shouted that it was just an amazing coincidence because he himself was trying to find out who was behind the boy's back and why he was doing all this. Then he lifted the boy's face and said that he himself had already brought him to such a state, but had never gotten any clear answers as to who he was and with whom. He thought it very strange that as soon as he caught the boy, they showed up in the valley and started accusing him of everything in connection with the limp. Then he realized that those who are the puppeteers of the limp man are the Jonpa clan. People started shouting that they shouldn't shift from sick head to healthy head. They are not to blame for what happened to everyone. Obsessed with his hunch that they were the ones standing all the time behind this boy's back, he didn't even hear them. He realized that he just had to punish all these people and make them disappear. He was going to demonstrate the full force of the veil that dominates the province, and he was going to start with the lad. Oh John and his team thought he was going to get rid of the evidence in the form of this guy, so they decided to stop him. The confrontation began, and he was grateful to Chu Hai for bringing all the scum together. He realized that sooner or later they would have gotten in the valley's way anyway, so he wanted to deal with them anyway, but it was just much sooner. Holding the boy by the throat, Wee Jun was stunned that he was able to take his hand. The young man looked him in the eye, and a puff of smoke came from him. Then he spat in the face of the head of Valley Dock. Wee John hadn't expected this, but his skin was starting to crack, and he was in a hell of a lot of pain. At this moment, the young man stood up, and everyone else watched with bated breath. Realizing that Kokcha was under attack, he didn't understand how the boy was able to get his own seaside plague poison, and when he had time to do it. He began to remember the fight and realized that he could very well have taken the poison in his mouth, but could he really have kept it there the whole time? Does that mean that's why the boy kept quiet, because he had seaside plague poison in his mouth? Then the boy said that he had crawled out from under the cave-in that they had arranged, and since they all wanted to know everything, he was ready to tell. He wanted to tell who was behind his back, but realized they all didn't care about him. John, seeing that Wee Jun had fallen off his feet, realized that this was their chance to attack the enemy. Realizing that there is an attack of two former states, he decided to explain to everyone who he is and why he came to them. Then he shouted that his woot is Jin Ja Gang, and he is a descendant of Baek Hwajol. He shouted that he had the strength that he had come here to take revenge on the entire Do K clan on behalf of his family and the entire Yak clan. All the representatives of the factions froze and listened to the boy's speech, realizing that he had obviously not come here in peace. Realizing that the rain he had been waiting for was starting, he said he would leave no one alive and would gladly tear everyone to shreds. At this time, Manhwa was sitting on the rooftop watching the performance he had spent so much effort to create. Someone with a hidden face asked him why he wouldn't stop this battle, but Manhwa was confident in his decision. Then he was asked if the young man was acting as he had intended, and the counselor replied that he certainly was. Watching the performance he had created with his own hands, he was sure that everything was going according to plan. Everyone looked at the boy and thought over his words that his name was Jin Ja Gang and that he was from Baek Hwajol. They didn't understand why he was of the Yak lineage because they thought he was of the Dok lineage. John didn't care who was in front of him. He just wanted to get even for taking his son's life, but the boy asked him not to step on the stairs, because those people were his prey, and if they rise up, they'll be his prey too. Chapter 2 thought about how such an ominous Salgi could not come from a mere human. There was a feeling that a thirst for revenge permeated the air. Other warriors shouted that they needed to take advantage of the situation while the enemy was disarmed and crush them to appropriate Yunnan for themselves. But Head Chu did not hear the voices of his warriors. He tried to remember why he had come here in the first place and what he wanted to do. Addressing the heads of the Dok families, the boy said he did not know who exactly was responsible for the extermination of the Yak family. So asked those who weren't involved to just leave, or he would have to take the lives of absolutely all of them. But the representatives of the families began to object, believing that a boy of unknown lineage was allowing himself too much. He didn't argue with them and decided that they had made their own choices voluntarily. He was ready to pass the final sentence on them and begin its execution immediately. Then Panju Chul Chuk Cheon Guan decided to attack him first because he was beyond furious. But when he landed after the jump, he didn't understand where the young man had gone, so he started looking around him. In that second, applying the Anbu family's battle technique, he was already behind him. Holding him with his steely grip, he was ready to take his life and begin his revenge. The head of the family, Dak Sahwan Yoon, saw what was happening and rushed to Panju Cheon's aid. Ordering him to let go, he pushed the boy away and demonstrated the strength of his steel fingers. The boy seemed easy enough prey for him, and he didn't understand why he was running away from him. Taking 2 needles, he decided to try and attack the head of Hwang Yoon. But the man laughed at him, saying that he couldn't be fooled by such an attack and he wouldn't set him up so easily. At that moment, he felt a pain in his arm and didn't understand how the boy managed to pull this off, but the boy himself was puzzled by it. He didn't understand, but something was hovering around him, exuding the scent of some kind of poison. Looking around, he saw angry flying insects that were ready to attack. Not understanding where the insects were coming from, he heard the others say that if they went along with his tricks, they might get hurt themselves. They made the decision to leave everyone's pride behind and attack the young man all together and at once. Agreeing that this was a reasonable plan, they headed towards the boy with all their weapons, but he continued to stand in front of them. At that moment, the head of one of the families asked how V. Kokchu was feeling after such a blow from the boy. The Valley Master, Dakowi John, wondered where the boy was and what he was doing now, as he could not see anything himself because of the effects of the poison. Then he described to him the picture of what was happening and said that the young man was desperately trying to fight them off. He also said that no matter how hard he tries alone, this task will be impossible for him and his defeat is a matter of time. One of them felt that revenge had blinded him to the fact that he was forced to attack alone and would have been better off joining Jonpa fighting alongside them. He was sure that the boy's pride was worthless because it would cost him his life. Weechcock was sure that this boy wasn't that easy and that he probably had a backup plan that they didn't know about. He began to replay all the events in his head and realized that the boy had a lot of self-control and was just waiting for the moment. And even when his life was hanging in the balance, he was 100% sure of himself, which means he's waiting for something to help him. He kept trying to figure out what his plan was and why the young man was so sure of himself. One of the warriors got a raindrop in his mouth and suddenly felt very bad and couldn't move anything. Then the head of Valley Doc wondered how the raindrops could have gotten indoors. Looking up, he realized it was already raining inside the room where everything was happening. Roughly understanding the boy's plan, he asked everyone to leave, but no one heard him. Everyone was busy fighting Ja Gang, and everyone was proving that he couldn't handle them, and it was time to call it a day. One of the Doc family said he was finished, and it was time for the boy to go to his descendants he was so worried about. But his actions were interrupted by a shout from the Valley Doc's host that they were idiots and didn't understand anything. He asked everyone to leave the room as soon as possible and leave the boy behind and start saving themselves. The warriors turned around and didn't understand at all why Weiju was saying that and what he meant. But it was too late. They instantly became very sick and fell to their knees, and the boy silently just watched it. And the old man, seeing the symptoms, realized that their bodies were paralyzing, their breathing would stop, and soon there would be a taking of life. To which the young man continued that such was the effect of absolute snake venom blinding divine water. He laughed and said that he had warned them that they would all fall before him, and so his vengeance for his kind would be realized. Realizing what the boy said, Weiju thought about the fact that such a poison was the strongest in the Anbu family's arsenal. When he realized where exactly the young man got the poison, he could not understand how he managed to poison the rain, so the young man told him the story of this event. He said he knew about the rain, so he purposely covered the roof with poison and put holes in it. Then Valley Doc realized he was here beforehand. But he knew that if he avoided getting raindrops in his wounds, nothing would happen to them. But another member of the DOK family got sick. He didn't understand why and asked what was going on, to which Kokchu replied that his whole body itched unbearably. Then the boy confirmed that it must be because he used 2 poisons at the same time. The second poison caused a terrible itch when it touched his body, causing self-inflicted wounds. Kokchu asked him to stop. Ja Gang went on to say that he used the seeds of the peel of the Jingo tree so that the second poison could penetrate the body. Wei Jun didn't understand how ordinary tree fruits could ruin him, but Ja Gang said they would ruin him anyway for his arrogance. He informed Wei Jun that this was the end of him and he was beginning the reckoning for all his deeds. He realized that right now the poison was being held back by his internal energy, but he was very weak, and Chanfi's men were waiting for him outside. He really didn't want to lose to this empty-headed young man after all. He had put his whole life into becoming great. He admitted that he had succeeded in completely wiping out the DOK families of 4 generations and the DOK family in Yunnan. He didn't want to lose, so he said that as long as he lived, so would Valley Doc. He replied that it was not his plan to let him live and prepared 2 needles with paralyzing poison. But the master of the Valley Doc replied that only he decides that here and prepared an unpleasant surprise for the boy. Wei Zhong Baek Tom Hyung said that he will become the king of Yunnan and some yak boy won't be able to defeat him. Then he applied a personal secret technique of wingspan that combined several kinds of the most complex poisons. It was a heart-splitting poison that ruptured the intestines and a lung-melting poison that stopped breathing by destroying the lungs and a brain-collapsing poison. He expected the young man to feel his body melting from the many poisons and expected him to scream in pain. But surprisingly, the boy was still breathing and looking him in the eye despite such a powerful attack. Wei Jun was surprised the boy was still alive but was sure his 100 poisons would chew his short string of life in various ways. The young man replied that even if he ended up in hell, he would still be waiting for him there to finish the job he had started. Wei Jun was glad to have defeated the boy and realized that he needed to hide and urgently work on regaining his strength. But first, he wanted to make sure he took the boy's life so he wouldn't have any chance to interfere with him in the future. At that moment, he felt that someone was standing behind him, and he was very puzzled by this feeling because they were all alone. At this moment, his body was carried outside with great power and strength. Hedo John looked on and couldn't believe what came out of the building. Wei Jun, who also didn't quite understand exactly what had happened. He didn't understand who had done it and who had allowed himself to be attacked from behind. Man Ni came up to him and said that he was a fool for not understanding anything and pointed out that he had very little wit. Wei Jun couldn't believe he was the one who set it all up and was in the shadow of his toy. Oh Jong didn't understand what was going on either and didn't believe that Man Ne was using Jonpa to attack Doke Valley. They both couldn't believe that their Man Ne was a traitor and had pushed the 2 families head-on through his manipulations. He didn't understand what motive motivated him to attack the DOK Valley clan. He didn't understand why it wasn't enough for him to destroy one Chi family. Man Ne replied that he had a motive, for he had stolen from him what he wanted so badly. The head of Valley Doc didn't understand what he meant at all, but Man didn't specify that he meant the lame one. After all, it was he who took away his eye and leg, after which the order was given to bury him alive in the mine. The head could not believe his ears and did not understand how this could be and how he could get out of the mine in which he was buried. He said that for 8 years the boy had been plotting revenge, and if the Doc family fell at his hands, justice would be served. Men reported that he became a monster because of the boy's fault, so he also hates him intensely, and all those years were lived waiting for revenge. The master of the valley realized that he had gone mad, for he had destroyed the DOK clan with his own hands for the sake of revenge on some boy. Counselor Man didn't stop, saying that the boy was too young and that he wanted to drive him to a desperation he didn't know he had before. Though compared to future plans, the destruction of the Doc family is only the beginning and quite successful. A certain someone said enough talking and it was time to end it all, and so too much time had passed. Wee John couldn't catch this person's inner energy because it was blocked from realizing that no one in Yunnan had ever met such a person. He realized that Ma Ne was mad and wouldn't be able to cope without protection from outside. He wondered if this person had kept in the shadows for so long. But the man absolutely did not want to reveal his identity, so he stood silently looking at Wee John. The head of the Valley Doc became furious and asked to reveal the identity, starting to envelop everyone with the flavor of 100 poisons. Then the stranger enveloped himself in a large cloud of internal energy that easily displaced Wee John's energy. He didn't understand how such a thing was even possible, and the stranger laughed at the fact that Yunnan's best warrior had such meager abilities. They were interrupted by Man, who said they shouldn't measure their strength here and he would handle it himself. Such a fierce, poisonous energy brought back memories, and he had no more doubts. He didn't understand how Ma Ne could betray his own province where he grew up because he didn't even have parents. Man didn't realize that because of Wee John's poisonous energy, he couldn't think straight or perceive what was happening. He said that he had completely different plans and didn't care at all about the small province of Yunnan, so it was time to end this conversation. At this moment, the counselor was stopped by the head of the Ojan family and looked contemptuously at the man he had trusted so much before. He didn't understand what revenge Henim was talking about and why he was talking about Sichuan, where his son had tragically died. Man was glad that his brother was still alive and even unharmed, so he wanted to tell him something he couldn't do before. He informed him that the valley had nothing to do with it, and the lame man had not used such a strong poison on his son for a reason Ojan did not realize who was responsible. There was no face on Ojan, and he understood nothing, for his brother was present at the farewell ceremony and sincerely sympathized with him. The warriors then asked why they had come here, to which Man Ne said they were just very greedy and wanted to gain power over the riches of Doc Valley. Weeping with the bitterness of betrayal, Ojan begged his brother to tell him that he had lied or mixed up something. Man said he only confessed out of pity because it would be unfair to lose your life without finding out who took your son's life. He didn't care about his brother's revenge. He didn't understand why he did this to him, but the counselor said it was just part of his long plan. Ojan was furious at such a strong betrayal that he didn't expect from his brother, so he lashed out at him. In the duel, he easily took his brother's head off, and it flew far into the sky so fast that no one had time to blink. Ojan's guard said that Man Ne was unforgivable and decided to attack him, but he took their lives in one blow. Only Kokchu was left thinking and not believing that the history of Yunnan province would end like this at the hands of Man Ne. Ma Ne laughed at his thoughts, that he thought it was all unfair and sad and not like the truth. Man Ne was amused and just walked over him because he realized that he was too devoid of vitality. When the stranger saw that the job was done, he said he had to go, and Man asked to put in a good word for him with the elder. The stranger was going to return to Hoguan Fortress and report what had happened, hoping that Man would not do something he would regret. Looking toward the young man, he assured him that there was nothing to worry about and he would handle everything. Man was not afraid of the consequences because he had no attachments. After all, it had been so many years. Returning to the boy's body, he said he had been waiting for him and had waited a long time. He knew that the boy's path was very long and difficult because he started it when he was very small and slept with his mother. 8 years ago, he was in the depths of hell when he emerged and crushed the kind of people who had eradicated his kind. He was proud of it, because a simple man would not even have enough imagination to come up with such a thing, and Man was traveling around the world, going to different parts of the world. He dreamed of sitting down with him over a bottle and having a heart-to-heart talk about everything to each other, but it just couldn't happen because they were enemies. By sticking a sharp needle into the point of insanity of his brain, he wanted to turn him into a real psycho. He experienced terrible pain because the energy streams were blocked by the poison of the loyalty heart and the scolopendra of the 5 colors. Now Counselor Man had opened another point right in his brain, filling it with his energetic energy and forcefully clearing the clogged energy pathways. With all her strength, Man had only managed to open one of them because 8 years they had been sealed, but even one point made a noticeable difference. He said it was his gift and asked me to spare no effort and perseverance to achieve my own goal. But when the young man gets to the top, he's sure to be behind him. His only request was not to lose his life before this cherished moment of reaching the very top of his revenge plan. On a day when there was a very heavy downpour, all the DOK warriors and families who came to the meeting were defeated, and the name of their enemy spread throughout many provinces, clans, and countries. At the Murim branch, Man Ne was being reprimanded because he was entrusted with the task as a native of Yunnan. Military Inspector Shim Hawk said that everything looks like a clash between DOK and Chofa, but rumors are spreading about the lame man. He yelled that now the neighboring opposing clans were picking on them, but Man asked him to calm down and said he didn't come back empty-handed. The inspector said he let the limp one go, but Man said he let him go on purpose because he's just bait now. Kochu intervened in the conversation and asked them both to calm down and listen to him. He realized he had overestimated Mana's capabilities and abilities, but it was too late to rant. He therefore asked the inspector to consider what measures could be taken to deal with the opposing clans. Men didn't understand why the head of the union would need such an inspector who didn't even have a military rank and wasn't a fighter. The answer was that he was just a tool to help us understand the thinking of the common people. But he praised the counselor and said that he had done a perfect job, and he was not afraid of the general offensive of the opposing clans. The head of the union was even curious to see how the provinces of Shandong and Hebei could be taken away. The counselor was impressed by his insight and ability to see the whole picture and reminded him that he had promised to bring an interesting gift. Man said that Yunnan province did not benefit the Murim, but they had the opportunity to benefit a lot. He wondered what Kakchu would choose the Saf clan, who were excellent informers made up of criminals and vagabonds, or the Magi clan, where they study the magical arts, but the leader of the Murim Union has chosen the Saf clan for now. Man laughed that they were unlucky that their fate had been decided by one word they had stayed away for so long, and now they would be the heirs to the incident that had happened. Kakchu explained that lighting the fire required well-suited victims. Man agreed that it was up to him to make the decision. Were 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes enough because 8 families were considered the most powerful in Murima? Their natives were young luminaries who took strengthening pills and studied secret martial arts techniques. Man confirmed that one of these youngsters would be enough to accomplish something interesting. Kakchu noted that in Sichuan movements have started in Sichuan, they have shown interest in what happened in Yunnan. He really hoped that Counselor Man Ne wasn't hiding anything from Leader Murim. After thinking for a few seconds, Man turned around and replied that he didn't know about it and couldn't even guess. As it rained, Jia Gang began to come to his senses and remembered what he had come here for and was ashamed that he had lost in this battle. In the fragments of his memories, he could not remember the face of one man he had seen, and as he came to his senses, he did not realize where he was. Seeing that all his wounds were wrapped in bandages, he thought it was all a dream. Looking around the bright room, he had no way of knowing where he was or what had really happened. Just then, the flow of his musings was interrupted by someone asking if he was awake. Uncle Chan was very happy that the young man had regained consciousness because he had not regained consciousness for more than 3 days, and he was afraid that he would not survive. He said that after what happened at Valley Dock, he went back for the boy because he probably needed to run to a more secluded place. Of course, what he saw there horrified him because the boy was the only survivor. Jia Gang didn't understand what had happened because he couldn't defeat Wei John, so he should have been alive too. He kept thinking and remembering the voice of the man who had praised him. It was so familiar, but he couldn't figure out who it was. Chan did not want to disturb the boy with questions. He realized that what had happened was related to the circumstances the boy had once described. He was going to look for a healer in a neighboring village because he could do first aid himself, but the boy didn't want him to leave. He said he was fine and wouldn't need any more medical attention. Chung asked him not to put everything on his shoulders and at least rely on others in times of need because he was still very young. The boy thought about his words and what had happened in Dock Valley. His uncle said goodbye to him, and before he could finish his parting words, he fell to the ground with no sign of vitality. He didn't realize what had happened and immediately got out of bed and ran towards him. He wanted to help him, and he said he was probably just tired and needed to lie down to rest. The young man saw marks on his neck from the poison of horse feces, which spread rapidly and infected the body, causing death. He began to guess whose hands it might have been, so he laid his uncle on the couch and began to help. He thought about the fact that perhaps when his uncle carried his wounded body, he might have contracted one of Wee John's poisons. He didn't want to suffer the excruciating pain of loss any longer, so he decided to save his uncle no matter what it cost him. Back in Dock Valley, he had burned all the items that could carry the poison, so now he was left to create an antidote. In the mountain forest, he gathered rice ears of aconite and seeds that were supposed to lessen the effects of horse poison. He knew that the main component should be purple gold pills, which he had to get from a specialized pharmacy. Approaching the pharmacy, he felt the salga that enveloped everything around because there were several kinds of them. He realized that on the day of the gathering in Dokei Valley, many people lost their lives, and thus Murim was closely attached to Yunnan province. He assumed they were there to investigate what had happened, but he really needed to get the pills. He realized that he needed to be ready to face one of the guards, and clenching his fist, he suddenly felt pain. He fell to the ground, attracting the attention of the guards and the questioning looks on their faces. It felt like his whole body was being pierced by thorns, and he had no way of knowing why he felt that way. As the guards came closer to him, they asked what had happened to him and why he had fallen. Jia Gang turned around and was about to leave, but limped on one leg, which was his specialty. The guards were surprised and looked at each other, for they had heard someone talking about a chromium that had been involved in the incidents. The young man pondered what could have happened to him because his inner energy was raging and he couldn't control it properly. While he was busy wondering what exactly had happened to him, one of the guards interrupted his thoughts by asking how long he had been limping. They said that he was acting very suspiciously and asked him to come with them, but the young man could not curb his energy. Not understanding why he didn't answer them, they told him to hurry up or they would take his life right now with a single blow. At that moment, a beautiful girl appeared who kept wondering where he was and where he had disappeared to. She said she didn't know if he knew it was tactless to keep seniors waiting. The young man scrutinized the girl's face, especially her honey eyes, and didn't realize who she was. Standing between the guards and the young man, she informed them that she had urgent business with the young man. Enveloped by her beauty, she asked what the guards were pestering him about. She had a beautiful fan in her hands. They replied that they were investigating an incident that had occurred at Valley Dock, and asked the girl to step back and not interfere with their work. She sighed and said that the Valley incident interested her too, and there was nothing she could do about it. Taking a second to walk between the guards, she asked them to rest a bit from their hard and difficult work. They collapsed, and the girl informed them that they would not wake up until 4 hours later so they could be free to go. He couldn't even track her movements, so she was a master of her craft, but she invited the young warrior to follow along with her. He realized that it was pointless to try to escape in this situation, so he only had to follow her. He was very curious about who she was and how she knew about him. Meanwhile, she invited him to the tea ceremony. Pouring him a potion, she offered him a drink, but bringing his hand to the bowl, he realized he couldn't control her. Looking at him, she realized that he couldn't contain even the small amount of salga that she had released, and she couldn't believe he could do so much. He thought she was here for revenge, but she said she had something else entirely. She was curious to know what happened, but he said he lost to Wee John and passed out everything else he didn't know. She said she didn't believe him and asked if he knew the nickname of the ruthless, poisonous Limp. He knew it was about him because there were rumors that he was a lame mercenary raised by the Saf clan. She explained that people believed that only such a person could defeat the entire Yunnan province. He replied that he was in no way connected to them and didn't even know who they were talking about, but the girl knew that too. She said that there were no such young men among her pupils. Then he realized that she was from Safa. She felt it was unfair that responsibility for those events in Dock Valley had been placed on their shoulders because they had been completely uninvolved. She said they had two choices, either clean it up to make the rumors true or rip the problem out by the roots. The youth replied that people would not have believed it if Safa had not committed bad deeds. He had heard that they were making a mess of the world and causing a lot of trouble, so people hated them. Then the companion thought that in his opinion the Chanfa censuring them were acting out of valor and morality. She said he was wrong because you shouldn't judge based on prejudice, but based on what you see with your own eyes. She said there is a lot of truth on each side, but the real truth no one can know. Realizing that their conversation had gone deep, she decided to tell him something. In Kanho, there was a noble swordsman that people admired and everyone wanted to emulate. A young girl learns about him and starts receiving courtship and love letters from him, trusting what people say about him. She believed that only happiness awaited them ahead, but the man's goal was not her, but only the secret books that belonged to her family. After getting the books, he destroyed the girl and her entire family, saying they were a clan of demons and all the people believed him, and ascended. Then she got very sad and asked him what he thought should be done with a man like that. He replied that such a man should be taken from life in the name of vengeance and justice. The girl laughed, saying that it was an interesting answer and with such confidence, although she didn't expect anything else from a descendant of the Yak family. He was surprised that she knew about it too, and then he decided to introduce himself fully, saying that his goal was to avenge the dead Yak clan. She realized that this target was not the only one, and clarified if he knew someone who was using his name for his own purposes. He replied that he hadn't realized who it was yet, but that he definitely had to answer for what he had done in Dock Valley and elsewhere. She suggested they work together and turn the rumors into a sham. He asked why he needed it, and she said she could give him the power he needed. She introduced herself as Tan Ren Gen and said that in Kanho they call her the goddess of desire. The young man was surprised because he had heard about the woman who was Safia's godmother. She offered to pass on her martial arts techniques and lend the power of her organization. Then he could get revenge and she could achieve her goals. Then he realized that the person in front of him was not just the person in charge, but the head of the Safa clan herself. He realized that her powers and knowledge could be of use to him, but he decided to decline her help and services. She didn't understand why he was in a position where all of Murim was looking for him, but she didn't want to accept her help because he couldn't do it alone. He said he would carry out his revenge himself, and he didn't need her help, especially since he wasn't going to act as bait. She asked him to mind her words and reminded him that if he refused, she would be forced to resort to the second option. Pressing salgi on him, she waited for his consent, but he kept pondering that he couldn't trust her and struggled to hold back his energy. He realized that she just wanted to use him as bait to catch the man who was following in his footsteps and wasn't sure if she would reveal her secrets. Having made his decision, he released a poisonous smoke from the acupuncture point, recycling the girl's heat energy. He used the tactic of the 12 Earth Branch flight line against her, but she easily repelled his attempted attack. She realized that his wit had saved such a long time, but now the games were over. Jagan watched her actions carefully and learned her techniques along the way, despite the fact that they were attacking each other. Tang Ren Gen was very militant in applying more and more secret battle techniques and secret battle arts. Tang Ren Gen didn't understand why the young man was independently trying to cut off not a thread, but a whole rope of help extended to him. But Jia Gang said that although young, he's not stupid and realizes how rotten this help rope can be. She didn't like that the boy was being so lanky, so they clashed and attacked each other. She pressed the young man's face to the ground with her hand and advised him to stop being impertinent and to listen. Otherwise, his life would end here before he could put up any meaningful resistance to her. He said they had become very noisy and people would come here who were not likely to be happy that the head of the Safa was here. The passing gawkers really started to stop and watch what was going on. Laughing at the boy's naivety, she ordered all the gawkers to disperse, which they began to do without hesitation. Every single one of them broke up, which meant that Tang Ren Gay wasn't as frivolous as the boy thought. She kept convincing him to become a decoy because then nothing would happen to him. He would gain strength and be able to defeat their common enemy. She didn't understand why he was resisting her will because for the sake of revenge he had to be willing to do anything. Then he inquired whose side she had chosen in the story of the swordsman and the girl. He thought that she had chosen the swordsman's side, and if Saf was willing to use others for what he wanted, then he refused to take part in it. Then she thought about the boy's words about using another to get what she wanted. Then she released Jia Gang, saying she would not take his life or use him as bait. That if her words are different from the deed, then Safa is really conforming to the rumors people are spreading. She said she understands everything and how times are changing and how her people are under the oppression of conditions. The young man looked at her and didn't understand why she let go of him and went to quietly pick up the fallen drink cup. She thought she was too excited about the thought of changing the situation, so she thought she had acted stupidly. Then she offered him 3 debts in return for his one promise. But the young man wanted no part of it and didn't understand why he should. She thought he hated her and asked him to listen to her because she had information that was interesting to him. She reported that she knew he was on a quest to find purple gold pills that could cure horse poison, but the poison was not the same. Tang Ren Gi then repeated her question about whether he was willing to accept the deal. Realizing that she knows a lot more than he does and having a desire to save his uncle, he informed her that he was accepting the deal. Smiling, she said that Baek Tam Hyang was using horse poison and various fragrances to stupefy the enemy and hide the true poison. In fact, the lethal dose is actually a poison that affects the stomach and heart by draining the blood. Then she informed him that her first duty would be to give him the antidote for his uncle so he could cure him. She gave him a bag of crushed powder to be mixed with alcohol and given to the patient to drink. Her second duty was strength. Since he rejected knowledge about martial arts techniques, she decided to share a trick with him. She awakened all her energy and led it from the tree lee points through her stomach and axilla to her palms, feeling the energy with her toes. The young man looked at her intently and listened further. She asked to release the energy through the fingertips of her hands. Demonstrating this trick, she reported that Choshik called a separating explosive arrow hand that was a simple movement. The movements were not complicated, but the reason she shared it was because of the third debt, which was information. She said that she wasn't the only one who could find him, but someone else, so he had to be careful. She said that maybe those people had already picked up on his trail and were checking the place where he lived, but there was one dangerous man among them, which was dubbed in Kanho as Supernova Star, one of the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. Her name was Chigal Yen, nicknamed Brave Phoenix. The girl was telling the young man and asked her to listen carefully. She warned him that she was much stronger than the DOK clan men he had encountered. Jia Gang thought over the fact that he couldn't overpower her in such a state, but Tang Ren-ge asked him to use the Choshik in a critical situation. Realizing that she had given him all 3 debts, he asked her to tell him what she wanted him to do and what the request was. She said that in the distant future to ask to save the man she would name even if she had to take his life. Such a request seemed very simple and strange to him from such a strong girl, which meant there could be a catch. But he had no choice but to agree with her, because she had kept her end of the bargain and kept her word. Then she said goodbye to him and asked him to take care of himself, because she would like to meet him again. Left alone, he began to reflect that he was unable to do anything to the goddess of desire, and after those events he realized what a real fight was. He realized that there would be many enemies on his way, but he was not going to retreat because he had to spill everything that had accumulated in him for so many years. Now he knew the name of his next enemy. He was the Brave Phoenix. At that time, the guard reported to the lady that they had managed to capture the man, but they could not find the lame man himself. They assumed that the lame accomplice might have run away from them so they couldn't catch him. But the mistress did not care. She realized that it was pointless for Jahan to run away, for he must lose his life at her hands. Thinking about it, he ran towards home, remembering that Uncle Chan urgently needed to give the medicine, which was an antidote. But on entering the hut, he did not find him. The bed was completely empty. Remembering her words, he realized that the guards had already been here to hunt him down. Looking around on the dresser, he saw a roll of paper that looked like a note. Then, taking it, he began to read. Uncle Chan was already feeling very ill, but the guards tied him to a stone and waited for the young man to come for him. They pondered over the fact that the man could also be part of the Safa clan, and they expected that the lame man had a sense of camaraderie. The mistress said that if the young man didn't come, it was no big deal. They were just taking the life of their hostage. Mistress said that what was happening was a great opportunity to prove that she was the best of the 3 phoenixes. Yen listened to the Union, looking for an investigator who could understand what exactly happened in Yunnan province. The silent dragon of 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes announced that she was the one to receive this joyous fate. Then maybe their relationship could finally recognize what they've been waiting for. She was very happy because she realized that the real power over the clan belonged to the teacher. He called her by her name Yen and happily dissolved into an embrace, clutching her. He realized that she had been worried about this for a very long time, but now they wouldn't have to worry anymore. Chigal Yen came to the Murim Union headquarters and greeted those present there. The leader of the Murim King Kong Divine Sword welcomed her and was happy to see her. Calling her a brave phoenix, he watched as she bowed to him and showed a sign of respect and obedience. Kachu-san was sure that his student had already told her everything, and he hoped that she had understood the assignment correctly. She reported that she had heard about the poison lame and would love to be able to deal with it, so the teacher had nothing to worry about. He agreed to send her on the mission because Guan's clan wants to match her with the Sword Queen's apprentice, namely the Ice Phoenix. But with successful completion of the assignment, she would have a great personal chance to influence the event. Because a companion should be chosen for love, not for power and omnipotence. In this regard, he advised her to be very careful not to fail the assignment she had received from him. She was sure that the poisonous lymph was nothing compared to her representative of the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. Feeling footsteps approaching, she realized that Jia Gang had finally arrived, and she would quickly finish the task entrusted to her. Seeing him, she asked if he was a ruthless, poisonous limp because she thought he must be older. The young man only asked where Uncle Chan was and why they had stolen him by taking a man poisoned with poison hostage. She was surprised that the cold-blooded SAF representative was calling the strange man uncle. She said they tied him up to use him as bait so he couldn't escape. The guards asked the lame man not to make jokes, for they were members of the Chagall family. They continued that for his deeds he would be punished, and he should either surrender to them or forfeit his life along with that man. He replied that he had no relations with the Safa clan and who did everything there he did not know. He only avenged the Yak clan. The lady and the guard did not know what he was talking about, for they had been told differently in the Murim Union. Then he introduced himself and said that he had taken the lives of the heads of 4 families and did not understand why the sin was not on them but on him, for he was only an avenger. They didn't know what he was talking about or what the Baekwajol Valley was, but they had heard that the Yak clan had been exterminated 9 years ago. He said he only avenged his family, but all the other people, including civilians, were not his doing. Mistress didn't understand why she should just take his word over her teacher and the union members. He said there was no point in lying to him, and if he wanted to get out of this situation, he would have come up with a lie more convincing. Then Mistress thought that if she brought him alive to Murim, it would also help her personal situation. Then she suggested that he tell the union in person so that they could check and decide if he was telling the truth. But Jagan saw and knew more than Madam, so he refused such an offer. He explained that everyone in the union is keeping quiet about the Dak and Yak debates, and therefore his words will not be believed because someone is helping them do it. Then she asked who was helping them so much, and Jagang replied that they were being helped by Heavenly Sword King Kong. They couldn't believe their ears when they realized he was talking about their teacher and union leader Pek Lee Jun. She laughed and realized she had wasted her time on the ramblings of a boy who denied a connection to Saf. Realizing the boy wasn't watching his words at all, she said she would deal with him right here and now. He asked her not to stereotype the world and to trust her eyes. He only knew that Baek Lee Jun was a charlatan. He said he had heard that the Chagall family was characterized by the highest level of wisdom, but he had not seen it in practice. Because caught in a charlatan's trap, they took an ordinary civilian hostage. He believed that after such actions, they lacked the right to call themselves Chagall. Miss Ying asked him to be quiet and was fully prepared to attack. She was very angry and hurt at him for saying such things and threatened to give him back his brain after taking her life. However, he said it was too early to show his anger because it was today that Chagall would suffer defeat at his hands. Looking her in the eye, he promised to level her to the ground as she did not deserve to carry the valiant name of Chagall. She thought it was absurd because in front of her was just a filthy representative of the Saf clan, and there was no way he could harm her great and wise family that was under the patronage of the Murim Union. She shouted that the boy thought too highly of himself and his insolence was just out of bounds. Shin Yun asked the lady to calm down and felt that she shouldn't engage him in battle. She didn't understand how he dared to block her path or what advantage he was going to take. Then he asked the lame man not to do anything stupid because now the hostage's life depended only on his choices and actions. But Jia Gang was furious and said that if they didn't want to lose their hands, they should have put their swords away. Then he released his Salga Shi energy, for there were several types of Salga. Salgi Ken was an energy of intent to take the life of an enemy. Even inexperienced people could use it if they were consumed by intense anger. But he released Salga Shi's energy, which was only characteristic of those who embarked on the path of killing. This meant he could take the life of an enemy without a second thought, making this type of energy even more terrifying. They didn't understand what this young man could have been going through to release such a powerful Salga. Shin Yun ordered the guards to stop and obey him, for the Salgi was too powerful. The young man realized that it was very difficult for him to control his energy, and thus it was not safe to use martial techniques. But he also realized that he absolutely could not retreat right now. He had no opportunity to do so. Then he used the powerful energy shriek technique and attacked the 3 guards at once. Shin Yun couldn't believe his eyes because everything happened too fast, and he couldn't understand how it happened. A glance at him informed him that it was now his turn to know his power. But he didn't have time to launch an attack in their squabble. Madam intervened, and Shin Yun had to retreat. She realized that it was a waste to entrust such a job to little fish like them, and realized that she would have to do it all herself. She stabbed Shin Yun and announced that she would now deal with the poisonous limp. She realized that even if it wasn't about the hostage, he was no match for her. She was about to demonstrate the Chigalin Yen sword that was in her hands and extended to different lengths, twisting the blade in the air. Using the hovering blade technique and flying wing sword, she informed him that he wouldn't be able to handle her. Watching her actions and dodging her blows, he realized that she had a great advantage in ranged combat. But she didn't stop to ask him where his mood had disappeared to such an angry and belligerent one. And he knew that Mistress needed time to strike again, so he just had to choose the right moment. Then he applied a powerful energy shriek, repeatedly believing that he was able to choose the right moment. Mrs. Neo was surprised at his choice of attack method and battle tactics. Realizing what was not enough, he applied the 12 Earth Branch tactics along with the Flightline tactics. Seeing the needles flying at her, she realized what the boy's tactics were and began to quickly think of exactly what she should do. Swiping her blade, she easily repelled his needle attack and looked at him with the satisfaction of victory. Jia Gang realized that the opponent in front of him was very strong and fast, and he continued his observation. She still managed to wound the young man's stomach and he screamed in pain, but she said he was too quiet to scream. She said that he was absolutely nothing to her, and that he had decided in vain to fight with her in a deliberately unequal battle. But Limp understood correctly the tactics of fighting her. He had to have courage and move forward towards his opponent with a great dynamic of strikes. But the mistress perfectly possessed the flying sword technique, which was the best for increasing the range of combat. Madame Ni had reached the 7th level of swordsmanship, hence the nickname of the Brave Phoenix. So she was right that the lame man couldn't stand up to such a fight, but the lame man was running away towards the forest. When she saw that, she said he was pathetic for just running away from her. She noticed that he was injured quite seriously, but the Saf clan had the skill to restore energy, so it was impossible to let him recover. This sorcery technique allowed the body to recover by increasing destructive energy. Seeing his injury, he realized that he had a very slim chance of surviving. He needed to do something urgently. Realizing everything that was happening, Shang Yun used the flying wing wind section technique that even reached the young man. Having thus knocked down all the trees, they found him at once, saying he had nowhere else to hide. Mistress said it was time to put an end to all this. She didn't understand why he was so atomized in front of them, because he was hiding like a rat from them. She thought he didn't know the concept of shame if he allowed himself to behave like that. Then she immediately struck him, but he was able to repel the attack with a powerful energy shriek. She asked Jagan if she wanted her to tell him why he couldn't defeat her. She explained that it was all about the base, and it was completely different for Neo and Jagang. She reported that she had trained for years in the techniques that Marima had, but he had mastered none. She realized that he was only capable of the usual simple tricks that were quite typical of the Saf clan. She said that such lowly techniques wouldn't be able to crush Chagall no matter how many attempts he made. He thought Mistress was correct in noting that they had grown up in very different environments. But she didn't know he'd been through real hell because she'd been walking down a beaten path with family help at hand. He realized her skills were graceful, but his skills were no worse, and he was sure of it. Looking at the young man, she thought he had already despaired and accepted his tragic fate. And ready to attack, she said that he would surely pay with his life for all his deeds. He didn't want to stop and felt that he wasn't left empty-handed either and decided to attack. He remembered that Head Safa had taught him the chokeshik that needed to be applied in a critical situation in order to defeat the plucky phoenix. He didn't understand how this was possible, but the poisons imprisoned in his body were unlocked and released along with the flow of energy, thus becoming poisonous. So the wind arrow projectile was a very strong and poisonous blow that traveled through the armpits and outward. Mrs. Neo stood there not understanding how such a thing was even possible and watching this process thinking what to do. Xin Yun, realizing that Jia Gang had applied the finger of wind, was very worried about Madam and shouted to her. Then he made the decision to protect his mistress and took such a heavy blow on himself by closing his mistress. Realizing what Xin Yun had done, she couldn't understand his feelings and why he had done that and why he had protected her. A tear ran down her cheek and she called out for Xin Yun to answer her. After he came to his senses, he said she was just being inconsiderate, so it's no big deal, he's fine. It was then that he realized that there was poison in Win's finger, and he urgently asked her to take a pill that would neutralize the poison. Jia Gang didn't know how he did it and tried to put his mind in order. The mistress realized what an ace the poisonous lame one had up his sleeve, but after taking the pill, she realized that he had missed his chance. She informed him that she had just taken the antidote she had gotten from the Union, and his plan wouldn't work, and the poison wouldn't work. She laughed that if Xin Yun didn't protect her after all, then maybe his chances of winning had increased a bit. But as she chewed the pill, she realized she was experiencing strange feelings and it felt like she was being poisoned. The pills were altered to contain a concentration of poison that instantly attacks the heart, kidneys, and liver. Elder Manhwa was happy to produce such pills because the previous ones were very difficult for him to work with. He even coined the name Assassin 5 for him, though for a counselor he had a very ugly case. The point of the pill was that it did not work as an antidote, but instead enhanced the effect of the poison that was already in the person. He had invented the perfect poison that Chagall passed on, so he shouldn't have judged the awfulness. He knew it was going to get busy when the mistress wanted to disarm the poison and realized she had only amplified its effect. She didn't understand what was happening to her or why her body was becoming more poisoned by the second. They looked at the mistress and how quickly the various symptoms of the deadly poison were manifesting. She didn't understand how this could happen since she had just taken a disarming pill. Bereft of life, she simply fell to the ground in seconds and no longer gave any signs of life. Shin Yun asked her to wake up, but nothing was happening. Then he looked at the poisonous limp and realized how strong it was. He didn't understand how in such a short time he could use another poison that even a magic pill couldn't affect. He didn't realize when he could have had time to do that, because he had been conscious and watching him closely the whole time. He asked for mercy and to spare them, then they would give him anything. Jia Gang said that he didn't expect this from the Chagall clan, but Shin Yun said that he was only tasked with guarding Lady Ni. The young man replied that if he was weaker than them, he wouldn't have survived, so he didn't understand why he would leave them alive and expect trouble. Shin Yun said that then all the forces would be mobilized. Why would he want to do that? But the young man was ready for such a thing. Shin Yun asked him to think again. He was willing to give his life, but asked him to leave his mistress. He begged to spare his mistress and let her live. At this moment, Jia Gang took his life. But he didn't want to show mercy because they had destroyed his peace and taken away his tranquility. Then he raised his blade aloft. At that moment, the uncle who had come to his senses called out to him by name. The boy remembered him, and a shiver ran through his body and droplets of sweat appeared on his face. At dawn, Uncle Chan lay in bed and Jia Gang apologized to him. He felt he should not have come to his house. He realized that the blame was entirely on him, and he had once again hurt completely innocent people. He reported that he had given him Sujomsan and he was soon to feel better, after which he reported that he had to go. But Uncle Chan was conscious and addressed him. In his wake, he wanted the boy to hear him. He looked at him and realized what an impossible burden he had taken on. He asked that he always understood his words, that when it is very hard to rely on the one who is close to you, then he will be able to protect his neighbor. He asked him to become stronger and wiser. Jia Gang thanked him for his valuable advice. The young man thought about these words. He wanted to become stronger for revenge, not to protect anyone because there were no one he could protect. He realized that his life goes on and there are people on his path who help him, so he must become stronger for their sake. He realized that he needed to nurture his strength, and so he headed towards the cave. From it came Shin Yun's voice that he was glad that the poisonous limp came to them, because they thought he'd left them here alone, but they were alive and happy about it. The young man corrected him. He said his name was not Poison Lame, but Chin Jia Gang. Then the young man held out a sack and said that he had brought a medicine that was supposed to help lessen the effects of the poison. Accepting the sack, he was very grateful for the mercy shown to him and the mistress. The young man asked him not to flatter himself. He had no intention of showing them the slightest bit of mercy. He explained that he just didn't want to cause misunderstandings from other people again. He said that the civilians and the Oho clan family were not his handiwork, but they had come to avenge him for something he had not actually done. As a result, he was held responsible for everything that happened in Doli Dock and was attributed to the Safa clan, although in reality, this was not the case at all. He explained that his only goal was to avenge the destruction of the Yak clan, but the rest was not his doing and he didn't understand who was behind it. He explained that they too had come to avenge him for something he hadn't done, and putting all their strength into the finger of wind technique, it didn't work. So the one who poisoned the brave phoenix wasn't him either, and he didn't understand who did it and in what way. Shin Yun didn't believe him, and didn't understand how she could have poisoned herself because it was just the three of them. Then he remembered that she had gotten sick after taking an antidote in the form of a pill, but it was strange and impossible. After all, these pills were given to them by the Murim Union itself. Why would the Union want to harm the lady? What was the point? He didn't want to believe the Union was capable of such a thing, but the young man continued that he wouldn't have believed it before either. Then he said he saw the Union researcher Baek Lee Jun take Doc's side and stand up for him, and that's when his plans were ruined. He didn't know if the attempt on the brave phoenix was made to corner him or out of personal revenge. But one thing he was certain of was that there was someone in the Union who wanted to take the life of the brave phoenix. He left saying that whether the girl survives depends only on Shin Yun, and he can't help anymore. He left them alive just so that there would be no more misunderstandings, and it was not logical for him to help those who wanted to take his life. He asked to be taken to the Chagall family residence, but Ja Gang said he didn't trust them or the Chagall residents. Especially since he was after Baek Lee Jun's head and Chagall was part of the Union, they would have to become enemies anyway. Wishing him luck in rescuing the girl, he walked away despite the man trying to stop him. Looking at the mistress, he promised that he would try very hard to keep them safe even alone. Sometime after taking the medicine from the bag, she opened her eyes and called out to him. He was very glad she was awake and conscious. She asked what kind of person was standing behind his back, but Shin Yun didn't hear anyone, so he decided to turn around. Turning around, he saw the man behind him and realized they were under attack but didn't understand who could have done it. Shin Yun turned around and looked at the person who had made the attacks on them and didn't understand who it was. The man told him that he was a dog of the Chagall family and he had come for just such a person who was lying on the floor. Looking carefully, he saw the stranger had amgi, a weapon that could be used to strike suddenly and stealthily. Shin Yun was ready to strike and informed him that he wouldn't even allow him to lay a finger on Madam. He knew he wasn't in the best of shape right now, but he had to protect his mistress. The stranger said he had no orders to take his life, that if he used internal energy he would lose his life. Shin Yun himself didn't want to listen and stood up to defend the lady. He applied a martial art technique like the fierce flying dragon finger, which utilized internal energy. The stranger said he was acting overconfident for a man unable to fend off quick attacks. Knocking the sword out of Shin Yun's hands, he said that the games were over and he could carry out his deed. Having taken away Shin Yun's eye, the stranger was about to launch an attack on the mistress, but he grabbed his leg, struggling with his last strength. But he said that it's over for him and Jaegul Young, so he should give up trying to defend himself. At this point, Ja Gang attacked him from behind and told him he was deluded and asked him to drop his weapon. Everyone was very surprised at the appearance of Jin Ja Gang and the fact that he rushed to defend those who wanted to take his life. He reported that at the end of the needle in his hands was the divine water Sawan, and the mercenary must know how it would affect him, so he asked to lower his weapon. Lowering his weapon, he was surprised that the venomous limp had not left but was only pretending to find out who was acting on his behalf. The mercenary said that he was ordered to eliminate Chagall Yen and was not acting on anyone's behalf. The mercenary could not say who had given him such an order. Then Ja Gang decided to force him to do so. He threatened him that if he didn't tell him who gave him that order, his life would end right here and now. The mercenary didn't understand what was happening at all because, according to his information, Chagall Young had orders to eliminate the poison lame. Realizing that those two lying on the ground were his enemies, he didn't understand why he was protecting them. Ja Gan replied that a sincere intention to help him couldn't really help him in any way, but the mercenary replied that there was no such thing in Marima. Instead of the concept of sincerity, there was only profit and loss, so he tried to make the most of such a law of life. The young man could listen to these strange speeches no longer, and asked him to decide either he would give up his master or he would have to die here and now at his hands. The mercenary realized that there was nothing he could do at that moment. The brave phoenix came to her senses and realized the full essence of the order given to the mercenary. She realized she didn't know who gave the order because such pawns follow orders silently without too much curiosity. The mercenary told them that he was given the order silently, writing it down in the order book, and there was only one condition. It was that if he failed, he shouldn't come back alive. The mercenary realized that at any rate, he would not be able to stay alive. Ja Gan guessed what the mercenary was getting at and began to examine his hands for weapons. Then he saw the mercenary raise his hand, aiming directly at the lady with the needle hidden in his ammunition. He asked him to stop, but the needle was already released, and it managed to reach its target, hitting right in the chest of the brave phoenix. They looked at Mistress and realized that she was about to lose her life, and it pained them to see it. The mercenary, after hitting Ja Gang, said the failure was unacceptable in that, and was the law of his assignment. He turned around to see what was going on with Madam and saw Shin Yun was already by her side, asking her to live. She realized she was losing her life and said she couldn't do it because she'd worked so hard. Tears flowed from her eyes, for she had promised Quan that she would go back and be his wife. Shin Yun screamed and begged for Jin Ja Gang's help so he could help Madam come back to life. Ja Gang regretted it, for he had given them all he had of antidotes. Mistress hoped that after accomplishing her mission, her relationship with her lover would finally be recognized. These were her last words, after which she closed her heavily weeping eyes and lowered her head. Ja Gang humbly stood by his side and watched as Shin Yoon cried out in the pain of Miss Yeon's loss. He said that he had been watching over Mistress since she was 4 years old and his only job was to keep her safe, and he had become very used to her. He explained to Jagan that Miss had become closer to him than himself and her life had become more valuable than his own. And when he realized that today he had lost his mistress, he realized that his whole world had died with her. Jagan thought that perhaps the Union itself was involved in the incident, for the mercenary knew of the Union's order to Marim. Shin Yoon said he would return home but would not testify to prove his innocence and would not talk about the mercenary. He supposed that was the only way to find out the motives of the people who gave such an order. Jagan was in complete agreement with him, and that was exactly the goal he was seeking. Shin Yoon had warned that Lady Chagal was forfeiting her life, which meant the payback could be worse than he could have imagined. However, the young man was sure that he could handle it, so he was ready for such a turn of events. Shin Yoon didn't realize how much longer he planned to force himself to live and act like this. The young man replied that he would do all this until his revenge was completed to the end. In parting, he asked him to remember that if the Chagal family were to strike, he should remember the yin-yang of the fish in a critical situation. Within the gate of life there is the gate of death, and within the gate of death there is the gate of sight. He will understand everything when the time comes. He asked him to survive and show the world the people who committed such ruthless acts. 6 days later, the samurai was practicing and heard him being approached from behind. It was the head of the Murim alliance who was informed that the young man had reached the 6th level of the Heaven Man's sacred sword technique. Yes, his technique was not yet perfectly honed, but he was happy to share such accomplishments. But the teacher came for a completely different reason and took the man who was practicing by the shoulder. The teacher reported that Mrs. Young Chagal was no longer alive. He informed him of the loss of his beloved. He asked to take his life for failing to save Miss Yeon's life. Running through the crowd, he asked how this could even happen and wanted to see with his own eyes that Yeon was gone. The guard bent over the lifeless body of his mistress and was ready to accept any punishment for not being able to save her. He kept wanting to see everything with his own eyes, so he pulled the covers off her. Then he saw Yong's lifeless body, which made him feel sad. Sobbing, he could not believe that such a thing was possible and did not understand how it could happen and, most importantly, why. Hearing the shouting outside, Counselor Man looked out the window to observe what was happening. He realized that the young man was terribly hurt at the sudden loss of his beloved girl. In this way, one could fall into Chuaima and lose absolute control over the internal energy of one's own body. Man wondered why he had closed the window if he wasn't worried about the young man and didn't want to hear him cry. Baek Lee Jun said that there is nothing worse than a grown man howling and that such an event should have made him rougher. Man didn't ask why someone else couldn't be chosen. He even felt a little sorry for the boy. Kakchu Pek Lee, did you really do that on purpose? Man wondered, but they were interrupted. A military inspector ran into the room and told Mr. Kakshu that the Chagal family was looking for him. The second head of the Chagal family, Men Eyes of Annihilation, reported that his family was now ready. He was going to go to Yunnan province immediately. Kakshu was in agreement and said he would pass the information to the Union. Kakshu reported that he relied on them, and Man Ne didn't realize that Kakshu had already relayed to another interlocutor. In front of him was a chart of the settlement and location of all the families that were entering the Union. Man said that this is a diagram of the 9 palaces and 8 sectors of the Chagal family. The counselor, realizing that this was an encirclement tactic from all sides, was furious that Baek Lee Jun hadn't consulted him. Man Ne didn't understand what Kakchu was up to, but he explained that the price for the limp man's head had increased a lot after he had destroyed the DOK and Brave Phoenix clan. So he saw nothing wrong with using the boy's name again, but realized he had to get rid of him before the plague started. The counselor was furious, but Pek Lee Jun said he was the first to not heed his warning. He was angry and asked me to get him out of Sichuan because he had found out everything. Manna made the excuse that he was there for advice on exactly how he should apply the new poison. Then Kakchu ordered the inspector to start acting on a prearranged plan. The inspector was at a loss to understand exactly what plan was being talked about at this point. Kakchu was talking about the wedding of his chief disciple Baek Lee Guan to the Sword Queen's disciple Ice Phoenix. Man Ne was angry that Kakchu had been pushing for this from the beginning and had even taken Brave Phoenix's life. Kakchu believed that the alliance would help him pull the Grand Master, namely the Sword Queen, to his side, so Miss Yen was a great hindrance to them. At the time, the counselor thought that taking the lady's life would force the Chagall family to go to battle with the Saf clan for revenge. Then he realized that if that was the case, his help in eliminating Chagall Yaon would just squeeze his throat. Then he realized that Kakchu Pek Lee was even worse and more ruthless than Counselor Man Nan. He was very angry at the head of Pek Lee Jun, but the latter was completely calm and did not react to his remarks. He only reported that Counselor Man Ne had already violated his warning twice, despite asking him to keep quiet and not talk to him like that. The military commissar covered his mouth with his hands. He became very scared because he could feel the salgi of the head of the Murim Union. Grabbing Counselor Man, he shouted that the latter didn't realize who he was even standing in front of and was babbling nonsense. He asked him not to remain silent but to apologize to Pek Lee Jun as soon as possible. But Union head Murim asked to leave him alone and said that this time he forgives the counselor for his remarks. Realizing that he is still useful because both the soldier and the cannon were important on the game board. He didn't understand what value someone who could subdue Chagall on his own could see in him. Then he asked directly if he wanted to shake Sichuan or what exactly his favor was in front of him. But Pek Lee Jun just silently drank his drink. Then the advisor realized that he was right. He had learned well that there could always be someone better than him or any other performer as a pawn. The military inspector had absolutely no idea what they were talking about, but was ready to attack Counselor Man Ni for his rude words. Man supposed that the limp might still be useful, but the head replied that an all-out battle with the Saf clan was coming up. Why would he need a little thing like a limp? Man Ne wondered why he was talking about a global and total battle. Is he up to something? He assumed that Kakchu wanted to snag the commander-in-chief spot in expeditionary attacks and battles. Showing a small package in his hand, he said that he didn't want to be petty in his plans to take over the world. Therefore, he asked to put all thoughts out of Man Ne's head and just follow him, like a dog following its master. Kakchu said that when he had all the white light in his hands, he might give Counselor Man some province. The counselor bowed his head and indicated that he would gladly accept his gift as a reward. He knew it was a trap, but he had no choice now but to simply agree with the head of the Murim Union. He thought about the fact that he didn't need the province or the whole world. He had only one wish. All he needed was his experiment, namely the limp-footed, poisonous, and ruthless Ja Gang. Sitting by the mountain river, the young man reasoned that after using the technique of dividing arrow projectile, there were some changes in his body. When controlling his internal energy, he no longer felt as much pain and recoil as he used to. Extending his arm, he applied the technique of the Ill Valley's hand grip and dragon grip in a moment, catching the snake that was crawling on the ground. He thought over the fact that the amount of internal energy had increased to 1 captcha, and it concerned the entire internal energy of the right side of the body. Now he could apply other secret techniques of the Yak family, but he didn't understand why this was so since the wind finger technique couldn't increase his internal energy like this. Letting go of the snake, he thought that the goddess of desire might have known something since she had given him these particular techniques. Then he realized that it was within his power to become even stronger and more powerful. He traveled from the outskirts of Yunnan to the branch of Huguang province where Murim was located, but he had to pass through Sichuan. He knew that the end point of his retaliation and revenge plan was Pek Lee Jun, so he headed for the Murim Union. In order to get to Sichuan, he had to overcome the village of Namga, and he set off in its direction. Then he felt someone standing behind him and asked the stranger to show himself, wondering who he was. Looking at the man, he realized he was in pain and couldn't move. But by enduring the pain, he managed to destroy the Eye of Annihilation, which was astounding. The man realized that before him stood a very young man who was tainted by a great number of deeds committed. He introduced himself as Chagall Men and said he had sown revenge on him from the entire Chagall family for the life of his niece. He said that he had committed a very great sin by attacking the Chagall family, and the heavens themselves should get even with him. Uncle Yong offered to tell him about all the plans of the Safa clan and where they were hiding. Then he promised to take the young man's life painlessly and in one blow. Ja Gang said that he acted alone and knew nothing about the Safa clan. He realized that he was responsible for Yen's death, but he was only the cause. The second head of Chagall did not believe him and said that the whole union had heard about the deeds of the poisonous lame. But the young man said that answered his question, and he himself had questions. He asked when it happened that the Chagall descended to the status of union command dogs. He stated that the wisest Chagall family lacked true wisdom, and he didn't believe that they had come as a group to catch him alone. Head Chagall, listening to the boy's speech, was very angry that he spoke so rudely about his entire family. Coming to his senses from the rage that enveloped him, he was ready to strike at the venomous limp. In 1 second, he fan-split the rock he was standing on, which was a very powerful act. Going downstairs, he asked the young man not to flatter himself because this was neither a trial nor a battle. The head of the Chagall family said it was just revenge for taking his niece's life. The young man was angry and asked him not to delay but to show him his revenge right now. Head Chagall laughed at the young man that such a method of incitement was worthless. He realized that Jia Gang planned to use the poison he was hiding behind his back, and such a cheap trick wouldn't work. Opening the fan, he said that a young man from a non-noble family would not be able to harm him, but the deprivation of life would be very long. Then the young man asked what he was up to and was going to do to him, but the head said that Chagall had his own special methods. He realized that he had planned to sneak into the Murim Union through Sichuan province, but he should have forgotten about that intention now. He warned him that as soon as he dared to go outside of Namga village, hell would break loose. At that moment, he threw a yellow leaf at Jia Gan's feet and asked him to take it. Jia Gang picked up a yellow-colored sheet from the ground and began to read it, thinking about what he should do next. This sheet was an amulet of the Chagall family's forfeiture of life and was only given to those they swore to destroy. He warned that once he got to Camp Chagall, he would definitely go the way of hell. He asked him to prepare for it and then come for the despair to develop in him and become stronger. After which everyone left, and Jia Gan accepted the invitation by swallowing the amulet and chewing on it. Coming to Namga village, he realized that Shin Yun had warned him but thought about meeting with Chagall later. As he passed by the people, he realized that this battle would be different because he wouldn't have the chance to prepare a trap in advance and would have to come up with a strategy. He realized that the enemy had a geographical advantage, and his position was like a rat in a cage. Walking into the tool shop, he thought about what reason Chagall had for doing this. Seeing a certain weapon, he asked how much it cost while thinking that unpredictability was the only move against the enemy's plan in his position. The head of the Chagall family waited for the scouts from Namga village to return and report what they had seen. Song Yi was the strategic advisor of the Chagall family. He replied that the scouts would arrive at the barracks soon. One of the scouts entered the barracks and reported that the lame man had purchased a weapon on a chain on the first day, and that there's nothing unusual about his actions. He just trains every day and has no intention of leaving the village. They laughed that practicing now was useless and thought he had lost his mind after receiving the amulet of life deprivation. But the head of Chagall did not let his guard down. He realized that such a type was not simple once he was able to take the brave phoenix's life. He realized that Yong had trained the powerful blue energy gate technique and even obtained an antidote from the Alliance, but he still defeated her. That meant only one thing. The poisonous limp had some kind of ace up his sleeve. He recalled that when they met, the young man did not feel fear, but only provoked to make an attack. The strategic advisor recalled that in the events of the Valley Dock, the lame one had shown cunning tactics perhaps, and now he had a lull tactic. The guard didn't understand why they were giving the young man time, since they could take a small loss and attack him in Namga village. Head Chagall was angry. He was sure that in a battle of stealth against stealth, his family would never be defeated. The strategic advisor added that the lame man's tricks won't help because the Chagall are a very wise family, and they will show him the difference between them. The head of the family explained that Yan was robbed of his life, so to keep everyone from laughing at them, they couldn't just take the life of a young man. They wanted revenge. At that moment, a carrier pigeon brought a note to the clerk, who unfolded it, and his face changed. After reading it carefully, he ran to call the Lordess to inform her of the information he had received. Kneeling before the head of Safa, he said he had received news from an informant in Yunnan province. The note contained information that Chagall had been watching the village of Namga for half a month now, which could most likely contain the poison lame. The Lordess, reading the note, assumed that this would be the case after taking the life of the brave phoenix, but didn't think that all forces would be raised. The attendant explained that the poison lame had received the amulet of deprivation of life and had not left the walls of Namga village for 2 weeks. The boy had spent 2 weeks assembling and disassembling his gear, and Chagall was getting tired of watching him. Head Saf laughed, realizing it was the young man's style. The Chagall have already used up their food supplies, and there are rumors that after catching the limp Chagall along with Murim want to attack Saf. Pyongbok offered to do the attack, but the Lordess was delighted with Chagall's actions. She didn't understand how such a wise and warlike family hadn't thought about their strategy and were suffering food losses. She assumed that they were waiting for them because they believed that the lame man was part of the Safa clan, so they had to come and rescue him. She ordered everyone to return to Yunnan because she didn't want to ignore such efforts by the Chagall family towards them. She speculated who might have given the nickname to the ruthless, venomous limp and realized what he wanted, so she decided to play along with Chagall. She was sure that the day of retribution for what she had done would soon come, and she was just waiting for that day. At this time, news came to the young man in the Murim Union, and he turned to look at it. After reading the letter informing him of the location of the ruthless poison lame lord, immediately decided to leave the Murim Union building. He really wanted to comfort Yeon's soul by massacring him, so he went to Namga village. Overnight deliveries of food and non-food assistance to the Chagall family were again made. At that moment, the guards sensed the presence of strangers in their path and territory. One of the scouts saw a large number of people and thought they were being attacked by the Safa clan, so he wanted to run and report to the head of the family. But the strategic action advisor stopped him and ordered him to first see if he was right in his feelings. After capturing all of them in a few minutes, they realized that these people were rather brigands and not members of the Saf clan. However, he realized that no one knew about the trail that was used to transport the humanitarian aid from the common people, which meant that someone could be behind it. The strategic advisor wanted to find out by any means necessary, so he bared his blade. One of the attacking robbers asked to be spared, saying they just wanted to make money. Seeing that the bandit was ready to speak, he asked for the name of the one who had directed them to commit the robbery on this particular trail. During this time, Ja Gang continued to stay in Namga village, knowing that he was constantly being watched by guards. He had been practicing for the 3rd week and was repeating the kusarigama technique he had been taught in the mine during the cave-in. He realized he was being watched closely and didn't really understand why the Chagall were unwilling to launch an attack first. He realized that he had plenty of time to prepare for the fight, but he didn't understand why they were waiting so long and what they were waiting for. Then in the village, he was called by a man who saw the longing and brooding on the young man's face. He offered him a fortune and introduced himself as the god of earth and sky, asking for a price of only 2 foons. Looking closely at the man's face, Ja Gang thought he had never seen him here before. He realized it was very suspicious, but decided to check who it was and why he was here. Bowing down before him, the young man was grateful and asked to be told what luck awaited him in the future. The man replied that the money was accepted. As he began his ritual, he said that the gratuitous rains with the winds were keeping the spring from leaving and leaving them, and the peach and plum blossoms had already begun to fall from the branches, saying it was the man waving the sticks in the glass making a noise. Suddenly, he took out a single stick-shaped plank and holding it out to the young man informed him that this was his good fortune. Taking the wand in his hands, Ja Gang was very puzzled and even a little excited. Turning the plaque, he read that the near-future tactics of Chagall, 9 palaces and 8 sectors. Seeing the puzzled face of the young man, he asked if he should explain his luck. Ja Gang, showing that he was being watched, invited the man to talk elsewhere and followed him. Realizing that they had moved away enough, the man pulled 2 needles out of his hair that looked just like a hairpin. He then easily pointed them in the direction of the guards and approached the young man. When Ja Gang saw this, he realized that he was not a simple fortune teller or a normal madman who had decided to tell him fortunes. He realized that he had been sent by the goddess of desire, and the man confirmed it by saying that she had asked for his help while he was stranded. He did not understand why the Lordess had decided to help him, because he had refused a helping hand at the time. He said that if things didn't go as they planned, the young man could indeed lose his life at the hands of Chagall. The man confirmed that they were waiting for the Safa clan, thinking that since the limp belonged to them, they would run to rescue him. He explained that it was better to save Jagan and learn of the enemy's real intentions than to start a battle with Chagall. So they wanted to move Chagall's attention elsewhere to provide assistance to the young man. He said it wasn't very easy for them to come up with such a plan because there were always so many problems with Chagall. By misdirecting them, they were trying to buy time to save Jagan. The Safa clan representative finished his story and hinted to the boy that it was time for them to flee. He realized that soon there would be many hardships of life for ordinary citizens and residents in Namga village. Saf's representative explained to him that already all of Kanho knew that the Chagall family had rounded up the limping, poisonous, ruthless young man. He explained that then everyone would think on Lame or the Saf clan, allowing the Chagall family and other union members to launch an open attack. It was very hard for the young man to believe that an eminent family like Chagall could just massacre ordinary civilians there. Then the Saf clan said that the young man was not much aware that Chagall has long since failed to honor bravery and justice. They are ruled only by the choice to benefit no matter what they have to do or what injustice they have to endure. Realizing that the young man was in no hurry to follow him, he said he would be brief and tell him the truth he knew himself. The head of the Chagall family received a letter saying that after Yeon's death, they should not just get the head of the lame man but take certain measures. Otherwise, the Murim alliance will be greatly concerned about the future reputation of the Chagall family. The guard reported to the head of Chagall that Safa's staged attack suggests that Safa does not have the proper strength to save the lame man. The head of the Chagall family swore that it wouldn't be easy for him to catch Yu Hua Tong Rengen, the goddess of wishes. He didn't care what the Chapa clan's goals were. He had to prevent the Chagall family's reputation from being lowered. He ordered everyone to get ready because they were about to enter Namga village. The head of the Chagall family, along with the poisonous lame man, wanted to crush Namga village completely. The Safa spokesman said that the Kanho used to pursue wisdom and valor and were even willing to sacrifice themselves for justice. But a few decades ago, everything changed because the Murim alliance was created to unite all the clans of Pekto. The post of the head of the union at that time was occupied by Haewol Jin Yin, who considered different ideologies and tried to combine them into a unified whole. Thus that the basic law of the union became what its members were willing to sacrifice for gain, so prominent families also stooped down and contributed. Then Jagan realized that the Chagall too had lowered their principles and morals in order to be inducted into the Murim Union. Jagang didn't understand why the union had arranged things that way, but the man replied that he didn't know that, assuming that for his own power benefit. After realizing everything the man said, the young man realized that everyone he fought with was only doing it for profit. This meant that to complete his revenge, he needed to destroy the entire order of the new Kanho, in which even atrocities were the norm. The man asked the young man to come with him once he understood, because soon there would be nothing left of Namga village. Realizing everything that was going on, Jagang informed him that he would not be going with him, and the man did not understand why he made that choice. He explained that if civilians were in danger, he would not leave alone because what happened was his fault, and therefore he was ready to be held accountable. The man could not believe his ears, and did not understand why the young man, having learned the truth, did not want to run away with him. Jagan said he wanted to see with his own eyes how much Konko had changed that the man had just told him about. The man didn't understand how the lame man was going to fight so many alone, but the lame man said he wasn't doing it to win, and did everything because it is simply impossible to do otherwise. And all this time he did not sit idly by and is ready for everything. He explained that he had made a promise to himself to live not for life but for vengeance and justice. So he asked the goddess of desire to thank him. The man was shocked that he had gone to so much trouble for him not to go with him, to which the young man apologized to him. The man said that he seemed to understand why the Lordess liked him so much and said he would pray that he survive the battle. As he left, he wished good luck to the ruthless, poisonous Limp who had decided to deal with the entire Chagall family alone. He was even interested in talking to the young man who had decided to stand alone against the world and its rules that had been in force for so many years. One of the civilians was leaving for work as usual, and his wife wished him a good day. Joyfully saying goodbye to his wife, he turned around and saw in front of him a crowd of men with guns he didn't realize who they were. A servant of the Chagall Chog Yul family looked at him with a snide smile, and his mood was hostile. Having hung blue flags on all the gates of Namga village, the strategic advisor reported that the Chagall servants were ready, and they had arrived at the site of the excellent view of events. With a wave of his fan, he ordered the battle to begin with the villagers of Namgi, and the counselor blew his horn. Hearing that they had been signaled to begin attacking the residents asked them to wait. But without letting him finish, he was immediately taken away in front of his beloved wife, and all the people started shouting that a man was taken away. Satisfied with themselves, they began to disperse through the village with orders to eliminate every villager without missing a single one. Realizing that some unknown villagers had attacked the civilians of the village, they started running and wanted to make it to the north gate in time. But even at the back gate, there was an army. Then they realized they were surrounded and had nowhere else to run. The people did not understand why they were being treated like this, thinking it was a mistake, but the warrior said that they would become victims of Safa in the name of moral duty. At this point, their actions were interrupted by an explosion, and they were puzzled as to why it would be there. At this time, the wave of explosion quickly reached the warriors, and they didn't understand how this was possible. The strategic advisor did not understand how the Namga village had exploded because the villagers did not have gunpowder. The head of the Chagall family was getting angry that everything was not going according to plan, and realized that only a lame man could do such a thing. The warriors in the village did not understand what was going on, and then the other guards asked Chog-Yul to look up. Chog-Yul was surprised to be asked to look up and started to lift his head to see what everyone saw there. Up on top of the roof of the burning building stood a merciless, poisonous limp. He realized that in front of them stood the enemy who had taken Miss Yeon's life, thus robbing the Chagall family of their honor. As he watched from above, he realized that even with the entire DOK clan gone, innocent people continued to suffer at the hands of ruthless humans. Such was the Kanho law turned inside out. Then, clutching the weapon in his hand, he ordered all the warriors to stop and listen to him. He shouted to the people that all the gates of the village were already blocked, and if they wanted to survive, they should run to the outer wall. He made a passage for them there. Residents began to argue that there was compost and never a passageway. They were afraid that maybe it was a trap because they didn't realize who the young man was. He shouted that the inhabitants had no time for doubts, and if they did not flee, they would all be deprived of life here. He shouted very loudly to be heard, and prayed very loudly for all the residents to be able to escape and stay alive. When they heard this and saw that they were being chased, they realized that they had no choice and could not just stand there, so they all ran to the outer wall. Chog-Yul was very angry and ordered all his servants to immediately chase down the civilians and take everyone's life. Running up to the outer wall, the inhabitants began to rejoice that the guy had not deceived them, and the wall indeed saw a passage. Hoping that they were a few steps away from being rescued, they began to rejoice. But from the outside, the Chagall warriors were already arriving on horseback. Seeing this, they began to lose hope, but suddenly the warrior was knocked off his horse and shouted for the villagers to run in his direction. It was a member of the Saf clan who shouted from the forest for civilians to run to his voice if they wanted to survive. The man was very surprised that the young man was able to prepare everything himself and had time to study Namga up close and personal. The counselor strategist wanted to follow the inhabitants, but the head of the family said it was too late because the explosion had attracted a lot of attention, and they were not the only ones watching from the mountain. Also, the young man from the roof showed up and everyone saw him, and therefore understands that the lame man was helping the civilians escape. Head Chagall realized that if they ran after the villagers, all suspicion would fall on them, destroying their reputation, so they needed to continue their attack on the lame man. He didn't understand how cold-blooded and ruthless he could suddenly change and start helping the inhabitants he didn't know. At that time, the head of the Chagall family signaled the redistribution of the troops, and now they were no longer harassing the villagers. Chog-Yul said that now all the troops were sent to catch the lame man, and he didn't have long to live in this world. He didn't understand why he would want to help fleeing civilians. He thought it wasn't at all like a poisonous limp. Jagang replied that when he first met them, he didn't understand why the brave Phoenix was after him on orders from the Union, but after meeting them, he understood. He realized that people blamed him for what happened to the brave Phoenix, but after all, the villagers were now being robbed of their lives by Representative Chagall in such a horrible way. He couldn't even believe that the Chagall family of wisdom and justice could fall so low. Chog-Yul was astonished because he was the one who took Miss Yeon's life, and now he wanted to lecture them for some reason. He said he didn't do it, and they would have no reason to take the lives of civilians, but Chog replied that they were not the ones who started this battle with the Saf clan. Jagang was horrified that the civilians were just the inevitable casualties accompanying the battle. Chog-Yul was pleased with himself and said that even if the Safa clan abandoned him, they would still make it look like they were here. That's why they took the lives of civilians to absolve themselves of their sins by making up silly excuses. Chog-Yul said that they were only soldiers who were obligated to follow orders, and he didn't understand why the young man was so worried about these civilians. Then Jagang explained to him that he had once been in their shoes and had also faced such cruel injustice. Realizing that the puppets in front of him were just puppets, he prepared to attack, releasing Salgi-Shi. He realized that he would have no remorse after taking their lives. Chog-Yul laughed at his remarks and said that it was too late to think like that, and immediately several soldiers surrounded the young man. Then he used the lone moon execution combined with the fourth moon section and took the lives of those around him in a few seconds. Chog-Yul was not prepared for such a blow and watched what actions he would take next to develop defense tactics in order to attack. Then he made the decision to attack the boy on his own, but the blade of his sword was already captured by the chain. At that time, Jagang applied the Isle Valley grabbing hand and, grabbing Chog-Yul by the throat, applied the dragon grip. Realizing that the Safa representatives had such techniques, He said that everything was finished because the construction of the 9 palaces and 8 sectors was over. He said that taking his life would not change anything because he no longer had any hope of salvation and was surrounded only by the labyrinth of hell. Jagan asked him to speak correctly that it is not him surrounded by the formation but them together. Jong-yul said that he was honored to accept such an invitation from the boy. The young man was already prepared for anything, and looking into the distance he saw a glint and realized that the Chagall family was standing there. The head of the Chagall family was ready to enter this attack and realized that all the warriors had already built a maze that the young man would not pass through. The rest of the soldiers who came to the scene of the fire were looking around for the limping man who was jumping from the roof to strike them. The ruthless, venomous limp was striking at a very fast speed so that the warriors simply did not have time to realize that they had already been robbed of their lives one by one. Ja Gang used the smoke from the fire as cover, but his enemies kept coming and weren't going to leave until they caught him. He observed that the opponents were coming in groups, which meant that he needed to break their formation, because no matter how good the formation was, everything had a weak point. So he quietly attacked one of the soldiers out of the smoke and held his mouth so he couldn't scream. He decided to get rid of opponents one at a time first to understand their movement and how the chain was lined up. At that moment, he heard the sound of a whistle, and the army he could hardly manage came towards him. Then he realized that by the sound of the whistle they were communicating with each other and informing him of his whereabouts. This type of formation allowed to surround the enemy and make him stay in real terror of what was happening. The formation changed its formation depending on the location of the enemy. Such a formation was like a living labyrinth from which there was no way out. This distribution of troops allowed them to constantly separate, connect, and circulate like the movement of fish in a yin-yang. This type of formation worked like gears, and if one was out of order, it was immediately replaced by others that allowed to find the enemy. Thus, the tactic drives the enemy to the gate of life deprivation, where everything ends with the most powerful blow of Chagall. The head of the Chagall family realized that the lame man had no chance of getting out of this labyrinth, much less passing through the gate of life's deprivation. Ja Gang fought with his last strength, sweat running down his face, and he was already very tired. He realized that he was already too far away from the place where it all started, which meant he was getting closer to Chagall. He thought how to get out of this chain. Then he remembered the words of Xin Yun, who had told him about the yin-yang fish movement, and began to guess how to get out of the situation. He thought about it and saw a flag in front of him that said, Gate of Pain. Then he heard the sounds of arrows and realized that it was pointless to dodge. He just wouldn't have time. Saving himself, he covered himself with a human shield, namely the lifeless body of one of the bereaved soldiers. The strategic advisor reported that they briefly took the soldiers aside because they began firing, for the lame man was at the gate of pain, having passed the gate of limit and healing. The head of the Chagall family, realizing that the lame man was not so simple, asked the counselor to lure him to the gates of insight. To Jagan at this time, the encirclement of their soldiers returned, and he continued the battle he had been in for hours. Chagall wanted to bring him back to the gate of deprivation so that the young man would feel he could not leave the labyrinth. Watching from the sidelines, he said that as soon as Jagang reached them, he should give the signal. This signal would mean the completion of the gate, and then the lame man wouldn't stand a chance. They were very pleased with their tactics of conducting the battle and waited for the life of the ruthless limp to end. As the warriors led the young man into the gate of destitution, they were sure they had now surrounded him as properly as possible. But the second they realized there was no one in the center, they were puzzled as to how this was possible. After looking around, they realized that the limping man was not in the center or anywhere else. The strategic advisor did not understand how the lame man could leave the gate of life deprivation because he was surrounded by dozens of the best soldiers he could not vaporize. He didn't understand how it was possible once an enemy defeated by force and was able to escape, but here, the clear advantage was with Chagall. The head of Chagall didn't understand how some henchman of Safa could know about the secret of the Gate of Life because he wasn't a member of Chagall. Jagang understood Xin Yun's words, and being in the Gate of Life deprivation among the Gate of Insight of the inner hexagram, he saw the Gate of Life was a blind formation zone. He realized he couldn't get out of the blind spot if he only hid, so he needed to destroy the formation. He thought about Xin Yun's words about remembering the yin-yang in the form of a fish when caught in a critical situation. He realized that it meant the endless movement of the construct as if it were a living organism. Realizing that the enemy had lost sight of him, the formation moved chaotically with no center of gravity. In that case, He had an idea how to change the trajectory of the center of gravity in his direction. The soldiers were very hot because of the fire and did not understand how they were to search for the lame man in such a condition. The soldiers at the healing gate didn't understand why they were looking for the lame man if the last time he had been at the gate of forfeiture. At that moment, one of the soldiers felt a pain in his foot and realized that he had stepped on a poisonous starfish. Realizing that it was poisoning the second partner, immediately took a whistle and started signaling that the poisonous limp was here. From above, they watched what was happening and realized the signal was from the healing gate, but didn't realize when the lame man was there. The strategic advisor immediately ordered that most of the formation be directed specifically to the healing doctor. The head of the Chagall family thought it strange that the lame man was in the gate of healing because he was sure that he was hiding in the gate of life. At the limit gate, an order was given to reorganize the formation because the enemy was detected at the healing gate. The soldiers, drenched in sweat from the scorching heat of the fire, did not understand how their enemy had managed to reach the healing gate. Reasoning how through the flames the enemy could get from the gate of life deprivation to the gate of healing, one of the soldiers stepped on the thread, and a poison needle immediately flew into his neck. He felt a pain in his neck, thinking it was just a sting. Before he could tell his partner he was okay, he just fell lifeless. Then, examining the lifeless body of the soldier's partner, he realized that it was poison, and therefore the work of the lame man. Not understanding how he could get from the healing gate to the limit gate so quickly, he signaled with his whistle that he had found the limp man. The soldiers in the gate of insight heard the signal and didn't understand how this was even possible. They realized that it was impossible to get from the gate of healing to the gate of limit in such a short period of time. Before he could finish his thought, the soldier of the gate of insight was deprived of his life at the hands of the lame man. The strategic advisor, watching everything that was happening from above, did not understand how the lame man managed to do such a thing and remain unnoticed. He did not understand how the lame man could simultaneously be in the gate of pain, the gate of healing, the gate of insight, and the gate of limit. The head of the Chagall family realized that the poison lame had managed to set traps to escape from the formation. He realized that the lame man had pulled off an interesting trick, but he noticed that out of 100 privates, not even 20 had died, which meant that he simply didn't stand a chance. Then he gave orders to reorganize the large-scale formation. He was sure the lame one would not escape by applying cheap traps. Jia Gang realized that he was behind the backs of his opponents, which meant he had managed to get out of the searchers' formation. He was sure he was doing the right thing because he was going completely against the line. Continuing to march in the direction set before him, he attacked all the soldiers that were in his way, and his attacks were successful. During another attack, he saw the village boundary and realized that he needed to get to it and cross it. Just as he reached the edge of the formation, he heard the voice of a stranger saying that he was lucky to have reached this place. He was thankful that he didn't have to waste his time and spend a long time looking for it in the maze of constructions. Jia Gang didn't realize who was standing in front of him and why he had come to him at this moment. Baek Li Guan, nicknamed the Silent Dragon, said he came to avenge the taking of Yeon's life. The lame man was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events because he already had a very small reserve of strength. In Murim Union in Jiangxi province, Baek Li Jun asked the old man's permission to enter his room. He said he could come through, but he was a little busy because he was cooking. After clarifying what exactly he was doing, the stranger said that he was preparing the Purple Heaven pill. Baek Li Jun understood that this was the Mudan clan's immortality pill. It was an incomparable miracle medicine. He wasn't sure if it was safe to prepare here. He didn't understand what was so great about the pill. All he had to do was mix the right ingredients, so he asked her not to make a big deal out of it. He was more interested in why Chagall, pursuing just one person, spent a whole month in Yunnan doing nothing. He said he didn't give such an order assuming it was retaliation for his daughter, but he didn't understand why they waited so long. Baek Li Jun said that Poison Lame was part of the Safa clan, so they used him as bait to take a big revenge one day. The old man laughed and asked him if he had thought of it himself or if someone had told him. He realized it was in his repertoire to feed a hungry wolf, but she was sure Saf would not go for that and eventually the Chagall would just wear themselves out. Baek Li Jun said that Yu Hua has a fickle personality, so she could have possibly rushed to save the lame man, so it was worth the effort. Then the man asked if Baek Li Jun was sure he knew his wife so well. The old man assumed that his plan had just fallen apart, so he'd botched the whole thing. Kochu said he pressed Chagall not to give them more time to wait. He knew that for the sake of maintaining authority, they wouldn't go out of their way. Continuing to pulverize the ingredients of the pill, the man said he didn't care that, of course, Safa had to be removed. He asked for a separation between personal and work, but in Pek Lee Jun's actions he saw a personal interest in Safa. Then the head of the Murim He Union, Wol Jin Ying, looked at him with a special look and reminded him that his eyes could not be deceived. By Ek Lee Jun's entire body of the King Kong divine sword began to be pierced with fine needles, and he asked the head to stop. But the head of the Murim Union didn't stop. He wanted to know absolutely the whole truth. The head explained that he had started this conversation because of his anxiety, after which he stopped covering his interlocutor with his gaze. He smiled and said that he wouldn't teach him that Baek Lee Jun should be able to handle everything on his own, because he was very perceptive. Looking at him again, he said that the tea party would have to be postponed for later as the head of Murim had urgent business to attend to. Not understanding what the head of Murim was talking about, he heard footsteps approaching. At that moment, the informant flew into the room and apologized, saying that he urgently needed to report the information to Mr. Kakchu. A little taken aback, Kakchu said it's okay to let him talk in front of everyone about his news. Then he said that there was news from a branch of Giju province that was very important. He looked at the leader of the Murim Heavenly Sword King Kong Union and said that the news concerned his chief and best disciple. Then the informant continued and reported to his supervisor that the best disciple had gone to Yunnan. Jia Gang thought about why the Silent Dragon had come to him and what it wanted from him. He realized that the Silent Dragon and the Brave Phoenix were part of the same group, but he couldn't understand why he had come here. Seeing the incomprehension in the young man's eyes, he said that he was surprised that only her family had come to avenge the Brave Phoenix in his opinion. Then he said that Yan, who died so tragically at his hands, was his lover, and he was waiting for her to come home alive. He explained that she was indispensable in resolving what happened in Yunnan because that was how they could get permission to recognize the relationship. He was sure that she was strong and would do well, so he let her go with joy in his heart. But she came back devoid of life, and since I sent her to you, I can't forgive myself for this event and move on. So he really wanted to share Yan's fate, but thought who would then have the honor of comforting her soul. So after arriving in Yunnan, he thanked the heavens that he was able to avenge his beloved girl with his own hands. Realizing that this would be very hard to believe, Jia Gang still said that taking the life of the Brave Phoenix was not his doing. He said that Chigal Young lost her life as a result of the conspiracy, but before he could finish, he realized that he was being attacked. Seeing how strong and fast the attack was, he realized that this battle would not be easy. He asked not to play these games with him and didn't understand why it wasn't enough for him to take Young's life away from him, depriving him of the meaning of life. Seeing Salgisai's opponent, he realized that talking to him was useless because the dark energy had consumed him whole. Also realizing that he had little time to get out of the living maze, and soon the guards would be on his trail, he made a decision, as quickly as possible to defeat the enemy because he had no other choice. Reflecting in the battle, they used different techniques, mainly the flight line of the 12 Earth Branches wind melody. However, the opponent turned out to be much stronger and more experienced than Jagana, so he immediately defeated him. But the opponent didn't stop and asked the young man to stand up because he thought he hadn't even started yet. He said that all the pain that Yan experienced at the moment of taking her life and realizing her helplessness, it was bound to be slow and very painful to get back to Jagan no matter what. Not understanding what was wrong with him or why he wasn't attacking him anymore, he didn't believe him or his actions. He realized that the one who was able to leave the living labyrinth was capable of much, otherwise Yan would still be alive. Jia Gang repeated that he didn't make it or take Jagal Young's life, and he didn't realize that as a lover, he wasn't interested in finding out how things really were. He didn't want to listen to the nonsense of some penniless youth and decided to go into close combat to give him a melee attack. After striking, Jia Gang realized that he had missed and had provoked his opponent for nothing. He realized that if he had come just half a step closer, he would have been deprived of his life as well, so he had been careless. Then he thought that the unfortunate Yeon had died precisely because of the same ruse that she had simply been careless. As the chain wrapped around Jia Gang's arm, he realized that he had to finish this battle quickly, or he would be attacked by all the Chigal soldiers at once. Then he once again manifested a line of earthly branches to slay his opponent. He hoped that this time he would succeed, so he tried his best, but at that moment he saw his opponent's sword being released. It was the sacred sword of the man of heaven. The white crane began to spread its wings. He said he would crush his tricks one by one and show him what real power was. They fought a hard battle, and Jia Gang fought back the attacks as hard as he could, realizing that his arm was about to fail. The opponent, seeing all this, realized that they were on completely different levels. Jia Gang realized that in a face-to-face fight, he had absolutely no chance of winning, so it was necessary to seize the opportune moment. The battle was crushing, and very fast Jia Gang didn't even have time to assess what was happening around him. Then the silent dragon prepared to deliver one last crushing blow to finally end it all. Realizing that he could no longer restrain his hand, he struck the finger of wind he had been taught by the head of Saf. Combined with the flying arrow projectile, the impact was very powerful, and Jia Gang was confident that he had managed to defeat the silent dragon. He was sure he had hit it right and that the silent dragon could not resist. However, the opponent said that he was hiding his strength for nothing because he felt a sudden rise in his inner energy. Jia Gang didn't understand how this was possible and why he hadn't managed to inflict a single wound on him. At this point, he experienced severe pain in his arm again, and didn't understand why he was experiencing these symptoms again. The silent dragon said that if hiding power was just part of the tricks, then it wasn't worth wasting time because it was reckless bravery. He realized that he could not defeat him, so he offered to start a real fight with the poisonous limp. Baek Lee Jun was dumbfounded by the news and didn't understand what his best student forgot in Yunnan. He considered his student diligent and made sure that no outside information came to him. How could this happen? Then the informant held out the note and said it was found in the student's room, after which it was reported that he was already in the province. Baek Lee Jun was angry that there wasn't even a coherent explanation, and a desperate Guan could imagine anything. He tried to figure out what kind of person could have pulled off such a terrible deed, but no one knew how the note got into his head. Then Kakchu said he was going to Yunnan province right away, although the informant tried to stop him by reminding him that Guan was the best among the best. Baek Lee Jun shouted that he was not afraid of the poisonous limp, he was afraid his wife would find out that his adopted son was already in Yunnan province. All the while, the head of Saf stood on the edge of the cliff and watched the battle between the boys. Then she heard a familiar voice informing her that he had arrived on time and knew she was somewhere nearby. Not realizing who exactly was standing in front of her, she decided to clarify who she was talking to. Counselor Man didn't want her to worry, so he decided to introduce himself to her after all. He told her that he was the person who called Baek Lee Guan here. Head Safa didn't understand at all what it means that Baek Lee Guan is here. Then, Counselor Man repeated that he was the one who relayed the message about the poisonous chromium. He pondered over the fact that Baek Lee Guan was a more tempting bait compared to the poisonous limp. The goddess of desire was starting to get angry and asked for his name because she wasn't in the habit of talking to people she didn't know. Then Manhwa introduced himself and said that he held a minor position in poison neutralization in the Murim Union. The goddess of desire said it was the first time she'd heard of his name, and he confirmed that he was doing it on purpose because his counselor position was for ticking boxes. He explained that he was actually Baek Lee Jun's pawn, and his job was to do his dirty work for him. The goddess of desire was seized with rage. She didn't understand how she could trust such a man and thought he had come to mock her. Manhwa tried to calm her down and told her that they were only working together, but their goals were completely different and even opposite. He said he brought his adopted son here on purpose, but the goddess of desire didn't believe him because he knew that Kakchu could sacrifice anyone. The counselor went on to say that he had made a silent dragon out of his adopted son and had put his whole heart and soul into him, which meant he was definitely not ready to sacrifice him. He said that if Baek Lee Jun was willing to sacrifice him, he wouldn't be elsewhere, which could be verified through the clan's connections. Chapter Safa explained that after being on the run for a long time, one becomes suspicious even of the falling of leaves from a tree. She didn't know who he was, so she didn't want to trust him, and Manhwa didn't understand how she could pass up such an opportunity. Manhwa realized that if the truth about what had happened came out, his head would immediately lose its shoulders. She asked him to answer why he is protesting Baek Lee Jun and why he benefited from the whole circus. Manhwa didn't really understand what he should say to the goddess of desire, so he hesitated to think of what to say. His eyes widened with thought, and he realized that now he could tell the real truth. He had only one thought in his mind, the thought of catching and possessing Jia Gang. Head Saf was even more confused and didn't understand what the poison disarming advisor meant. Manhwa agreed to tell her his life story, but he warned her that it would be a long story. At this time, Baek Lee Guan and Jia Gang continued the battle fighting and using different techniques and martial arts. Jia Gang realized that he was in a lot of pain. He felt like it was about to break out and he didn't understand what was happening to his body. At the same time, he realized that only by being in a state of pain retention did he have any chance of catching the silent dragon's attack. Due to the quick changes of techniques and attack tactics, the battle lasted quite quickly, but it felt like a long fight. PJK Li Guan had enough time to assess his opponent, and he realized that he was facing the Blood Heaven Madness technique. Because this technique was able to increase the internal energy and bestow a very large flow of power. Jia Gang didn't understand what Blood Heavenly Madness technique he was talking about or what he meant because he didn't know what was happening to him. Baek Li Guan realized that the opponent was willing to risk everything, even lay down his life for the sake of using such a secret technique. Realizing that he could take young Baek's life with this technique, Li Guan was not going to lose because it was the reason why this whole fight was started. Jia Gang replied that he had no plans to lose either because he still had too much to do. Then they continued their battle using the techniques of powerful energy, shrieking, and earth branches. Next, the techniques of the projectile dividing arrow and the palm-tearing song of thunderous wailing were applied. Jia Gang felt a terrible tearing pain in his arm after using the technique and examined it. Baek Li Guan explained that the technique of sharing the palm of the thunderous wailing song was one of the Baek Li family's 3 absolute techniques. He knew that by investing enough internal energy force, one could tear out the root of a giant old tree. He was extremely surprised that Jia Gang had decided to respond with force to force, and he realized that he had no shortage of courage. But he realized that he had managed to damage his arm and it was now useless, which meant it was all over for the venomous limp. He wanted to send him to the bottom of hell and repent for all the sins and deeds he had committed. Jia Gang was surprised that Baek Li Guan thought he just wanted to compete with him. He said he was only doing all this to shorten the distance between them and stick toothpicks into his opponent's palm. He said that he had been taking different poisons all month, and the poison in question was stucco poison, which slows down the heart and lungs. Baek Li Guan understood why everyone called him a ruthless poison lame, and realized that only poison was in his opponent's arsenal. Then Jia Gang said he understood the rules of the game, that losing is forfeiture of life and winning is life, so he tried to win. Baek Li Guan wasn't going to lose either and didn't think he would have to resort to such a remedy, but he took out a pill from his breast pocket. Jia Gang realized that he was about to take the exact same pill, after which his beloved Yan was robbed of her life. Baek Li Guan said that it was only because of this medicine that his poison would not work, which meant that he no longer had a weapon that could help him win. After taking the red capsule with the antidote, the silent dragon rushed with all his strength to attack in order to avenge Yang. Jia Gang realized that he had miscalculated, and his opponent's strength had grown, and he realized that he could not dodge the attack. In the same second, he was pushed away, and he didn't realize what it was or who was suggesting he put off greeting him for later. The goddess of desire came and asked him to back off because his opponent was her real target. Head Safa reported that Baek Li Guan was now only her opponent, and she was eager to meet the silent dragon. Jia Gang didn't understand at all how she was here or what she was doing or why she was helping him. Yo Hua Shindong was well known to Baek Li Guan, and he immediately recognized her and was even more furious. He was sure that someone was standing behind the poison, lame man's back and realized that it was Yu Hua Shildun, and therefore she was to blame for what happened to Yan. She didn't like Baek Li Guan's way of talking. She realized that he only talked non-stop, giving her all sorts of nicknames. She realized that in that case, the only thing left to do was to teach him a lesson since he hadn't been taught manners in the Murim Alliance. The sacred sword technique of the Man of Heaven, but was extremely surprised that at that very second, the head of Saf easily enveloped his sword with her yellow scarf. She was very unhappy that such a youngster was using such a technique in her presence. She informed him that he was too far from perfect mastery of this type of technology. She asked him not to get cocky and immediately took the heavenly sword away from his hands just by pulling his scarf. Back then, Baek Li Guan decided to use the palm-tearing technique of the thunderous wailing song. Realizing what technique he was using towards her, the goddess of desire reached out to his hand and responded to the technique. Baek Li Guan couldn't believe that her recoil force was so strong. He realized that he was facing a very strong opponent. Jia Gang watched their battle. He didn't understand how this was possible and marveled at the true power of the goddess of desire. He saw that the goddess of desire had easily disarmed the silent dragon. Then he wondered what she was really like. Getting closer to Baek Li Guan, she reported that he and his teacher were also her enemies. Then she saw the symptoms of poisoning and realized that defeating the silent dragon was only a matter of time, which surprised her greatly. She didn't understand why the venomous limp one kept fighting since he had an easy opportunity to escape. Getting no response, she turned around and saw that the poisonous limp was lying unconscious on the floor. She didn't understand what exactly could have happened to him and saw some kind of shadow flying from the roof. Turning around, she saw a man who had achieved the technique of mental energy deprivation of life and said that it was very fitting for his nickname. She realized that in front of her stood Chagall Men Eyes of Annihilation, and he was saying that since she was here, they hadn't set this up for nothing. She laughed at the fact that they had a real feast here, so she couldn't pass it by at all. He asked if she was going to rescue the lame man, but she happily replied that she only wanted a descendant of the Bayek family. The head of the Chagall family didn't understand what the silent dragon was doing here and why it had come to exact revenge on Yong. She told the head of Chagall that if he was going to try to save the silent dragon, he shouldn't do it because he couldn't match her strength. At this moment, the goddess of desire began to release a very abundant and thick cloud of salga. Head Chagall was angry and believed that Yeo Hua Shandong had already crossed every conceivable and unthinkable boundary in her actions. Then, striking the first blow shrouded in rage, he began the battle with the head of Saf, the goddess of desire. She, realizing everything that was happening, immediately engaged in battle with him and repelled his attack. She was furious that a mere private dared herself to engage in battle with her. She realized that he was no match for her because their powers were not equal. She warned him that if he interfered with her, then the whole Chagall family would be finished. Freeing himself from her captivity, he said that the Chagall family had long since grown stronger and her tricks wouldn't work on him. He said they hadn't attacked her clan in a long time and her arrogance was just a vestige of former glory. He said that he was like a second hand to Chagall and knew about her family's sad history, so she didn't understand why such words were said. He said that her family's plight was only due to greed, so he asked her not to look for other culprits. The goddess of desire was surprised. He said that it was Kakchu who caught her despite the fact that his wife was involved in everything. He sacrificed her and acted justly. He blamed the goddess of desire for chickening out and joining Safa. She was furious at such absurdity. The goddess of desire was overwhelmed with intense pain, but her anger was stronger, so she said that she would never forgive the second hand of the Chagall family. As they prepared for another battle, they saw someone already approaching them from above. It was Counselor Man Ne, who reported that their fight was harder than he could have imagined. Then he offered to help them quite a bit and a smile spread across his face. Head Chagall understood that the advisor was serving under Baek Kachu's leadership, so he didn't understand why he had come here at all. The goddess of wishes was also confused and didn't understand who exactly the counselor had offered to help. Counselor Man Ne was very pleased with himself and the situation he had created, so he asked what they planned to do. He realized that he couldn't overpower such a martial artist, but he knew that even a tiny bit of help would be helpful. Head Chagall realized that he had come to share the success of the victory with his family, but was unwilling to cede such a benefit to the Union. But Man Ne said he didn't talk to him, but to her, the head of Safa. Not understanding why he intervened, the goddess of desire informed him that she didn't need any help at all, especially not from him. Then the counselor said that she needed to get things resolved quickly because the Chagall are reassembling the formation, and he didn't involve her to stall. Chief Chagall realized that the advisor had betrayed Muman Ne, reported that it was Baek Li Jun who betrayed him and interfered with his plans. Showing Baek Li Guan, he said that it was payback for Baek Li Jun taking away a very valuable item from him. The head of Chagall didn't understand why he had a silent dragon as a hostage, and how valuing his niece could take hostage someone who came to avenge her life. Then realizing that he had indeed taken Baek Li Jun's best disciple hostage, he asked what the advisor wanted. Laughing at the whole situation, he asked to withdraw the Chagall troops, then he would be ready to continue talking about the silent dragon. He asked that everything be done quietly and without tricks so as not to attract anyone's attention. Man Ne felt a pain in his leg and realized that it was Jia Gang who had crawled over to stab him with the poison needle. He laughed and said that he never ceased to amaze him and thought that the young man had forgotten who he was, since it had been a long time since he had lost his leg. Hearing these words, Jia Gang could not believe his ears, and raising his head up that before him stood his worst enemy. Then Man Ne, smiling ever wider, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and called the young man by name. Jin Jia Gang didn't understand how this was possible and why he was still alive and standing in front of him. The counselor laughed that he wanted to lose his life because it had been a long time since he had been able to recover from the poison and go through hell. But Man continued to fight the pain because he couldn't let the one who took everything from him live, and it was only at that moment that he realized Ja Gang's feelings. So all the time that Ja Gang was fighting for life and taking revenge in the name of justice, he was there to follow in his footsteps. Jagan realized exactly who was following in his footsteps and who was committing the acts attributed to the poisonous limp. The counselor laughed as hard as he could and admitted that he was doing it himself, and Jagang was just a toy in the palm of his hand. He felt that all his actions must have driven him to despair and questioned how much pain he was in. The rest of the battle party watched in silence, shocked that the counselor had gone mad with a thirst for revenge. Counselor Maknae didn't want the young man to experience as much more pain and despair as possible at this moment of feeling pain. He couldn't believe that Ja Gang had allowed himself to stick a poison needle directly into his chest while he was telling him everything. After listening to Ja Gang's monologue, he said he was glad he hadn't missed such a valuable enemy in terms of revenge. He said he made a promise to take revenge on every last one of them, so he wasn't going to make any exceptions. Counselor Man was horrified that the boy would allow himself such a thing and pushed him away without reacting to the poison. The counselor didn't understand how, with such injuries, he even had the strength to get back on his feet, and he'd let himself do that for nothing. He didn't understand why, being in despair and in terrible pain, he kept stubbornly resisting his will. The advisor realized that he had managed to make the young man live despite all the battles, but he also realized that any battle brings pain. And pain always brings suffering, so it was pointless to throw someone who grew up in it into the darkness. That's why he decided to turn on the light to give the boy hope and condemn him to eternal suffering. Then Counselor Man said he changed his mind and decided to take the silent dragon with him. Then Head Safa didn't understand why he decided to prevent her. Striking the silent dragon, he said she misunderstood him and should listen carefully. The head of the Chagall family shouted and asked him to stop because the silent dragon had already been poisoned with a potent poison. He said that he was the only one who could neutralize the effects of the poison, so he was going to take the dragon and heal it. The head of Safa didn't trust the counselor, but he explained that her target was not Guan but June, so it was more profitable to capture the latter while leaving the former alive. He said he'd cure him and come right back, but he told her to look after Ja Gang and then offered her a trade. He realized she didn't have to believe him, so he put his weakness in her hands to do as he wanted. The head of Chagall swore at what other conspiracies they were up to and said he wasn't going to let them off so easily. Then the counselor calmly replied that if he blocked his path, he would definitely take the silent dragon's life. He said that if the head of Chagall is really so loyal to the Murim family, then the original plan must be followed or they will be held accountable. He offered to leave with the silent dragon and let the wish goddess go, and after the exchange takes place, everyone will be immediately satisfied, including Chagall. Based on the silence of the Chagall head's second hand, he realized that he was in agreement and continued walking. Head Chagall was very angry but let Counselor Manhwa leave along with the silent dragon on his shoulder, then asked the goddess what bound them together. She lowered her head and replied that she didn't know that he was doing his own thing. She had only learned about him today. Then he said that his goal wasn't to kidnap the silent dragon. His goal was to catch Yu Hua so he wouldn't just let her get away. To which Head Safa replied that if Baek Li Guan had disappeared, then there was no reason for her to linger here any longer. Then she prepared herself with the 9-void Jade Beam technique and the 5-toed Kung Fu Thunderstorm. She knew she could end it all in one blow and he wouldn't have to be in pain for long. The Chagall head was incensed by the technique applied to him and couldn't believe that it was so strong. At this moment, the head Saf goddess of desire, Safa, froze with her hands stretched forward and thought about what had happened. The two Quan Du brothers, who were authorized soldiers of the Safa family clan, immediately ran up to her. They said they came running as soon as they felt the energy of the 5-toed Kung Fu thunderstorms, but their leader said she was unharmed and was curious about the situation. The brothers said that the Chagall soldiers keep advancing and are having trouble holding them back, so it's time to leave. After listening to them and looking around, the goddess of desire decided to agree, but asked them for something. She asked them to take Sohep because he was to follow along with them. She thought over Manhwa's words, and not knowing about his true intentions, she knew she wasn't so simple herself. Ja Gang lay in bed and came to his senses. Thinking about all that had happened, he saw that he had been given first aid. He remembered Manhwa's face and realized that he was the one who controlled him and directed him to do such things. He realized that he was only a toy in his hands and he had complete control over him and his actions. He could hear his voice saying he couldn't escape now or ever. At that moment, the young man opened his eyes and saw a girl who was not familiar to him. He had never seen her before. He immediately flooded her with questions about who she was and where he was and what kind of place it was and what province. She replied that he is in a town 200 li from Sichuan, and here is the dwelling place of Saf. Here the goddess of wishes came and asked Sohep not to be afraid because he was perfectly safe here. She told him that Manhwa had taken the silent dragon, and the loss among the villagers of Namga had not been avoided, but thanks to him, many had survived. But he had other things on his mind and said that if it wasn't for him, they would all be alive, so he was responsible for many among the civilians getting hurt. She asked him to blame not himself, but the fallen Murim alliance that had been slaughtering civilians and their own servants for years for profit. She said that he had already single-handedly taken on a cause that many had given up on, and now she was beginning to understand him and understand his actions. He said that in the beginning, his revenge was only on the Dok and Baek Li Jun family, but as he got to know Murim more and more, he didn't know who the true enemy was. She asked if it was true that Counselor Manhwa lost his eye and leg because of him. Jia Gang explained that Manhwa had once ruthlessly taken the lives of his family, but the goddess didn't understand why he was saving him then. She explained that it was he who had summoned the silent dragon to rescue the young man and bait the head of Saf. She reported that she happened to notice during treatment that a madness point perforation had been applied over him, and assumed that this was also the case. She said she realized that his body wasn't like everyone else's, that his currents didn't move so he couldn't apply internal energy and was resistant to poisons. But apparently to make you stronger, Manhwa found a way out, so he used the madness point perforation technique. It was Saf's forbidden technique, and she didn't know how he could know about it. She was tearing the meridian paths. The goddess of desire realized that he had applied this madness perforation technique right before their meeting, because she sensed that his internal energy at that moment was warped and unstable. That was why she had given him the arrow-bursting discharge technique, because it tidied up the energy flows. But it was only a temporary measure, because the madness point perforation technique always leads to the destruction of the body, so it was forbidden. She understood that Manhwa was helping him take revenge, and at the same time driving him into danger. She didn't understand the benefits, but Manhwa's moves would always be an obstacle. She said that because of that technique, his life could be cut short at any moment, but that wasn't all. It's only been 5 days, but there are already rumors that the poison lame has overcome the formation, rivaled the silent dragon, and took the life of the phoenix. So everyone now gave him the nickname of the poison dragon, as how the goddess of desire told him everything. Saf's head explained to him that he himself had now become the biggest enemy to everyone, but was still very weak to fight them. She said he definitely needed outside support and thought he understood what she was getting at. She asked Sohep if he would like to join them and become part of the Safa clan to continue his activities. Upon arriving at the site, Baek Li Jun received a message from the Chagall family saying that the construction of 9 palaces and 8 sectors had been destroyed by fire. His adopted son, the Silent Dragon, spontaneously intervened, and they were not to such because they were preparing an attack on the Poison Dragon. Dragon lost to Yeo Hua and was kidnapped by the arriving Manhwa, who escaped with him to an unknown destination. And the head of Safa managed to escape with the lame man. About all this was written in a message from Chagall. The Chagall family felt morally responsible for what had happened, although they realized that it was not all their fault. The soldiers watching Baek Li Jung from the mountain were wondering what he was doing here, since the silent dragon had long since been taken away to the unknown. They wanted to attack him while he was off guard, but remembered that they were stationed here to keep the villagers of Namga quiet. The guards began to quarrel, remembering that Baek Li Jun was their main and only enemy, but they realized that it was very dangerous to attack him. One of the guards wanted to go to Baek Li Jun on his own to avenge his mistress. The guards were very nervous because they didn't know what to do to attack him or guard the village. The Chagall family at the end of the message promised to always help in future events, whatever happens. The guards made the decision to attack Baek Li Jun, and the 3 of them ran out of hiding. Finishing the message, he crumpled the paper, saying that they were all pathetic trash who had absolutely no idea where they belonged. The attacking brigands felt so powerful Salga couldn't believe their eyes and sensations. Baek Li Jun thought about turning things over to Kangho, but making everyone who touched what was important and valuable to him be held accountable. In Sichuan province, Manhwa came to the Tang family's courtyard and held the body of a silent dragon in his arms. The guard who opened the gate said that the top had given the okay, so he was allowed in. Loading Silent Dragon's body onto a stretcher, he escorted Man Ne to one of the houses. Man Ne thought about the fact that he was now seeing the most famous and main temple of the Tang family. This temple has been off-limits to outsiders for over 100 years. A worker was cursing at Man Ne because he heard Baek Li was suspicious of the Tang family, and he also brought the body of the Silent Dragon here. If word of this gets out, there'll be a lot of trouble. Man didn't think they were ungrateful. Here's if the poison had worked properly from the start. He said they were so excited about the pill 5 and it worked questionably in the case of the plucky phoenix that it's working now. He felt that he had nothing to do with such worthless skills of the Tang family since they couldn't properly make the poison antidote pill. The counselor didn't stop. He said that if Baek Li Jun found out about the pill of 5 and why the Tang family was hiding, things would be different. Then they wouldn't be talking now, but the temple worker shouted that they should have thought about where to use the poison from the beginning. Baek Li Guan heard them discussing that the phoenix and dragon family were nurtured by the heart so the poison couldn't spread quickly in their bodies. At this second, the silent dragon woke up and shouted about the poisoned dragon and inflicting revenge on him. Counselor Man was not unafraid and immediately forcefully ordered the silent dragon to lie down again, calling him an incredible talker. He said that in the future, such an excuse wouldn't work, and in addition to the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes, there were stronger soldiers. What to do with them then? The temple worker was nervous and said that some conversions are needed and in the future they want to start mass production of such pills. Then Man advised to test the boy on the ways of breaking down their internal energy and asked if he could see the elder. The worker said that it was very difficult for them to meet with him themselves, so he recommended finding an heiress. She was just about to meet with the counselor and talk about what happened at Valley Dock. Man Ne was not going to please the heiress who was simply related to the Tang family. Jia Gang was still continuing to think over what he had to learn in such a small period, and Saf's head repeated her question. He didn't know what to say to Mistress because he had already refused her offer once. She said she wasn't rushing him and was willing to give him time to think hard and weigh everything and give his answer. She said his recovery was a long process so he would have plenty of time, but Jia Gang didn't want to give them any more trouble. She smiled and said to count their actions as thanks for what he had done and they had failed to do. She knew he needed allies now because he couldn't do it alone. She knew that Kanho was too cruel and ruthless a place to survive alone. Jia Gang cried out in pain and the girl who was changing his bandages moved away from him. Realizing that she was scared, Jia Gang apologized to her and asked her to continue. The girl was very uncomfortable in front of the young man and she bowed her head, also asking for forgiveness. He realized that the goddess of desire was right and he needed to regain his strength, but he couldn't rest knowing what Kong Ho had become. He thought that if the water was poisoned by a couple of fish, it was enough to catch them, but the whole water was poisoned. He felt he had to take revenge on He Wol Jin Ying because he was the one who made the world like this, but his enemy was too great. He also realized that he needed to defeat an opponent who had an attachment to him, and he couldn't figure out how to do it. Immersed in his own thoughts, he didn't notice as he stepped outside the building where he was called out. It was Pai Yong Bok, whom they had already seen in Namga village when Jia Gang decided to do a fortune-telling and find out his luck. After introducing himself, he said that he could call him Old Man Pyong so it's easier, and everyone calls him that. Jagan was surprised that he managed to survive, but Feng replied that he is a scout and informant of Saf, so it is easy for him to escape. Old Man Pyong was glad that the boy had managed to come out alive from that situation, and he was examining him. Seeing all the bandages, he realized he had been hurt badly, but he was glad they had met again. Smoking a pipe, he said that he had heard the lords again suggesting that he join their gang, because a gang is better than planning against the head of the group alone. Despite his smile and kindness, Old Man Pyong said he would be against him joining their Saf clan, and Jia Gang asked why. The old man replied that he had heard the people nickname him the Poison Dragon, so he would not want to accidentally discover poison in his plate. Immediately he laughed and said he was joking because he didn't understand the Lord at first, but seeing how the young man had proved himself in Namga village, he would accept him. Pointing to the stripped animal, he said it was a gift because the meat helps to regenerate and that was the Lordess's order. The old man told him to accept the food because even if he refused, he still wouldn't take the food away from him and called out to Seo Seo. He asked Seo Seo to call people because tonight's dinner would be the venison he had just brought. Jia Gang thought it was strange that such a young girl of seemingly harmless appearance was in such a clan. The old man said that she wasn't just a girl, she was also from the Yak clan of Guizhou province. Jia Gang was very surprised because she didn't talk to him, but the old man said that Seo just couldn't talk at all. Jagan wondered to Paiyong why she couldn't talk and what happened. He answered that she had been here for over 8 years before she was sent to a rich house as a servant, but he had found her and brought her here. He said that only now she looked cheerful, but then she was very sullen and exhausted. Jagang didn't understand why the girl couldn't speak or if it was a congenital pathology. Then old man Pyong said that her tongue had been taken away, and that's why she couldn't speak. It was done to keep her alive, but what exactly she was supposed to keep quiet about they never realized. Then Jagang became very curious about who exactly did such a terrible deed to her that affected the girl's whole life. Paiyong replied that the DOK clan and the young man was furious that once again the DOK clan was bothering the Yak clan. Then old man Paiyong was very surprised that the young man knew nothing and thought the Yak clan was innocent. He said it was a shame that the girl had been treated that way, but the DOK clan had very good reasons for attacking the Yak clan. Then he said that the first to start the battle in Zhongyan was not the DOK clan but the Yak clan. Jagang couldn't understand what old man Pyong meant by how the Yak clan attacked the DOK clan and why. He recalled that during one of the battles, he was told that he should not blame the DOK clan alone for everything, because the Yak clan was not so simple. Then he was told that taking revenge without knowing the whole truth was tantamount to letting anger take over the mind. Old man Pyong said he didn't know the whole truth himself but could only tell what he had heard from people. Lighting a pipe, he began his story about a possible event that happened a long time ago. He said that about 10 years ago, the Yak kin attacked the DOK kin and they could not repel the attack, so they asked the Tan kin to assist them. The Tang clan agreed and passed on their secret martial arts techniques to the DOK clan. So the DOK clan became stronger and crushed the Yak clan, and were then accepted into the Union, but this was only the superficial reason for the battle. He said that the two families had always feuded with each other for reasons no one knew for sure. Then Jagang wondered if he had done the right thing in taking revenge on the DOK clan, for he did not know the truth and considered his clan a victim. Old man Paiyong calmed him down by explaining that it was in Zhongyuan province, and it was far away from where the young man himself was. Jagang realized that he didn't know many secrets that could change the truth in the future. The old man said the world was not so simple and should not be divided into white and black, so Dak and Yak were like that in their own way. He said that the important thing now was to establish the right criteria on the basis of which future events could be judged. Jagang wondered what exactly old man Pyong meant by the correct criteria. At night, he continued to wonder if he had done the right thing in destroying the DOK clan, for they were not the first to attack. He realized that he could not continue to take revenge blindly without knowing the whole truth, so he thought about who could tell him. His thoughts were interrupted by the girl Seo entering his room with dressing plates. Seo smiled at him and looked very kind and open, then began to do the bandages, carefully removing the bandages. Jagan was uncomfortable and asked my lady to just bring him bandages from tomorrow and he would then do the bandages himself. Seo looked puzzled and a little hurt because he'd asked her to leave the food at the door too. He tried to explain to her that it wasn't because there was no help from her, or she had offended him in some way. He kept thinking about old man Pyong's words. He said he was a little uncomfortable in front of her. Seo looked scared and very sad. After a while, Jagang began to meditate, but each time he concentrated on his inner energy, he experienced a terrible pain in his arm. Safa asked him to calm down and visualize that he was a wave coming up the shore. He tried very hard to heed her advice and demonstrated success, for which she praised him. He said that in a week he had recovered really well, but saw that there was a heaven of madness phenomenon going on as the energy circulated. Making conclusions, the head Safa goddess of desire realized that something was bothering him a lot, so she decided to clarify. He explained that for 8 years he had only looked at the world from the perspective of the Yak family, and was not sure he could carry out the right revenge. She realized that Sohep had been through enough as it was, but his hesitation over the choice could lead him to an even worse state. He stood his ground, believing that his revenge must necessarily be just, or the will of the members of the Pakwajol Valley would be distorted. She reminded him that she had already told him that one should only judge the world based on what one sees and feels, not on prejudice. Head Safa asked him to stop the message of revenge for a moment and understand himself. Pointing into the distance, she asked him to look around and realize exactly what was going on in the world and evaluate his attitude towards it. His path of vengeance could have been much longer and more complicated, but it would have been exactly right and just. An old man intervened in their conversation, asking if he didn't want to join them just because of a show of prejudice. Pyong said it was good, but in setting boundaries there is the possibility of hurting others. Jagan was very surprised and couldn't even think that he was somehow hurting old man Pyong. The old man got angry and explained that he was not talking about himself, but about Seo Seo. He didn't understand what So had to do with it, and the old man reminded him that he had refused her help and told her not to come back. And she just wanted to help because she knew he and she had been deprived of family, so she was worried about him. Old man Pyong was out of his mind, not realizing what kind of prejudice the lame man had developed after learning that Yak was the instigator. But I didn't understand why it was the fault of the little girl who had already been robbed of her tongue and her family. The head of Safa explained that one should not think of the group as a whole and that there were people within it too, and they were really worried about the young man. Ja Gang thought about everything and went to Lady Seo, after which he addressed her. He said he came to apologize for kicking her out because he was sure she came to him out of pure motives. He explained that he couldn't take it, then pulled away, but he was grateful to her and didn't want to hurt her so much. He felt sorry that he was only thinking of one thing and human kindness was an unknown to him. He realized that this was his flaw, but Seo interrupted his speech and took his hand. Holding his hand, she smiled again and glowed with happiness, so she didn't want to let him go inside her, forgiving him for everything. Jagan was surprised at such an act, but very pleased that he bowed his head and smiled. At this time, Counselor Man-nay didn't want to just sit by the Tang family anymore and decided to take a walk at night. The temple worker tried to stop him, explaining that they were already under suspicion, but Man did not listen to him and walked away. Looking at the moon, he noted that it was strange today, and he was very curious to know where Ja Gang was and what he was doing now. His thoughts were interrupted by a girl who thought it was very wrong to admire the moon at such a difficult time. Man-nay didn't understand why he was being spoken to like this, and instead of greeting such actions, he clarified to annoy his rival. The heiress scrutinized Counselor Man-nay and wondered why he was doing everything like this and why he was doing what he was doing. She didn't understand why it was that both Brave Phoenix and Silent Dragon had run into that guy on their way. She thought he was very pathetic because he didn't anticipate the situation and went off their plan. She realized that even back then she should have taken the life of the poison dragon instead of listening to the advisor. She sensed danger from the yak survivor, which meant he would definitely get in her way. Man-nee only laughed that the nickname far surpassed reality and confirmed that everything just kept going according to plan. She didn't understand what kind of expectations the counselor was talking about, because in the Poison Valley, he had talked about something completely different. Then Man asked her to take a broader view because the boy had limitless potential, he just needed to be pushed on the right path. He said that in a fire, one should not think about how to extinguish the flames, but about what crops to plant on the ashes. He didn't understand how an heiress who held such a high position in the Tan family could think so narrowly. He said he had thought of everything, even if Baek Lee Jun suspected the Tang family, but the heiress asked him to hurry up. She explained that Grandpa hadn't said anything yet, but she didn't want to disappoint him in any way. Man said he was just about to act, but since the heiress is asking for it, he'll do a better job so she won't have any questions. He didn't understand why the heiress wasn't interested in what exactly the survivor called the poison dragon was. The head of Saf, standing on the outskirts of the place where her clan was located, received the note and started reading it looking distressed. At that moment, she saw Ja Gang walking together with Seo and smiled because she was happy to see them together. Looking up at the sky, he said he would go his own way. He wanted to explore the world to learn the stories and only then make decisions. He realized that only after learning the real truth would he have the opportunity to take just revenge and not become the monster many people thought he was. The goddess of desire had envisioned this outcome of events, but still she was sorry. She said it's easy to give advice, but it's hard to follow that path, which is why she didn't want him to choose that path after all. She realized that words could not change his firm decision, and he informed her that he now had a very important case. She realized that in the end the boy's whole life was all about revenge and was saddened by this choice, because she really wanted Ja Gang to experience the other side of life as well. After thinking, she wished him that only good luck would come his way, and Ja Gang would be grateful to the goddess of wishes. After gathering their belongings, his men surrounded the Saf clan and were ready to bid him farewell. The old man argued that after the events in Namga he could have stayed with them, but apparently he was too stubborn. Ja Gang laughed and said that even though they hadn't been together long, he had learned a lot from the old warrior Pyong. Old Man Paiyong clutched his head and didn't understand how one could use martial arts and techniques without knowing their basics at all. He was angry that he was doing everything for the young man because he thought he would become a part of them and not just leave unceremoniously. The goddess of desire laughed, saying not to take the old man's words to heart, for at heart he was much kinder than he looked. Old Man Paiyong didn't understand why the lordess said he didn't look good because he was actually very popular with the ladies. The so-so girl held out a red pill bag to Jagan as a parting gift. The old man did not stop and tried to prove, almost crying, that he was still a handsome man and she had wronged him so much. So gave him the pill of purity and tranquility, which helped him to calm his inner energy because it was the secret weapon of the Yak family. Head Safa praised the girl because she wondered what she was mastering there at night and was happy that she had made such a needed gift. Ja Gang accepted the red pill bag and thanked my lady So-So from the bottom of his heart and soul. He really hoped that someday there would be a day when he and Milady So-So could walk together again. Watching over such a cute event, Head Safa and Old Man Paiyong grimaced and giggled a little. Once again, Ja Gang folded his arms and thanked the entire clan for what they had done for him and for his sake. As they said goodbye to him, they asked him to be careful not to get sick and to remember to eat. The old man asked the supervisor if it was right to let the boy go alone, and she said that she only allowed him to stay. She was very curious about exactly what choice such a brave boy would make, but the old man didn't understand why she was going to ignore the letter. The letter informed the meeting place for the exchange, namely the south of Guangxi region in Guilin City District in Laojai Mountain. It was there that she promised to exchange the poison dragon for the silent dragon, even though it was very dangerous. The old man said it was probably a trap and the goddess of desire shouldn't take such a risk, but she said she wouldn't miss such a chance. She emitted fire-colored salgi and really wanted to steal Baek Li Guan's silent dragon. Therefore, the Safa head was willing to take any risk to get what she wanted. Ma didn't get a response back, thinking about the fact that the bait was already ready. All that was left was to produce and catch the fish. The counselor was a little disappointed that everything was going so smoothly. He was no longer very interested and wanted more and more obstacles. His thoughts were interrupted by Baek Li Jun, who appeared out of nowhere and stood behind the counselor's back reading the letter. Baek Li Jun was very belligerent and immediately launched an attack on the advisor who betrayed him and tried to take away his most valuable asset. Stepping away from the counselor, he asked him to stand up because he knew that Man Ne was a strong opponent and he really understood his feelings. Counselor Man Ne did not understand why he jumped on him with fists without asking anything at all. He did not understand where his manners were. Man Ne said it would do Baek Li Jun a lot of good to know why he was doing all this and was frustrated by the impatience of the head. Therefore, Man Ne said that since he had done this to him, there was nothing left for him to do but to retaliate in the form of a poison hand mark. Then the head had no choice but to use the Red Heaven Blade technique in response. Counselor Man Ne shied away from this type of martial arts and did not understand why he was doing this to him. Then he used the palm-tearing technique of the thunderous wailing song and destroyed all the trees that surrounded them in a few seconds. Struck by the blow, Man Ne thought over the fact that he was not his opponent and pondered what to do and what would happen next. Baek Li Jun didn't stop and asked what Man did to the Quan and why he did that, but the counselor, holding back a rather powerful attack, said that he had absolutely no intention of hiding what was going on. He reported that the silent dragon was safe and sound in the Tang family. The counselor explained that he wasn't all that strong and didn't know how to neutralize some kinds of poisons, so he asked the Tang family for help. He said that if he hadn't taken it to the Tan family, the silent dragon wouldn't be alive anymore. Baek Li Jun didn't believe Man Ne and knew that he himself had sent the silent dragon to Nam Ga, so he thought he had helped the drifter for nothing. Then, Man Ne pulled out a note and said he had a weapon that would allow him to live and asked Kakchu if he would recognize what it was. Baek Li Jun recognized his ex-wife's handwriting and didn't understand what exactly Man Ne was up to and why he should grant him life. Then the self-satisfied counselor said that this time he would catch a wish goddess for his lord Yohua. At this time, Ja Gang continued his long and thorny journey. He did not know where he was going, but he knew what he was doing it for. He remembered that the head of Saf had warned him that as soon as he moved away from the clan's estate, he would be immediately followed. These were the 3 strongest clans of Sichuan who were equally influential in this county town. She explained that they were members of the Tang family of the Ami clan and the Cheon Seong clan. The Tang family was dubbed the highest peak of the DOK clan because they were the ones who helped defeat the Yak clan. The A-Mi clan as well as the Shaolin were considered some of the largest Buddhist temples on the mountain ranges. The Cheon Song clan were independent followers of Taoism who did not interfere with the Union at all. Therefore, their position was strengthened even after the founding of the Murim Union, but they continued to maintain their view of the three strongest Sichuan. The goddess of desire realized that as the three strongest they would not welcome the one who had caused such a commotion in Kanho. Yo Huan had warned him that Sichuan's strength level could in no way compare to Yunnan's. He knew he had to be ready for anything, and the closer he was to Chengdu, the more stares he felt on him. He realized that those who were following him knew he was coming, so he found it increasingly difficult to act on his own. Pulling out one of the bags, he realized it was time for him to shake off the intrusive tail. Then he untied the bag and dumped the contents on the ground, so part of his footprints disappeared from the sight of those following him. One of the stalkers saw and collected all the poison so that innocent people wouldn't get hurt. Turning the poison into a ball, the stalker realized that this situation needed to be reported to the clan immediately. 8 hours ago, he was sweeping the courtyard of Cheonseong Mountain. His name was Unjong, and he was called. Unjong turned around and replied to his teacher that he was listening to him attentively and interrupted all his business. The teacher told Unjong about the poisonous dragon and that it was part of the Safa clan and did terrible and ruthless deeds. He explained that the poison dragon was a public enemy, so all of Murim was on edge. His teacher was the deputy head of the Cheonseong clan, Master Pak Cheon, and he asked him to follow his student to the poison dragon. The apprentice was confused that he was the one entrusted with tracking such a dangerous man who had committed so many atrocities. After hitting the student with a stick, he informed him that he had not taught him cowardice and did not expect him to be afraid. He didn't ask to take his life. He just asked me to keep an eye on him so he doesn't do anything stupid. The student didn't understand why it was necessary to follow such a dangerous criminal, because it was necessary to catch him and neutralize him. The teacher explained that he wasn't ready to interfere with the Tang family and the Ak-Mi clan right now, so he should just keep an eye on the poison dragon for now. Unjong didn't want to contemplate the wall for another year as punishment, so he collected the poison in a pouch. He thought that since his teacher had assigned him this task, he would have to do it. Then he would be sent to Kanho. Looking around, he realized that the poison dragon had separated again, which meant it was trying to throw him off its tail. But Unjong had a lot of confidence, so he laughed at such actions. Leaning toward the ground, he knew that the limping man would have a different weight of pressure on his right and left leg, so he decided to follow his trail clearly. But to his dismay, there were no tracks ahead at all, so he started running and thought he had missed the dragon. Grabbing his head, he realized that he hadn't been told that the poison dragon could use the light step technique. Standing behind the trunk of a large tree, Jia Gang was glad he was able to get rid of his tail. When he came to the inn and ordered food, he thought that leaving the county town he had not yet thought about where exactly to go and where to start his journey. Then he thought the first thing to do would be to find out what the citizens thought of him and decided to listen to the conversations. People said that the poison dragon and silent dragon had been caught, and both sides suffered in the battle, so whether or not their strength could be compared. Jia Gan squeezed his eyes shut. He was not very pleased with such stories about himself and others, for it was not like that at all. At that moment the poison dragon was called out. He heard someone cheerfully say that they had found him. It was Unjong who had finally found the Heaven Lord and was asking how he managed to escape so quickly. He said he had to check out the whole village, which was a day's walk from here. Unjong said he was very tired during this time, so he asked if he could sit down with him, and the poison dragon agreed. He apologized because at first he thought it was a light step technique because the footprints on the ground suddenly broke off. However, the young man just went in a different direction. Unjong already thought he was chasing a ghost. Seeing the bowl of soup, he said it looked appetizing, then Jia Gang shared it with him and treated him. Unjong was happy to be treated and introduced himself, saying that he was from Cheonseong Mountain and his teacher had ordered him to follow him. Jia Gang was puzzled as to why he was being told all this and realized that he was a disciple of the Cheonseong clan. Unjong said he would have to follow him anyway, so he didn't want to go behind him but asked if he could just walk beside him. Jia Gang didn't understand how if they considered him an enemy, he was so confident about who he was and what his purpose was. While the poison dragon was reasoning, Unjong happily moved a bowl of soup over to him and began to nibble on it. Then Jia Gang, not understanding at all what was going on, said that there was poison in that dish. Unjong immediately started spitting it out and really hoped that the poison dragon was just messing with him. Jia Gang said he thought it was obvious, but the boy didn't know what he was talking about. Then pointing at the plate, Gang noticed that the mountain herbs sprinkled on top had changed color. Eunjong thought that it was just such specific eating habits of the poison dragon. Eunjong swore that why was he offered poisoned food, but Gang said it wasn't his poison. The boy didn't understand who could do such a thing, and then Poison Dragon asked him to ask the people who were sitting at the next table. The man was surprised that an ordinary pawn of the Saf clan recognized poison so easily. Then the men realized that the Poison Dragon had been assigned to him for a reason. At that time, Tang Li Shim of the Tang family said hello to disciple Eunjong and bowed to him. Eunjong replied that he had been in good health before he met them, but now he wasn't so sure. The disciple was offended by the actions of the Tang clan soldiers because they couldn't be so thoughtless as to put poison in the food, but they didn't think he would eat it. Then they started arguing amongst themselves and were already starting to let out salgi in preparation to launch an attack. Gang realized that he hadn't been able to eat in peace, and he wasn't about to get involved in their squabble. The representative of the Tan family didn't want to let him go, especially after he embarrassed him, so he threw a toothpick at him. But Eunjong easily caught the toothpick with his sushi chopsticks and didn't even blink at that moment or turn around. The apprentice resented that they wouldn't stop acting like this even when talking to him. He then asked if he could now regard their actions as an insult. Eunjong said that the three clans show mutual respect and dare not mindlessly oppose each other, such was the law. And they allowed themselves to slip poison and throw weapons in front of him and thus violated his master's orders. They thought he was hindering them, but Eunjong said he was the first to find the poison dragon and had a conversation with him. So using a martial arts technique, I gave them back their toothpick. But the toothpick-shaped wand was shattered from a single blow for some unknown reason. Everyone was confused and didn't realize who else was next to them and had destroyed the wooden wand so masterfully. It was the second member of the Tang family heir to the throne who was also watching the poison dragon. At this moment, Eunjong experienced pain in his stomach and asked for an antidote as quickly as possible. Gan got fed up with this circus and said that if they have something to say to him, then let them say it in person instead of harassing him. The Tang family's Soled said he'll tolerate it as long as the Cheon Seong clan is here. But if he continues to turn up his nose, he'll have a hard time. Gang said he understood and heard them and would follow their advice without even turning around. Eunjong, realizing that the poison dragon was leaving, tried to stop it, and at the same moment asked for a quicker antidote. Gang realized that Eunjong would not let go of him and would go along with him, and there was no way he could avoid it. Eunjong said he hadn't planned to go so close with him, but if he failed the task, he would have to train against the wall for another year. Gang agreed because he realized it was useless to try to throw him off his tail. Gang realized that the boy could be useful like this and said he didn't want to train against the wall for another year either. By the way, Eunjong added that the inn saw that he didn't want to engage in battle, so he stood up for him. Gan explained that if a fight broke out there, the inn would suffer losses, which he didn't want. Eunjong was genuinely surprised by this answer and realized that perhaps Gang was on the contrary a good person. Though if you remember that before that, he was mindlessly spreading poison on the road. Maybe not a good thing. Then Poison Dragon replied that he did it to get his attention. He explained that he had scattered poison mixed with arrowroot, which simply dissolved the traces and would not harm at most, make him lose his judgment for 2 hours. Eunjong was thrilled that the Poison Dragon not only took life with poison, but also applied it correctly in the right places. Gang didn't realize whether the boy was sincere or pretending, for everyone called him a cold-blooded life-taker. Eunjong replied that he is, which is why he keeps an eye on him to make sure no bad things happen in these parts. Gan said that Eunjong looked too careless because he might have taken poisoned food again like he did before. It could also be that someone could have approached him with bad intentions. The Cheon Song clan disciple explained that in Sichuan, no one could hurt him, so he wasn't afraid of it. Gang was very surprised that the apprentice said that then the enemy clan would simply be wiped off the earth, so it was not beneficial for them to harm each other. Gang was sad that he had lived for 8 years only because of his thirst for revenge, and the boy had it completely different. He didn't need to be afraid because, like a mother protecting her child, he was protected by his teacher and his clan. Then Gang realized why the boy was acting so relaxed and careless. Gang experienced a new feeling for himself. He realized that he envied the boy and wished he had the same. And the boy was surprised that the poison dragon cared about him and was afraid that someone might suddenly attack him. Then Eunjong laughed and realized that the person in front of him was a really good person. They knew they had to hurry before the sun went down and they could see their way and assess the situation around them. The heiress was unhappy with Lee Sim's brother because he walked a tightrope in front of his opponent and said nasty things when his back was turned. He meanwhile didn't understand what Ha-Ran didn't like, and if she hadn't intervened, he would have handled everyone himself. Ha-Ran's heiress was extremely displeased with her brother's behavior and silently walked away from him. At this time, the head of Safa arrived at the appointed place at the appointed time. She was waiting for the trap, so she was very careful. Along with her were her brothers in the gazebo at the edge of the mountain. Manhwa was already waiting for her behind her back with an exchange. He was happy to see her and said that the closeness of their meeting kept him from getting a good night's sleep. He reported that the promised goods were with him, but he was using an intoxicant, so it was enough just to wake him up. By the way, he wondered where her merchandise was because he hadn't seen the poison dragon. Then the goddess of desire announced that she had not come for a bargain, but to take away the silent dragon. Manhwa was very dissatisfied because he really wanted to see his poison dragon toy. Manhwa was very disappointed by the actions of the goddess of desire because he had honestly fulfilled the terms of their deal. Then she reminded him that she hadn't agreed to the deal, and Manhwa assumed that she just made friends with the lame guy. The goddess of desire replied that Sohep had gone his own way, and she could not force him to join their clan. Counselor Man realized that she had let him go, and Head Saf replied that she had and didn't know anything more about him. Manhwa was glad she hadn't brought the lame man here and put him in more danger, which meant he had made the right choice in Namga village. Then thinking, he said that the goddess of wishes could take away the silent dragon because he didn't need it. She was extremely surprised at this turn of events and asked if he wasn't going to interrupt her. He said he knew he couldn't defeat her but hoped that she had kept the Tan family's valor. But since that was the case, there was nothing left for him to do. She realized he was shaming her on purpose, and he marveled that she retained the ability to be ashamed. He asked her to take the silent dragon and leave as soon as possible because he needed time to figure out how to move on. Then the goddess of desire approached the silent dragon and woke him up to realize that he was alive. At this moment, the silent dragon uttered the words "mountain cave" that shocked the head of Safa. Upon seeing Yeo Hua, the silent dragon immediately started attacking her because he knew who she was. Realizing that Manhwa had tricked her, she turned around and swore, but saw that someone else was trying to attack her. Grabbing Manhwa by her shoe, she smelled the smell of gunpowder and began to scrutinize Counselor Man's foot. Then she saw the needles appear right in front of her face, and she wouldn't be able to use the defense technique. Her brothers ran as hard as they could, realizing it was a trap, and their lord was in trouble. At this moment, they saw that thousands of soldiers had released arrows that were heading straight towards them. It was an ambush, and they were facing an entire Chagall army led by a strategic advisor. The strategic advisor of the Chagall family was happy to see Saf and realized that he wouldn't miss the chance to finally take revenge on them for all their deeds. The brothers shouted to their lord that they were surrounded and needed to escape as quickly as possible, but Yeon Hwan realized that Manhwa had planned it all from the beginning. The counselor didn't deny it and said she felt no remorse at all, though she was surprised that she was able to repel such an attack. Preparing for another attack, he reminded her that she wasn't going to keep her promise either. The goddess of desire was furious and began to fend off his attack, not expecting him to ambush them like this. Trying her best, she didn't understand where the old man got so much internal energy from. Watching the manifestation of his body's reaction, she realized that he too had applied the Heaven Crazy technique. Back then, she didn't understand why he was so attached to Jinja Gang that he was willing to sacrifice himself and his body for him. Manhwa only laughed and said that he had been out of his mind for a long time because at first he just wanted to take revenge on the boy, but now he was drawn into the sea. He said everyone had something like that and he wanted to take full possession of his toy and was willing to do anything for it. He said he tried many times to forget the limp man, but the eye that can't see always drew out his image. So he took off his blindfold and asked the goddess of desire to look into it and see what was reflected in it. It pained her to look, and she saw in his eye a bronze mirror of Dokes that was bright. The goddess of desire was blurring her eyes, and Manhwa laughed that she had fallen for his trick and wondered what would happen to Saf's godmother now. At that moment, he ordered the silent dragon to attack Yeo Hwan as she was blinded and disarmed. The two of them were trying to attack the goddess of desire, head Safa Yeo Hwan, at the same time. At that time, she quickly oriented herself and applied the 9-ray void jade technique. She spent all her life energy to build a protective field around herself, and it was very hard for opponents to pass through it. Manhwa could not cope with such an attack and fell, but Silent Dragon continued to resist, which Yu Huan was very surprised by. The silent dragon said he was obligated to handle her and the limp one to honor his beloved Yon. The goddess of desire said that it was not in her plans to take a life, but since there was no other way to do it, she just had to do it. Completely focused on her attack, she didn't notice Man-Ne standing up and applying an attack to her. While she was fending off Counselor Man-Ne's attack, she was attacked by the silent dragon with the heavenly sword technique. The goddess of desire was very exhausted from the battle, but realized that she had to fight and win. At this time, Yeohua's defenders were actively holding back the attack of the Chagall family soldiers. The family's strategic advisor understood that the goddess of desire's defense was not simple once she was holding back an entire army. One of the brothers said they wouldn't let them get close to the Lordess, but the counselor said that was his line. At this second, they sensed that the energy of the five-toed kung fu thunderstorms was weakening, which meant that the Lord urgently needed help. The brothers didn't understand how they dared to do such harm to the lord of their clan, and they were curbed by rage. The strategic advisor prevented the defenders from providing any assistance to the Lordess. Man-Ne laughed and said that it must have been good for him to take off his leg and put in a prosthesis since the Lord herself was kneeling before him. Silent Dragon also tried hard, but Man-Ne didn't have time to say anything because he saw Silent Dragon fall to the ground. The goddess of desire was furious and prepared to strike again despite having her arm taken away. Counselor Man-Ne stood still and very strongly discouraged her from using internal energy right now. He said that the prosthesis and the needle in it were made by the Tang family, and that's when the goddess of desire realized that there was poison in them. He said that this poison was designed specifically to capture her, so he was just suggesting that she surrender quietly. The goddess of desire did not want to return to her ex-husband, so she decided to use her inner energy and said that she would rather lose her life herself. At that moment, one of the defenders still managed to break free from the strategic advisor and ran to her aid. He hugged his lord and begged to do so for the sake of those who believed in her and waited for her back. He explained to the Lordess that the Chagall had already completely surrounded them and only she could decide everything now. Realizing it was the only way to survive, she asked where his older brother was and saw that he was fighting the Chagall soldiers alone. Holding the Lordess with all her might, she tried to get out and said that, "You can't leave your big brother here alone." Without listening to their mistress, they jumped off the cliff and fell into the water while Man-Ne talked about how painful it all was. He didn't understand what the Chagall soldiers were busy doing since they had missed one of the guards, and now they had missed Yeohuan. He ordered them to check the entire valley because they wouldn't be able to get far under the influence of such a strong poison. The strategic advisor was angry that he was being given orders, but he had to do everything because Kakchu asked him to. Man-Ne was still pleased with himself even though the goddess of desire had managed to survive and escape. At this time, Eunjong asked the poison dragon why he had taken the lives of so many people. The disciple did not understand because he was not at all like such a man, for he was kind. Eunjong didn't stop asking question after question, asking why he had a limp and if it was from birth. He even asked what techniques the poison dragon used, even though he knew he shouldn't have asked. He apologized to Jinja Gang because he realized that he had been too talkative and had probably already bored him. He explained that he was worried because it was the first time he was talking to a Safa member, but Ja Gang said he wasn't from that clan at all. Eunjong didn't realize that he had come out of their estate, but the lame man replied that probably not everyone coming out of Cheonseong Palace was his disciple. Eunjong thought it was strange because everyone said that Poison Dragon was from the Safa clan and his teacher couldn't deceive him. Then Ja Gang replied that the truth will only be revealed when you look at what is happening with your own eyes. The disciple realized that this was good advice and asked who gave it to him, to which Jin Ja Gang replied that he would find out if he went to the palace from which he had left. Eunjong was very puzzled by this answer, and even though he didn't understand anything, he decided to remain silent. Eunjong said he was sorry, and then Poison Dragon asked what he was talking about and what he meant. Then the student asked him to forgive him and didn't know if he could say that because the teacher didn't say anything about it. Jinja Gang told him to let him speak, but the disciple said he probably couldn't because it would be out of bounds. Then Ja Gang took a stone and began to outline the space, saying that he liked the climate and would live here for 3 years. Then the disciple was horrified. He didn't want to live here for another 3 years and follow the poison dragon. Then Ja Gang offered to tell him what he was hiding. Then after thinking for a while, disciple Eunjong said that the Safa palace from which he had come would soon disappear completely. In Gilin City District at the foot of Laojai Mountain, the head of Safa and her protector climbed out of the river and crouched down to catch their breath. Looking at the hand that was taken away from her, she used the 3 shades of true fire technique to treat the wound and experienced pain. The defender sensed this and asked how she was doing, but she realized that he was much worse for the loss of his brother. The Lordess was very sorry that he had been deprived of his life instead of her, and it was only her carelessness that was to blame. The brother protector realized that he could never forget his pain of loss and the hurt of today. They realized that the enemy would soon be chasing them in pursuit, so they decided to return to Sichuan where it was safe. The goddess of desire realized that all she had to do was try to start over. At this time, Jia Gang was trying to comprehend Unjong's words that the palace he came from could soon disappear. Unjong then explained that he had heard that the clans of the Murim Union would take up the cause and they were to destroy Saf's palace. Since the Union couldn't help but keep an eye on the 3 Sichuan strongmen, Amai's representative had to keep an eye on everything. Unjong didn't understand why the poison dragon didn't like to hear this, since he wasn't a member of the Safa clan. Then realizing that there were a lot of people who had pulled him from the other side of the world, Poison Dragon made the decision to go back, and Unjong berated himself. Unjong realized he shouldn't have said that and asked the dragon to stop, because his mission was to keep the lame man from doing something stupid. Stopping Jia Gang, he explained that he would have to stop him by force, but Poison Dragon didn't want to engage him in battle. Jia Gang threw the pouch at him, and Undong struck an inertial blow so the contents scattered. Jia Gang reported that it wasn't magic tricks but the same poison from last time. Therefore advised Unjong to return to the inn as soon as possible and take onions along with pork fat oil, then drink tea. Disciple Unjong couldn't calm down and asked the poison dragon to change his mind and not leave. Jia Gang realized that he could not delay, for without respite the journey to the palace would take 3 days. Realizing that there was no other choice, Unjong rang the bell Kui Ma Gigi Cham Che Jung Han Nen. The poison dragon immediately stopped, not realizing what was happening to him and around him. Unjong explained that the imperial bell was ringing, and the demon knelt down. The bell was one of the derived sound techniques. Such a technique was used against opponents who used poison in their battles, and such a technique was effective. He said that if Poison Dragon said he wouldn't go to the palace, he would immediately stop ringing the bell. Jia Gang didn't understand why he wanted to let Saf's men lose their lives, but the disciple said they were villains, and because of them many people suffered. Then remembering them all, Jia Gang gathered his last strength and said that they were much more important to him than the others. Disciple Unjong was angry and didn't understand how he managed to try to stand up with such a strong sound technique. Unjong said that it was strange that he didn't belong to the Safa clan and use their techniques. Jia Gang felt that the internal flow of his energy was getting weaker, and he didn't understand why he couldn't handle it. The disciple explained that Taoism is like water. Even if you try to block the path, the water will just go around. He asked the poison dragon to release his soul to temper his anger and stop resisting, then the ringing of the bell would cease. Jia Gang felt his strength begin to leave him and his mind clouded. He thought it was coming to an end. He realized that he needed to save all the people and get revenge, so he needed to get up no matter what it cost him. Jia Gang saw a snake crawl up to him and immediately bit its head off, and the disciple thought it was enough to ring the bell. But at this moment, a hole appeared in his bell, and he didn't understand how Jia Gang managed to stand up and still make an attack. Seeing the snake's body, he realized that to free the mind, the limp one had used snake venom, and realized that it was indeed very strong. Realizing that he had a strong opponent in front of him, the apprentice realized that he would have to use harsher methods against the lame man. At this second, he was interrupted by their longtime acquaintances who thought that someone was already tired, especially disciple Cheon Song. The apprentice really didn't like the fact that the people of the Tan family they had a fight with at the inn were here again. They said they couldn't get past that noise, and they got into an altercation that they were once again using force inappropriately. Turning around, they saw the poison dragon with the remains of a poisonous snake in his hand. The people of the Tan family, especially the heiress, were very surprised that he ate it. Continuing his meal, Jia Gang clarified what they were so outraged about him eating the snake, or if it was their property. The people of the Tang clan were horrified by what they saw, considering him to be a psycho, and the heiress even began to feel sickened by the situation and what she saw. Then the heiress began suddenly laughing loudly, and no one realized what could have made her laugh so hard. Then she said that she thought people were making a big deal out of it when they talked about the poison dragon, but after seeing it with her own eyes, she realized that it wasn't true. Pointing at the snake, she wondered to Poison Dragon if he was aware of the name of the snake he was biting and eating. She explained that it was a glandular venomous snake, and it was a medicine for those who worked with poisons and destruction for other masters. He asked what would have happened if he had failed the test and lost his life, to which the heiress replied that there would have been no particular tragedy. Then the poison dragon clarified that if they died at his hands, it would also mean that they simply failed the test. The heiress of the Tang family was starting to get angry and said that he was too bold for someone who couldn't handle a simple sound technique. But disciple Cheon Seong interrupted them and asked them to give their full names because they were not allowed to interfere and be arbitrary. Taking off her headdress, the heiress of the Tang family introduced and said that her name was Tang Ha Ran. Apprentice Eunjong didn't expect the lady heiress herself to be here, and greeted her because he respected her so much. Smiling, she asked Eunjong to step aside because she wanted to talk to Poison Dragon. She turned to the Poison Dragon and said that he had failed Eunjong's technique, and if it wasn't for her family's snake, he would have lost his life. Jae Gang didn't understand why she expected him to thank her, since he hadn't asked for help at all. Then the heiress of the Tang family offered him another option to detain Cheon Seong's disciple while the lame man could go on his way. He wanted to agree, so he asked her what his debt to her would be, and she said he shouldn't be interested in that right now. Heiress Tang said that she did so out of personal interest, so she asked not to be distracted from more important matters. Then Jagong turned around and continued on his way, hearing Cheol Sung's disciple swearing and calling him back. At that time, Lady Tan Ha Ran said that she had released the poison dragon back to the Saf clan's palace. The apprentice Woon Jung didn't know what to do because he had an order from his teacher, but the heiress asked him to follow the lame man and not to make a circus. He tried to explain to the heiress that if the poison dragon returned back to Safa, a lot of people would lose their lives there. Tang Ha Ran's heiress looked at the disciple very menacingly, and he had no choice but to just keep an eye on the poisonous limp. The second representative of the Tang family suggested that the heiress return to the manor, but she wanted to watch for a while longer. She realized that the poison dragon contained the formidable fury of a wounded beast. Meanwhile, disciple Eunjong was trying to catch up with the poison dragon and realized that he had already been running for 2 hours without rest. Eunjong thought that he was beginning to wonder why the poison dragon was so eager to return back to the Safa clan. Jia Gang was running so fast that he didn't notice the protruding rock, so he tripped and fell to the ground. He saw Eunjong and was surprised that he managed to catch up with him so quickly, but he wondered what was making him run so zealously. The apprentice did not realize that even if he managed to run to the palace, he would already be very tired, and therefore could not help. He didn't understand how the ruthless and cold-blooded poison dragon could so run back where he had nothing. The poison dragon explained that he didn't know what had drawn him there, but he knew it was something important, so he hurried. He explained that he had to go, and if he didn't figure out what was important to him now, he would never be able to do it again. Therefore, he very much asked his disciple Cheol Sung Eunjong to get out of his way and not to try to hinder or delay him. After listening to Poison Dragon carefully, Eunjong thought about everything and decided that what he wanted to do would probably be wrong. So turning his back to him, he knelt down and asked the limp man to climb on his back. Jagan didn't understand why it was necessary. He said that he was already very curious about what such an important thing the poison dragon had forgotten there, and decided to go to the palace with him together. Eunjong recalled that his teacher tried to keep him out of Gangnong because he didn't think the boy needed to know the grief there. Eunjong realized that he shouldn't believe everyone because the right thing to do would be to see once for yourself and draw your own conclusions. He realized that even if he made a mistake with his actions, he would only have to stand against the wall for another year as punishment. Milady Seo Seo, performing her household duties, went outside the house with a clay vase. But seeing the goddess of wishes and one of the protector's brothers lying on the ground, she was horrified and broke the vase. Coming to her senses, the goddess of desire replied that the Chigal family had ambushed her, and Man Nei's strength was much higher than she could have guessed. She wanted to deal with them in some way, but she didn't consider all her options, which was a mistake. All the members of the Saf clan were outraged and wanted to gather all their forces to strike back. Old man Pai Yong yelled at everyone and tried to lead them to believe that if the Chigal family was there, then the Murim Union was supporting the attacks against them. He was very uncomfortable reporting to his lord that there were strange movements around them. He had learned from informants that the Sichuan clans that were part of the Union were all gathering in one place. The goddess of desire was very sad and realized that letting her go too was just part of the Murim Union's plan. Old man Pai Yong asked the lordess what they should all do, then she asked to warm up the room. She wanted to start circulating energy immediately and asked everyone else to go to the shelter. Listening to the goddess of wishes, they didn't understand how they could leave her alone since they were all together. She realized this place was going to be destroyed, so she asked to be left alone so she could turn the enemy's attention only to herself. She asked them not to worry, that surely once she distracted the enemy, she would immediately follow them. Her guards said they would not leave her here alone because when she took them under her wing, they swore to protect the Lordess. They unanimously declared that there were no cowards in the Saf clan and they would not leave the Lordess alone to escape. The Lordess was grateful to them, but realized that she had committed many sins, so she didn't want them to be deprived of their lives because of her. In the Kanza Province Division, the head of the Murim Union was unhappy with the whole situation. He was unhappy that they only brought him the hand of the goddess of desire and not the whole thing, so he reprimanded Baek Lee Jun for not doing the work himself. Chief Murim realized that Man Ne was smart enough to survive by doing such a thing with Chief Murim. Kakchu said that he had already made arrangements and all the Murim clans had gone after her, so even the 3 Sichuan strongmen wouldn't refuse the offer. But Kakchu was sure because Ami's demon dog had to act as an observer. The head of Murim was curious to know how it would go and who exactly came up with such a cunning plan. Head Murim said he wanted to meet Man Ne next time, so he asked him not to take his life and to follow him. He was glad they at least had a plan, so he waited not just for the hand of the goddess of desire, but for her whole body. In Saf's palace, they began to quickly erect shelters and build protective walls, while Old Man Pyong looked up at the sky and thought it was likely that everyone would arrive without delay. But he couldn't even imagine that they could have come so quickly and in such huge numbers. The enemy was getting closer and they were shouting that they all needed to get ready to fight right now. The goddess of desire was circulating energy and spending a lot of energy, which she didn't have much of anyway. Old Man Pyong, seeing the whole horde, said that they probably didn't come to play peekaboo, so it was time to start the battle. He realized that if the soldiers were silent, there was someone behind them who wouldn't let them act thoughtlessly. Then the leader of the soldiers said that if the Safa head and all of them surrender peacefully, there would be no battle. Old Man Pyong didn't know who it was and didn't understand why they had to surrender so easily and go to trial to the Murim Union. At that time, the head of the Nam Cheon Jeong Un clan introduced himself and told them to hurry up and make their choice. Old Man Pyong stated that they have no desire to just kneel before the Union Murim. Then Jong-un said that they didn't have to resist, and they would quickly, along with the soldiers, just take their lives. Before she could recover fully, the goddess of desire said she couldn't rest when the guests were already on the doorstep. She was surprised that Jong-un had sent the Murim Union to her because the 3 from Sichuan did not obey the Union. But a demonic Buddha disciple from the A Mi Wol clan intervened in their conversation. The goddess of desire realized that Mi Wol had come here despite having a Buddhist name only because he hadn't taken enough lives. He explained that he concentrated on the positive and discarded the negative, and the Safa clan was negative to him. She understood that he was preparing to summon the blood wind despite silently agreeing with the 3 Sichuan soldiers. But he replied that he was only an observer today, so he asked me to understand and forgive him. He laughed at the goddess of desire that she was so worried and realized that it would be difficult for her to understand his corner Buddha affairs. Then he ordered the head of Nam Cheon to get down to business, while Mi Wol would make sure that the goddess of desire couldn't use weapons. Then Chief Nam Cheon ordered the battle to begin and said that the Safa clan would pay for all their deeds. Old Man Pyong ordered no one to surrender and protect the head of the Saf clan, goddess of desire, at the cost of his life. Mi Wol looked at his blade and thought that it had dulled so much that now it couldn't even cut tofu. He explained that he could only use this sword if he had the desire to take someone's life. It was in this blade that his Buddhist soul was contained, and as long as it stood, the sword would be still. The goddess of desire listened to him and didn't realize whether he would only be an observer or had also become her enemy. Then she heard one of the Nam Cheon family soldiers call the other soldiers to the house, saying that that's where the others were hiding. She didn't want to let anyone get in there and turned around to block their way. Mi Wol grinned, pointing his rusty sword at her and asking if she wanted to stop them. Then Yeo Huan realized that she would have to get rid of the observer from the Ah Mai clan first. He was ready to attack the goddess of desire and lust for reprisal against her, so he ran in her direction. The goddess of desire used a martial arts mastery technique and grabbed the watcher. But he easily dealt with such tricks by informing her that she would not be able to overpower him with such actions. Then he answered her by applying the messy windwave technique, and Yeo Huan tried to hold back such a strong attack. She felt that Mi Wol had struck her again with his sword and was in terrible pain. but he only laughed at her. Assessing her senses, she realized that Mi Wol had applied poisonous energy to her, but immediately heard her servant screaming. Grabbing the last surviving brother who was unconscious, the soldiers dragged him outside. Milady So wanted to stop the soldier and bit his leg, but he just stabbed her on the back with the hilt of his sword. The other girls also tried to fight off the soldiers and protect Sio, but they were simply and quickly robbed of their lives. The goddess of desire, seeing what was happening, did not understand why they were so inhumane and cruel to ordinary people. Using telepathy, she ordered Pyeongbok to quickly go inside and protect the people who were there, including my lady Seo. Pyeongbok then asked everyone who still had their hands intact to immediately go inside and protect the people. But he was stopped by the head of Nam Cheon, who was ordered by the Murim Union to take the lives of everyone in the area. Pyeongbok was furious and asked him to get out of the way as ordinary civilians were being killed one by one. Mi Wol wouldn't leave Yeo Hwan alone and talked about how it wasn't nice to look around when there was a battle going on with an opponent like him. The goddess of desire couldn't stand it and decided to use all her strength applying the 9 Void Jade 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu technique. The 8 Mi family's watcher was surprised that the goddess of desire finally had the urge to attack him. Yeo Hwan was beyond angry and furious that they were taking the lives of her family and ordinary people. But she couldn't use the technique because the Tang family's poison had not yet dissipated and was causing severe damage to her body. Seeing that his rival was not well, he raised his sword and said that it was definitely time for her to retire. But he didn't have time to finish his attack because he was interrupted by Mi Vol was confused and asked who dared to interrupt the watcher. It was a poisonous dragon that had managed to return to the palace thanks to disciple Unjong. Jin Ja-gang said he had rethought everything and was sorry that he was consumed with revenge without noticing the immorality faced by those around him. He was very sorry for abandoning the people he was actually obliged to protect. Eliminating soldier after soldier, he apologized for not knowing the concept of mercy and showing insolence, also for taking pain and hurting the people around him who were kind to him. Mi Wol listened to him and didn't understand how he calmly walked through such a large number of soldiers, but Ja-gang repented of everything. He repented that he was only now realizing the value of his loved ones and coming to their aid so late. Maval watched the limp man's actions and pondered how, without releasing Salga, he managed to deal damage to the soldier even at a distance. Finding traces of poison and symptoms, the soldiers realized who was in front of them before them was the poison dragon. Everyone in the Safa clan, including So didn't believe that the poison dragon had returned and was coming to help them. The head of the Nam Hanong family was furious that some Saf henchman was trying to interfere with his plan. But Ja-gang just asked him why he came here attacking this place and taking the lives of ordinary people. Chief Nam Hwan replied that he was acting under orders to liberate the Sichuan lands from the enemy Safa clan. Ja-gang thought it was not obvious to put his life on the line for the purpose of taking people's lives to gain authority. Head Nam Hwan was mad at the young man's insolence and didn't understand how he dared to lecture him here. Ja-gang calmly stuck a poisonous needle into his opponent's throat and watched as he fell to the ground from the effects of the poison tearing through him. His veins swelled with anger and injustice. Then he said he would now take the lives of all who came to this earth. His eyes changed color with anger, and he said that they thought they were righteous but were only acting for profit, so the hour of reckoning had come. At this moment, from behind his back, Mi Wol wondered if he was really so confident. Mi Wol greeted him and introduced himself as the Bini of the Ami clan, and clarified that if his words were true, he was going to take his life as well. The poison dragon didn't really understand who it was and what skills it possessed, but heard the goddess of desire shouting to him that it was a demonic Buddha disciple. Yu Huan said that he came here as an observer, but he only let himself get involved because of her. She asked Mi Wol to remember why he had come here, but he replied that he had discovered the root of the evil so he could no longer stay away. At that time, the goddess of desire cried out that the principles of the 3 strong ones from Sichuan had fallen to the bottom and how to now call Ami righteous people. But Mi Wol laughed that no one would be able to judge him and his clan because there would be no survivors and therefore no one to judge. The poison dragon understood what they were talking about and didn't wait and immediately used the technique of a powerful energy shriek. Ja-gang joked that it worked out so well because he wasn't going to let them go either. But Mi Wol, repelling his attack, recited the Sangha Bodhisattva precepts to be followed by Buddhist monks who had gone to a better world. He was saying that these commandments are very difficult to adhere to, so it would be much easier to destroy the source of the difficulty. Miwol said that demanding complexity from him was evil and evil. He was just taking a life, so he applied the disorderly wind technique. He realized that Monk Ami had gone crazy, so he asked everyone to run away from here as fast as possible. Ja Gang knew that the commandment not to kill was the same for both monk and believer, so he didn't understand why he said and did so. Then a disciple, Unjong, intervened and took the bell. He did not understand how a monk who was reciting the commandments forgot the most important commandment, thou shalt not kill. Apprentice Unjong was a little behind the poison dragon because he had escaped while the apprentice was resting, but when he caught up with him, he couldn't believe his eyes. Then the student saw the soldiers brutally massacring unarmed people and didn't understand how they could afford to do such a thing. Looking around, he didn't understand why Monk Ami, who was responsible for overseeing this, didn't intervene and stop everyone. Then he saw with his own eyes how Monk Ami himself was massacring people and did not understand why the teacher had been silent before. Unjan said that as a caretaker he was supposed to minimize the loss of life, not make things worse. Then the monk replied that it was the duty of a follower to punish bad people, so he did so. However, the disciple Unjung replied that showing mercy is also the moral standard of a follower. The apprentice said that the poison dragon came with him, and if they left the humans alone, the poison dragon would leave the place. But Jagan objected and said that until he had repaid everyone, he would not leave this place. Miwol didn't understand what the apprentice was trying to do, was unhappy that he was getting in his way. Disciple Unjong said that he only wanted to prevent the endless and senseless deprivation of people's lives. Miwol, letting out a huge and angry salgi, said that he would not repeat it a second time. At this point, the disciple began to choke. Ja Gang took the opportunity to attack the monk, but he easily countered the attack. Quickly repelling all of the poison dragon's attacks, the monk said that everything was sitting and the end would soon come. He then used the demon taming leg technique, and Ja Gang was unable to dodge this attack. Miwol pounced on the poison dragon and delivered blow after blow, hoping for more impressive martial arts techniques. Disciple Unjong was at this time trying to come to his senses as quickly as possible and stop the madness that was happening. The monk loved that such a battle filled his Buddhist heart and was glad to finally participate in a real battle. Ja Gang realized that his strength was running low, and no matter what techniques he used, he could only manage to repel Miwol's attacks, but not all of them. Trying to increase the distance between them, he wanted to use poison, but the monk didn't fall for that trick, and it didn't work. Realizing that he was having a hard time holding back the attack, he decided to use the wind finger, even though he wasn't sure if it would help him. With a separating arrow projectile, he managed to hit his poison bag, and Miwol, covering his nose, didn't realize what kind of tricks this was. He realized that the mixed poison would cloud his opponent's mind, and all he had to do was make him inhale. But Monk Miwol applied the tiger taming palm technique and threw Ja Gang far away. Apprentice Unjong saw the poison dragon being defeated and realized that he was right when he said that one should see with their own eyes and then make a decision. Unjong, seeing that poison dragon had come to his senses, asked him to leave while he had the chance. The apprentice didn't want to leave the poison dragon behind because he was trying to save it, so he decided to help it stay alive. Then Ja Gang reminded him that he had once said that it was better for the minority to forfeit their lives than the majority. He talked about how the majority was not fair and the truth could not be expressed in numbers. Poison Dragon went on to explain that these people fed him and treated him, so he didn't understand what exactly bad things they could do to others. Unjong understood what the lame man wanted to explain to him, but knew that Monk Miwol was the strongest of the Sichuan, so fighting him was pointless. Ja Gang said he couldn't just sit back and watch his benefactors lose their lives at the hands of people who identify themselves as the path of justice. He explained to Unjong that there are battles in which one should not retreat even though they realize they are losing. Unjong felt like he now finally understood his teacher's words and understood why the poison dragon didn't want to leave. At this moment, Miwol had finally found where the evil spirit energy was coming from and wanted to finish what he had started. Dodging the blows, Poison Dragon shouted to his apprentice to move away instead of waiting to be hit when attacking. Winnie Miwol was going to completely clear the place without leaving a single witness to the event. Ja Gang didn't understand how a disciple of a Buddha could allow himself to judge others and take their lives relying only on false standards. Miwol replied that it was not for such a boy to judge his actions and used increasingly sophisticated techniques such as the barbarian sword of elimination. Unjong didn't understand how the monk allowed himself to lavish words on Mr. Sangjae Seok of the Buddhism Support Association. Disciple Unjong asked to be taken away mercifully and prevented the poison dragon from attacking and massacring him. Unjong said he would no longer allow the monk to massacre people. Then Mi Wol said that after dealing with the poison dragon, he would definitely punish Unjong's disciple as well. Then the disciple applied the imperial bell technique and made a double clap of his hands. Realizing that he had gone against one of the three clans, he thought about what his heart told him to do, so he continued to ring the imperial bell. Monk Mi Wol couldn't put his thoughts in order and grabbed his head in terrible pain. Disciple Unjong asked him to surrender as he realized that he would not retreat. He caused severe damage to the monk's eardrums, but he continued his attack because it was his choice. In 1 second, he dealt a very strong blow to the Unjong disciple, and the boy fell to the ground in terrible pain. He didn't want to give up, but wanted justice, so he used the palm-gathering shadow technique to gather all his strength. Jia Gang, seeing and assessing the situation, thought it was the end, but heard the voice of the goddess of desire in his head, telling him not to give up because there was a way out. She, almost without strength, asked him to take the medicine of purity and calmness as soon as possible, after which she wanted to give him the technique in writing. She said it was her most powerful and secret martial arts technique. Jia Gang completely trusted the goddess of desire and took the medicine that Seo So had given him. Mi Wol was assessing Master Cheon's disciple's skills because he was compensating for the sword energy with his palm. The monk did not calm down, saying that if anyone found out that Disciple Unjong was helping and protecting the Safa clan, he would become an enemy to everyone. Therefore, just out of courtesy and respect for the three Sichuan powers, he would report that a disciple had been robbed of his life in a battle with the poison dragon. Ready to deliver the final blow for the Unjong disciple, he suddenly saw a huge snake in front of him. He turned around to see where such a powerful salgi was coming from and saw the poison dragon standing in front of him. Poison Dragon stood in the water and didn't understand what this place was or how he got here. He started looking around and couldn't figure out where he was and why he was alone. Then above him he saw an entire army that was reciting a passage from the Taoism Jade Rod Sutra. He didn't understand what was going on but was ready to defend himself. But all he heard was Kun Seong Do Jung Seong Joel Hu Wol, Young Gi Nan Ro. He realized that it was a group of celestials and there were a lot of them and they were all walking past him. The wagons in which the representatives of the heavenly army passed by were jingling with bells and there were dragon flags all around. He realized that everyone who passed by him were noble creatures and they were going to the reception of the celestials. Here in his hands he found a small shard that was a powerful internal energy that had been transferred to him. He heard the goddess of desire explain to him that it was a crystal of pure energy from Sohep's veins and it had to be placed correctly. It was to be placed in Okpamchil Bo Chung Dae at one of the 3 locations in Tanjong. Then Sopham realized that this power had to be placed in a central point somewhere near his heart so that the goddess of desire would give him her power. She said that there was now a mound in his body that, if destroyed, would allow the internal energy from his ankles to disperse throughout his body. The goddess of desire had given him the best power she could so present in the 9 Void Jade Beam technique, which was combined together with the technique of the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Disciple Unjong watched from the last of his strength to see what was happening and what the poison dragon was able to do. Monk Mi Wol was surprised at such skills and secrets of the dragon but still had too much confidence. Jia Gang felt that suddenly all the pain he had been feeling was gone and replaced by a pleasant energy. He felt his body fill with enlightening pure energy, and he realized that he could do many things with such power. The monk reminded him that such tricks would not work on him, so he advised him not to prevent him from taking his life. But the poison dragon's strength increased, and he easily attacked his opponent's eye with a needle that left a hole even in the blade of his sword. Everyone was very surprised that the poison dragon was able to inflict any injury on the Ah-Man family watcher. Disciple Unjong thought about the words to eradicate the source of evil and gathered his strength to watch what was happening. Jia Gang said that the monk lost because that needle was laced with pure blood iron snake venom. When it penetrates inside, such metamorphoses take place that were beyond the control of even the best master. But Monk Mi Wol wasn't scared at all because he was a member of the Ah-Man family, so he could overcome even that. At this second, a huge army arrived and was ready to fight anyone who dared to attack the Saf clan. The commander of the 5th group of Shanxi province, Un Yup, asked how the Lord Goddess of Desire was feeling. He explained that Elder Pyong gave them the news that she was in trouble, and they immediately came to their aid. Old Man Piaong was glad that the Saf devotees from Sichuan arrived on time and rallied the forces. Poison Dragon informed Monk Miwol that the battle was going in their favor, which meant it was time to stop. However, the monk thought about what he should do. He wanted to kill everyone as his instincts demanded, but his mind told him to hide and continue the battle later. Jia Gang was ready to attack but saw the monk Mi Wol fly past him and stop on the roof of a building. Mi Wol only said that he had memorized the poison dragon and definitely planned to commit what he had started and see it through to the end. Leaving in an unknown direction, he promised to avenge the poison dragon with his own hands by all means. Disciple Unjong was genuinely very happy that the poison dragon had succeeded and was able to emerge victorious in this battle. Then Jia Gang asked why he didn't leave, but Unjong said he didn't realize it himself, just his body wasn't moving. Jia Gang realized that the fight wasn't over yet, but it was only a matter of time. The Kiel Seong soldiers asked for mercy and explained that they were only following the instructions of the Murim Union. The Safa soldiers did not understand why they had to forgive them for what they had done just because they had surrendered. Goddess Safa asked to stop because they too had once believed in the justice of the Murim Union Court, which in fact turned out to be untrue. The Goddess of Desire said that only those who committed the act of taking a life should be punished in conscience, but she granted forgiveness to the rest. Jia Gang sat against the wall at the end of the fight and tried to catch his breath, thinking about all the events that had taken place. The Goddess of Desire thanked Sohep for coming to their aid and being able to strike a blow against the demonic disciple of the Buddha. He replied that without her technique he wouldn't have succeeded, and together they were able to save many lives. However, Poison Dragon was sad that he had endangered innocent people's lives again. The Goddess of Desires asked him not to blame himself because Saf people are always prepared for different outcomes. She realized that regardless of his decision they were right and had done the right thing. She asked him to look around because it was only because of his choices that these people could continue to live. Jia Gang realized that many people had been robbed of their lives while they were with him, but only because of them could he survive and continue on his path of revenge. He pondered that living for survival and living for revenge were all the ways of the beast. He no longer wanted to lose the people he cared about and promised to protect them. Disciple Unjong asked so what was the reason why he had to come here. Poison Dragon pondered the answer and watched as Seo So made the bandages. The Goddess of Desire realized that the enemy had not retreated and could strike again with more men. Unyop apologized that they couldn't come earlier, but the Goddess of Desire replied that they had more important things to do, so she asked them to come back. The head of Safa assessed the situation and decided that they should return through Qinghai province. Gathering the men, she informed them that there was a long road ahead on which there might be enemies, so they had to be especially careful. Before she could finish speaking, she felt a terrible pain in her head and didn't expect someone to come up behind her. It was the poison dragon who caught the Lourdes and said he would go with them. Old Man Piaong was surprised and joked that it would snow green tomorrow since he had been reluctant to go with them for so long. Milady. So was very happy about this event and hugged the Lourdes and poison dragon strongly. Apprentice Unjong was confused because his mission was to follow the poison dragon. They all realized that their journey would be a long one, which meant they needed to be well rested and prepared for such a journey. Strategic Counselor Chigal was furious that Yo Hua had managed to escape again, and he berated Man Ne in all of this. Looking around Saf's palace, he saw neither the Goddess of Desire nor anyone else from that clan. Counselor Mun didn't understand what it meant to grab her back then at Laojai Mountain and not let her go. Seeing the soldiers tied to the tree, Man Ne noticed that there were still survivors. Then the counselor asked them to tell what happened here and why there was no trace of Safa here. They said that they had victory in their hands until the poison dragon appeared and distracted Amy's representative. Strategic Counselor Shigal couldn't believe that the poison dragon was able to defeat the demonic disciple of the Buddha. Realizing what he had heard, he was torn with rage at what had been missed altogether. Counselor Chigal didn't understand how he should look Henim in the eye now, or what to do about this whole situation. Man Ne was very happy to hear that his toy had grown to overpower the demonic Buddha disciple. However, what pleased Counselor Man Ne even more was that Jia Gang was back and protecting Saf. Man didn't realize that there was a difference in reaction to a rich person leaving home and a poor person leaving home. He realized that the more attachments he had, the more painful it was to lose them, and he was glad that there was a light in Jagan's life that he planned to take away. The silent dragon stood looking at Man, not wondering what was even happening to him and how he didn't realize what needed to be done. Interrupting his thoughts, Silent Dragon saw that people unknown to him had summoned Counselor Manhwa to talk to him. Strategic Counselor Chagall wasn't familiar with these people either, so he asked them to give their names. Then the strangers said that they came from the Tang family and needed to talk to the counselor. Manhwa looked at them disapprovingly and informed them that he was currently on duty. Applying the Chonim Yipmil technique, they passed the secret information to the counselor and left. Strategic Counselor Chagall clarified exactly what message they had given to Counselor Manhwa. But Counselor Man said that the Tang family had urgent business with him, so he asked him to handle everything here. Silent Dragon thought over everything that was happening and was becoming more and more unable to understand Counselor Manhwa's actions by the minute. Flying along with members of the Tan family, he said he knew the day would come but didn't think it would be so soon. He knew that Yom Wan Tong Cheon was looking for him, but he didn't understand the reason why the elder was looking for him. About 10 hours after they left the previous place, Old Man Pyong clarified why disciple Cheon Song was with them. Old Man Pyong laughed that he must have wanted to join them, but Unjong said he didn't because he was already a student of Cheon Seong. Old Man Pyong thought that the disciple would probably be expelled from the clan because he had helped the poison dragon and interfered with the demonic Buddha disciple. Unjong was upset and didn't think it was that serious. He thought he would just be forced to meditate against the wall for another year. Apprentice Unjong didn't want to be expelled from the clan and punished more seriously, so he asked the old man to take the blame. Old Man Pyong laughed and didn't want to do that, much less show up after everything that had happened in Cheon Song. Then the Goddess of Desire invited him to join us, but he couldn't even though he saw the Safa clan from a completely different perspective. The Goddess of Desire saw that Sohep kept his eyes on her and she wondered what he wanted to know from her. He wanted to ask her about the technique, and then the Goddess of Desire said that it was better for him to know everything before another attack from the enemy. She reported that she had given him the 9 Rays Void Jade 5 Thundertoad Kung Fu technique. Unjong didn't understand how the Lordess had knowledge of his Kiel Seong family clan's secret technique. Old Man Pyong explained to him that the Lordess had not stolen this technique, it had been passed down to her from her ancestor who was in the Cheon Seong clan. The Goddess of Desire explained that her ancestor had passed the technique on to her but had not mastered it because of the strong side effect. The Goddess of Desire said that her family had only started to understand this technique in the past generation and had encountered the 5 thunderstorms shaking sky technique. She didn't deny that it was a ferocious and formidable technique, so it was mixed with Toad Kung Fu. Next, the technique passed through more hands and was connected to the 9 Rays of Void Jade, but to Sohep, she only passed on a portion of the technique. Back then, Unjong couldn't believe that the non-head of Safa was related to the Kiel Seong family and possessed secret techniques. Then the Goddess of Desire continued and told him that it was the head of the Cheon Seong Mu clan, Amjong Sa, who had helped her remove the side effect of the technique. Disciple Unjong was grabbing his head and couldn't believe that the head of their clan was touching demonic techniques as well as perfecting them. Unjong couldn't believe the Goddess of Desire, then she advised him to ask his teacher about it. Chapter Saf suddenly felt bad and asked to end the conversation, but Unjong was curious about everything. Hearing their conversation, Jae-gang realized that the story about stealing the secret books was about her, and he listened to her carefully too. At this time, the followers of Buddhist techniques from the A-Mi clan discovered the wagons containing the people of the Safa clan. They knew that Yohua and Poison Dragon were in one of the wagons, and they were thinking of attacking them because that was the plan. But their thoughts were interrupted by a man who suddenly came up behind them and asked them if the situation was difficult. They were extremely surprised that they hadn't sensed his presence at all, so they asked who he was. It was Unjong's teacher, Master Pak Cheon, who told the rangers that one of the wagons contained his student. They greeted the master and were happy to see him, so they asked to join them and attack the wagons together. Pak Cheon said he heard Monk Ah-Mi's story and asked if they would take his disciple back to their clan for trial. He was very displeased that the Buddha's disciples had broken their precepts during the observation, but also wanted to shift their responsibility to another clan. Realizing that Pak Cheon's attitude was not friendly, the monks of the Ah-Mi clan prepared to attack. One of the monks felt that Pak Cheon was overstepping his bounds with his attacks and unfounded judgments. But the teacher was convinced that it was the monks who were overstepping their bounds by going to take Unjong to their clan to give false testimony. Monk Ah-Mi did not like what was happening, for he had taken the full 150 vows of Bhikshu. But the teacher knew the 6 heavens of the desire world, 18 heavens of the colored world, 4 heavens of the colorless world, 3 boundaries of purity, and the abode of the celestials. Monk Ami was indignant and didn't realize how angry the teacher was at their clan for allowing himself to be so rude. The teacher realized that their clan wanted to join the Murim Union, so Mai Wool broke the Rangers' rules. Left alone, Pak Cheon heard himself being addressed and told that he wouldn't be able to continue covering for his student. It was Harris Tang who said that Unjong had actually aided the poison dragon and stood up against the demonic Buddha disciple. The teacher knew that he would meet the Ami clan on his way, but he didn't expect to meet representatives of the Tang clan, so he wondered why they were here. The heiress replied that they were interested in that guy because there was nothing special about his techniques, but he always fought better opponents. Harris Tang understood that the poison dragon was only able to win such completely unequal battles through sheer fortitude. The heiress of the Tang family constantly reasoned from where such a powerful will sprouted and what exactly kept him from giving up. Pak Cheon realized that the lady from the Tan family wasn't the type to feel the urge to imitate so easily. Harris Tang said that the teacher's jokes had gone too far already. He replied that it was just a joke. Pak Cheon only said so because he saw the light of youth on the heiress's face and asked her not to get angry. At that time, Counselor Man Ne arrived at the main courtyard of the Tang family and walked to the inner courtyard. He was glad that he had finally arrived here. The Tang family of Sichuan province controlled the various affairs behind the scenes of the Murim, and only a select few were allowed into this court. Man Ne was already waiting, and the girl who opened the door for him asked him to come inside. The advisor was in anticipation. He realized that even from the Tang family itself, only a select few key figures could enter this court. Walking inside the room, he was a bit puzzled by what he saw and what was going on around him. Lots of people were delivering packages to the carrier pigeons and sorting papers. They moved chaotically, but everyone knew what they were doing. A message was tied to the pigeon's foot, after which it was released, and the pigeon flew exactly to the specified address. Watching what was happening, he realized that this place could control the whole world, but his train of thought was interrupted. He was called and asked not to stand but to come in. It was Yeom Wan Tang Cheon, the head of the Tang family. Everyone called him differently. Some called him the pillar of the Tang family. Some called him the messenger of Sichuan. Some called him simply perfect. But most often he was called Yeom Wan Tan Cheon, which meant a man in control of even the life of a man in heaven. Man Ne didn't know that the man in front of him was not the head of the Tan family, but a rather powerful man who handled large and small matters behind the acting head's back. Coming closer, Man Ne introduced himself, but Yeom Wan didn't hear him because the counselor was reporting to him the information that the exam had failed and they couldn't disarm the poison. Counselor Man. Now listen to their speeches and realize that there was indeed a management of various affairs going on in front of him, and he was thinking how to draw attention to himself. He heard the workings of Yeom Wan Tong Cheon asked to sell the Hebei Trading Company. Then the counselor took a breath and gathered courage. Man Neo reported that the effect of taking the lives of 5 was unsatisfactory, and at that moment, all the workers stopped and looked at him. Yeom Wan Tong Cheon replied that anything was possible since he was only in the development stage. But Man Ne reported that the substandard product was ruining his work. However, Yeom Wan believed that a mediocre poison could not so easily defeat a spiritual technique that was many years old. The counselor objected and said that if a mistake is made in the use of poison, there is the possibility of coming under unwanted suspicion. He realized that in the case with Brave Phoenix, they knew and had already taken appropriate measures, so he asked the counselor not to make a big deal out of it. He couldn't believe that for the sake of attention the counselor had insulted his family business that they had put their heart and soul into. He handed him the hibiscus tiger heart, which could increase his internal energy, as if he had spent 20 years practicing Buddhist self-discipline. He accepted the gift and saw young Wan reading a report that they had failed to learn about the Baek Lee family's techniques because Kokchu's nature is meticulous. Counselor Man. Na thought that he had already brought them the silent dragon and their payment was small enough for his life. Then Counselor Man offered to make a deal, but he was not interested in them. He only received the goods and named the price. Counselor Man said he decided to be a matchmaker between Lady Tang Ha Ran and Poison Dragon. Yeom Wan Tan Cheon immediately interrupted his business and thought about Counselor Man Ne's suggestion. He laughed hard, for the counselor was the first in 10 years to offer a deal in which he felt interested. He said that Poison Dragon is currently with Yu Hua under persecution by the Murim Union, and therefore they can't take Saf, so he asked what the plan was. Poison Dragon comes from the Bakwajal Valley, which belonged to the Yak family of Yunnan province, so he should be considered a member of the Chofa. But Young Wan resisted, saying that back then he belonged to the Dok clan where the arbitrator was Heavenly Sword King Kong. Counselor Man said that Poison Dragon's goals included getting Baek Lee Jun's head, which meant that he was also against the Murim Union. Man Ni suggested splitting the head of the Union with the leader and making Baek Lee Jun the new head of the Union. Yong Wan Tam was interested because in such a scheme there would be no need to cut off communication with the Union. And Counselor Man continued that this would be a good time to cut all ties. Young Wan realized that the advisor was only half right, but he really liked his suggestion. Manny realized that his Dok family had the lowest position, and they couldn't help but follow the Poison Valley's order, so they attacked the Yak clan. Yo Wan asked him to finish and not waste time telling all that was already well known to everyone. Then he reported that in the winter there was a lot of snow on the mountains, formed snow that would all melt, and in the rainy season there would be a downpour that every 4 years. He knew that the Huanghe would overflow its banks and take the lives of people because houses and farm buildings would sink into the water. That means there will be a lot of rats and a terrible plague, and the number of those deprived of life should include the masters of the 9 clans. Then Man-Ne realized that it wasn't just about rebellion, but a much more powerful tsunami was approaching than he could have expected or imagined. He realized that with such actions, Yom Wan could become the supreme ruler, so such an event was only to his advantage. Then Yom Wan threw him an amulet that meant he was under the protection of the Tang family and asked him to even go out of bounds in his fun. He liked Man-Ne better than Poison Dragon, so he agreed to use him as bait and allowed him to marry Haran. Accordingly, authorization was not required. Yom Wan took full responsibility for what was happening. Yeom Wan Tan Cheon didn't understand why Counselor Man-Ne put the amulet on the table, but Man-Ne laughed. Man-Nyo had thought that getting consent would be much harder, but now he realized that Yeom Wan Tan was very boring. They looked at each other for a long time and thought about who could benefit from what was happening. Yeom Wan said that soon the counselor would be summoned by Hei Wol Jin in to demonstrate skills, so he hoped Man wouldn't disappoint him. Man-Ne has indicated that he will do his best to make sure they succeed. Man-Ne realized that he had managed to pull off the provocation, which meant that with the Tang family's amulet of patronage and protection, many doors were now open to him. He realized that there couldn't be a better deal for him, which meant that Yeom Wan Tang could be relied on and counted on for support. The men of the Saf clan and their horses were very tired. The goddess of desire understood this and hoped that the main danger had passed. She suggested that all the people rest and regain their strength before moving on. At night, everyone settled quietly into their rooms and slept. Old man Paiyong was lucky to sleep with Unjong, who was stirring. During this time, the goddess of desire was restoring her inner energy and power through meditation. She felt Poison Dragon come into her bedroom and asked him to come in. She reported that he was brave enough to come into the ladies' room alone in the middle of the night. He didn't realize that she had invited him to come over at the mouse hour, which was from 23 to 1 o'clock in the morning. She said she was just kidding, and he saw that Goddess wasn't getting better after the Tang family's poison and realized that she would need an antidote. Jia Gang didn't understand how the Tang family was involved in the attack on the Saf clan's palace. But the Goddess of Desire explained that she had been stripped of her hand and poisoned elsewhere, and then she decided to confess to Jia Gan. She reported that before they took him out of Namga Man-Ne offered her a deal. Jia Gang listened to the Goddess of Desire very carefully to assess the situation and his feelings according to the information he was receiving. Then the Poison Dragon was wrapped in hatred and anger as he realized that it was Man-Ne who had taken away the goddess's hands. She continued her story that he had waited for her there and set a trap by mobilizing people from the Chigal family and the Silent Dragon family. She asked Jia Gan, knowing his character, not to blame herself, for it was she who made the mistake of agreeing to the deal. She realized she didn't have to oppress others to get what she wanted, and as she poured the tea, she felt her hand shake. Seeing this, Jia Gang intercepted the teapot and poured the medicinal tea into the cups himself. Yo Huan said that she wanted to give him the remaining kugyol of the 9 Rays Void Jade 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu. She explained that what he had learned was only part of the technique, but that she wanted to give him the full technique. Jia Gang said that he had heard about her connection to technology on the way, and suggested that it was because of technology that all of the Lord's misfortunes began. She realized that it was necessary for everyone because during the last battle the young man had developed a sense of responsibility to them. She wished she could say it wasn't true, but realized that she herself and all the members of her clan were in a quandary. She explained that if she transferred the power to the person who was already protecting them, she could help herself and the entire Saf clan. But she realized that he would need this power in the future, so Jagan had a personal gain in learning such a technique. The goddess of desire reminded him that because of the heavenly madness, he couldn't live long, but the technique she was imparting to him allowed him to form a shaft in a certain place within his body. She explained that currently only one shaft was installed, but if all 9 were installed, it would be able to balance out the side effects of Heaven's Folly Heaven. She herself was only able to install 5 shafts, so her help was limited, so she recommended contacting the Cheon-seong chapter. Realizing all the information he had received from the goddess of desire, he accepted her request and agreed. She realized that even she herself could not match him in courage and said that perhaps during the technique transfer she would have to ask him for more. He replied that right now he couldn't handle Baek Lee Jun with his own strength so that he could get a chance to spare him. The goddess of desire remembered asking him to spare one person in the distant future and was surprised that Jagang realized who she was talking about. Then he replied that he had come to this conclusion by thinking of a morally depraved man whose soul was rotten to the core. He had always thought that his revenge was the Yak family's revenge, and with that, he should take Baek Lee Jun's life. But regardless, he was willing to honor her request to put the living Kachu before her and make her pay for all her sins. Bowing her head, she said thank you to Poison Dragon for remembering his promise. Silent Dragon asked his teacher to reopen the investigation and realized that Brave Phoenix had been robbed of her life in another way. He realized that with the teacher's influence things could work out, but Kachu asked if that was all he had to say. Then he fell on his knees and begged forgiveness for having arbitrarily gone to Yunnan to catch and punish those who took Yong's life. Kachu said that since he understood everything, he didn't want to listen to him anymore and asked him to leave the room. Then the Silent Dragon switched to shouting he was addressing the teacher, though no, he was addressing his father. Letting out an angry Salgi Baek Lee Jun repeated to leave his room and leave quickly. The aide, seeing that the situation was escalating, asked the heir to leave and visit the teacher another time at a more appropriate time. Finishing his tea, Kakchu thought about what was on his desk. There was his wife's hand and the inscription "Send back missing head and body." Disciple Unjong was grabbing his head, not understanding what was going on or what it all meant at all. All the people were outraged at such a crazy decision by Poison Dragon and asked him to repeat his decision again. Then he repeated that they were turning around and driving back to Cheongseong Mountain in Sichuan Province. They didn't understand why it was such a decision since they barely managed to get away from the enemy and he was offering to go back to him. Then they approached the Lordess, but she confirmed that she had given her consent to such a decision. Jia Gang suggested they be realistic, explaining that the enemy was seriously wounded and had little strength as well. Jia Gang explained that the enemy would never surrender, and if he caught up with them there would be heavy casualties, so we should stay away from him. After all, the enemy is sure they're running easier trying to stay farther away from Sichuan, so they won't pay any attention at all to those who go to Sichuan, on the contrary, and so this is their chance. He suggested disguising themselves as merchants, and they realized that the Murim Union, even if they suspected trouble in Sichuan, did not have their authority. Disciple Unjong was trying to figure out where their guarantee was that the Cheon-seong clan would accept them and not attack. Then Jia Gang bowed his head and asked his disciple for help with this, and Unjong didn't understand how this could happen at all. Poison Draoken admitted that if Unjong was with them until they passed the mountain, the Cheon-seong clan wouldn't use force on them. That's when Unjong realized he was a hostage and knew his mentor wouldn't let it go that easily. Jia Gang explained that he was going to talk to him, but if that wasn't enough, he would have to fight the teacher. The other members of the Safa clan realized that the plan was a good one, for if they continued on their way, the enemy would surely catch up with them. Old Man Paiyong was cursing that they had packed a mountain of food and were driving around in broad daylight like they were going on a picnic. Those ahead of them saw that enemies were coming towards them, and the goddess of desire asked everyone to behave naturally and remain calm. A wagon load of enemies rushed past them and they managed to keep themselves uncovered. Poison Dragon realized that this wasn't the entire chase, so he asked them to lead the same way they were now in case anything happened. Old Man Paiyong realized that time was very short, but Poison Dragon was able to come up with a plan. He was amazed at his abilities. He realized that even though they were in disguise, It was not easy to act as if they were in the middle of danger. The goddess of desire said that although he wasn't in Saf, he was willing to give his life to save them, which was felt by everyone around him. Looking at her clan, she realized that everyone had a lot of trust in the poison dragon. She said that there were still a few days before arriving at the mountain, so she suggested to finish with the 9-void Jade Void Beam technique transmission. She realized that he had decided to go to Cheon-Seong Mountain to meet Mu Am-jong-sa. The poison dragon remained silent but was surprised that the goddess of desire knew ahead of time what he wanted. At first, she began to explain to him the techniques that made up the 9 rays of Void Jade 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu. She explained the origin of each technique of the Cheon-Seong family and said that these techniques, like the Heaven of Madness technique, have the same origin. The 5 Thunderstorm Toad Kung Fu was a combination of the Toad Kung Fu and the 5 thunderstorms of the shaking sky that formed 5 oxen and formed a powerful flow of energy. A side effect of combining these techniques was the possibility of serious damage and destruction of blood vessels. Therefore, to compensate for these side effects, these techniques were combined with the 9 rays of jade that allowed one to concentrate energy. She said that by distributing the vortexes of power by forming shafts in 9 places instead of 5, one could achieve even greater power. The goddess of desire explained that during the battle, he had formed a single shaft within himself and thus opened a single ray within himself. Jia Gang listened to the goddess of desire attentively and tried to understand everything he should do when using this technique. 2 days later, they arrived at Cheon-Seong territory, and Eunjung's brothers recognized the very same wagon. The brothers of the Cheon-Seong family were thinking about what to do, because in addition to Eunjung, there was the Safa clan. Eunjung was very afraid and kept thinking about how he would be punished by his teacher for such disobedience. Then Poison Dragon decided to ask him what exactly Master Pak Cheon was. The goddess of desire replied that he was the deputy head of the Cheon-Seong clan instead of Mu Am-jong-sa, who didn't show his face in public. The reason why Cheon-Seong did not join the Murim alliance was because of Master Pak Cheon's stubbornness, yet they were enemies. Poison Dragon couldn't understand why the goddess of desire and Master Pak Cheon were enemies since the two of them were against Murim. Their wagon began to shake violently and they didn't realize what was happening, and Eunjung said it had all started. Jia Gang didn't realize what was happening. He felt like an entire sea was squeezing his inner energy. The goddess of wishes ordered everyone to leave the wagon because she knew they could not get through unharmed. They took turns starting to get out of the wagon to see exactly what had happened and who was in front of them. In front of them stood Master Pak Cheon. He was ready to attack and expressed his unfriendly mood. Disciple Eunjung shrank in fear at the sight of the teacher and walked forward a little and addressed him. Pak Cheon wasn't happy and said he asked her to stay out of his sight or he wouldn't leave her alone. But the goddess of desire kindly greeted Pak Cheon and clarified how Mu Am-jong-sa was doing. But Pak Cheon was beyond angry and repeated that he had expressed himself clearly, so he didn't realize her presence here. Turning to shouting, he ordered to never dare the goddess of desire to utter Mu Am-jong-sa's name under any circumstances. At that time, Jia Gang couldn't stand it and covered the Lord Goddess of Desire Yo-hwa with himself. From his anger-filled eyes, he guessed that the poison dragon was standing in front of him. The Goddess of Desire felt too bad and bent over from the pain in her body. Pak Cheon laughed that the authority of Shandong's Goddess of Desire Yo-hwa is no longer the same since she's covering up for some kid. Pak Cheon didn't understand how his student was held hostage and allowed strangers to infiltrate the Cheon-Seong mountain range. The teacher swore that he had severely injured a high-ranking monk of the Ami clan. He realized that their head was in such a difficult position. Pak Cheon scolded that the disciple dared to bring those whom the Murim Union and the Ahmi clan were looking for with all their might. He realized that Eunjung was being used to come to them and hide, so he said that he would tolerate it since he had raised such a disciple himself. Pak Cheon pointed to the hut and said that he used to study Taoism in the old hut so they could stay there. He let them do whatever they wanted in that shack. He didn't care at all. However, he drew a line and told them not to cross it under any circumstances. Chapter Safa, Goddess of Desire, gave her consent to head Cheon-Seong's condition. As he was leaving, he heard someone say, "I don't agree," in his wake, so he turned around to see who had said it and what kind of insolence it was. It was the poison dragon. Everyone else, including disciple Eunjung, was horrified that he had let himself do such a thing. Poison Dragon explained that they had come here to survive, and since he didn't care what happened across the line, it meant he wasn't just talking about Saf. Jia Gang said he didn't want just a line through which the Cheon clan would just watch the Safa clan take their lives. He asked specifically for them to be accepted, and they would take responsibility for everything while on their land. Teacher Pak Cheon was surprised that the boy was so smart and confident. Then Master Pak Cheon gave a guarantee that no one would harm them while they were on his land. But first he wanted to see if he had grounds to make such brazen demands. The master said there would be 3 clashes, and if he did not move a step from where he stood, he would accept it, and if he did, he could never object. Then, after thinking for a bit, Poison Dragon asked what would happen if he managed to push the master off his seat, but he was much more confident. But the young man was not relenting. He said that if such a thing were to happen, would he listen to his one request? Master Pak Cheon laughed. He thought it was funny such confidence in an ordinary boy. Realizing that the boy was no match for him, he agreed to his condition and said that if he lost, he would listen to his request. Unjong didn't understand why Poison Dragon had agreed to take part in such an argument, and the master himself had agreed to the terms. But the teacher ordered him to be silent, for he had done no good to raise his head so self-righteously. At this moment, Ja Gang took the master's staff in his hand and said that this was the first clash. No one understood what Poison Dragon was up to, and everyone thought he was just kidding. But Ja Gang replied that he had no reason to joke, and the master thought it was a cheap trick. Poison Dragon said he was just trying his best to win no matter what. Then the master set a second clash and asked to use his hands, but the young man asked not to yield to him on purpose. At that time, Master Pak Cheon began to release Salgi and asked him not to avert his eyes for a moment. The master applied the 72 waves technique but only used 16 kinds of swords. Ja Gang was in terrible pain but continued to fight it and stood there without trying to move from his seat. Poison Dragon stood and screamed in pain, but his feet were an extension of the ground, so he didn't budge. Then the master said that the third clash was left and asked what the young man would do, because he was ready to use all 72 swords. Unjong asked the Poison Dragon to stop because he knew that the 72 wave sword harbored powers that could take a life. Ja Gang replied that he overcame critical moments all the time because of his lack of ability. He explained that he had no reason to retreat, even though he realized that if he made a single mistake, he would lose his life. Master Pak Cheon laughed and advised his student to learn from this guy. Pak Cheon saw that it was the look of a man who had experienced Kanko may have gotten out of Sura's way, but he was filled to the brim with anger. He said that before the third clash he wanted to know what request the boy wanted to ask, but the young man replied that he would voice it if he won. Pak Cheon realized that the young man was constantly hitting his pride, which meant he had some kind of plan. Then he suggested that the third clash should be started by him and asked him to use any means possible so that there would be no regrets later. Ja Gang didn't understand how he could use any technique if the master hides a weapon behind his back. Then the teacher threw the staff on the ground and said that he was wrong to think that sword techniques were worthless without weapons. He asked to already start the third clash and start attacking, but Ja Gang replied that he was already doing that. Ja Gang was trying to control all his inner energy, and the master said he thought to spare him, but apparently he wouldn't have to. Looking at him, the master realized that with such power he could destroy himself, and so there would be no strength to fight. But then he noticed that the young man had suppressed the raging energy and taken control of it. Then, assessing what he saw and the situation as a whole, he began to realize what this force was. He couldn't believe it and yelled at Yu Hua that she had told about it, and so he just came in horrified. Unjong realized that it was the power of the Poison Dragon that he used when he fought Monk Mai Wol. Master Pak Chol didn't think that the young man could last so long and saw that his speed was close to that of the 72 wave sword. He couldn't believe that Ja Gang was using the martial arts techniques of the 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu. The warden realized that it wouldn't be enough to hurt him in any way. The teacher felt that he was in a lot of pain in his palm, which meant that the young man had managed to damage him with a melee attack. He swore that the guy was building up to a lot of things, and he himself could only pull himself together when he got hit a lot of times. At this second, Poison Dragon saw that Master Po Chul was attacking him. At that time, the master applied the martial art technique of the power of the 72 wave sword. The teacher saw that the young man's breathing had started to slow down, which meant that he wasn't ready for such power, and he didn't understand why Yu Hua had given it to him. But the teacher was certain of one thing, that this power was beyond the young man's grasp. Reflecting attack after attack, the Poison Dragon thought of only one thing that he needed to hold on to. The goddess of desire and Unjong were very worried about Poison Dragon and asked him to hold on until the end. Old Man Paiyong realized that something bad could happen now, and Sio Sio silently supported Poison Dragon. The teacher was intimidated by the young man's collectedness and asked if his life was worth it. But Jia Gang said that if you don't put your life on the line, you can't achieve anything, so he's willing to forfeit his life. He shouted that it was better to lose his life with honor but to fulfill the promised revenge than to lose. Seeing that Jia Gang could no longer hold back his attack, the teacher stopped attacking him. The teacher thought that Safa natives always fought without a purpose, but the boy had one. Master Pak Cheon said he recognizes him, but his attitude towards life doesn't. But Jia Gang disagreed and said he defeated him completely and fairly. The teacher was surprised and said that how could this be possible since he himself had stopped the attack. Then he reminded the master that the game was not for life but for who would get off first, so he asked to look at his left foot. Then Poison Dragon said that if the master didn't move, nothing would change under his foot. Those watching didn't understand how Unjong's mentor could lose and what should be done then. Then Jia Gang explained that before the 3 strikes began, the master had thrown away his weapon and thus the distance had changed. Then the master would have to take a small step forward, but he was unlikely to fall for such a trick, so several poisons were used in the needle, which made the teacher unconsciously move forward. Then Jia Gang asked if he would admit his loss. Then Pak Cheon realized that the 5-toed Kung Fu thunderstorms were just a ruse, because from the beginning, the young man knew how to make him make a move. However, the master recalled that Jia Gang had said he would win if he pushed him forward, not if he made him take a mere step. The master realized that Jia Gang did not apply direct force to him, but tried to make the master agree, fearing the reputation of public opinion. He couldn't admit defeat when comparing their power levels, but he followed Murim's code of rules, so he was willing to honor his request. Pak Cheon turned to Yu Hua Tong Reni, saying that she was once again here by the will of the sky. So looking at her and her reactions, he asked her to think about her decisions. Master reminded her that untangling the tangled threads of fate is always easier together than alone. Yohua ran up to Poison Dragon and told Soheb that he did well in the test. Everyone admired Jia Gan, saying that they had never seen such a strong fight back, and everyone was very happy that he pulled it off. The goddess of wishes reminded that if the master had wished, they would all be lying next to Jia Gan right now, but he was fair with a good heart. They realized that the Poison Dragon had saved them all and given them time to regain their strength. The heiress of the Tang family resented being stripped of her title and banned from the streets. She didn't understand who had given such a stupid and ridiculous order, grandmother or grandfather. But her maid said it wasn't their order, so asked her not to blame the family. Manhwa said that it was he who gave such an order because he was authorized to do so by the elder. He said that everyone in this family had to undergo special training before marriage, and now she was no longer the young mistress of this house. He said that the heiress was now a young, beautiful bride of this Tang family house. He ain't understood what Counselor Man was talking about and thought that she was not a young bride and it was some kind of mistake. But Manhwa said it was not a joke, but a grace, because he wanted so much in his life to bring the young couple together and create a strong union. She didn't understand why Manhwa had chosen her as a mate, but he had said that the elder had entrusted such a responsible role to him. Then he asked if she was ready to meet the groom, and the heiress, not realizing what was going on, clarified if he was here. Then Manhwa asked the person behind the door to not be shy and go inside while the heiress carefully looked at the door. Seeing on the doorstep of some beggar old man, the heiress was simply horrified and could not believe it. And Manhwa told the man that he was a bride and he didn't even believe that he could marry such a young beauty. The counselor confirmed that he had that right and asked him to come over and talk to her. Then she struck the stranger with a whip and was furious at what was happening. Counselor Man said he could see that she didn't like his fiancé, but nothing he said he would surely find her a more worthy fiancé. The heiress of the Tang family didn't want him to continue bullying her, so she asked him not to procrastinate and tell her exactly what he wanted from her. Then Manhwa threw a vial of liquid into her hands and the heiress was confused. Then he said he had given her an antidote that could cure the poison that had been applied to his prosthetic leg. He asked her to give this to Yu Hua and bring the Poison Dragon to him, after which he would find her a normal fiancé. The heiress of the Tang family said that she wasn't some concubine, and there was no need to talk to her like that. She realized that apparently Manhwa's life wasn't sweet anymore and started to prepare to attack, but she saw him pull something out. It was a jade token, and stopping her attack, she didn't understand where he got the jade token from. He explained that in the Tang family, everyone had to obey the one who possessed such a token, so he ordered the Poison Dragon to be brought immediately. He said that if she didn't bring him the Poison Dragon, the next groom would be an old man with severe illnesses. The heiress didn't understand why her grandfather had decided to do this to her and what she had done wrong. Young trained Jia Gang, explaining the simplest techniques and their meanings. He said that Chan is about understanding the direction of the opponent's thoughts. Su was following the path of attack against the opponent so that their hands would not separate. Kalm's method in doing so is based on the Hwagan method that Chomryong Chomsu's unification used. Jia Gang guessed that it wasn't just a touch, and the apprentice confirmed that he should learn to read his opponent's mind and choose the right attack. At that time, Poison Dragon asked Eunjong to let him try again to properly learn this technique. Eunjong admired the Poison Dragon's persistence because he had been concentrating on training for hours since morning. At that moment, an old man named Paiyong came up to them and asked them if they remembered that there were other people here besides them, pointing to Milady. So he said that this was the third time she had brought fresh water for them to rest and drink. Then they sat down and drank water, and Jia Gang recalled that during the battle with the master, he had never once been able to perform well. So he had to create space for his attack to succeed so he could gain time. He realized that he would have to fight stronger opponents in the future so he could learn as many different attacks as possible. The disciple, Eunjong, asked him not to be so hard on himself because he saw that he was a quick learner. He was surprised that Jia Gang had asked him to train Gyum Nasu right away, but Old Man Pyong sighed that they had been practicing day and night. Old Man Paiyong said that he had heard him examining the herbs on the mountain, and he must have wanted to create poison because he was called the Poison Dragon for a reason. Also, Pyong clarified with Eunjung why he wasn't walking back to his home and his brothers. He said that his mentor had scolded him severely and ordered him not to come back until everyone had left. Jia Gang said he was very grateful for his training, and Eunjung joked that he had to pay for his food somehow too. All this time, day after day, Pak Chul watched them from the top of the mountain. At night, Jia Gang practiced under the guidance of the goddess of desire and made progress. She said that he had passed the first stage of the 9-void jade beam and was approaching the second stage, and since the old man had agreed, he needed to prepare. This meant that he was about to meet Muam soon, which meant he had to prepare seriously. Jia Gang was sure that they were going to do well because he had a great mentor in the form of the head of Safa. She was very pleased that he had such an opinion of her, for her state of health left much to be desired. She explained that there was no way she could deal with this poison because it was very deep within her energy. He had never before heard of such poisons that accumulated and could not be excreted, so he asked to examine her body. Putting his hand to her soul, he saw that she was right because the poison was like a spider web and was deep inside her. He realized that he had seen these symptoms before, but he couldn't remember where. Then he remembered that he had seen such symptoms before after Brave Phoenix had taken the antidote pill. Then they thought that perhaps it was in that pill that poisoned Brave Phoenix. He remembered that Brave Phoenix had also tried to use techniques to cleanse her body of the poison but couldn't manage it. Then he thought that maybe Man Ne had set it up because it was to his advantage to take her life. He explained that the poison that was inside him had also been given to him by Man Ne, which meant that he was most likely involved in taking the life of the Brave Phoenix. She couldn't believe it because Man Ne was Baek Lee Jun's advisor and Brave Phoenix was part of their family. Then Jin Jia Gang continued that Silent Dragon had also taken such a pill, after which he felt terribly ill. But she said that it was Man Ne's idea to take such medicines, even though Poison Dragon didn't understand what was wrong either. The goddess of desire had a very bad headache and realized that Man Ne's plans were not clear and therefore very dangerous. Jia Gang, seeing the torment of the Lordess, decided that it is impossible to sit idly by and that she will not be able to get to Sandon in time, and therefore it is necessary to look for ways. The next morning, the heiress reached the border of Cheolseong and was met by guards on her way. They asked her to identify herself and to stop, as further passage was closed because it was a restricted area. Then she told them to call Poison Dragon immediately if they wanted to save Yu Hua. Switching to shouting, she asked to immediately summon the Poison Dragon to her right now. Poison Dragon heard his name being called and went out with the Saf clan representatives to see who was calling him. The heiress of the Tang family said that she actually has an antidote that can neutralize the poison that was inside Yu Hua. He realized that he would not be given a life-saving cure for nothing, and the heiress said that he understood correctly she had one condition. She said they should fight, and if he defeated her, she would give him the cure. She wanted to see if he was really as strong as they said he was. Then he wondered what exactly they said about him. She didn't go into details and asked him to just decide if he was willing to do battle with her. Their conversation was interrupted, telling Poison Dragon not to just agree to fight. It was Pak Chul who said that this area belongs to the Cheon clan, and he will not allow anyone from the Tan family to set foot on his land. Harris Tang didn't understand why she had to ask for permission for a normal fight. Pak Cheon then asked why she had such a fierce desire to take her life in her eyes. Getting even angrier, she said that she didn't care, and if Poison Dragon agreed to the battle, it would still take place. Pak Cheon says he won't stand by and just watch the heiress take the life of the Poison Dragon. Then Poison Dragon asked him to authorize the battle because he owed her a debt when she helped him escape. It was very difficult for Pak Cheon to realize that this student of his was also so stupid, so he allowed the fight. Then he said he didn't want everyone to see the fight but decided to join in. He recalled that the outcome of a duel determines the level of martial arts and the mindset of the opponents. The heiress of the Tang family announced that there would be no more indulgences and etiquette. She would fight at full strength. Jia Gang was happy about this outcome and said that he too would use all his strength and skills to defeat his opponent. The heiress asked what he was hoping for, but Jia Gang said he realized she was stronger than him, but he really needed that antidote. She was angry that he didn't even ask what had happened to bring her here. She realized he was only interested in the vial of medicine. Harris Tan was beyond angry and said that he would then learn about her through his bones that would be left of him. Pak Cheon said that he saw things he shouldn't have and knows things he shouldn't know, so he wanted to say something before the battle. He asked them not to do anything they might regret whatever the situation was, and then announced the start of the duel. The battle began, and each of them used different techniques they possessed, mainly using Zodiac Strike and Evasion. The heiress didn't understand if he was so bad at dodging her blows, then how he could even expect to win this battle. She screamed that he was slowly coming to an end and didn't understand how he could open his mouth if he didn't even know his place. Jia Gang dodged the attacks and ran around her because it was difficult for him to get close to her due to the constant attacks. Harris Thane didn't stop and asked how long he was going to run around her like that. She didn't understand how he dared to be hers because she didn't know it was only Man Nei's plan. Jin Jia Gang realized that he was experiencing the same sensation as he had in the battle with Brave Phoenix. Thinking back on it, he realized that haphazard, relentless attacks were her key to victory. But while he was thinking about it, he felt his opponent's whip wrapped around his leg like a snake. The heiress was delighted and said he had finally fallen into her net. She threw the Poison Dragon back with all her might, and it hit and was in terrible pain. Everyone watched their battle intently with bated breath, for if he won, the Lordess could be cured. Harris Tang approached the Poison Dragon and asked, did he really think this was the end? She wanted to attack some more. At this moment, Jia Gang put his hand out towards her and used the water bullet martial art technique. She scrutinized the manner and means by which he had attempted to damage her during the battle, after which she easily deflected the Poison Dragon's attack and watched him. She said it wasn't the first time she'd seen him use saliva along with the poison, so she could easily anticipate his maneuvers, tricks, and antics. Then she said he didn't know anything at all about her and showed how her smooth whip was covered in needles in a second. Harris Tang said that very little time had passed since the battle began, and he was already lying powerless on the ground, and if she wanted him to, he would be deprived of his life. She hoped he realized that her power was much greater, and his attacks just wouldn't work. She asked him to admit defeat while she thought that such a low man could not be her fiancé. All wounded, he got to his feet and refused to admit defeat, saying he would fight to the end. He said he didn't fight to win, but because he had to. Then he asked the heiress to be ready for his attack and began to use the techniques Yo Hua had taught him. The Poison Dragon filled his body with an internal controlled energy that filled his body. Pak Cheon was happy to see the use of the technique and realized that this was when the real battle would begin. Jia Gang, activating his powers, began to realize that he had begun to see the Tang heiress controlling the whip. She said that she was familiar with this martial art and asked him not to think that she would lose since his internal energy had become greater. Jia Gang asked himself to focus to avoid her attacks and get as close to her as possible before she swung. Pak Cheon was very surprised that Jia Gang had used the 9 Void Jade 5 Thundertoad Kung Fu Rays. The Poison Dragon was as focused as possible, and as soon as he managed to get close, he applied Heaven's Madness. Next, he applied the Golden Wooden Dragon Song, and the heiress didn't understand how he managed to move so fast. She yelled to him that even if he could get that close to her, she could still use the whip. Striking again with the whip, she made it spiked and was very surprised when Jia Gang caught it with his hand. She couldn't believe he wasn't afraid to take the whip with his bare hands. She realized that he was trying to pull her own whip from her hands and was making it painless for himself. But there was no way she was going to give in to him in this battle at the very least because she didn't want him to be her husband. Next, they fought in hand-to-hand combat, and she was sure he was onto something if he thought he was better than her. Striking him in the chin with the palm of her hand, she was sure she had almost won. So she was very surprised when she saw his hand in front of her, but was able to dodge the attack. She was already losing her temper and yelling at him to give up because she was better in strength and speed. Everyone else looked at what was happening and realized that it was no longer like a duel, but a real battle of only two people. The heiress did not understand because he had many abrasions and should have lost consciousness by now, but for some reason he continued to fight. While she was pondering, she missed one of the poison dragon's blows and flew off to the side. Then she realized that his real strength lay in his sheer determination to go after his goal. Then he asked her why if she came to check on him. It felt like they were checking on her. He didn't understand why she was so angry. Jia Gang had absolutely no way of understanding why the lady in front of him was so angry that she fought him so hard. The heiress replied that he knows nothing about her and she hates him completely and with all her heart. Attack after attack, she screamed her hatred for him, that he was the one who was getting in her way. She said that she had always dreamed of becoming empress and in the Tang family. She had the highest title of heir to the throne. She said her grandfather was like the roots of the earth, but her grandmother was like the crown of a tree and could influence the entire Tan family. Her grandmother once told Haran that she too could become an empress, so she spent her whole life pursuing this goal. She realized that after Sachang to heaven, she could become the head of the Tang family and make their family the greatest. She always believed that if she worked harder than the others, she could achieve her goal. She hated the family who thought she was nothing and put her in Manne's clutches. And she hated Poison Dragon because he saw it all and understood and realized it all. She also hated him because he got away with everything in every battle and every fight. She didn't understand why every time in the face of losing his life, he didn't give up and kept going. Stopping just before the attack, she said that to be honest, she realized that he wasn't the cause of all her troubles. After all, she realized she had only come here for herself, so she stopped and looked at him. She said that really all she wanted to do all along was to see him again. Having said all this, she said she lost and admitted her loss in full. Then she fell to her knees in front of him and told him that she had lost and would give him the antidote as promised. Everyone looked at her and didn't understand why she had given up, but were happy that the poison dragon had defeated the girl from the Tang family. Pak Cheon corrected them and said that this girl was as strong as 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes, because according to their family's rules, they must move secretly outside their territory and not make themselves known. She asked the poison dragon to fulfill one request of hers, and then she raised her face but continued to kneel. Haran asked Poison Dragon to take her with her. She explained that she had received orders to bring him to the Tan family, but didn't want to do it herself. Haran admitted that especially because it was him she didn't want to follow that order. But disobeying the token holder's orders was tantamount to taking a life, so she asked him to take her with him. She said she'd do whatever she had to do to help him if only he'd take her with him. Pak Cheon listened to her speech and began to realize why all this was done and said. He said that he had given her a debt by agreeing to the battle, and despite her request, he wasn't going to take that responsibility, so he asked her to give him the antidote. She was very upset that he refused her and gave him the antidote, putting it in his hand. She didn't realize what she should do now since he was disagreeing. Jia Gang at this point tried the antidote for poison. Turning around, she saw him not feeling well and asked what happened to him and why. At the same second, he broke the bottle and asked her if it was definitely the antidote. Counselor Tang swore at Man Ne and didn't understand why there wasn't an antidote and tried to find out what exactly it was. Man Ne said he just picked up a jar in the pantry that only held poisons. But Man Ne said he had warned them with Brave Phoenix and the others that the poison should work immediately, so he gave it to Yu Hua. He explained that it was because of their mistakes that he had to use Mrs. Tan as bait. Man Ne said not to worry. Yu Hua won't lose her life from the poison and Harang will be fine. At least that's what he thought. He asked them to create a poison that would kill immediately upon application and preferably quickly. The counselor explained that there was no such poison, but Man Ne was angry that no master could resist 10,000 poisons at once. He didn't know what the counselor was talking about because the Tang family only knew 8 kinds of poisons. The employee said he couldn't just bring them here. At that time, Man Ne advised him to learn to take responsibility, and showing the token ordered him to bring all the poisons right now. Man Ne said that there would be many different situations in the future and it wouldn't be long before the 1,000-year-old fortress would become ordinary dust. The worker understood that he was talking about the Cheon Song clan, but he didn't understand what he meant and why exactly he had the jade token. Man-Ne said that he planned to visit the Ami clan, and if they didn't agree, he would have to use the golden sword. And next he planned to visit the head of the Murim Union, after which the employee got scared and said he would bring everything. Man-Ne said that he needed the best poison of the Tang family so much that he could take the lives of the 3 pillars of Murim. He asked the worker to be careful because they need to be careful that Tan's family is not harmed. Pak Cheon walked to the head of Cheol Seong and realized that moonrise is the time when heat and cold are in balance. The clan chief couldn't see with his eyes, but he could feel the difference between the rising moon and the rising sun that drives away the darkness. The head said he had heard about the girl who brought the poison as a gift and asked if they had been able to find out what it was. Pak Chul reported that it was poison containing snake saliva, and Cheon Sung's head felt sorry for him. Then he asked where this child who had been abandoned by everyone was now, and Pak Chul replied that she was with the poison dragon. He realized that they needed time and had a lot to talk about what had happened. Then Pak Chul asked if they could accept a girl from the Tang family even though it was inappropriate, but the head gave his firm consent. The leader of the Zhongxiang clan, Mu Am's mentor, announced that there would soon be a real storm in their world. Leader Mu Am reported that he spoke with the Ami clan the other day and they said that things are changing, then they plan to move with it. Pak Cheon didn't understand why they should listen to him since they had long ago separated from all of Murim, but the leader said they were looking at the world. Pak Cheon said he's not going to get involved with Ami anymore despite the fact that they have multiple Buddhas. The leader said it's just his view of the world, but Pak Cheon said he'll listen to him, but he's not comfortable talking about Ami. He realized that if the storm blew into all of their homes, he would have to make the right decision and only one. And the main thing is to make the right choice, after which you will not have to regret your choice. Poison Dragon asked Heiress Tang about her relationship with Man-Ne and what they had in common. She replied that he has been working with their family for a very long time and the grandfather trusts him a lot, so he gave him a token that makes them all listen to him. She said that she came here solely on his orders, but then Jia Gang asked why he ordered her to come here. She didn't know herself, so she asked why Man-Ne was so fixated on the Poison Dragon. Jia Gang decided to delve into the past and tell her how 9 years ago, Man-Ne attacked his family and took all of their lives. And on those who managed to survive, Man-Ne conducted various experiments through the use of poisons, and he tried to take his life. But the counselor managed to survive and found out a few months ago during a battle in Namga village. After explaining the whole situation, he said that Man-Ne was his greatest enemy, and he had promised himself to take his life for the sake of the Yak family. However, he used to be sure that Man-Ne was working on his own, but the heiress said that he was working for the Tang family, and he wanted to know why. Then the heiress replied that she could not reveal her family's secrets to strangers. She must protect the secret at the cost of her life. But Jia Gang didn't want to give up. He ordered her to give an answer as to how Man-Ne was connected to the Tang family. Unable to withstand his pressure, she said that Man-Ne was working with poisons all over Kangko on the orders of the head of the family. She said that he worked with the kind of poisons that affected internal energy and that even masters of the arts couldn't handle. She said she herself didn't know how it all worked because her grandfather didn't teach her how to do it. She said that she had already disobeyed the token master's orders, and so it was safe to assume that she had forfeited her life. She realized that she would rather lose her life than accept the punishment that awaited her, and Jia Gang refused to accept it. She started to take her own life, but he stopped her and asked her not to do it in front of him, even though he didn't trust her. Heiress Tan was angry with him and said that if he didn't want to accept her, then at least let her pass away peacefully. She told him that her family had abandoned her as it was and she didn't know why or how to move on. Jia Gang said that you don't have to give up, but just keep going until you find the answers to all your questions. He told her that if she had the courage to take her own life, she should have the courage to move on, so she should live with it. He explained to her that no one but herself could tell her what the right path was and how to follow it. Seo, seeing the heiress crying, brought them some food so they could take a break from talking. The goddess of desire continued to try to get the poison out and realized that Soheb had come to her and waited to see what he would tell her after the conversation. Jia Gang said that the Tang family is developing stronger poisons with Man-Ne's help and that he may be responsible for poisoning her. Jia Gang said he thought it was strange that the poison wasn't simple, since neither she nor Phoenix could just handle it. The goddess of desire also found it strange that the poison was quite complicated and asked what Jia Gang thought about it. He assumed it was related to the Yak clan, and then the goddess of desire asked if he remembered what had happened to them 10 years ago. He said that he had heard that the Yak family and the Dok family had started a battle that included the Tang family, who had become even stronger at the end. He learned that Rod Yak mass-produced herbs and other ingredients for medicines that he sold to other clans, and it was recorded in the trades. He assumed that the book must contain records of all the transactions the Yak family had made. He said that if they could find out what herbs each clan was buying, they could figure out what it was that was affecting the internal energy. She realized that if they found out about the deals and types of herbs, they could prevent the poison from being mass-produced. She wondered what the Tang family was going to do with poisons raising and lowering internal energy. In one of the cellars chained to the ground sat a man who was strong and scarred. The head of the Tang family watched him closely along with his aide and knew that an hour had already passed since the medicine was given. Then Head Tang turned to Munpen, the 35th disciple of the Hwasan clan under the mentor Ham Gien, who had studied Jia Ha Xin Gong. Munpen didn't understand who they were and how they dared to kidnap him. Yeom Wan didn't understand how he could learn Jia Ha Xin Go and not be the clan leader. Munlin couldn't understand who he was talking to. Then he looked more carefully and realized that it was Yeom Wan in front of him. He didn't understand what was even going on here and how the Tang family could do this to his Hwasan family. The assistant head of the Tang family released him from his shackles, and then Yeom Wan said that if he had already recovered his internal energy, then let him stand up. Munlin said he wasn't going to forgive them for kidnapping him, and he was very curious to know what the reason was. But Yeom Wan laughed, not knowing what he was talking about because he wasn't going to let him go at all, but was willing to give him a chance to escape, saying he was the only one standing between the door and freedom. Munlin felt that he had a lot of internal energy, but he didn't understand why the head of the Tang family would want to do this. Applying the disintegration technique, he said that since he had decided to attack a Hwasan disciple, he should be prepared to be greatly regretted. He applied more and more different techniques such as 5 swift strikes or iron strike, but Head Tang just stood there. Back then, he used the inner dragon technique and didn't understand how the opponent managed to repel the attack of his inner energy. Yeom Wan said he had nothing to be proud of at all and stabbed him with a needle that contained poison. The disciple was sure that thanks to Jia Ha Xin Gong, he would be able to easily get rid of the effects of the poison, but he couldn't. Fighting with the last strength against the effect of the poison, he could not understand why he could not defeat it. Yeom Wan, meanwhile, was jubilant with joy and the realization that they had managed to defeat Jia Ha Xin Gong. In the morning, Poison Dragon washed his face at the river and thought about all the information he had received. He didn't understand why the Tang clan produced a poison that was very good for martial artists. He thought about how this poison could be related to the destruction of the Yak clan, and he didn't understand what had happened 10 years ago then. He realized that if he wanted to take revenge correctly, he would have to know the truth of the events of those years. He noticed he was being watched. It was the heiress who apologized and didn't want to interrupt him. Jinja Gang asked what her problem was and why she came here for what purpose. Ha-Ran was very shy and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Then she replied that she just came to thank him. She said she thought about his words all night and realized that she lived to be the head of the family and get recognition, but she didn't have the courage. But after his words, she realized that she had the courage to move on and therefore had a future. She looked at him and thanked him, saying thank you for helping her understand herself. Then he asked her what she planned to do, and the Ha-Ran heiress hesitated. Lowering her head, she announced that she would go home and say that she couldn't get engaged to Poison Dragon. Jinja Gang wondered if Man Ne had ordered her to bring him. Then her grandfather would be pleased to see him as his son-in-law. Ha-Ran said that he was probably right because the token can't just be used as a toy. Then Poison Dragon said that getting engaged to her didn't seem like such a bad idea anymore. Ha-Ran was starting to get angry and didn't understand what exactly he meant by the word, not a bad idea. Then he said that when he was engaged to her, he would have the opportunity to enter the Tang family's territory and meet her grandfather. He explained that he wanted to know what her family was really planning and how it involved taking the lives of the Yak family. She was angry and didn't want him to use her because she had already come to him with an engagement, and he had refused at first. Then she asked that he didn't feel anything for her, but Jia Gang said he could pretend to be a good husband. She argued that he offered to be a good husband to her and asked if he would also spend the night with her for a cover. He said he was ready. Then Ha-Ran slapped him and asked him if he realized how rude his words sounded. But Jinja Gang was argumentative and said that's why he asked her permission. She didn't know how she should feel about him. hate him, or thank him, or anything else. After a little thought and holding her head, she said she was letting him be her husband. Ha-Ran said she already gave him her debt but just wanted to know what her family was planning with Man-Ne. Then Jin Ja-gang said it was settled and held out his hand to her, saying they would go together. He suggested that she go to Thane together to tell her family members about their engagement and find out as much information as possible. But Ha-Ran slapped his arm, saying she didn't want to be like this and she didn't like what was going on. Meanwhile, the Ami clan was holding a monk who was resisting and wanted to find the poison dragon and take revenge on him as quickly as possible. The workers explained to him that the poison was still inside him, so he couldn't move so much, especially now. Man-Ne was extremely surprised to see them because he thought that the demonic disciple had just fallen down, but he had also lost an eye. Then Man-Ne said that he understood the feelings of the demonic disciple of Buddha, for he himself had also been deprived of his eye by Ja-gang. Buddha's disciples did not understand who had come to them, and how dare he enter their territory. Then Man-Ne introduced himself and said that Counselor Murim. Then a girl intervened in the conversation and said that Man-Ne was a dear guest to them, so she asked them not to be so wary. It was the great Inyun, the leader of the Ami clan. Then the sisters listened to their mistress. She said that dear Man-Ne had specially come to check that they were doing well, so they should thank him. Then he leaned over to the demonic disciple Ami and noticed that he was sick, but the disciple himself was very angry and didn't understand how he dared to talk like that. My Wool shouted that Man-Ne didn't dare behave like that in front of him and called him insolent and ill-mannered. Then In-Eun turned to Mi-Wol's sister and asked him to let out his anger and be courteous to the guest. Then Man-Ne said he understood his pain like no one else because the man who did the same thing to him was the one who did it to Mi-Wol. Mi-Wol was puzzled and began to scrutinize Man-Ne. Then he confirmed that the poison dragon had done it all. He said he lost not only his eye but also his leg, so he was the closest anyone could be to sharing his pain and loneliness. Man-Ne continued saying that the biggest pain is that he knew where the poison dragon was but could do nothing. Mi-Wol asked, and why, and Man-Ne replied that he was under the protection of the Cheon-Seong clan. He explained that they had only pretended to leave Sasham but had been hiding there the whole time, and he was so eager to exact his revenge. Mi-Wol then asked his mistress to send him to him immediately and allow him to repay the poison dragon. In-Eun said that she didn't want to fight with the clan, but Man-Ne said that the problem would soon resolve itself. He spoke bluntly about his intention to destroy the Cheon-Seong clan and asked if Ami would join him. In-Eun sighed and assumed that this was not his clan but the Tang clan's clan. Man-Ne showed the jade token and said that she was right, and here was the confirmation of their intentions. The leader of the Ami clan shone with calmness and said that in that case, it was time for them to start preparing for such an event. Meanwhile, Old Man Pyong couldn't believe that Ja-gang had decided to get engaged to my lady from the Tang family. Pyong didn't understand why there was such a decision then. Poison Dragon said it was the only way to safely enter the Tang family. Hearing this, goddess Safa said that it was too dangerous a decision, so she came to stop him. But she knew he wouldn't change his mind, and Ja-gang confirmed it by saying he had to find out about the Yak clan. She asked him to be careful and not to worry about her. At this point, Seo ran off somewhere. The goddess of desire said that he didn't manage to meet Muam, but the meeting would definitely happen just later. At this moment, they were all a little puzzled because Seo had brought all the guys who were in the Safa clan. They were sorry to see Poison Dragon leave, so they came to thank him and wish him a good journey. Accepting the gift from Seo, he took her hands in his and thanked her for everything she had done for him. But my lady Seo brought a gift for Ha-Ran as well, and the heiress was very pleasantly surprised. Everyone saw Ja-gang off and asked Ha-Ran to take care of him because he was very important to them all. Poison Dragon thanked them all for their kind words, and he and Ha-Ran set off. She didn't understand why everyone believed him and trusted him had so much changed since the last time they'd met. Ja-gang said they brought him a lot of help and taught him to think not only about revenge but also about those who help. Then he asked why she talked so politely, to which Ha-Ran said she was just playing the role of a good bride. Then he suggested she call each other normally instead of nicknames and introduced himself as Chin Ja-gang. Ha-Ran thought that she had never called him by his first name and realized that he was Mr. Chin. Poison Dragon replied that Mr. Chin was fine with him and she could address him that way. Then he asked how long they had to go to Tang, and Ha-Ran said that with the art of displacement it was only 1 day. He admitted that he didn't know how to use the art and that he had always walked before without using the techniques. She said that her grandfather would lose his life from laughing, that Ja-gang himself could not move, and informed him that they had 3 days to walk. Then he suggested Ha-Ran to climb on his back, but she didn't understand what he meant at all. He said he thought it would be a good way to move quickly, but Ha-Ran said the suggestion wasn't much to his taste. Then Ja-Gang said it was her choice and let her go, and she replied that it was very difficult with him. As dusk fell, Ja-Gang said they had better stop in the village and wait out the night. The landlord said that unfortunately he only had one room left because there were too many guests. Then Ha-Ran asked what they were going to do, and Ja-Gang asked the host to give them this room. Ha-Ran was angry and didn't understand how such a large hotel didn't have 2 rooms. But Ja-Gang saw no problem, for they could have stayed on the street at all. He said it was just right for 2, and she didn't understand how he could talk about it so calmly. Then he reminded Ha-Ran how she talked about the wedding night, and she replied that she was only talking theoretically. He reminded her that they were going to be husband and wife anyway, and asked her not to worry, saying he would sleep on the floor. She agreed, as they had no other option and no choice, but at night each of them couldn't sleep. He saw that she couldn't sleep either. Then she asked why he wasn't sleeping, and he replied that there were too many thoughts. He explained that he had been preparing to avenge the Yak clan for a long time, but the further he went, the more truth he learned. Ja-Gang confessed to her that he just didn't know who exactly to avenge and how to do it in order to really avenge the Yak clan. He said he only wanted to get into the Tang family to find out more information, and Ha-Ran was surprised that that was the only thing on his mind. Then Ja-Gang reminded her that he too was an ordinary man, which was why he was troubled by all these thoughts. Ha-Ran said they would be husband and wife, but she didn't know at all about him, who he was, or what kind of life he lived. He said their family was fake and his life story would be boring enough for her. But the Tang family heiress said she still wanted to know more about him no matter what. Then Ja-Gang began his story that everything happened 9 years ago, starting with the Pekwachol clan. He told her that there were a lot of things and told her about Mom, about what happened, and Ha-Ran closed her mouth and asked how he even survived it. Then, looking at her reaction, he said it was a boring story and said he needed to rest, so he said goodnight. Ha-Ran couldn't even imagine that he had suffered so much pain and become strong just for revenge. She realized that he had never experienced true happiness and had lived all this time only for revenge. In the morning, he asked her to buy what she needed at the store because it would be a long journey. Ha-Ran hoped that this man would be able to touch happiness for once. She wanted to believe it. In thanked Man-Ne for making Mi-Wol's sister feel better and asked him to stay with them a little longer. But Man-Ne said he had to go since something incredible was about to happen in the Tang family. Leader Ah-Mi rejoiced and asked who he was going to marry because she realized he was talking about marriage. Man-Ne said that to Tang Ha-Ran and Poison Dragon, who had accepted the invitation and was already on his way there. In said that couples aren't made for nothing. Maybe in a past life they loved each other or were strong enemies. The clan leader of the Ah-Mi family clan said that she would keep it a secret for now, but she also wanted to attend the wedding. She said that love is impossible for her, so she was very happy to watch them, and she hadn't seen Tang Chong for a long time. Then Man, not realizing how many people were going to visit them, asked if Mi-Wol was going to be there. In replied that Mi-Wol's sister would also love to come watch such an event. Man-Ne laughed and said that this marriage created by his hands would be very strong. 2 days later, Ja-Gang and Ha-Ran found themselves in front of the gate that was the entrance to the Tang family's territory. The heiress of the Tang family said that this place would now become his home where he would be respected. The guards surrounded them and welcomed Lady Thane. They reported that they had already prepared everything for the wedding ceremony. After stopping the Poison Dragon, the assistant said that the mistress should go with her and the Poison Dragon with the guards. Ha-Ran looked at him carefully and said, "See you later," then followed her assistant. The assistant escorted her to a room where she was shown her wedding ceremony clothes. The maid said that Great Lord Tang had ordered her to bring this particular garment. Ha-Ran didn't think it would only be a few days from the engagement to the actual marriage, but she realized it was the right choice. But she thought of what she wanted for herself. Ja-Gan was shown to a cabin where he could sit and told that he would be called when the food was ready. Man-Ne greeted Ja-Gang and said it's been a long time since they last met and asked how he liked the bride he picked. Ja-Gan was very angry, but Man-Ne said that no matter how life is about revenge, it should be normal. That's why he picked him a wife and said it was hard to get him just such a good wife. Man didn't think he'd say no, but was glad he'd made the right choice for once in agreeing to such a wife. The counselor said he could tell him everything and even attack him and didn't understand why Ja-Gang was silent. Then Ja-Gang replied that he didn't think he should waste his thoughts and energy on him. Counselor Man-Ne was very surprised at this answer and asked for a repeat, coming to feel angry that his toy had treated him this way. Man-Ne said he was embarrassed that he'd been turned on by such a small thing and said they shouldn't behave like that anymore. Man Ne didn't understand where he learned such self-control, but Jia Gang replied that there was no point in spoiling his appetite before the main course. Then the advisor realized why he had come here, but he thought it was a foolish decision, for a wild beast on the hunt must give its best. Otherwise, the beast itself could become prey through its own carelessness and blindness to a single purpose. Jin Jia Gang replied that he should not worry about the hunt, but that they would meet again. Counselor Man Ne responded that it was too boring, so asked when the scheduled hunt would be. At this moment, he snapped his fingers and the poison dragon saw a shadow that was rapidly approaching him. He felt someone pounce on him from behind and fell to the ground, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He turned around and realized that it was Mi Wool, who had been waiting for this day for a very long time and tasted the sweet taste of revenge. Mi Wool said he heard about his wedding and decided as a wedding gift to remind him of his words about personally sending him to hell. Taking out the needle, Mi Wool said she would make him feel all the pain she had experienced. Man Ne stopped it, saying that revenge couldn't be so simple and sweet, so he was going to awaken the real beast in her. Mi Wool didn't understand how Man Ne dared to order and tell her what to do and interrupt such an interesting case. But Counselor Man Ne said that now is not the time, because if the Tang family loses such a fiancé, it will be worse for them. He reminded her that she was just a guest for now, and so it wasn't a good time to set up the Ami clan. At this moment, Jia Gang pushed her away with the force of using a martial technique, and she flew away a short distance. Mi Wool shouted for Poison Dragon not to let himself test her patience because she was already on edge. Man Ne leaned over and said that he was glad that Jia Gang was strong enough and ready to attack and therefore hadn't changed. Man Ne said the most interesting things are ahead, but Jia Gang said it won't happen and it will make his life very boring. Then Man Ne was a little surprised and said that it would be a great honor for him in the current situation. But their conversation was interrupted by an aide who said not now and it was time. Turning to Jia Gang, she bowed and informed him that the clan head was calling him, so he needed to come with her. Jia Gang warily looked around at everyone around him and began to prepare for this encounter. He changed into the clean clothes they had brought him and followed the assistant. He was greeted by Ha Ran's parents and thanked for traveling such a long way to come to them. They invited him to the table and told him that he would have to change his last name because after the wedding he would become one with the Tang family. They said they would be happy to take the hassle and pick the right date, and if he needs anything, he can tell them now. Seeing how much he ate, they assumed he was tired and hungry, but Jia Gang replied that he was not hungry. Then they assumed he was uncomfortable with them, but he said he didn't know them at all and didn't know them well. Then Haran's mom asked him to give his birth date to see what fate had in store for him, but he pounded the table. Then Haran's father yelled at him that it was too much, because he was their future son-in-law, and therefore he shouldn't behave like that. Then Jia Gang stood up and lowered his head, saying that they were asking if they were comfortable being with them. Realizing it was some kind of ploy, he said he really didn't like the way they greeted the guests. As he turned to leave the room, he heard a voice ordering him to stop the performance. It was Head Tan and Head Ami who looked at him, and an Eun said that she warned him that he would understand. Then Head Tan said that she spoke the truth and his dogs would have to starve today. He was even glad he wouldn't have to feed it to them today, and at that moment the guards lined up around him. The head of the Tang family released the men and began his address to Jia Gang, who was standing with his back to them. Turning to him, he asked what he didn't like so much, and the table was set and different dishes were brought. Jia Gang replied that he had sensed at once that there was someone here who did not want to be discovered, so he did not understand why he should greet his guests in such a way. Yeom Wan confirmed that these were his family's top masters, and their direct task was to observe while remaining undetected. Jia Gang added that he smelled orchids, but after tasting all the food, he didn't find that flower. Then he realized that someone of high rank was present here drinking tea from an orchid flower. Poison Dragon said that if he was serious about accepting him as a son-in-law, then you could come out in person and just introduce yourself. The head of the Tang family introduced himself and laughed that the Poison Dragon should also be properly honored. Then Yeom Wan waved his hand and said that it was a very demanding request, and one should see if he was worthy of such a thing. After that, the guards, who were the best martial artists, ran at the Poison Dragon from all sides. Preparing for the attack, he knew Yeom Wan would be here but didn't realize who she was. She immediately sensed his question and said he was lucky to see two of Sashon's trio at once. The saint from the Ami and Eun clan introduced herself and said that she was happy to meet because she had been invited to the wedding. Taking the lives of the guards, he realized that she was from the Ami clan and thought that she wasn't just here for the wedding. Eun smiled and said that the third strongman couldn't make it, but that wasn't so scary now. Yeom Wan asked her if she had talked about the Cheon Seong clan and said that it was hard to meet Mu who was acting like a hermit. Then she replied that she had recently met him, and they had exchanged valuable advice, after which she laughed. She said that the world is changing and we have to adapt to it, but he disagreed, and Yeom Wan said it was time to teach him a lesson. Yeom Wan said it's okay to fall down a little, but not too much so that there's something left. They were so engrossed in the conversation that they didn't notice Jagan had already taken everyone's life and was asking if they wanted to turn over all of Murim. Clan leader Ami said that yes, it is time to break the links of the chain that brings only pain and destruction, so she asked if he agreed with her. So she added that there was no point in the existence of the Cheonseong clan at all anymore. Yeom Wan said it's too long and it's not worth taking so much time from such busy people. Besides, his fiancée Ha Ran was already here too, and it was time to get to the most important part. Ja Gang turned around and saw that Ha Ran was wearing very nice clothes and was on her knees waiting to meet him. Yeom Wan said it was time to start the wedding ceremony, and Ha Ran turned to the young master. Ja Gang said he wanted to ask one question before the marriage ceremony begins. He said that 9 years ago, because of an attack at night, some members of the Yak clan were deprived of their lives and others became slaves. And many of his relatives in Unam had suffered and lived a life of pain. He wanted to know how it was related to the Tang family. Ha Ran, who was preparing herself for the wedding, didn't expect him to ask that question right now, and An looked at them and smiled. Yeom Wan laughed and said that did he really come here just to ask this question? Jin Ja Gang shouted and asked him for an answer, then Yeom Wan laughingly said it was him who did it. Ja Gang asked why they had to do this. If it was just to create a new poison, then Yeom Wan laughed and said that he should become a Tang soon. Yeom Wan said that their clan really wanted a son-in-law who could ask questions directly. Realizing that he had not come here for his granddaughter, he offered Chin Ja Gang 3 possible options to choose from. The first is to go back to Cheonseong to tell them that they want to destroy them and lose their lives with them. The second is to take Ha Rang as his wife, change his last name and swear allegiance, then they will forget about his past. The third option was a gift, and Head Thane held out a knife to him and asked him to take it. He said that if he castrated himself with this knife, he would reveal 3 poisons and secret weapons. He will also be taught the secret martial arts that only clan members are taught, and he will gain the power to harm them all. Yeom Wan laughed, saying that probably the third option would be the most ideal for him. After thinking for a bit, Jin Ja Gang bent down to pick up the knife, but at that moment, Haran shouted that only members of the Tang family could know their secrets. And if you don't repay the mistake, you'll have to leave the clan within 100 days, which means Grandpa can take his life. She screamed hard and begged him not to go along with it because she realized it was a trap. He said he had made his choice, and for revenge he was ready for anything and any options. He wanted to attack the chapter, but his strike was easily stopped by In Eun, who asked what was the answer. She clarified that he had not been offered that option at all, so he was wrong. Leader A Mi, despite preventing the attack, didn't put the knife away, and he asked why the saint did that. Then In-eun said that now we should listen to her, and she still had an option that could take Yeom Wan's life. She said it was to save the drowning man of the world, but if he agreed, he had to answer her 3 questions. The first question is, who will defend the Sojang clan if the Tang clan is taken out of existence? Jagang didn't understand what this was about, and In Eun explained that the Sashan clan and Sojang clan were on the verge of a battle. The second question is, who will control Pukchon because it is the Tan family that is shielding Pukchon from Kaho. The third question was that if Yeom Wan was removed, who would watch Hae Wol? Jagun asked why he needed to know all this, and In Eun said he just needed to know. She tried to figure out who his vengeance was on Man a clan or an entire system. Jagan thought his revenge was related to the Dok clan and Baek Lee Jun, but if the Tang clan continues the list, the revenge will be endless. Then he asked that the Ami clan is only cooperating with the Tang clan because they have a big role in Murima. She replied that it's not the role that matters, but the fate of generations, so they should obey. He replied that he didn't like her approach because lost lives can't be the wish of fate and generations. He said that the path is one and one should follow it. Then Yeom Wan asked that his path is only in revenge and hardship of life. Ja Gang replied that that was the case, so he had gotten his way absolutely right. Yeom Wan laughed and said that then his revenge was unlikely to take place and he was hoping for nothing. Ja Gang was angry and began to prepare to attack to continue following his path. In Eun moved the knife away from Yeom Wan's face, and they stood face to face. Then he said he was ready to test him. Poison Dragon said he was ready to show him that he would regret his words. Wan laughed and said that he would give him a reward for having so much fun, so he is giving him the opportunity to personally fight him. Then Jia Gang launched an attack, but in a few seconds he was struck down by his opponent's strength and didn't understand how such a thing was possible. Ran screamed she really wanted to help him but didn't understand how to do it. Jia Gang couldn't understand how he had managed to use several kinds of poisons at once. Then Wan said he would show him the place. He pulled one hair out of his beard and inserted it into his head, whereupon Jae-gyung felt a terrible pain and did not understand what was happening to him and around him. Haran asked her grandfather to stop, but he ordered her to just sit and watch. Wan didn't understand how he was able to stay conscious after such an attack because even good training didn't allow him to hold on like this. Jia Gang tried to get up but was stopped by In Iyun telepathically saying that he should realize who the true target of his revenge is and then come to Mi. Then she stroked his head and asked him to finish because the game had gotten too dangerous. Wan said that he really hadn't seen such an interesting person, and so Manhwa was not wrong. He said he would give him one last chance, so he asked Haran to take him to the archives. Haran was crying and holding Poison Dragon in her arms, asking him to wake up. After a while, Jia Gang regained consciousness and didn't realize where he was or what had happened to him, but there were no abrasions on him. Realizing that his hands were chained, he began to look around to assess the situation. Then he realized he was in the Tan family archive where all the scriptures with secrets and techniques were kept. At that moment, he was approached by Tan Lashim, whom he had seen before, along with the guards. He reminded him that they had met before in the Cheonseong clan where he was with Haran. He didn't understand why he was here. Then Tang Lashim said that he had lost to their clan head, so he was locked up here. Jia Gang couldn't understand why he was locked up in the Tang family archives, so he asked Tang Lashim about it. Then he said that Yeom-wan had given him 10 days to learn all the martial arts techniques that were in the archive. Tang Lishan, pointing to the endless number of books in the archive, said it was all the legacy of the Tang family and asked if he understood what he had to do. Then Poison Dragon said he must either join their family or forfeit his life for learning their techniques. There, Lishan said he got it right and had no other options. Then Jia Gang examined his hands and said that he was glad that he would spend the next 10 days in safety. There, Lishim said that he was assigned to watch him because he was the one who wanted to see his true talent. He shouted that he was sure he didn't live up to the nickname Poison Dragon, so he couldn't be part of Tang, and the invitation was a mistake. Therefore, such an exam would test and show his true abilities, and Tang Lashim was very curious to see what would happen in 10 days. Tang Lashim understood that the elder was interested in this person, so he gave a completely impossible order. He understood that Jia Gang was moving forward through victories, but losing would let him realize that he wasn't as strong as he thought. After losing, they planned to take away his legs and lower him into a snake cave where he would be bitten by them and get sick, and after a month, there would be a hidden cave. Tang Lashim said that the elder wanted to strip him of everything and make him into something new for himself and his use. Tang Lishim realized that he had been put to watch him to prevent Jia Gang from agreeing to become a member of the Tang family. Jia Gang studied book after book and remembered that Tang Lishim had said that only Tang members could enter this place, which meant there was secret information here. He realized that even if the real information was hidden here, he didn't know if he could find it. Looking through book after book, he realized that martial arts could not help him, and he needed to find a way out. One of the books caught his attention strongly and he began to scrutinize it. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice the guards coming back and giving him a hard blow. It was Tang Lishim who was surprised that after such blows, Jia Gang still continued to remain silent. He realized that they had taken all of his poisons and weapons. He only had some poison powder left from that cave. Jia Gang realized that he wasn't going to follow their plan because he had already come up with his own plan of action. Manhwa thought about the fact that 9 days had already passed and tomorrow would be the last one, but he didn't understand why Yeom-wan had closed it exactly in the archives. He realized that in any case the head of the Thane had decided to either take his life or subjugate him. He didn't want to give up his toys so easily because he had already spent a lot of his energy and time. Manhwa kept thinking about what he should do because asking Mi-wol to steal the poison dragon would also be obvious. He realized that the head nun was always watching Sister Mi-wol, which meant she would definitely figure them out. Then he felt smoke and realized that he could sense Jia Gang planning and doing something. He knew that Jia Gang must survive and continue to please him for the rest of his life. Everyone was urgently carrying water because there was a strong fire in the underground archive and it was urgent to put it out. Tung Lishim didn't understand what was going on since they had put away all the things and set up the fire-absorbing orbs. Jia Gang used the flaming palm technique and set fire to everything around him that was in the archive. Tang Lishim realized that the archive contained the entire history of the Tang family, and he couldn't lose it and miss the poison dragon, or else he would be deprived of his life. Then he ordered his army to follow him straight into the archives and stop Jagan. Tang Lishim realized that it was his pranks and ordered to find the poison dragon immediately. Back on the first day, he had learned the art of creating fire within himself and was about to burn the entire archive. Then he used the 12 flying sword technique, and Tang Lishim didn't understand where he got the weapons and poison from since they had taken everything away. Then Jia Gang said that there are so many ways to hide poison in the cracks of bookshelves, for example. Jia Gang said that because he wanted to re-educate him, let him start, he was ready. Tang Lishim was very angry because he had to go through a lot to be recognized by the Tang clan. Tang Lishim didn't want to lose everything because of some guy with the nickname Poison Dragon, so he was ready to attack. He used the 3 poison sword technique, but Jia Gang once again used the flaming palm technique. The enemy began to gasp, not realizing what was happening, and Jia Gang said it was the dust that had been here for so many years. He said the dust was a great poison because it completely irritated and blocked the airways. Closing the door behind him, he said that Tang Lishim was careless to leave him dust, so he advised him to read books and learn everything. Tang Lishim ran as hard as he could into the closed door, asking the poison dragon to stop. Haran smelled smoke and thought he had done something since her servants had all left. Turning around, she hoped that the poison dragon was standing in front of her, but it was Man Ne who was wounded and laughing. She didn't understand why he came here, but he asked her not to be so wary. Holding the sack in his hands, he asked what she thought of the young poison dragon. He knew she didn't want to get married, but maybe after a while she changed her mind about marriage, so he asked if she was in love with him. Haran didn't understand why he needed to know that. Then he showed her her clan's sack and said that depending on the answer, he could help him. She looked and realized that there was an antidote for Yo Hua and white ginseng extract and something unknown to her. She said it was threads of flying silk, and since he brought it here, it was in their treasury. Man Ne laughed that all the guards had gone outside, but he still managed to get through. Ha-Ran didn't understand how he dared to take the lives of her clan's people and take the treasures, but Man Ne said something had to be done. Because the young dragon burned the entire archive and got out, so he couldn't just sit and watch. Man Ne explained to the heiress that the dragon is weak to fight Yeom-wan, so he's trying to escape. But he's been chased by too many masters, so he needs someone's help. Man Ne realized he couldn't help him because he had to run away, so he suggested she do it. Ha-Ran realized that Jia Gang's life was in her hands, but if she helped him, she would be kicked out of the clan and would not be able to achieve her goal of becoming empress. Yeom-wan watched what was happening and realized that this was overkill, and the poison dragon had gone too far. He saw that the fire had reached the work offices, which meant that it would become difficult for them to do business and they would lose their reputation. The informant relayed information to the head that they can't find Tang Lishim and don't understand what's causing the fire, so they can't put it out. Then Yeom-wan asked where Man Ne was, and the informant handed him a note from the counselor. It said, "Spare him for this. I will give you the whole world." Then Yeom-wan realized that the dragon was the target and not the bait. Yeom-wan didn't send a squad because Man Ne knew too much and couldn't give the Tan family away, or they would start suspecting him. Then the head of the Tang clan ordered the poison dragon to be caught because no matter how much he tried, he still wouldn't succeed. People tried to put out the fire as quickly as possible to prevent the archive from burning down completely. Jia Gang realized that everyone was too busy with the fire and there were no guards, which meant no one would recognize him. He realized he couldn't stay undetected for long, which meant he had to get out of here fast. At this time, Mi-Wol was sitting on the rooftop and saw the poison dragon waiting to savor the taste of revenge. After waiting a moment, she jumped down from the roof and immediately dealt a strong blow to the poison dragon. She informed him that no matter how hard he tried, he was destined to meet her anyway, and so it was not worth resisting. He held back Mi-Wol's attack with chains, but she said they would soon collapse and not even Buddha wanted to have mercy on him. In that second, she was struck from the side and she was confused because she didn't realize who it could be. Jia Gang and Mi-Wol couldn't believe that it was the Tang heiress who was interfering with the demonic disciple of Buddha. Then Ha-Ran smiled and told the young dragon that she had come to save him. Poison Dragon didn't expect Mrs. Harang to come to save him because he went against her family. Mi-wol couldn't believe her ears that the heiress had come to rescue the one her entire Tang family was chasing. Mi-wol was sure their wedding was for political reasons, but since it wasn't, she betrayed her entire clan for a man. Then Mi-wol's sister focused her attack on Ha-ran's heiress in order to re-educate her. But she was ready and replied that it was too late to re-educate her. It was her personal choice. Mi-wol realized that Ha-ran had used the scaly whip, which was the Tang family's most dangerous weapon. It was very hard for her to deal with two attacks from Ha-ran and the poison dragon at once. Ha-ran asked if he could move, and receiving an affirmative answer handed him the bag. She said there was an antidote for Yu Hua and he should get out of here quickly. He didn't understand why she was doing it because she had already paid her debt earlier. Then she said it wasn't about the debt. She couldn't give an answer and told him that soon the guards would be coming to the noise, which meant he should run right away. Ha-ran said while she distracts everyone to herself, he has time to run away and do his thing. Mi-wol's sister didn't understand how they had the nerve to talk in front of her and said she would take revenge on the two of them. Ha-ran began to use her family's various martial arts techniques of Tang to allow the dragon to escape. But Mi-wol used the demonic strike technique, which the lady was unable to resist and fell down. Seeing that Mi-wol wasn't going to stop Poison Dragon couldn't leave and stood up to Ha-ran's defense. He prepared to attack, but Ha-ran screamed and asked him to leave right now and stop helping her. She had already risked her life to keep it and betrayed her family, so she asked to run. He tried to contradict her then. Ha-ran said that she was still the heir to the throne, and therefore her sister would not dare to take her life. She asked him to leave as quickly as possible and stop interfering with her resistance to the attack. After thinking for a bit, he actually ran away, much to the surprise of Mi-wol's sister. The nun turned around and yelled that Ha-ran was naive and she wouldn't let the poison dragon escape. But the heiress held her and said that it was definitely not her who would do it, so she invited her to continue the battle. Mi-wol said that the heiress was stupid because she betrayed her clan, and therefore Mi-wol had the right to take her life right here. Then Ha-ran said that it was empty words and she lied to Poison Dragon just to get him to leave. Then Mi-wol realized that the heiress was ready to take her life since she had lied and continued to attack her. She wanted to punish the heiress who betrayed her entire powerful and great Tang family because of a man. Mi-wol longed to burn the heiress in the agony of her own pain to punish her and take her life. But she was stopped by the abbess, who reminded her that she had not given permission to take the life of the Tang heiress. Mi-wol's sister, who was a demonic disciple of Buddha, was very upset that her sweet revenge was interrupted. She asked not to stop her because the poison dragon wouldn't protect her and no one else wanted her. Clan leader In-eun took her head and realized that the nun was crossing the boundaries again, so she had to stop her. With a single touch, she pierced through many stone walls with Sister Mi-wol's body inside. Mi-wol's sister didn't understand why the leader allowed herself to do that, and In-eun said that her feelings shouldn't override reason. Clan leader Mi didn't understand why she was letting herself be disobeyed. Has she really been too kind to her all this time? Mi-wol's sister couldn't stop and said that the leader was just messing with her and she would still do what she started. Then In-eun, seeing that the nun had not recovered, began to slap her one by one. She asked her not to indulge her feelings or else bad things might be thought of their clan. She explained that it was Lady Tang who had to take responsibility for the poison dragon's victory. So taking her life wouldn't make sense, but they would then anger Yeom-wan, which the leader didn't want to let happen. Then In-eun turned to Ha-rang and said that even though she wasn't the traitor's bride for long, she better not do it. Realizing that a battle could have broken out in all of Murim, Mi-wol shouted that she would find him and bring him in. But In-eun didn't understand why they had to bring back the dragon because this was the battle they had been waiting for Murim to fall. Then she turned to Haran and told her that if she wanted to save the dragon, she needed to keep her mouth shut. Yeom-wan paced from side to side and couldn't find a place to calm down in any way. He didn't know what to do because Murim was only talking about the dragon's victory, which seemed to have vanished. The head of the Tang clan, lady of the Flowering Rose clan, Tang Guiok, offered to take all the blame. But Yeom-wan was not afraid of other people's opinions and realized that there was no way to restore the archive. Then he explained to Guiok that he had purposely locked him in the archives just to check it out. He wanted to use it for personal use, but Guioke noticed that he not only escaped but destroyed everything in his path. Yeom-wan thought he would never forgive Poison Dragon and Haran who helped him. Guioke assumed it was just Man-Nae's pranks, but Yeom-wan didn't understand how the heir to the throne could do such a thing. They both knew the rules of the Tang family and their clan well, so they thought about how exactly to proceed. After a bit of thought, Guiok said that even though she was an heiress, She had betrayed the Tan family and therefore should be punished according to all the rules. They informed Haran that she will now be held in this prison until they catch the poison dragon. But since the ceremony has already taken place, she will be obliged to wear the festive attire at least so they can preserve the honor of their family. Haran accepted the punishment Grandmother Gwyok had pronounced upon her and humbly lowered her head. Haran sank to the floor and cried that since she was in festive clothes, she really was a jilted bride. She kept thinking about whether Poison Dragon had managed to escape and pass the cure to Yo Hua. She realized that he was willing to forfeit his life for revenge, and she sincerely wished him happiness. Especially after he told her who he was and what was in his life, she knew she wanted to get to know him better. Haran knew that her family was to blame for his troubles and those of the Yak family, so she betrayed her family for him. She knew that helping him escape was the only way she could repay him for her family's sins. Haran really wanted Poison Dragon's life that was filled with pain to find peace, but she was sad that he had left her. Then she heard someone calling her Lady Ha-Ran, and she turned her head to see who it was. And then she couldn't believe there was a poison dragon on the other side of the bars. She thought it was just a dream and didn't understand how he was here and standing in front of her. Then he explained that he had no intention of running away, so he'd been hiding here all this time. Jia Gang realized that everyone would be looking for him, so he quietly sneaked inside and hid in the prison. Haran shouted at him and didn't understand why he had stayed. He should have run as far away from here as possible. He replied that he would probably be caught then, and it was much safer to be here. Then he added that he wasn't going to leave Lady Ha-Ran here alone, because on the day of their engagement, Ami was asked who his enemy was, and gave him advice not to give in to feelings, but to evaluate what was happening and look at the world with open eyes. He said you can't judge a group, and she was in Tan's family despite risking her life for him. That's why Jia Gang decided he wouldn't leave Lady Tang alone here in prison. Ha-Ran admitted that she wished he had done it for a different reason, but even so, she was glad he hadn't abandoned her. When she sat down, she said that her legs were very stiff because she had been sitting in this position for a long time. Then Jia Gang sneaked into her cell and rubbed her feet, saying he hadn't seen much of a woman's feet. Then Ha-Ran asked if he knew why the girl let a man touch her body. Poison Dragon calmly replied that he knew, and Ha-Ran became embarrassed because she thought she would have to explain. Then he said he remembered why exactly they had come here originally and didn't want to continue the conversation. Jia Gang said that everyone must have realized he was here, so there was no one else in the prison but them. He said that things had changed upstairs and they were carefully preparing not to miss the poison dragon anymore, which meant they were trapped. He said he had already checked the entire prison and found no secret exits, but he had a plan. Ha-Ran admitted that she wouldn't have believed it if someone else had told her, but she believed him. Then Poison Dragon showed the bracelet she had given him and asked what it was and how to use it. Ha-Ran said he had a scaly whip on his hand. He was the Tang family's strongest weapon. With his internal energy, he could form strong but invisible threads with which he could cut anything. Haran said it's his now, and since they have some time, she'll teach him how to use it properly, but warned that only clan members could unlock his true potential. At that time, the guards reported to Yam Wan that the poison dragon was in prison because the guards had been poisoned by the poison. Then Yam Wan understood why they couldn't find the poison dragon in the area and didn't understand why he went straight to the prison. He couldn't believe that he and Ha-Ran had gotten so close and tried to figure out what they were planning. There was Gwyok at the entrance of the prison, and Yeom Wan, along with the guards approaching closer, didn't understand why she had come. Then Gwyok said that she was anxious to see the one who had troubled her brother's soul so much. Yeom Wan was angry that no one was coming out of the prison and didn't understand why he had to open the doors of his own prison. Jia Gang and Lady Ha-Ran sensed that Grandpa had come and realized that it was time, which meant it was time to come out. He warned that what was about to happen could be an extremely difficult test and asked if she believed him. Lady Ha-Ran said in no uncertain terms that she believed him and was willing to go all the way with him. Yeom Wan, letting out an angry salgi, said that he had come again, but whatever he had planned there, he would detain him. Once out of prison, he offered Yeom Wan to make a deal with him with the poison dragon himself. Yeom Wan didn't understand how he dared to behave like this because the sun would rise today or not. Jia Gang asked him to calm down, saying that this was not a simple deal but a real blackmail. He asked to let him and Ha-Ran go right now, otherwise he asked then to see what was around the necks of everyone around them. Yeom Wan was horrified that the poison dragon had a scaly whip on his hand that he had used so skillfully. The guards laughed because Jahan had prisoners and they were the dregs of society. Then Jagan said that these people did not commit a crime against the country, but against the Tan clan, so they did not take their lives but kept them in jail. Ja Gang realized that these hostages had to be alive so as not to interfere with the Tang family's plans at this moment. Lady Guayok laughed and realized why he was like this. Poison Dragon went on to say that if everyone knew about the mass incarceration of prisoners, the government would be very unhappy about it. Yom Wan recognized that Ja Gan was smart but questioned whether he had the courage to take the lives of innocent people. But Poison Dragon replied that he could do it because they let him do it. Then the captives confirmed that their lives no longer meant anything to themselves. They too wanted revenge and did not want to be his prisoners anymore. Ha-Ran was surprised that Ja Gang had thought of such a thing since Grandpa had really only ever thought of profit. Poison Dragon repeated that he had voiced his conditions, and Lady Ha ran along with him must leave this place now. Yeom Wan, thinking about the situation going on, laughed very loudly and looked at everyone. Then Yeom Wan, while continuing to laugh, said that he agrees and recognizes him as Tang's son-in-law. Head Tang recognized that he had passed all the tests perfectly and proved that he could defeat any opponent, and also suggested that he use their last name. He said they would restore the archive and the prisoners wouldn't bother him, so this was his gift to Poison Dragon. Then Yeom Wan asked him to draw his whip and take the lives of all the captives at once, since he had accepted him as his son-in-law. Ja Gang didn't understand how this happened because these people were the only leverage he had against Ha-Ran's grandfather. Yeom Wan nudged him and told him to hurry up and finish this case, or he would have to admit that his words were empty. The captives turned to the Poison Dragon and said he could do it, they were ready and understood everything. They explained that Yeom Wan wouldn't have spared them anyway, and this way they could at least defend their honor. Then before taking their lives, he promised them that he would definitely avenge them and take Yeom Wan's life. Yeom Wan laughed and was sure it was just playing to the audience and called Poison Dragon a scared chicken. Then, after taking the captive's life, Dragon turned to the head of the Five-Element clan, Viguk, and asked if he still wanted to make him a sword. He asked him to look and not look away and realize exactly where he had sent Ja Gan as his sword. Ja Gang, taking his life, named each prisoner and asked Yeom Wan to look closely at what he had done. Yeom Wan switched to shouting and told Poison Dragon that he had asked him a question and therefore he had no right to ignore it. Ja Gang explained that he will carry the names of all these people through his life, and even if he loses his life, the names of these people will live on. Yeom Wan was very angry and realized that the Poison Dragon was a strong opponent and thus needed to be taken out of the way. Then Ha-Ran's grandmother turned to Yeom Wan and asked if he hadn't realized that the blade of his own sword was already aimed at him. Then Yeom Wan realized that Ja Gang was his sword, but for some reason he was controlling his actions, which meant that he had given in to his emotions, something he hadn't done in a long time. Then he calmed down and said he was leaving Ja Gan to her, and let Guioch decide what she wanted to do with him. Then Guioch turned to Ha-Ran and Ja Gang and suggested that they continue the conversation they had started. Then Gi Oketan introduced herself and asked all the clan representatives except the Flying Souls to stand up. Jin Ja Gang also introduced himself and listened attentively to Grandma Ha-Ran's speech. She said she had a lot of fun with him and realized why her granddaughter Ha-Rang liked him so much. GWIOK asked him not to be so wary because she wanted to let them go, but Ja Gang wasn't going to believe it so easily. Then GBYOK explained that she had dedicated her whole life to the Tang clan, and he couldn't be a part of it no matter how much her brother wanted him to. GWIOK said that's why she was letting them go, but now they're going to have to work hard to do it. She realized that it was possible to turn a blind eye to Dragon's sins, but not possible to turn a blind eye to Tang Haran's sins. So she only had 100 days to pay for her mistakes, and then she would personally send mercenaries to take both their lives. Poison Dragon didn't hesitate to say that he agreed to such terms for them. GWIOK said that it was all she just wanted to warn them and asked Haran to come over to her. She gave her a ring that she could sell and start a better life here if she wanted to come back within 100 days. Haran accepted the ring, thanked her grandmother, and said she's not coming back because she's made up her mind. Then GWIOK asked the leader of the Flying Soul clan to help them with the road, and he said he would do anything. GWIOK let them go, smiled, and wished them well on the journey they were about to take. Ha-Ran ran forward and jumped for joy that she was no longer in the Tang clan and didn't have to dream of becoming a leader. Ja Gan said that this is quite an amazing and unusual reason to rejoice. Then Haran said that when everything was resolved, she felt completely free and independent for the first time. Then, after examining herself and him, she said they couldn't walk around in it anymore or they'd be considered suspicious. So filling with happiness, she suggested they buy new clothes together that would be more comfortable. Holding the new clothes in her hands, Haran didn't think he would agree with her, but Jagan said that changing clothes was a smart decision. She led him to the river and told him that she always came here after running errands to wash clothes and swim. She suggested that they swim together since he had already touched her ankles, but Jagan said he didn't understand her suggestion and said it was different. Their conversation was interrupted by women's voices, as 3 girls were already bathing in the river. Jagang looked at the girls and told Ha-Ran that someone was already there so they would have to wait. Then Ha-Ran grabbed Jagan and ordered him to look only at her until the other girls left. Jagang told her it was the first time he had ever looked at someone who wasn't his enemy for so long, and they were heard by the bathers and started scattering out of the water. And Ha-Ran fell to the ground and couldn't recover from the laughter that consumed her completely. She laughed that he'd had nothing but fights in his life and didn't know what to do with him. Realizing the girls were scared and ran away, she said it was their bath time. She said they would wash separately, but he was to go behind a rock as punishment and not peek, but Jagang didn't understand why. Taking off her clothes, she said that if he didn't consider it a punishment, she would be very angry with him. Afterward, they sat in the cave by the fire and warmed themselves, and Ha-Ran asked if he was tired, but Jagang said he was fine. Seeing that Haran is sad, he said that you don't need to make yourself strong, you can say that she is tired. Then Haran said that she was sad because she was born and raised there, and everything she knew in life was connected to the Tang clan, and now she won't go there. Then she asked Jagan if he knew what the ring her grandmother had given her was. She said it held an aphrodisiac in case a woman wasn't sure she'd chosen the right man. Then Haran poured out all the pills and said she didn't need them because she loved him, so she left the clan and went against the family. But she wouldn't want to get in the way of his revenge, so if he said no, she would understand him. Then Jin Jagang snatched all those pills from her and drank them all at once, and Haran didn't understand why he did it. Then Poison Dragon looked her in the eye and told her he wasn't going to leave her for anything in the world. Haran realized that he had become the most dangerous man in her life, and they merged in a kiss. At dawn, she woke up and saw that Jagan had brought her many red apples. He said he thought she must be hungry, so he brought her some food he'd packed. But she wasn't eating, and he asked why she hadn't touched her food and was so puzzled. She said she was remembering yesterday he asked if she was sorry, and Haran looked at him. She said he hadn't treated her like that before, so she asked him how he felt about her. Chin chewed on his apple and said he couldn't be sure, but he probably liked her. She didn't understand what probably meant or why he was unsure of his feelings for her. He explained that these feelings were new to him, but he was sure of them, because at first he didn't understand her because she had set the snake. But then he saw that she was willing to give her life to save him, and he came after her in prison. Jagang said he's getting more attracted to her, so yes, he likes her. Would that be a good answer for her? Haran laughed in embarrassment and said that such an answer would suit her just fine. She said that when he told her his story, she sincerely wished for happiness to come into his life. But since they were now together, she said she would try very hard to be his happiness for him. Man-Ni reported that there are many clansmen heading to Cheonseong Mountain. Military Inspector Muram didn't understand why then Man-Ni replied that Yeohua was there. Man-Ni said that many people are going to Seikon to save the goddess of desire. Counselor Ni said that Yeohua was betrayed by his fellow clansmen and locked up in the prison on the mountain, so many clansmen traveled to rescue him. He lied in order to create a skirmish with the Cheonseong clan that was protecting her. He was curious to see what would happen. Man-Ni explained that Yu Hua couldn't leave because Lady Tang had gotten an antidote that would make Yu Hua unable to go anywhere for 2 weeks. This way, the Cheonseong clan will spend a lot of effort to stabilize the situation, and they will have time. As long as the Cheonseong clan and the Safa clan are confused, they will be able to destroy them completely. Yeohua, then they can take with them, to which the military inspector didn't understand how the Sichuan III would allow such a thing. But Counselor Man-Ni said he had already talked to them, and what was left was to get the Marima alliance to start moving. The military inspector realized that only Cheon-Song would be against it, and such a move must be authorized by the head of Muram. Man-Ni asked to make such a request, but the military inspector said that the head has a bad relationship with the alliance. Then Man-Ni realized that the leader was upset about what had happened, so he decided to leave and do other things. The military inspector saw Man-Ni off and wished him a good day, then looked around and went to his leader. He reported that Man-Ni had come, but he had sent him away, so he asked if he should have been invited, but the leader said no. Pek Li-jun said that until his sword blade was ready, he would not leave this room. On Cheonseong Mountain, everyone was very happy to see the poison dragon and that he had returned alive. He smiled at them and told them he was back, and then they said they heard there was a fire in the Tan family archives. Yu Hua was happy to see him and didn't expect him to bring the antidote and didn't even know how to thank him. Jia Gang smiled and said that he shouldn't be grateful because if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't be standing here either. She thanked Lady Tang as well, to which Ha Ran said that the Tang clan owed them a debt of gratitude. Ha Ran said she betrayed her family and went over to Qin's side, which means his associates were her associates too. Lady Seoseo heard everyone discussing that they left pretending to be husband and wife and came back as a real couple, so something happened there. The goddess of desire reminded him that he could give up revenge and live in love and happiness. Yu Hua said that revenge had messed up her life a lot and there was no way to change it, but he has a chance to start a family. The desire goddess admitted that she sometimes wondered what her life might have looked like if she had met another man. Their conversation was interrupted by old man Paiyong, who burst into the room and said they had a big problem. He said the Cheon-seong clan and couldn't catch his breath to finish his sentence. The great warrior Muami came to them and the goddess of desire didn't think he would come to them on his own. Head Safa asked Muam if he came because of Pak Cheon, and Muam confirmed that he wanted to solve a problem. He said he heard her lose her arm and was glad he was blind and didn't see her suffering. Muam replied that he wasn't trying to turn away from the darkness, he didn't want to see her pain and suffering. The goddess of desire said she wasn't happier when she learned that he had blinded himself in order not to see her suffering. But he asked her not to worry because he was very emotional about what was happening to her. Muam asked her not to worry about anything, and the goddess of desire said that he hadn't changed at all in all this time. She admitted that she envies Qin because he shared his heart with Lady Tan, and if she had been braver, her life might have been different. Muam said it's not too late, you can't change the past, but you can change your heart and fill it with another. Head Safa stood up and said that she had given such advice to Jia Ganu, but could not follow that advice herself. Then asked Muam if he would accept her if she forgave Bakley June and forgot everything. She asked him to be honest because he was the head of Cheon-seong, and he had a great responsibility to the people of his clan. But Muam said that he is the strongest in his clan, which means that no one can stop him and influence his choice. Yu Hua said that she used to hate him for being very shallow and only now realized that he wouldn't have been like that then. Muam suggested that she return to the clan and improve her health, but Yu Hua had already caused a lot of trouble for Cheon-seong. The goddess of wishes asked him to leave and never come back. Muam hesitated. But as they walked, Yu Hua said that when her heart was free, she would definitely find him wherever he was. Old man Paiyong looked into the distance and saw the 8 main representatives of the Murim Union walking towards them. Paiyong wondered why Muam, one of the Taoists, visited the head of Safa, since he rarely came to see people. Poison Dragon saw that Pak Cheon and Muam were together, which means his request will soon be fulfilled. Jia Gang continued practicing the 9-ray technique and thought that the 9 poisons were located at 9 points. Due to the events in the Tang clan, he couldn't continue training, so he resumed training now while he had time. He wanted to work on his poisons and try to concentrate them on his back. He was angry that his inner energy was trying to get out and preventing him from concentrating. Then he heard the advice that one should not fill a bowl with water in which there is a hole, but rather try to exhale more than inhale. Then the organs will start demanding more and maybe he will feel a little dizzy, so it's important to stay calm. Next, Muam advised him to inhale more than you exhale and keep his back straight to open his chest. Next, the head of the Cheon-seong clan asked him to open up the energy to unite water with fire. Only in this way could one feel peace. When yin and yang are in balance, can one feel harmony with oneself. Jia Gang's tears were pouring, and Muam felt he was able to get past the confrontation and addiction all at once. Then Muam realized that in front of him was a very diligent student who had allowed yin to become yang and yang to become yin. Muam said he was in too much of a hurry and missed the rebirth, so he asked him to get up and finish for the day. Muam leaned over to him and told him to stop immediately and stand up, or else he would make him do it. Jia Gang opened his eyes and saw the used energy on his hand. Muam said he could leave it like that since it would find its own way back. Jia Gang didn't understand why he had to leave her behind, but Muam said he wasn't just here to talk about yin and yang harmony. Then Jia Gang realized that yin-yang harmony was needed to provide a balance between darkness and light. Muam said that he would soon find out everything. The main thing is to learn to let yin be yang and yang be yin for harmony. Jia Gang thanked Mr. Muam for the knowledge, and the latter reminded him that he wanted to meet him. At the foot of the Cheon-seong clan's mountain, there were people who were asking to be let in, but the guards wouldn't let them in on orders from above. Then the men asked to let at least the women, old men and children, otherwise they would lose their lives from cold and hunger. One of the guards said they can't stay here, so he'll report to the leadership and ask for permission. While the guards were pondering, one of the men pounced on them with a knife to carry out the attack. But he was stopped by Pak Cheon, who told his guards that they were stupid for not being able to distinguish poor citizens from those who might attack. Pak Cheon ordered them to attack because he knew he was facing the worst people in the Safa clan. He said he knew who they were, so he wouldn't let them get any further by any means. He knew and named each of them, and the misty warrior who stole and used other people's energy, and a witch who used a fake baby's cries to learn the enemy's secret techniques, and even the lowly warrior Goryun, who was one of the 8 flying demons. Pak Cheon said he wouldn't let them in and would only let those who came to be trained through, but their ideology is at odds with his clan. He asked them to leave, and the witch said it was an honor to be recognized by Pak Cheon himself, and that the difference in ideologies was hurtful to her. She said that if they were so good and behaved properly, then why was their mistress their captive? The Black Witch said they came to free the lady from their clan and take her back with them. Cheon was surprised and said that Yu Hua herself came to them and asked them to protect her while she recovers. They asked them to show them Yo Hua, and if she's okay, they'll just leave and stay out of the way of the Cheon clan. Pak Cheon said that Yu Hua was recovering energy after taking the antidote, and that's why she couldn't move, but the witch didn't believe it. They didn't want to listen to Pak Cheon and decided to force their way in because their mistress might be in danger. Pak Cheon easily repelled the blow and didn't understand why they had come to fight him and expected to win. Then they said that even though the Cheon clan was strong, they were willing to give their lives for the lady. Then Pak Chung said that he could take their lives, but then he wouldn't be able to look Yu Hua in the eye. So he asked them to wait until she had recovered all her strength, after which they could meet the mistress, and swore on her name. As they were leaving, Pak Cheon told them that if they just wanted to take their lives, they could have thought of something else. As he left, Pak Cheon realized that someone was deliberately pitting their clan against other clans by spreading false rumors about Yu Hua. At the top of Cheonseong Mountain, Sun Mu Am asked Ja Gang if he knew how to play Paduk. Then Mu Am said he would teach him how to play Paduk, but Ja Gang said he was more interested in other things. Mu Am laughed and said that he knew that he was most interested in the 9 rays of void jade. He said he was already going to share his knowledge with him, so he asked to play Paduk with him. Then Poison Dragon sat across from him and agreed to play Paduk with him if he explained the rules of this Korean game. Ja Gang marveled that he could play board games without seeing anything, but Mu Am said this game would change his perception. Then Mu Am was surprised that Pak Cheon hadn't told him that he had become the clan head thanks to the game of Paduk. He offered Jagan to open the pot and take the stones, but Jagan said they were shells. Mu Am said he uses them as stone figures so he can't see them, but he can feel them well. Then, simply squeezing the shell, he turned it to stone and said that he would start his move from here, and Jagan should beat his piece. Mu Am asked to make his move from his side of the board and didn't understand why Ja Gang was sitting there and not making a move. Then Poison Dragon asked if the game of Paduk had always been like this, but Mu Am said that there were a great many kinds of Paduk game. A regular Paduk represented a game with a winner and a loser, while they had a person in their clan who had played for 20 years and was not a winner. Ja Gang didn't understand how this one-round game lasted so long, but Mu Am explained that the board was set up in an out-of-reach place and they went once a month. But unfortunately, after 20 years, the opponent did not come and the game did not end with someone's victory. Mu Am said that the world of Paducah was very mysterious and complicated, that's why he liked the game. Mu Am asked Jagan if he understood everything to start using his figurine and make a move. While trying to make a figurine, the shell just fell apart, and then Mu Am said that he was wrong to believe all the rumors in Pak Cheon and didn't expect it to end up like this. Mu Am said he wasn't desperate enough, but Ja Gang didn't understand how the stone could characterize him, since his whole life was about revenge. Mu Am smiled and said that if he can't do something, then he just can't do it, that's all. Ja Gang was angry and said that the Panduck was not for him and asked him to return to the 9 rays of void jade. He said he had to know about this technique to survive and exact revenge. Mu Am called him a fool and said he had already trained him, which confused Ja Gang. Then Mu Am pointed to the playing board and said that these were the 9 rays of void jade. Ja Gang stared at the Panduck board and tried to figure out how there could be 9 rays of void jade in it. Mu Am left saying that he should try to figure it out on his own, and if he couldn't, he should give up. He smiled and said that now everything depended only on the Poison Dragon, which meant that the chance could not be missed. Left alone with the game, Gang tried to understand what Mu Am meant and tried to create a figurine. He realized that no matter how much he tried to reduce his strength, the internal energy would escape, and the thin walls of the shell would break. Looking at the pot of shells, he realized he would try again and again until he could make a figure. The sun replaced the moon and night came again. Gang spent the whole day trying but failed. He had already thought that he was not willing to use the 9-void Jade 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu. He realized that he had come such a long way because of his desperation, and he didn't want to give up if Mu Am succeeded, so he would succeed. He made the decision to try and keep going until he succeeded and didn't realize exactly what was eluding him. He kept trying to figure out how exactly Mu Am-san had managed to do it so quickly and easily. Gang realized that Mu Am was much stronger than him and could control his internal energy enough to become invisible. Then Gang remembered that when he interacted with the shell, he saw a surge of its internal energy. It seemed to him that he needed to use a minimum of internal energy, but what if that wasn't the case at all? Then Gang decided to try and use the maximum of his internal energy and took the last shell in his hand. Then he started to get good at it, and due to using so much energy, he began to feel everything much clearer. He felt and sensed every bit of the shell and its entire topography, every hollow and bulge. Then he realized that in order to turn her into stone, he needed even more energy, like for the 3 Toad Kung Fu poisons. Then he remembered about the balance, that yin-yang unification is the basis of energy and generates it. The next morning, Mu Am came in and said he had seen many failed and successful attempts, and most importantly, the desperation he was talking about. Then he said that he thought Gang had figured it all out for himself and realized the power of playing paduk to master the technique. Mu Am motioned him to move on to the next round and explained how best to make his move so as not to lose all his stones. Mu Am explained that with this move, he would not be able to attack him, and it would take many steps to bypass him, which meant Jagan's stones would stay with him. Mu Am said that now would be the last move and the last technique he could teach him. Faced with Toad Kung Fu, Mu Am wondered how the Taoists knew about this technique that was not inherent to their peace-loving nature. After all, this technique destroys not only the enemy, but also the one who uses it from within. Then he assumed that the technique wasn't perfect, and he tried to figure out where it had come from in the first place. Then he met with a man from the worship clan who possessed demonic magic, and they argued long and hard. Then they concluded that Toad Kung Fu was a variation of their clan's 5-star heavenly Kung Fu technique. But because the technique of the worship clan had a different origin at the time of application, they recited special mantras to channel the energy. Toad Kung Fu also had its mantras but were lost as they had been banned for too long. Then they decided to combine techniques, and the 9-void Jade 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu 9 rays were created. Mu Am had abandoned the development of the technique because of Murim, but his friend must have finished working on it, and so he wanted to meet with him. Poison Dragon asked if Mu Am knew where his friend was now, and he said that he was in Chonin Unification Prison. Then Mu Am handed him a stone and told him that this was the way to find his friend and bring him to him. Taking the stone, Gang realized that the 9-void Jade 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu rays were directly related to the game of paduk. Then he realized that it was Mu Am who had spent 20 years playing the game with the man making 1 move a month and learning the technique. At that time, Man-Ne was in the cave learning the Blood Heaven technique, but he was not doing well and the elixirs were not helping much. He was afraid that he wouldn't last long. He didn't blame himself for what had already been done, because it was his choice and his decisions. He realized that Tang Ha Ran had betrayed her family for the Poison Dragon, which meant they were being pursued by Chagall and Tang. Rumors of the hostile relationship between Safa and the Cheon Seong clan were spreading faster and faster. Man-Ne realized that the heavens themselves were on his side, and things were working out even better than he could have imagined. Counselor Man-Ne thought over the fact that now he could finally take the life of head Murim. After a while, Man-Ne arrived at Canson House to talk to the head of the Murim Union and apologized for being late because he couldn't immediately find his way. Then he spread his arms out, but the servant didn't understand why he was doing it, and Man-Ne was surprised that they wouldn't inspect him. Then the servant was surprised and said that he was going to one of the representatives of the 3 strongest in Murim, so there was no point in searching. Then Man-Ne realized that the servant was talking about the leaders of the 3 great clans of the demon family clans, Safa clan and Champa clan. Man-Ne bowed his head and the servant told him to pass faster because the leader didn't like to wait. Then Man-Ne held out his bag of food and fruit for the servant to hold for now. The servant said it wasn't his responsibility, but Man-ne insisted that it was uncivilized to meet the head by coming with his food. And Man-ne said there was wine there and offered the servant a treat of wine and food while he waited for him. With a little thought, the servant agreed to hold the bag and asked him to go ahead already. Man-ne introduced himself as the person in charge of the poison department under the Murim Alliance and greeted the Murim leader. But the leader said he's just holding the position until a better candidate comes along to replace him. Head Murim asked him to pass and realized that the road was not easy, but Man-ne said he did not notice the path because he was thinking about it. Then he asked, since the road was easy, why he was late since he had waited so long for him. Man-ne apologized and said that his summer is already on the same as in his youth. Then Head Murim advised him to watch what he eats and drinks. The counselor then decided to ask the question directly and asked why the head of the Murim needed him and why they're meeting. Head Murim said that he had heard about how he pranked Yeo Hua and her named son, which means Baek Lee Jun was a nut. So he was very interested to see who had the courage to hurt the great Baek Lee Jun's feelings. Head Murim hoped that Man-ne had taught him a lesson, for only through pain can one become great, so he sent his wife's salted hand. He kept saying that Baek Lee Jun had finally started practicing because he kept coming and saying stupid things. Then Man-ne realized that the head had only taken the position so that it wouldn't go to Kakchu. The leader noted that the counselor was thinking clearly, and Man-ne apologized for crossing the line in his thoughts and statements. Then he stood up and said that not many are worthy of this place and decided to tell him what the leader does. Walking over to the tea kettle, he said he creates places, and the more places, the more power he has. He explained that the more places he creates that please the majority, the more the desires of the disaffected will be suppressed. But he also created places for the inferior so that the better ones could feel their dominance and power over others even more. Therefore, the leader's job was very important because flour is also made from wheat. Then he handed the tea to Man-ne and asked if he was right. Then the counselor replied that wheat is not always of good quality either, and the leader replied that this process is the most important and requires special control. That's why it was important to create competition among the lower places from time to time, so that they would realize exactly what place they occupied and become the highest grade flour. Man reflected on this interesting position and said that the wisdom of a leader knows no bounds since he creates places for people. Then the leader asked who would be suitable for the place, and Man-ne replied that he was not good enough to reason about it. The leader agreed and said that it is important to properly assess a person to know their place to work. The mechanism always needs to use the right details. That's why the leader was interested in Man-ne in order to find the right place for him in the operation of the mechanism and use him as a part. The counselor reflected on the fact that he had caused Baek Lee Jun so much pain that perhaps the leader would suggest to continue controlling him. Then he said it was unlikely that the leader's offer converged with Man-ne's desire to live a long life. But the leader replied that he wasn't worried about it because Man-ne had proven he could survive any situation. Man-ne wanted to object that he thought too well of him and he wasn't that good but didn't have time because he saw the leader's yellowing eyes. Then the head said that he would let the demons let out 2 eyes that resembled golden floating crystals to shine and inspect Man-ne. Man-ne looked at the golden hovering crystals and heard the leader say that they were not simple and could see through people. He said there was no hiding the truth or lies from those eyes and wanted to find the worst in Man-ne because every person hides something. He explained that his weakness was already here because no matter how hard you try to get rid of the bad stuff, it's dead weight. Man-ne cried, and the leader said it was too late to cry. He had hit a tear duct and could not be restrained. The leader realized that Man-ne couldn't control a blind eye, which meant that he was the one who was perfect for him. Therefore, it was because of his left eye that he was able to discover the real truth about Man-ne, who was shouting that he was telling the truth as it was. Now the golden eye saw that his enemy was very dangerous, so he made himself so monstrous to overpower the enemy. Man-ne started laughing that the leader had learned so much about him and said that yes, he wanted to be a monster to destroy his dangerous enemy. Then the golden eye said that as long as he ran after the enemy's shadow, he would not catch him, for he did not even think of him at all. Man-ne started to hear tinnitus that told him to realize how pathetic he was, and screamed from the pain in his ears. Man-ne heard the servant scream and realized that his trap had worked, for in his bag he had hidden a needle with a poison that would render him insane. He realized that if the servant had fallen for the ruse, he had already lost his life quickly, so now he had a chance to carry out his plan. Then Man-ne started attacking, saying that since he can see everything, let him see this. Man-ne could not recover from the joy of seeing his opponent defeated. He laughed and said that he had succeeded. But he saw around him many eyes and a voice that he considered him a brave warrior, but it turned out he was just a psycho, so he thought what he should do. The Murima leader thought about what he should do about Manne's madness to get and capitalize on it. Manne thought that the Tang clan's healer had deceived him because he said it was the strongest poison possible. I replied that the poison of destruction was very strong, but if the Thane family could have destroyed it with it, they would have done it themselves long ago instead of giving it to the counselor. Manne didn't understand how he was able to recognize the poison of destruction, but his eye asked him to understand that he could see right through it from the get-go. Then he realized that his life was now in danger and began to try to resist. The leader asked him not to resist because it was already clear who had more power and how it could end. Then he said that no matter what was going on here, no one would be able to get in because he had put a barrier on the door. When the counselor asked him why he did not take his life at once, because he knew why he had come, he answered that he would not want to do it here. The leader ordered him to get out and lose his life in a no-good way somewhere in an alleyway. Let fate decide. The only thing Manne wanted to know was how he knew he was going to be taken out of his life. Then he said that he knew who wrote the letter to Safa and set them on Cheonseong Mountain, after which he visited Baek Jun. Then Manne thought they were in trouble, but the head had purposely set it up to make it look like he was actually ordering him to train. Manne couldn't understand what the head of the Morim wanted to do and why he was making such strange moves. Then he said that he personally took Yeohwa's hand from Lee Jun and brought it here to ease his suffering about his wife. Manne didn't realize because Chief Shim Hak confirmed that he took Yeohwa's hand personally from Baek Jun, so he thought they were in trouble. Head Murim then asked if he really thought there could be trouble between him and Baek Jun. Then Manne realized that it wouldn't matter if he wanted to take his life or not because he was just being used from the start. He realized that Yeomwan was a deceiver and Haewol an oppressor who used his power to get what he wanted at any cost. Haewol said he knew everything about everyone, so since Manne had figured it out, they should probably go about their business. Haewol gave a powerful blow to his formation and said goodbye to Manne, saying that they'd better never meet again. Manne started to realize that he was just being used as a toy and that the house was starting to fall apart. He heard how he was now being accused of an assassination attempt on the leader of the Murim himself, and realized how well thought out everything was. Manne thought the head wanted to control Baek Jun through him, but he only came into the limelight because of his connection with Safa. He realized that Baek Jun already knew about everything, because when Haewol intervened, he personally had a great chance to prove himself. Accordingly, news of the attempted assassination of the head of the Murim quickly spread, and the army was ready to march to Kanho. Upon receiving the news, the head of the Tang Yeom-wan family laughed that Old Man had actually gone to attack the head of the Murim alliance. He didn't even realize that Manne would try to go this far and laughed even more at such a silly defeat. Yeom-wan realized that head Murim had simply swallowed Manne nibbled and spit out like an unwanted bone. Gwaioke confirmed that to support the force, sometimes these incidents are needed, and asked what would happen to them. Gwaioke asked if such an event could have any impact on their family's reputation. Yeom-wan laughed and said that this situation was to their advantage because they could do their business while there was chaos around. The military inspector of the Murim Union ran to his master to report the trouble that the head of the Murim had been assassinated. Then Baek Jun left the room and said that the time had come, and it was time for him to take the life of his old friend. Mu-am was reported, and told that everyone was sitting around and not coming out because the Murima alliance had surrounded all the clans and wouldn't let them come out. At the general meeting of the Cheonseong clan, they realized that given Kang Ho's rumors, they would be the next victim of the alliance's hands. They didn't understand why the head of Murim was being attacked by Manne and the Murim alliance was targeting Cheonseong specifically. Mu-am said that the Tang clan dismissed the charges, saying that Manne stole their family's poison, and said that Poison Dragon along with Manne were accomplices. Pak Cheon didn't understand because Manne was related to Baek Jun, and Mu-am said that Kakchu had gone to practice so as not to arouse suspicion. Mu-am knew that in any case, Manne and Poison Dragon were not related, but only they knew that. Since Poison Dragon along with Yeohwa were in Cheonseong, the Murim alliance asked to extradite them peacefully. Pak Cheon confidently said that they are not going to give them away, especially to the Murima alliance. Then Mu-am explained that that was why he had gathered all the Kyo-seong members for a general meeting to hear everyone's opinions. He asked for help from all the elders and sages to make a choice that he would not regret. But they didn't understand why they had to go out for the first time in 20 years, because when Hai Wol became the head, it was clear enough. The elders didn't understand why Mu-am couldn't fulfill the devil's will and just give Yeo Hua and the poison dragon away. Then Mu-am confessed to them that Yu Hua was his lover, so he wasn't going to give her up just like that. They didn't understand why he made such a strange choice, but Mu-am said he couldn't command his heart to stop loving her. Pak Cheon shouted that he wasn't going to fall on his knees to the Marima alliance and asked what other way out there might be. Then the wise men asked him not to go too far because they realized that they themselves had chosen such a head of the clan and said that there was another way out. One of the wise men said that soon there will be chaos in Kajoya because of Asura. He saw it in his predictions. Mu-am asked the sage if they could defeat the chaos, but the sage replied that in the chaos brought by Asura, only the Asuras would survive. He explained that the only way out for them was to stick to one for all and all for one. He talked about whether or not there were followers to the Cheon-seong clan and martial arts with a long history of what exactly he wanted to protect. Mu-am replied that he wanted to protect the values of the Cheon-seong clan no matter how much the world changed. The elder said that no matter how hard he tried, there would still be new shoots even if you plucked them out. He explained that the matter is in the roots, and as long as the roots are there, the shoots will appear and grow. That's why he realized that if they disappeared, they would disappear only here and nowhere else, because the main thing is roots, not shoots. Then Mu-am realized that no matter what his decision was, the clan would still live because the clan's roots were alive. Mu-am said that he still had many years ahead of him, which meant he would have time to think about all the sayings. Then the elders said he had too many earthly attachments and advised him to do what you want while you can. Meanwhile, the citizens were discussing and wondering if the one who dared to attack the head of Marine was still alive. Old Man Pyong asked Ja Gang if he was surprised at what was happening, but he said he wasn't surprised. He didn't understand why anyone would take the life of an alliance leader if only to use him and step into his shoes. Pyong realized that the problem was with the system itself because there had to be a benefit in every action of the alliance. He realized that right now the alliance was only working because of he will. But what would happen without him? How would all elements of the system work? Poison Dragon didn't understand why Man Ni behaved so carelessly and what he was counting on. Then Pak Cheon intervened in their conversation and said that maybe the reason wasn't Man Ni, but Hai Will. Pak Cheon explained that Hai Wol was the first person in the alliance, and Mu-am was the third of the three great men of Muram. Pak Cheon explained that his martial arts are not equal to Mu-am and Mu-am's arts are not equal to Hai Wol, and asked if he could defeat Man Ni. Poison Dragon said he wasn't sure because Man Ne was aided in the battles by Chagall and the Pacific Dragon clan. Pak Cheon realized that taking Hai Wol's life depends only on his will because he is the first among all the strongest. They assumed that Hai Wol let Man Ne in to organize things. They knew that before the best times always came the worst, and it was the turn of Cheon-seong Mountain. Pak Chul said that the Safa and Sandon clans had already surrounded the mountain because they were sure that Yu Hua was being threatened by Cheon. So they made the decision to leave this place and were about to head out, especially since Yeo Hua had started training and had come to her senses. Poison Dragon asked if the Cheon-seong clan would continue to exist and what would happen next. Apprentice Woon Jung said there would be but in a new place, and it was part of their plan, so when Yu Hua comes back they will leave. Pak Cheon was sure that they would meet again if they could get away without getting hurt. The Safa clansmen were confused when they saw the Cheon-seong masters leaving the mountain. They didn't understand why Cheon-seong was so afraid of the alliance that he decided to leave the mountain, and then what would happen to them all. Pook Cheon told them that they should be grateful to them because the strongest of them stayed with them instead of leaving. They could not believe that the entire clan was leaving, and only the clan head and third among the great Murama Mu-am remained with them. Mu-am meditated and, nudging his blade, said that it was time to solve the issue he had created with his own hands. Along with the army, the househead of the Great White Tiger Thundersword House, Yeop Chingen, stopped his horse and was surprised to see Tang and Ah-mi. He didn't understand what they were doing here if they had decided to greet him in person. The head of the Sashan family, Tan Tan San Yul, said that a gentleman should always greet his guests. The nuns, along with In Eun, greeted everyone and said they would escort them onward. Yup Chingen greeted them and told them to go to Cheonseong together. He didn't inform them that if he needed their help, he would definitely call them, but at the moment he thought it was his battle. But Ami clan and Tang clan reported that other clans had gathered on Cheonseong Mountain and would need help. Yop Chingen said that the various small clans were no problem for him, so he asked them to clear the way and let them pass. The representative of the Hmi clan once again clarified because there was a lot of danger ahead on this road, but they refused to help. The Tang clan realized that chaos was beginning, and Cheonseong Mountain was just the beginning, and the alliance would go to them next. At this time, the Safa representatives on Cheonseong Mountain were waiting for their Lady Goddess of Desire to return after her treatment. Old Man Pyong fought back as best he could and explained that it was all rumors, and Cheonseong had taken them in and given them a chance to recuperate. The other members of the Safa did not believe because they knew that their lordess had been stripped of her hand and poisoned with poison. Guren was starting to get angry, blaming the likes of Fang for everything that happened to the head of Saf and their lordess. The crowd was getting angry because they had fought the Cheonseong clan before and didn't want to believe Pyong. They demanded to see their mistress in person to make sure that everything around them was rumor and untrue. Since they were arguing very loudly, the head Cheonseong leader, Mu-am III of the three strongest Murim, came out to them. Guren began to threaten Muamu, saying that he still wanted to see his mistress in person and was ready to attack. Mu-am's leader was completely calm and told him to try to get around him and go ahead. Poison Dragon along with Ha-ran came out and asked to notice that the energy of the Goddess of Desire was weak but could be felt. He explained that an alliance was approaching the mountain and they should protect the mistress instead of picking fights in an empty place. The Saf clan saw the Poison Dragon for the first time, and Old Man Pyong explained to them that he was willing to give his life for their protection. The Windmaster stood in front of Jagan and informed him that he would not listen to someone who was weaker, so he wanted to test his strength level. Therefore, he immediately struck at the Poison Dragon that didn't have time to prepare for the attack. The Poison Dragon didn't even budge, and the Windmaster stopped his clenched fist right in front of him, replying that he wasn't simple. The Windmaster asked why he was protecting the Lordess if he was not of the Safa clan. Jagan said he was in debt. The Windmaster said he believed him since he wasn't from Saf, because he too had a debt to the Goddess of Desire. He said that the young man was right and the situation had gotten very heated, so they should stick together and leave all the talking for later. The representatives of the Great White Tiger House realized that the 9 lands of the Alliance only had 6 heads, which meant that now, while Yeohua was sick, they had a chance. Yop Chingen realized that while there was chaos around, they had time to show that they were better than the Heavenly Dragon Sword houses. As they approached the gates of a silent eternity, they did not understand why it was so quiet and no one greeted them. Yop Chingen expected to encounter a prepared army, but he was only met by a single disciple of the Cheonseong clan. Disciple Cheonsong asked him to come with him to the head of who was already waiting for them for a one-on-one conversation. He explained that this Taoist Holy Land was the pride of the Cheonseong clan, so he asked them to leave the troops outside the gate. As they walked to Yop Chingen's place, he noticed that the disciple was limping on one leg. So as soon as they reached the place, he ordered his soldiers to surround the disciple and asked him to give his name. Then, taking off his headdress, the Poison Dragon greeted them and asked how they knew it was him. Yop Chingen replied that he knew that Poison Dragon was limping on one leg, so he immediately brought it to his attention. Yop Chingen replied that they needed him as a witness to the assassination attempt on the head of the Alliance, but Jagang said that others would take his place today. Then Windmaster and Guren came out to them saying that they would be happy to show them their power. Yop Chingen was puzzled because he had planned to fight the Cheon-sung clan and not the Safa clan. He knew who stood before him because the authorities of the Murim Alliance had been searching for them, and he was even glad that he himself would be able to personally fetch their heads. He said that they had sullied the good name of Cheon-song and didn't understand why the Safa clans were sticking their noses in everything. The Windmaster laughed and said that they had wasted so much effort on the journey because the Cheon-song clan had long since left the mountain. Yop Chingen couldn't believe it because he expected to receive a special reward for the Cheon-seong clan and was wondering what he should do now. Guren and Windmaster laughed that all Taoists couldn't see anything further than their noses, and that was why they were so short-sighted. Then they added that Master Mu-am himself had stayed on the mountain to defend his clan's honor. Yop Chingen said that this would be enough, so he ordered the soldiers to deal with the Poison Dragon while he planned to attack Mu-am himself. The Windmaster heard the rumblings of thunder and together with Gurren realized that the Thunder Sword was in front of them. The Thunder Sword Master noticed that these were only his skill basics and further planned to show his full strength. Surrounded by guards, the Poison Dragon asked if they were going to stand like this for long or if the battle was going to come. One of the guards said that they knew he used poisons during the duel, so they didn't want to approach him. Poison Dragon didn't know how to put it more tactfully and informed them that they were already all poisoned. He explained that there was a lot of juniper on the mountain and he made poison from it which he sprayed on the way here. Jagan said they were all so busy with his leg that they didn't pay attention to what they were inhaling and would soon start showing symptoms. First their eyes would itch badly, then their lungs would fail, so there wasn't much time left. Then they decided to attack all at once and use the White Tiger technique, but Jagan was no longer in the center. Their minds were clouded by the effects of the poison, and they didn't notice that he just bent over. Then they saw that he began to run rapidly forward and did not understand where he was running and why. The Poison Dragon used the Tang family's weapons and used invisible threads to wrap around the legs of all the guards. They didn't realize what was happening and started falling to the ground and losing their balance. Experiencing pain, the guards realized that the Poison Dragon was indeed very strong and couldn't believe it. Yop Chingen fired lightning bolts at Gurem and Windmaster, but they didn't penetrate the shield, but he didn't give up. He didn't understand why he was using the power of his lightning bolts at maximum, but they didn't even leave a scratch on Gurem's shield, so he decided to check it out. Then he exposed his blade and used the martial arts technique Lightning Strike Thunder Sword technique. Then as he launched his attack, he realized that the lightning was hitting the iron part of the shield and being reflected, which meant he needed to change tactics. He realized that Gurem had learned several techniques from the Mudan clan, but he wasn't about to give in to the SAF representative. Yop Chingen realized that Gurem's technique wasn't bad but not strong enough to defeat him. Then Gurem recalled that there were two of them, and the Windmaster made an attack from the back. Yop Chingen was not prepared for such a move, so he could not immediately repel his opponent's attack, so he used the Big Wind Blast technique. But while using the technique, he noticed that Gurem's steel shield was approaching him, and he wouldn't have time to reflect it. Because of the failure, he was angry that he couldn't deal with the ordinary members of the Safa clan and used more and more combat techniques. Then Yop Chingen stood up and wanted to show them the full strength of the White Tiger House, but his legs wouldn't obey him. He did not understand what was happening and why his legs were not obeying him. Then Gurem reminded him that it was the effect of the Poison Dragon's poison. Yop Chingen didn't realize when he had time to be poisoned, but realized he had to run, so he ran and healed himself with lightning. He was counting on the fact that his guards outside had already defeated the Poison Dragon, and thus could help him defeat the two Safas. But when he ran outside, he couldn't believe that all the White Tiger warriors had lost to one-man Poison Dragon. Gurem and the Windmaster sympathized with him that he had lost all the men of the White Tiger's house and laughed at him. Windmaster said that Yop Chingen couldn't survive here because they weren't just the three of them, they had a whole team and he was looking around. At this time, Ha Ran was taking the lives of the guards through the use of the martial art of Heaven Hand Strike. Others used a martial art technique like stun with a sonic boom of evil that kept the warriors from coming to their senses. Mu Am used the 72 Great Sword technique and easily dealt with anyone in his way. The soldiers realized that they couldn't just lose here and didn't expect that there would be so many Saf clan warriors here. So without looking at their master and not knowing if he was alive, they signaled an urgent retreat. Windmaster and Gurem were puzzled. They didn't think it would end like this and the soldiers would abandon their master here. Yup Chingchen realized that it was his fault and should have accepted the help of the strongest from Sichuan, but now there was no time for regrets. Then Poison Dragon turned to Yop Chingen and advised him to escape with the soldiers. But he was beyond angry and said he didn't want a handout from the enemy and he wasn't going to give up. Jia Gang explained that they had already accomplished their goal and did not want to take his life, so they advised him to leave and take revenge sometime later. Yop Chingen thought and decided that he needed to regain his strength and prepare for a better battle, so he decided to leave. Gurem didn't understand why Jagan had let him go, but he replied that he didn't want the Murim alliance to send their best warriors to them. He explained that it would be more profitable for them to buy time than to just take his life. Poison Dragon said it was time for them to go down the mountain to check on the situation below. Gurem and Windmaster realized that Jia Gang had something on his mind and remembered Pyong Bak saying that he was trying to lure him into the dark society. They stared at his back and wondered what he was really like and how he became the Poison Dragon. The Safa clan, along with Old Man Feng, celebrated their victory and had a small feast. Haran sat with Lady Sio and thought about what was going on while watching the others celebrate. Ja Gang looked at their feast and told Mu Am that they looked even better than he could have imagined. Mu Am reminded him that they had been living like this all their lives. Mu Am assumed that the Marima Alliance had not only asked the White Tiger House to attack them, just they were closer than the others. He realized that the next attacks would be more cautious and large-scale, which meant he needed to stall until Yo-Wa recovered. Mu Am told the Poison Dragon that now was the best time to leave them and get busy continuing his journey. If he's living to avenge the Yak clan, he has no business being here, but Ja Gang said he promised to protect them. Mu Am explained that he needed the power for both revenge and defense, and while the House of Tiger had fallen, the alliance had weakened and could pass to Quija. After all, it was in Quiju that Mu Ama's friend was able to unravel the 9 rays of void Jade 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. He spoke of the great warrior Hengo Ya Yulwan who would be able to unravel the great secret of this martial arts technique. Mu Am was explaining to the Poison Dragon that he needed to meet him in order to fulfill all his desires. Old Man Pyong was worried that Ja Gang had already left them so soon, but he knew he had his reasons, for he had already proved his loyalty to Safa. The Safa were grateful to him and would be happy to meet again, and Ja Gang said he would try to get his business done quickly and get back to them. Garem and Windmaster said that they would leave this place as soon as their mistress recovered and regained her health, so they asked not to worry about them. As they said goodbye, they said they would love to see him again and learn about him, so they will remember Poison Dragon. Packing his things, he turned to Haran and said that after she chose him, she would have to sacrifice a lot, but she smiled a little and said it was okay and she was glad to be his wife. Haran was holding a gift of clothing that she had sewn herself for Poison Dragon to make it more comfortable for him to use the needle attack. She also said that since blue suits him better, she painted it herself even though it was her first time. He didn't expect her to do such a thing because his mom had sewn clothes for him a long time ago and he didn't think anyone else would do it. He was very grateful to Haran for making the clothes and dyeing them for him and said he would definitely wear them. Then she said she was ready to make him even happier and sat down next to him to break the news in his ear. Ja Gang was very confused at this news, and Haran laughed at the fact that he was so confused. He didn't think it could happen to him, but Haran laughed and asked how he thought babies turned out then. Poison Dragon couldn't even imagine that this could happen to him, and Haran said she was worried too. She worried about whether their child would make a peaceful appearance and whether he could survive their such a thorny journey. Haran realized how great a weight was on Ja Gang's shoulders and that he wouldn't be able to give up on achieving his goal. She hoped that at least with her, he would be able to rest at least a little, for there would be many difficulties ahead. So Haran made the decision not to go with him but to try to keep their child safe and alive, so she wanted to leave the place. He didn't see how she could keep their child safe if the Tang clan was after her, but she reassured him that the Tang clan valued bloodline above all else, so if they found out she was carrying a child, they wouldn't hurt her. Therefore, Haran urged Poison Dragon to definitely return to her and their child to give them life. After hugging and kissing her, Ja Gang said that he promised to return to her and their child by all means. A few days later, in the Murim Alliance at Quichju Castle, one of the guards sensed a presence. But before they could react to what was happening, they were both poisoned with the Poison Dragon's poisonous needles. Sneaking in, he saw the great warrior Hengo Ya Yulwan in the cell who was looking at the Pajuk party. Using invisible threads, Ja Gang easily destroyed the cell lock and looked at Muam's friend. I told Yulwana that I haven't seen such people using poison needles in a long time. He didn't understand why he had to try so hard if the door wasn't locked, and Poison Dragon said he didn't know about it. Ayulvan understood that he was not an ordinary man who could pass so far and realized that perhaps he had come for him. Then Poison Dragon sat on the floor and asked him if he wanted to play Paduk with him. The other cellmates began to whisper that apparently the young man did not know who he was addressing and sat down next to him. Ja Gang replied to them that he just offered him a game of who cares, and they said he apparently decided to take his own life. Then Ya Yulwan ordered them to be silent now as there was too much noise. Then Ya Yulwan turned around and put the paddock table between them, saying that he was only in favor of playing with it. Ja Gang noticed that the chips were special, and the warrior confirmed that they were from the bones of those who had lost to him. The great warrior Hengo Ya Yulwan said he spent his life playing paduk, so he plays for a living to take other lives. Then Ya Yulwan asked if the young man still wanted to play after such a thing, because he had one last chance to refuse. Putting a chip and making the first move, Poison Dragon reminded that he was the one who offered to play, so he was not going to refuse. Making a return move, Yulwan said he hadn't played in a while and wanted to have some fun. Yulwan noted that Ja Gang was smart, but did he have the right to propose a game by sneaking in here after it was just before dawn? Ja Gang replied that he hoped they would finish the game before then, to which Ja Yulwan said he needed time to think before moving. Poison Dragon was confident, so when making his next move, he replied that he would still make things change. The warrior's cellmate asked Jagan to be more careful because the warrior was not as simple as he looked at first glance. Yulwan asked his cellmate to shut his mouth and not interfere with his fun playing padok with a stranger. With each move, Poison Dragon made sure he came to the right place and asked his opponent to continue and make the next move. After a few moves, the warrior was stumped, and then, a little angry, he asked who exactly taught the young man to play padok like that. Jae Gang replied that he had been taught by a Taoist from Cheonseong Mountain and asked if he was more interested in playing. Yulvan was a little puzzled but continued to think about my moves, making new move after move. Poison Dragon also kept up and did not allow his opponent to gain victory. With every move, Yulwan realized that Poison Dragon was making the same moves calmly and cold-bloodedly. He realized that the young man playing with him was very much like Mu Am, with whom they had played the game for 30 years. Seeing the combination on the Paduk table, Yulwan was glad that he finally had the move he had been waiting for. Then Ja Gang took the chip that Mu Am had given him and decided to make the move that Yulwan had been waiting for. Yulwan asked him to move as fast as possible because he had waited so many years for this last move to win. But when Ja Gang made a move, the great warrior's face changed and he asked the young man not to mess with him. He explained that it wasn't the right move and it didn't make sense to go that way. He didn't understand why he purposely went wrong. Lashing out, he shouted that Mu Am would never walk around like that and do such a weird, stupid thing at a crucial moment. Taking a chip in his hand, Yulvan realized that this chip was definitely his, and therefore the move was addressed to him. Then he asked if Mu Am was still in Cheonseong Mountain, to which Ji Gang replied that he had already left her. The warrior replied he felt his end. Ji Gang didn't understand why Yulwan felt that way, to which he replied that he was a member of a secret society. He realized that he wouldn't have sent a stranger here, thus revealing their secret relationship, which meant he didn't care if the secret was revealed. He was sad because he didn't think he'd lose his friend like that, so he made the move to avoid being indebted before he left. Then Yulwan asked him if he had come here because of the 9 Void Jade Beam technique and 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu. He said he would fulfill his friend's wish, then asked Jagan to get up and follow him. Yulwan asked the Poison Dragon to roll up his sleeves and extend his right arm forward. Taking him by the hand, he informed him that he would show him the true essence of the 9 rays of Void Jade, the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu. Ja Gang began to feel pain and Yulwan asked him what he was doing because he would take his arm off himself. He looked at the young man's agony and didn't understand because Muam couldn't send someone without basic knowledge to him. Transmitting Yulwan's internal energy, he explained to him that this was exactly what the 9 rays of Void Jade and the 5 thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu looked like. Yulvan said that the young man's body was not ready yet, it had too many voids in it. Then he decided to transfer his energy to him and fill the voids. Ja Gang endured the pain as best he could and said he couldn't take that much internal energy. Yulwan did not stop. He said that you need to understand the basis and overcome the big river and the big road. Then Ja Gang remembered Mu Am's words and realized that he needed to give space in the left pure part for the internal energy to form a place. Seeing what was happening, Yulwan let Ja Gang go and thought about who Mu Am had sent to him. He understood why the Poison Dragon couldn't comprehend the foundation of this technique and glared at him. The great warrior Yulwan said that his body was resistant to the 100 greatest poisons, but the Poison Dragon still managed to poison him. He understood that it was an unusual technique blocking the left side, and the poison was incredible that it was able to pierce through the great warrior's defense. He remembered that his grandfather had given him the Wajian of Heart Loyalty, which helped him resist the venom of the 5-colored Scolopendra. But most likely that wasn't all, and the poisons were partially mixed with Jagan's internal energy. Then Poison Draken realized that all those poisons he had tried had mixed together and created the worst great poison that was stored in the left side of his body. Yulwan, being under the influence of the poison, couldn't believe that Ja Gang didn't know about it before, and the cellmates were asking how the gentleman was feeling. The great warrior asked his cellmate not to call him again as it was very hard for him to talk right now. He realized that he could not teach the young man this technique, because at the end of the training he would simply take his life with his poisons. Then Ya Yulwan decided to teach him the attributes of this technique since he had approached the basics on his own. The great warrior asked everyone in the prison to cover their ears and took the poison dragon's hand again, and began to hand over to the youth the real attributes of the 9-ray void jade, 9-ray void 5 thunderstorm toad, kung fu. At this moment, Jia Gang was filled with energy through which he gained knowledge and was attentive to all details. After Ya Yulvan informed that it is all further he must feel and independently take his personal path to the base, Jagan said that the knowledge Mu Am gave him and the knowledge he received today were both similar and different at the same time. I Yulwan said that is correct because they were learning the same technique in different ways with different benefits of using it. He explained that he had previously followed Mu Am's path, which was not complete, so he decided to show him just his part for the sake of the woman he loved. He knew that Mu Am was most likely trying to teach this technique to his favorite woman, but couldn't understand the meaning of the technique until the end. I Yulwan realized that he knew nothing at all about that Mu'ama woman, even though she was the closest person to him. He recalled that they even fought because Mu Am was trying to teach his woman the technique behind his back. And soon after others found out about this technique, their relationship took a severe crack and they ended up splitting up. Poison Dragon decided to clarify if he understood correctly that he was talking about the heavenly sword, Baek Li Jun, and Ya Yulwan confirmed it. He explained that he had only learned from this woman the way of Mu Am, then attacked him and locked him up because the warrior refused to train him. Thinking that the key in the game Paduk Baek Li Jun constantly sent players to him, but those always lost and he was not bored. Jae Gang didn't understand why such a strong warrior wouldn't leave the prison, because with his strength he could easily walk away and leave this place. Then Ya Yulwan explained that he was here because he had done wrong to Mu Am's woman and hoped he could forgive him. He realized that since Mu Am had sent the guy to play Paduk, there was no point in him sitting around waiting for him anymore, so he'd better forgive or take his life. Then Ya Yulhuan, a warrior of the secret society, with a single wave of his hand broke down the walls of the prison in which he had been imprisoned for so long. He felt that he had proved enough to Mu Am that he would accept any decision he made and decided to be outside for the first time in 20 years. At that moment he was called by a cellmate and told that it was prayer time and it was time for the gentleman to pray. Sitting down on the floor, he said he had waited 20 years and would wait a couple more minutes because he didn't want to miss the prayer. Jia Gang informed him that the guards would be arriving very soon and asked if he could handle it instead. Then Ya Yulwan told him to tell the guards to wait for him outside, and Jia Gang clarified whether the guards would listen to him. Then Jia Gang said that he would now have a debt, and Ya Yulwan clarified if it was the other way around if he didn't have a debt to him. But Jia Gang said that he had only come to pass on Mu Am's words, but to teach him the techniques himself, and the warrior laughed and said that he was willing to do the duty. Then I asked the young man's name, and he replied that his name was Jin Jia Gang. Yulwan laughed and said he would be sure to memorize the young man's name and proceeded to pray. The cellmate didn't understand why the gentleman did this to this young man and asked him about it. Ya Yulwan replied that he was no longer indebted to Mu Am and thus could finally take Baek Li Jun's life on his own. He realized that during his prayer time, it should have been over by now since he had passed on the basic attributes of the Toad Kung Fu technique, and with it, some of his own internal energy, which means Jinja Gang should easily be able to deal with all the guards. Realizing there wasn't much time, he asked the guards to attack him all at once. At this time, Baek Li Jun was looking at the dawn and saw a homing pigeon flying toward him. After reading the message, he realized that the rat had escaped from the cage, which meant that Mu Am had helped him do it. Then with inner energy, he burned the letter and realized he shouldn't have gone that far. After all, Baek Li Jun now realized that he had no other way, which meant that he had to end it all as soon as possible. At the mountain gate of the Cheon Seong clan, the rangers were talking and looking into the distance when they suddenly saw someone approaching them. They did not understand why the stranger was all alone and did not attack them as suddenly one of the caretakers was wounded. After taking 2 lives, Baek Li Jun telepathically asked to tell the rest of SAF that he was already here. Mu Am was meditating and tuning his inner energy and felt that something bad was coming and he had to be ready for it. Gurem Wind Master and Black Witch heard the guards shouting from below and immediately headed over to see what was going on. When they reached the mountain gate, they were surprised and couldn't think that Baek Li Jun would personally come to them. Without really paying much attention to them, Heavenly Sword King Kong asked where Yeo Hua was and where Mu Am was. They said they would not give him the mistress. Then Kachu said he had come for his wife and they could not prevent him from doing so. The Black Witch screamed and didn't understand how he could say such a thing after what he had done to her. Pek Lee Jun was completely calm and said that he didn't care even if they were against it, he would take her. At that time, Pek Lee Jun used the poison arm trace martial art technique and began to attack everyone who stood in his way, one by one. Hearing that he was being attacked by a witch, he took away her hearing with a normal whistle, and they didn't understand how he could do that and why he was so strong. Seeing what was happening, Gurum tried to protect his fellow Saf clan members with his shield. He wanted to repel the attack. Pek Lee Jun knew Gurum and asked him to step aside because he was supposed to live a quiet life, not fight in Kong Ko. But holding back the attack, Gurum said he couldn't get through his shield. Even the lightning sword couldn't get through it. At that time, Pek Lee Jun was offended that he was compared to such a toy and used the Great Split technique, thus defeating Gurum and his famous shield that he split in two in a second. They didn't understand why they couldn't defeat him since they were both Murim Alliance Masters. Penbok asked if they were okay because they ran to their aid as soon as they heard the noise. But Gurum's last words were to tell Penbok to get the mistress away as soon as possible and flee themselves. At that time, the Safa representatives saw Pek Lee Jun and tried to attack him to protect Miss Yu Hua. Mu Am understood what was happening and that Heavenly Sword King Kong Pek El Jun was already here. Everyone was trying to attack Pek Lee Jun and didn't understand how he was holding back different attacks and techniques so easily. Mu Am understood what was going on downstairs and apologized to Yu Hua for not being able to wait for her. He realized that the people downstairs were losing their lives one by one for her sake, which meant he couldn't stay here any longer. Mu Am head Cheon Sung really hoped that the Goddess of Wishes would do well and pull through. Old Man Pyong along with the Safa clan were holding back the attack and realized that they couldn't let Pek Lee Jun upstairs. Pek Lee Jun didn't understand why there was this stupid fight because they knew the outcome of this battle beforehand. Then he said that the great protectors of the heavenly beings had gathered and were watching them. Then they heard a voice. Pek Lee Jun realized that they had chosen the wrong but too difficult path, and his name was already called and he had to go. They realized that they couldn't stop Pek Lee Jun, and he was already approaching the temple where Yu Hua was recovering. Then Pek Lee Jun saw the blue energy in front of him and realized that Mu Am was waiting for him there and had already arrived. Then the leader of the Murim King Kong Heavenly Sword asked if he was afraid of him. But Mu Am wasn't afraid of him because he had never lost to him and didn't understand why Pek Lee Jun had forgotten about it in a few months. Pek Lee Jun said that was why Mu Am should be wary of him, but Mu Am stood perfectly still. Demonstrating his blade, Pek Lee Jun said that he came here to erase all these memories. Then right at the top of Cheonseong Mountain, they started a battle and used different techniques. Mu Am said he wouldn't leave Pek Lee Jun alone if he made Ren Ren cry, and Lee Jun said he heard that nonsense. Mu Am said that that woman was promised to him, so he came to take her as his wife, but Kok Chu came and prevented them. Pek Lee Jun said that Mu Am was supposed to be the head of the clan, and thus no longer had any right to his personal life. Continuing to attack, Mu Am said that he was willing to give up everything for her, so he came to inform her. They used techniques such as the poison hand mark and the great fire hand, which were the strongest martial arts techniques. Pek Lee Jun, fending off the attacks, laughed at Mu Am and his arrogance and devotion to a woman. Mu Am, using the Sword of Winds and Cloud technique, said that Pek Lee Jun's greed and desire for profit ruined them all. Strike after strike, Mu Am said that he would never forgive a man with such actions as Kok Chu. Mu Am realized that the enemy had come to take his life, not knowing how long he had waited for this day and how carefully he had prepared the punishment for all his crimes. Pek Lee Jun was surprised that he was talking about his crimes since the Tang clan had mixed with the Safa clan. But Mu Am contradicted him by saying that Pek Lee Jun doesn't understand or know what he's talking about. Then Pek Lee Jun, unwilling to listen to all of this, applied the great heavenly sword technique White Phoenix attack. Mu Am repelled the attack by applying the martial art techniques of the Blue Cloud Sword and Red Heaven Sword. Seeing that Mu Am was resisting, Pek Lee Jun realized that all his words were not taken seriously, but as mere speculation. Pek Lee Jun didn't understand why Mu Am really only thought she was to blame for everything. Mu Am was angry, calling everything a lie, and used the 72-wave sword martial art technique. Pek Lee Jun was grateful for such a trusting attitude towards him, but as the head of the Pek Lee clan and former head of the Murim Alliance, he didn't want to tolerate it. He talked about the second Tang family in Murin and applied the Great Heavenly Sword technique, and Mu Am applied the sword-sealing momentum. Pek Lee Jun said that they fell because his words were true. No matter how much Mu Am denied it, the truth was the truth. Pek Lee Jun said he knew about the letters she had exchanged with the Safa clan, so he didn't understand Mu Am's reaction. Mu Am shouted and asked who could have sent those letters to the Safa clan, and Pek Lee Jun replied that it was done by someone he knows very well. Strike after strike, Pek Lee Jun said that those letters were sent by Mu Am's best friend. Mu Am couldn't believe that he had been betrayed by his best friend Ya Yulwan, the great warrior Hyung-ho, with whom he had discovered the Jade Ray technique. Mu Am, with a torn eye patch, didn't want to believe that his friend could betray him and the woman he loved. Pek Lee Jun said that he was one of the 6 Hyung-ho inspectors who were able to extract this confession, and there is simply no better proof. Pek Lee Jun made another attack and asked Mu Ama if he had an epiphany and realized who had betrayed him in reality. Pek Lee Jun asked him if his anger was still directed at him, or if the truth about the woman he loved had allowed him to draw conclusions. Pek Lee Jun struck blow after blow, feeling Mu Am trembling with the realization of betrayal by those close to him. Then he finally realized why Yulwan had left him, and Yu Hua was so hard on him, and he knew it was his fate. Mu Am thought about what if he had been able to sort out his feelings a little earlier and do things differently. He remembered how they used to go out with Ren Ren and were happy with that time. He realized that he needed to make responsible decisions as early as possible and keep Ren Ren safe rather than letting her go. Mu Am, the head of the Cheon Song clan, began to fill his body with powerful internal energy in order to launch a serious attack. Pek Lee Jun watched his actions and said that he was glad that Mu Am finally woke up and saw the truth. Mu Am was fully prepared to apply the martial art technique of the 9-Ray Void Jade 5 Thunderstorm Toad Kung Fu. Pek Lee Jun didn't understand why, even knowing the truth, Mu Am was so desperate to protect them. Mu Am realized that his heart was filled with the pain of betrayal, but his hatred for the one who hurt Ryong Ryong was much stronger. Pek Lee Jun didn't understand why it was his fault and saw Mu Am using the Golden Heavenly Sword technique. But Pek Lee Jun had been practicing all this time and repelled attack after attack that Mu Am made. Mu Am was filled with such hatred that he managed to knock the sword out of Pek Lee Jun's hands, and then, seeing him, he made a decision. Mu Am decided to push King Kong Heavenly Sword Pek Lee Jun off the top of Cheonseong Mountain. Mu Am managed to touch his palm to Pek Lee Jun's sternum, and telepathically he conveyed to him that this was the end. Pek Lee Jun was not prepared for this and realized that Mu Am was applying the technique of the palm, separating the heart and breaking it into many pieces. Mu Am said that Pek Lee Jun was not his equal and he wanted to take his life for his sins in front of his Ryong Ryong. Pek Lee Jun took Mu Am's hand and laughed, saying that he must have forgotten that he also possessed such power. Mu Am shouted that he wouldn't succeed because he was the creator of the 9 Rays Void Jade 5 Thundertoad Kung Fu technique. But Pek Lee Jun laughed that Mu Am could only go halfway, and 1,000 years wouldn't be enough for him to understand the essence of his own technique. Pek Lee Jun apologized for not informing him immediately, but he had already managed to pass the 7th stage of this technique. Mu Am couldn't believe it and felt Pek Lee Jun stripped his arm in the moment. Because of the pain, Mu Am fell to his knees, and Pek Lee Jun laughed and said that he too was sure that Yu Hua didn't mess with Safa. Then Pek Lee Jun confessed that he was the one who sent her to Yulwan, blackmailing her into telling everyone about their relationship, and then he wouldn't be the head of the clan. Mu Am realized that Ryong Ryong had only agreed to protect Mu Am, and she had no other choice. Mu Am realized that Ya Yulwan wouldn't believe a woman who had a husband, and thought that she was just using him to gain knowledge of techniques. He realized that his friend, the great warrior, would only tell about the technique if she said that the secrecy of their relationship was at risk. That's why Ya Yulwan thought Yu Hua was cooperating with Safa and came to him 20 years ago. Only now did he realize that he had come to him and told him that he would not go out into the world until Mu Am could forgive him. Pek Lee Jun confirmed that the warrior was very angry when he found out what Ryong Ryong wanted and even tried to take his life. Then Kakchu gave the warrior the choice of destroying the Cheonseong clan or telling his friend how he betrayed his favorite woman, Ryong Ryong. Ai Yolwan defected to Pek Lee Jun and sat in prison for 20 years voluntarily for that very reason. Mu Am realized that now he would never be able to forgive his friend Ya Yulhuan for the way he betrayed him to Ryong Ryong. But Mu Am also realized that if it wasn't for Pek Lee Jun's actions, this would never have happened at all. He said he only used her to get information and he didn't love her and wouldn't be able to protect her. At that time, Pek Lee-jun fended off Mu-am's attack and said that he had no right to claim that he didn't have feelings for Yu-hua. Then he said that he had feelings for the goddess of desire, but he just realized what he could get if he forgot about those feelings. Then Pek Lee-jun put his hand on Mu-am's head and telepathically said that he was finally able to surpass him. Applying the dark energy technique and inflicting terrible pain on Mu-amu, Pek Lee-jun felt that someone was trying to interfere with him. Mu-am didn't understand and asked why Yu-hua came here, but she didn't listen to him and asked Pek Lee-jun to let him go. Pek Lee-jun looked at her and told her that she was his wife, came on time, and he finally got to see her, which meant that now Pek Lee-jun could immediately take the lives of both of them and no longer carry that burden. The goddess of desire tried her best to stop Pek Lee-jun and asked him to stop. Pek Lee-jun laughed that after all these years, that was all his wife wanted to tell him. Yu-hua said she had no words for him and ordered him to let Mu-am go now. Mu-am apologized to Ryung for not being able to protect her and tell her how much he loved her. The goddess of desire wept and replied to Mu-am that he had nothing to apologize for. He said that if not now, he wouldn't get another chance to apologize, but Yu-hua asked him not to talk like he was ready to lose his life. Yu-hua asked him to stop, but she heard Pek Lee telepathically telling her that she was confused because his life was in his hands. Pek Lee-jun wanted to show them to finally realize how much he had surpassed them. He decided to ask a question because he knew that Poison Dragon had gone to meet Ya-yul-hwan. He asked why they thought he was here if it was much easier for him to catch a poison dragon to learn the technique. Pek Lee-jun said that he used to only possess the 5 techniques of the 9 void jade void beams, but things had changed. The Heavenly Sword, King Kong, didn't understand why they weren't interested in how he was able to overcome this limit of 5-ray void jade. Mu-am couldn't believe that Pek Lee-jun had expanded his influence so much in all of Kanko and didn't want to let him live. Mu-am resisted with his last strength only to protect his beloved Ryung. Pushing away the goddess of desire, Mu-am ordered her to run away right now and as fast as possible. Yo-hua didn't want to leave him alone, and Mu-am applied a martial art technique way to enrich his brain with energy. Pyong saw the violent explosion on the mountain and didn't realize that could Pek Lee-jun have behaved like that. Old man Pyong didn't want to believe that the master couldn't protect their lordess. Pek Lee-jun didn't understand why Mu-am didn't want to give up and fought until the very end. The goddess of desire. Yo-hua also attacked Pek Lee-jun because she thought he was truly evil and wanted to take his life. She put most of her internal energy power into her attack, and she managed to knock Pek Lee-jun down. Falling off the cliff, Pek Lee-jun didn't understand how she could afford to do such a thing and protect someone like her. Yu-hua looked from side to side and tried to find Mu-am, and when she found him, she realized that he was practically stripped of all his powers. When she found him, she immediately ran up to Mu-am, but he told Ryung to go away and take care of herself. Yo-hua, goddess of wishes, cried and realized that Mu-am's strength was leaving rapidly, and she couldn't help him in any way. He reminded her that he'd told her they'd be together, albeit briefly, but that's exactly what had happened. Before falling off the cliff, Mu-am asked Ryung to be sure to live and become happy. Yo-hua screamed in pain and cried she didn't want to live without Mu-am and couldn't find a place to live. At that moment, Yop Chingen returned to Cheon-seong Mountain, gathering new guards and saying that he would not forget that shame. Safa did not understand how he could have come to attack them at such a time, as everyone was already exhausted. At that time, the head of the White Tiger House said that their strongest patron had already been deprived of his life, and so it was time for him to take over. Hearing a great scream and noise behind him, he didn't realize what was happening. After taking the guards' lives, Mi-wol asked Man-ne if she could face the poison dragon, and Man-ne said for sure. Man-ne said that poison dragon will probably come and start trying to save everyone, so they need to take out all the strong ones. Sister Mi-wol rejoiced that she would bring many offerings to the Buddha, and he would reward her for her efforts. Yop Chingen didn't realize what the man who was accused of assassinating the head of the Murim Alliance had done. He realized that in front of him was Man-ne, who was in charge of producing various poisons in the Alliance. And Mi-wol's sister served the Buddha himself, and he didn't understand why they were doing this to them. Mi-wol was a demonic disciple of the Buddha and said she didn't need a reason to follow the teachings. Yip Chingen ordered his soldiers to attack, not just stand by and watch their lives being taken. The head of the White Tiger House didn't understand how they dared to raise a sword against a member of the Murim Alliance. Man-Ne along with Mi-Wol said that they unfortunately had nothing more to lose, so they were willing to go all out. Inflicting solid destruction and utilizing various techniques, Man-Ne quickly took everyone's lives and laughed at what was happening. Yap Chingen realized that his opponents were much stronger than he could have imagined, but felt himself being struck from the back. He didn't realize who exactly could have done that because Man-Ne and Mi-Wol were standing in front of him, so he decided to turn around. Then he was surprised to see Yo-Hua flying towards him, who was releasing Salgi of anger and attacking him. All the soldiers looked at their master and saw that Yu-Hua had taken his life in a matter of seconds. Old man Pyong called out to Madam and looked at her, for she was not yet ready to fight. All the soldiers were horrified by what was happening and realized that they had to flee and retreat urgently because the Lord was gone. They looked at Yu-Hua and didn't realize who she was, so they wanted to stay alive and just leave. Man-Ne saw that Yu-Hua was alive and laughed even more as he enjoyed this outcome. Yu-Hua didn't understand why they came here, and Man-Ne said they came to help Safa, especially since they needed help. But Yu-Hua said that he always has an ulterior motive and she won't let him deceive her like he did that time. Man-Ne replied that he understood that she had been having a hard time after losing her hand, but asked her to realize one small thing even though he wasn't trustworthy. He said that Cheon-Seong Mountain was surrounded by different alliance clans, and if they all came at once, it would fall immediately and no one would help it. He didn't understand what else was holding Yo-Hu back unless it was just people who were already losing their lives. After all, Mu-Am has fallen to Pek Li-jun, which means no one else can protect them. Yu-Hua became angry and ordered Man-Ne not to even dare say Mu-Am's name again. Man-Ne said they would fight on her side because there are no eternal enemies and eternal friends. Realizing what he meant, the goddess of desire said that the poison dragon was not here. But Man-Ne said he knows that, and he also knows that if she survives, he'll definitely show up here. Man-Ne said he wasn't planning anything like that. He just wanted to provoke Sura and see the full power of the technique he needed so badly. Then Yu-Hua asked what would happen if she refused their help and didn't agree to his terms. Man-Ne said that she just couldn't win alone, and Yu-Hua understood that too, so she agreed with him. At this time, Ya Yulhuan watched as Jia Gang used the technique and didn't understand how it was possible to be slow. Jia Gang said he was just starting to learn the technique, and Yulhuan said it was time for stage 5 instead of sitting on stage 4. But Poison Dragon didn't understand because he had only mastered 3, and for the 4th he still needed to work on the energy of his lower body. Yulhuan reminded him that Yin-Yang was the beginning, and his energy was already pure and mixed at the same time. Then Jia Gang realized that if he let the pure energy mix with the poison, he would be able to circulate it properly. The great warrior said that he had only taught him this technique because of Mu-Am, but he would not be so lenient the next time they met. Ya Yulhuan didn't know whether Jin Jia Gang would become an enemy to him or a common passerby in the future. Therefore, recommended the young man to stay away from him in the future and try to avoid meeting him. Jia Gang realized that he now had the knowledge and needed to defeat himself to pass the 9 steps. He knew he'd probably spend his whole life on it, but he didn't want to give up for the sake of the people who shared the technique with him. Reaching a small cabin in the woods, he realized that he seemed to have come to the right place. Haran told him that not far from the lake where they were hiding after escaping from Tang, she would be waiting for him when it was over. Entering the house, he hoped to see Haran, but she was not there, only the signs of a violent struggle. Looking around the place, he realized that everything had happened recently and didn't understand who could have done such a thing. Yang Jung was one of the 4 phoenixes and 3 dragons. He took Haran hostage and waited for Poison Dragon to come. But Silent Dragon said that Haran was not a hostage. She had to take her life in front of the Poison Dragon. Pek Li Guan hoped that the Poison Dragon would then understand just a little bit of his pain at the loss of the brave phoenix. Yang Jong realized that taking the life of the Tang family heiress would bring them into open conflict with her clan. Pei Li Guan didn't want Poison Dragon to continue living with a woman after taking Yan's life. He admitted that he didn't get permission from his adoptive father and thus had to confront and punish the Poison Dragon himself. Yang Jong laughed because he still wanted to fight the Poison Dragon at least once, so it would be fun. Then Yang Jung suggested messing up Haran's face to piss off Poison Dragon and weaken him. Haran laughed that the 3 dragons and the 4 phoenixes, though they were capable, but their souls had long since rotted away. Yang Jong punched Haran and reminded her exactly what position she was in right now. Continuing to attack her, he reminded her that she was no longer in the Tang clan and had no status at all. Silent Dragon ordered him to stop because it was no use now. They must wait for Jagan. Yang Jung stopped hitting Haran and said that he hoped Poison Dragon would find them quickly or he was bored. Haran told Baek Lee Guan that he won't get his love back to life with these methods. Baek Lee Guan said that he realizes he can't get his Young back, but he can't forget her either, no matter how hard he tries. He realized that his thirst for revenge had blinded him, but he couldn't live pretending that nothing had happened then. Yang Jong saw a man on the path. Feeling the huge evil salgi that was coming out of him, he realized that it was a poison dragon. Therefore, Yan Zhong turned around and immediately stabbed him in the back with his spear. But the poison dragon sensed this and calmly stopped him with his spear with an ordinary knife. He then asked if he had kidnapped Miss Tang and why he had done it. Yang Jung said that he had a long-standing score with Baek Lee Guan and helped him carry out his revenge, no more than that. Jin Jia Gang realized that this was the silent dragon's doing, so he asked where Madame Tang was. Learning that she was on top of the mountain, Jia Gang went there and asked her not to interfere if Yang Jung didn't want to lose his life. Yang Jong sighed. He was sad that Silent Dragon and Poison Dragon were so boring. Then he said that perhaps it was for nothing that the Poison Dragon had suggested he just leave and promised him mercy. He asked why Poison Dragon, seeing what was down below, didn't think that he was the one who had offended Miss Tang. Then the Poison Dragon started to attack him at once, and Yang Jong was happy because that was exactly what he wanted. He told the Poison Dragon that he had only come here to fight him because everyone around him was talking about his power and he wanted to check it out. Applying a storm of dark earth, Yang Zhong saw that the Poison Dragon did not react to his attacks, but simply walked towards him directly. But the fastest dragon, the fastest of all in Marima, easily evaded the attack. He didn't understand what the point of the Poison Dragon's poisons were if he couldn't touch it. Running around, the Poison Dragon Fast Dragon said that no one had ever been able to get close to him. Not even Lady Tang had been able to fight back. He said that Haran had fallen victim to his spear and was unable to fight back, basking in her fear. Fast Dragon even felt sorry for his brother for waiting so long for such a simple revenge, saying that Jia Gang was as much of a coward as Haran. At that time, Jia Gang activated his internal energy and easily struck the fastest Murim dragon. The fastest dragon couldn't understand what exactly had happened or how long he had spent unconscious. He couldn't understand why he couldn't block the Poison Dragon's strike and how it happened at all since he was the fastest dragon. He looked around and realized that the Poison Dragon had already left, which meant that he had to help Hyun because he couldn't handle it alone. Silent Dragon Baek Lee Guan was already waiting for the Poison Dragon and greeted him. He called it the Poison King, which was lightning fast and very poisonous. Jia Gang said he didn't care what they called him, and Baek Lee Guan replied that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Haran screamed at him, but Jia Gang told her not to worry because he was by her side now. Poison Dragon told Silent Dragon that he had crossed the line and must release Lady Haran. Silent Dragon laughed and reminded him that it was Poison Dragon who first crossed the line, not the other way around. Then Jia Gang reminded him that he had told him before that his beloved Yeon had taken the life of someone else, but not him. He recalled that Miss Yoon had taken the antidote that was the potent poison that took her life. And Jin Jia Gang recalled that while she was unconscious, someone else came after her and delivered a devastating blow. Silent Dragon was very angry and couldn't control his anger, so he said he wasn't going to believe this nonsense. Then Mrs. Haran shouted that it was true because their family was secretly developing a poison that was capable of taking the lives of everyone in Murama. She shouted that Manne was responsible for the development and first decided to see if the poison would work on the Chagal family before being sent to Unnam. Haran realized that Grandpa wouldn't want to leave a trace, and then Silent Dragon asked if she had any proof of her words. Mrs. Haran replied that unfortunately she had no proof, but he should understand that the Poison Dragon was not his enemy. Silent Dragon said there was a trusted aide near Yan who said he saw everything with his own eyes. Jia Gang recalled that the trusted aide would not acquit him because otherwise he would lose his own life, so he lied. Silent Dragon said that Yan lost her life just because of the poison, so he has no desire to believe their words. He realized that he couldn't trust a woman who betrayed her family and got involved with the Saf clan and the Poison Dragon. Poison Dragon realized that he couldn't change the situation, and Silent Dragon confirmed that this was the case from the beginning. Baek Lee Guan telepathically said that if he wanted to keep Haran alive, he would have to take his life. By striking, Silent Dragon wanted to avenge his woman, who he thought had been killed by the Poison Dragon. Jin Jia Gang realized that he had no choice, so he stood calmly and was ready for his attacks. Silent Dragon saw that on Jia Gan's arm were scaly whips, which were the weapons of the Tang clan. But Poison Dragon asked him not to worry about it because this time it would be different and different. Pek Li Guan applied the flying heavenly mensch technique and cloud crushing at the same time. But the Poison Dragon didn't try to attack the Silent Dragon and just dodged its attacks very quickly. Then the Silent Dragon used the rare left stance technique of grabbing the sparrow's tail. He exchanged technique after technique using the flying celestial sword as well, but he couldn't hit the Poison Dragon. Then Jin Jia Gang used the 9 Jade Void Rays 5 Thunderstorms of Toad Kung Fu, something that Silent Dragon was not at all prepared for. Pek Li Guan couldn't repel the attack and didn't understand how the Poison Dragon could use such a technique and how he knew about it. He was very much under attack and didn't understand where the Poison Dragon had gotten his teacher and foster father Pek Li Jun's strength from. Then Jia Gan replied that this power his teacher had simply stolen and destroyed his entire clan just for his own gain and power. The Silent Dragon didn't want to believe it and didn't understand who gave him the right to insult his named father and accuse him of such a thing. Poison Dragon tried to reach the Silent Dragon's mind and shouted that the latter was simply denying the truth. Blinded by anger, the Silent Dragon attacked again, shouting that everything the Poison Dragon was saying was a common lie, and he didn't want to believe it. Thinking back to Yeon and Pek Li Jun, he didn't understand how the latter dared to slander them and let out the maximum level of angry salgi. Jia Gang continued to be calm and said that this was the end of it and this was the end of their battle. Wrapping a scaly whip around the Silent Dragon's neck, he said that he had won and their battle was over. Haran couldn't believe watching them that just a few months ago she herself had fought him, and he wasn't as strong as he was now. She realized that he was able to overpower even the Silent Dragon who had told Jia Gan that he had changed and become a different person. Poison Dragon asked Silent Dragon if he still didn't believe his words. Then Pek Li Guan said that maybe Jia Gang was telling the truth because after losing Yaon, he had to marry someone else immediately because of Chagal's pressure. He recalled that after the battle in Namga, he had immediately taken the antidote, but it still took him too long to recover and excrete the poison. Pek Li Guan admitted that he investigated on his own, but could not admit that his father was behind Yon's death. He didn't want to accept it because Pek Li Jun had raised him as his own son and passed on all the knowledge and skills to him. He said he didn't want to admit the truth that lay on the surface, and the stupid dog had never been able to take his master's hand away. He confessed that he was happier believing sweet lies than accepting the bitter truth. He asked Jia Gan not to feel sorry for him because he deserved it, so he asked him to tighten the whips. Pek Li Guan wanted to go to his Yaon in heaven as soon as possible. Poison Dragon accepted and understood all his pain, so he tightened his whips and took Silent Dragon's life. Seeing all this, Fast Dragon tried to run to his brother and help him somehow. Jin Jia Gang turned around because he didn't expect Fast Dragon to regain consciousness so quickly and come here. Quick Dragon took advantage of Poison Dragon's distraction and pointed his spear at Haran to exact revenge on his brother. But while he was talking about how if the Poison Dragon made even the slightest movement it would take Haran's life, she took out a needle and plunged it into his neck. Poison Dragon, who was very worried about the pregnant Haran, didn't understand how this happened. Then Haran replied that even the children of the Tang clan know that you need to carry a few needles to escape captivity. Haran said that she had only tolerated it to keep herself and the baby safe, and now Fast Dragon had to pay for everything. Poison Dragon, seeing that all the enemies had lost their lives, asked Haran if she was badly injured and how she was feeling. She said they were watching from Cheonseong Mountain, and she thought she hid well because she didn't want to be a burden to him. Poison Dragon said she was never a burden to him because she was always on the edge of danger. She realized that the bigger her belly got, the harder it would be for them, but she was grateful that he had come to save them. Poison Dragon hugged her tighter and smiled, asking what did it mean that Pek Li Jun was on Cheonseong Mountain. Haran replied that Pek Li Guan said that there was a big battle on the mountain because of Yo Hua, and Pek Li Jun fought Mu Am. Haran explained that he had most likely completely surrounded the mountain, but since he himself was there, it only meant that things were not good there. Jia Gang said he made a promise to get back to them, and no matter what happened, he wasn't going to give up, but he needed a plan. Then after thinking for a while, Haran said she could help him sneak in. She said she would return to her family and say she was pregnant by the man who took the lives of the powerful dragons, and then the takeover plan would stop. She knew it wouldn't be easy, but until the baby was born, she would be perfectly safe and not a burden to him. Haran informs her that she'll be fine if Jia Gang can pick her up before it's too late. Laughing through her tears, she said that he could already call her his wife because she was carrying his child and asked if he would come back for her. Jinja Gang smiled and said he would definitely come back for her, calling her his wife. At Cheonseong Mountain, it was discussed that the Tang clan had retreated, and that was the condition for the return of the amazing Lady Tang. Man Ne told Yo Hua that the Tang clan was interested in a child from the man who was able to defeat the two Murim dragons. He understood that the fast dragon went to the mountains ignored by the Mi clan, and the Tang clan therefore could not win. Man Ne couldn't be happy that Madame Tang did exactly as he said, and the Tang clan left Cheonseong Mountain. He realized that it wouldn't be long before the poison dragon would be here, and he was frustrated by Yu Hua's reaction. He didn't understand why she suffered so much for Mu Ama, since the living were supposed to live. Then the goddess of wishes said that Baek Lee Jun was still alive, even though he had fallen into the gorge of Cheonseong Mountain. Man Ne laughed that it was probably possible to survive a fall like that and probably even live another 8 years with the fractures. Chapter Safa looked into the distance from the mountain and remembered how falling Baek Lee Jun didn't understand how they dared themselves to do such a thing. The goddess of wishes. Thinking about Mu Am was angry and said that if Baek Lee Jun was still alive, then let him come to her, and she would definitely finish what she had started. At this time, in the gorge of Cheonseong Mountain, the hand of Baek Lee Jun, who was alive due to internal energy, broke through the rocks. Poison Dragon realized that the Tang family had treated Ha-Ran exactly as they had agreed, but there was still the problem with the Murim alliance. Therefore, Poison Dragon tried to find the moves left by the Tang clan to come to Cheonseong Mountain. Suddenly he saw among the woods in front of him a man they had not seen for a long time. It was the Chagall family's vassal Shin Young who was introduced to Yeon and failed to keep her alive. The Poison Dragon realized that since Shin Young was here, it meant that the Chagall family was trying to catch him again and announced a hunt. He explained that all this time, they had only waited for the 100 days of Miss Tang's data to pass because they didn't want trouble with her clan. But since Mrs. Ha-Ran had returned to the family, the Chagall family could once again continue hunting the Poison Dragon in peace. Jagang realized that the difficulties in his path were one by one, and thanked Shin Young for the warning. Shin Young replied that Jagang was thinking in vain that he only came to just warn him, and asked who took Young's life. He wanted to know the truth because he told Jagang the terrible secret of their family, which helped him in his battle with Chagall. Jagang replied that it was the Tang clan, and then Shin Young got angry that he didn't tell him the truth and started a relationship with Ha-Ran. He didn't understand why Jagang did this to him and asked if he was originally in league with the Tang family. Poison Dragon realized that his answer would not convince Shin Young, but said that Ha-Ran had nothing to do with these events. Shin Young reminded him that Ha-Ran was Yom Wan's granddaughter, and even if she wasn't related to these events, she was still the Tang clan. Poison Dragon was calm and said that her connection to the clan there was only a familial connection that didn't make her a criminal. Poison Dragon replied that it was only because of Haran that he realized what it was to be willing to give his own life for another person. But Shin Young didn't believe him because he knew that he had taken the life of the silent dragon. So words and deeds were at odds. Shin Young was filled with anger and didn't want to believe Poison Dragon and his innocence in taking Young's life, so he prepared to attack. Stopping the blade with his hand, Poison Dragon asked not to do that because he wouldn't have been able to overpower him. But Shin Young didn't want to give up and use the Dragon Claw Fury martial art technique. But Jinja Gang calmly dodged the blows without even getting off his seat. Then Poison Dragon, seeing that Shin Young didn't want to calm down, used the Tang family bracelet and destroyed the opponent's sword. After which, Ja Gang used the martial art technique of a large defensive explosion and pushed Shin Young away. Ja Gang explained that he did not intend to take his life because he had not abandoned his revenge even after marrying a woman of the Tang family. Ja Gang wanted Shin Young to stay alive and see him exact his revenge, but Shin Young reminded him that he is now forever tied to Tan because of the baby. Therefore, Shin Young didn't believe that his revenge would be complete enough, and he would be able to carry it out. Poison Dragon didn't want to discuss it all right now and said that it was stupid to reason about it. Then Ja Gang saw Shin Young pick up the broken blade and said that he didn't understand him, and he had no more reason to live. If there's no reason to live, there's no reason to live, and even less reason to take revenge, so Shin Young took his own life. Ja Gang asked him to stop, but Shin Young said he was left with only darkness in which there was nothing important to him. Watching this, he realized that the value of another life was to Shin Young far above him, and perhaps he too would make such a choice someday. Jinja Gang said goodbye to Shin Young and told him that they would definitely meet one day in hell. The Chagall guards wondered why the Murim alliance still hadn't contacted them. They realized that even if the alliance sent them a letter, it would take some time for it to reach them. Chagall clan commander Chagall Meng All-Seeing Eye realized that the Atmi clan would not attack first because of the connection with the Buddha. His advisors told him that if they could win, word of mouth would be huge. Chagall Meng realized that it was time to make a decision, instead of just sitting around waiting for something to happen, especially since Yu Hua was on their side. The gathering realized that the reward from Merim would not be long in coming, but recently the alliance in Guizhou had been defeated by Poison Dragon. For this reason, they had food supply disruptions and the alliance wasn't able to take care of the departments while the chapter was unknown. All-Seeing Eye realized that there were only soldiers of the 5th Unification here, which meant that the battle would be very difficult. At that moment, the guards saw someone approaching them and asked them to present themselves immediately. Realizing who had come to them, they immediately called the head and members of the assembly to come over. All of the members of the Chagall clan family gathering went outside and carefully looked at whoever came to them. They couldn't check, but in front of them stood the Heavenly Sword King Kong Pek Li Jun. At the Murim Alliance clan base on Cheon Seong Mountain, the guards apologized for the meager food because they had supply problems. Then Pek Li Jun asked them to bring him a whole raw deer for him to eat. Watching him gobble up, Chagall men asked him what exactly happened up there on the mountain. Pek Li Jun said that Mu Am fought to the end and used brainwashing techniques because of which the mountain collapsed and he was under the rubble. He had to expend a lot of energy to get out from under the rubble, and then Chagall men asked what was wrong with Mu Am. Pek Li Jun was very pleased with himself and reported that he alone had taken Mu Am's life. Everyone was surprised that he had handled the man from the Great Three, which meant that they had nothing to fear under Pek Li Jun's protection. Pek Li Jun said that he had expended a lot of energy and needed food and would deal with the rest after he recovered. Then Chagall men reported that the silent dragon had been robbed of his life, and Pek Li Jun interrupted his meal. Without turning around to everyone who spoke to him, he asked who had caused his named son to lose his life. Chagall men bowed his head and replied that it was the work of the Poison Dragon. Pek Li Jun said that Silent Dragon liked his resilience, but was too weak to survive in this world. Chagall men apologized that he had to tell such bad news to Pek Li Jun. Pek Li Jun got angry at the raw deer and kept eating it, thinking only of the Poison Dragon. In the Cheon Song Mountains, Poison Dragon watched as the wagons carrying food for the warriors of the Murim Alliance clansmen passed by. Chagall men realized that there weren't many enemies left, which meant it was necessary to win with strategy and surround everyone from the Saf clan. All-Seeing Eye wanted to apply the 9 locks 8-line strategy to ensure that the opponent didn't stand a chance. But first, he had something to offer his warriors, for everyone knew what had happened in Guizhou. Everyone listened attentively to Chagall Meng, and he told them that the Poison Dragon was coming straight towards them. He realized that there were people among them that Poison Dragon wanted to get something from. Pek Li Jun had recovered a bit from his battle with Mu Am and listened to the proposal from the Chagall family. Chagall men suggested using the tactic as a cover-up but creating an admittedly few margin of error. He assumed that knowing Dragon's character he would decide to use them, and Pek Li Jun agreed with his idea. Chagall men said that they all hate the Poison Dragon, but it is the master who must take his life. Pek Li Jun didn't want his head, he wanted everything else from his fingernails to his hair. 4 days later, the guards reported to Mr. Chagall that the Poison Dragon was already here and had entered through the Harmony Gate. The Lord clarified if the guard was sure it was the Poison Dragon, and he replied that the appearance and limpness matched. Chagall Meng was glad that the Poison Dragon himself had come to them as they had planned. Then they saw that the Poison Dragon was walking straight towards them, avoiding all the gates in its path. Everyone stood and stared at him, not understanding what he was hoping for since he was walking directly to them. Pek Li Jun said that if the Poison Dragon himself came to the Lion Cave, then he was sure to be greeted. The entire column of guards and soldiers lined up and cleared the road. Then the Poison Dragon calmly walked towards Pek Li Jun. Letting out an evil Salgi, Pek Li Jun greeted the Poison Dragon who had come to them by himself and alone. Poison Dragon said that he was glad that Pek Li Jun King Kong Heavenly Sword's Pek Li Jun stayed alive. Jia Gang said he was happy after 9 years to finally see Pek Li Jun's face, and reminded him how he was 9 years ago in the Poison Clan as a representative of the Alliance, and he no longer wanted to clean up the consequences of his actions. Then Pek Li Jun remembered that day and realized that his senses hadn't failed him when he thought they were being overheard. He remembered that sense of presence and realized that it was exactly the Poison Dragon back then. Then Pek Lee Jun thanked him for remembering and looking for him all this time. Poison Dragon said he would not forget that day and came here to punish him for what he did then. Pek Lee Jun was surprised by the Poison Dragon's persistence and interjected with surprise about the punishment for what he had done. Heavenly Sword King Kong couldn't believe that this was why he took the life of his named son Pek Lee Guan. Poison Dragon replied that his fight with Silent Dragon was completely unrelated to these events. Pek Lee Jun said that then Poison Dragon should have been held accountable for his actions as well. Jin Ja Gang was ready for this, so he came and suggested that he already started the battle. Chagal Men and his advisors stood and reasoned that the young man really wanted a battle with the strongest in Murim. Pek Lee Jun didn't want to wait and didn't look for an excuse but asked to start his offense. The Poison Dragon warned his opponent that he would not restrain himself or his powers. Therefore, the first martial technique he used was endless slashes, but Pek Lee Jun cleverly evaded the attack. He said the technique was terrible, and the base was missing and didn't realize that only the desire to take his life was strong but not himself. Pek Lee Jun calmly repelled the attacks and said that such an attack would not work no matter how many times he repeated it. Then the Poison Dragon decided to apply the martial art 9-Ray Void Jade 5 Thunderstorm Toad Kung Fu. Chagal Men didn't understand what was going on because the Poison Dragon just disappeared and no one saw him. For a brief moment, Pek Lee Jun was confused and stared ahead. Pek Lee Jun saw the attempted attack and repelled all of them and realized what technique the Poison Dragon had used, and said that the technique was flawless, but the power of the third sword was simply not enough for him to defeat him. Pek Lee Jun slapped Ja Gang's cheek and realized that it was very petty. Then Heavenly Sword King Kong saw the flying threads that the Poison Dragon had used and wrapped one leg around him. Chin Ja Gan said he would not let him go under any circumstances and would keep him. Then Pek Lee ran forward and said that Ja Gang only knew part of the technique and was willing to show him the full version. He wanted to demonstrate to the Poison Dragon the full version of the 9-Ray Void Jade 5 Thunderstorm Toad Kung Fu. At that time, Jin Ja Gang used the fourth ray and launched an attack at his opponent, catching his arm. Pek Lee Jun was starting to get very angry and used the stun ray technique with his palm. Pek Lee said that he had opened the fourth ray but only used the third apparently to make him relax, but it still wasn't enough. Pek Lee Jun said that there was a huge difference between them, but Poison Dragon laughed, saying that he was already able to achieve his goal. Ja Gang took out a baggie and threw it at Pek Lee Jun, which instantly exploded and turned everything into a sandstorm. The representatives of the Chagal clan rushed to find the Lord and asked how he was feeling. Pek Lee Jun returned to them and couldn't answer their question of where the Poison Dragon was hiding. Pek Lee Jun realized that his hand was no longer obeying him, which meant it was poison, and he didn't realize that the whole battle was just for that. Everyone rushed to find the Poison Dragon and inhaled the poisonous powder that instantly took the lives of the Chagal soldiers. The Poison Dragon stood and looked through the sand curtain at Pek Lee Jun. Before leaving, Jin Ja Gang said that he only came to greet Pek Lee Jun today, but that he would definitely come back one day. The Heavenly Sword King Kong noted that this sounded too arrogant and glared in his direction. Sinking into the sand mixed with poison, Ja Gang replied that whether it was arrogant they would find out later. Chagal Meng realized that the wind was coming from the valley, which meant that the Poison Dragon had gone to the mountain. He realized that the Poison Dragon, covering himself with the poison hovering in the sand, had gone to the top of Cheon Seong Mountain. Chagal Men ordered his soldiers to immediately find the dragon, but they refused, saying that the poison was too strong and they would not be able to pass. Then Chagal Men ordered them to use arrows and prevent the Poison Dragon from being able to climb to the top of the mountain. Manhwa watching was very glad that his senses had never deceived him yet. In the Cheon Seong clan, Goddess of Desire, Yo Hua watched as all those who were so close to her were treated. Manhwa came up to her and said that the time had come because there was chaos below, which meant that the Poison Dragon was already close. Manhwa said that since the Poison Dragon had arrived, they would leave with Miwol as promised. Miwol's sister started to argue, saying that this wasn't their agreement. After all, she had only been waiting for Poison Dragon all this time. Manhwa replied that he would give her a chance to take revenge on the Poison Dragon, but he didn't say when exactly, so not today. He was sorry that the revenge Miwol had been waiting for was delayed, but his promise was still valid. Miwol was beyond angry and wasn't going to just sit back and watch the Poison Dragon live and engage in battles. Manhwa asked to trust him, and he would let him know when exactly Miwol would be able to carry out his revenge most successfully. Calmly, the demonic disciple of Buddha replied that he just had to keep his word. After which, the A Mi Mei Wol clan sister turned around and left them without saying goodbye. Then Man told Yo Hua that they would go because he didn't want the poison dragon to see him here and take his life. Head Safa asked what he planned to do next, but Man replied that the stage was already set and he needed to take a comfortable seat. The goddess of desire pondered over Man words and began to wait for the poison dragon to arrive. Climbing up the stairs to the top of Cheon Song Mountain, poison dragon felt that he was expected there. All the Safa members were very happy to see him and welcomed him, saying that he had not abandoned them and had indeed come. The poison dragon was also very happy to see them, especially because they were alive. He knew about what happened to Muam, and Yu Hua said that it was too bad that Pek Li Jun had gotten so much stronger. Then Jae Gang confessed that he had met Pek Li Jun on the way here and assessed the extent of his strength, and Yu Hua realized that he was alive after all. The goddess of desire was very surprised that Jia Gang remained intact after such an encounter, and he replied that it was just luck. He said that he realized during the battle that Pek Li had gone beyond the seventh ray, but it was some other martial art. Jae Gang didn't understand how this could happen. He knew that Pek Li only knew half of the techniques. Yu Hua said she didn't realize it herself and she thought Mu Am realized it but didn't have time to tell her. Yo Hua realized that if Jia Gang knew about the other half, then his meeting was a success, and he knew about everything that happened then. Yu Hua was having a very hard and painful time remembering a reality that she wanted to forget as soon as possible. She realized that she couldn't change anything and would just have to move forward no matter what. Chin Jia Gang apologized to her for all that had happened to her and Mu Am and the other Saf soldiers. She realized that they were at a dead end and the mountain was surrounded by the Alliance, and there simply wouldn't be enough food supplies to last long. She didn't know what to do or how to proceed, but Jia Gang told her not to worry because he had a plan. After which, he turned around and told the Wish Goddess to tell everyone else to get ready. Turning around, he informed her that before dawn they were all down the mountain. At the Alliance headquarters, Pek Li Jun asked where Poison Dragon was, but Chagal Meng said that the poison was very too strong and he managed to get away. All-Seeing Eye reported that that poison in the sand was a collection of poisons unknown to them before, so they should prepare very well. Pek Li Jun realized that the poison dragon had managed to quietly pass to the top of the mountain, and Chagal Men said that their plan was on track, which meant he was at a dead end. Chagal Men realized that everything was just beginning, and most likely the battle would be at night, so he went to prepare for it. Pek Li understood that the poison dragon was just using him because he realized that when fighting the strongest, the inferior could not join. He wondered how Jia Gang had managed to pull off the plan behind enemy lines and didn't realize whether it was foolishness or self-confidence. Pek Li Jun realized that no matter what happened, he would have a lot of fun taking the life of the poison dragon. Chagal Men interrupted the master's thoughts and said that someone had come to see him, then asked him to go outside. Man, surrounded by guards, said that they were bound by fate and he was glad to see his master. Chagal Meng didn't understand why Man had come and asked if he was just looking for a deprivation of his own life. He didn't understand how Man had let himself come here voluntarily after attacking the leader of the Murim Alliance. Then Man said that maybe he regretted what he had done and came here to surrender. Chagal Meng was very angry and didn't believe Man, but Pek Li Jun stopped their altercation. Seeing that the guards had lowered their weapons, he was grateful and said that one should be lenient to those who came to surrender themselves. Then Pek Li Jun broke his prosthesis and telepathically signaled for Man to come down on his knees. Pek Li Jun told him that because he was obsessed with his toy, he had saved him several times, but his son had been robbed of his life. Man replied that he was sorry about that and he didn't think that Silent Dragon would want to follow his lover. Pek Li Jun started to attack Man strongly in close combat, but he offered no resistance. Chagal Meng grabbed Pek Li Jun's hand and asked him to stop because they had to bring Man back alive. He said that until the situation is resolved, Man will be a prisoner under their constant control. Man was on his knees just laughing at the stupidity of the whole situation, and he was very amused that everything was going according to his plan. Man continued laughing and told them that he only came here because this was the best place to see what the poison dragon could do. Old Man Pyong said he had always followed Jia Gang despite the specificity of some of his methods, but there was one detail that bothered him. He didn't understand why they were going at dawn and not at night, and Jia Gang had said that Chagal used the 9 lock technique so they would see them at night. Then Pyongbok wondered why they were going now and not, for example, in the daytime, when it was also quite light. Jia Gang replied that things would have been different then, for he had long been watching their movements and the food they lacked. He said he added poison to the food of the Chabu Taihan and Wanri clans, but it would only work in the morning. The Black Witch didn't understand why it was so complicated, and why it wasn't possible to use a potent poison right away. Jia Gang explained that if he did so, the other clans would get suspicious and refuse to eat, and so chaos would ensue. Listening to all of this, Yeo Hu was only interested in one question: what he planned to do with Pek Li Jun. Jia Gang said that he wouldn't be able to attack them at full strength because he had time to use his special poison. Then Poison Dragon replied that the poison was special because it came from his body. Jia Gang ordered everyone to stop. They didn't realize what was wrong, and he caught the arrow on the fly. He realized that they were now coming into their territory and had to be ready for it. He realized that now everything was just beginning, so he asked everyone to remain vigilant. Chagall Men had gotten the signal and was ready to take revenge on Poison Dragon for that disgrace in Namga village. Old Man Paiyong didn't realize what was happening, but a huge amount of arrows were flying at them. In every way they tried to protect everyone from being hit and shot with arrows. Pyongbok asked what they should do since they can't both defend themselves and get through the 9 locks. Poison Dragon said that dawn was just around the corner and they just needed to hold out. But then they saw that they were being charged by fireballs, and they weren't just arrows anymore. Seeing this, the head of Saf Goddess of Desire ordered everyone to disperse to the sides and wrapped her handkerchief around all the fireballs. Then there was a strategic advisor with soldiers in front of them who said that now Chagall had trapped them in a stalemate. Yo Hua was ready to attack and looked carefully at the strategic advisor to understand his intentions. At that time, strategic counselor Chagall gave the order to take the lives of the entire Safa clan along with Yeo Hua and Poison Dragon. At the same instant, a huge guard consisting of Chagall family soldiers ran into the melee battle. Old Man Paiyong prepared to attack and realized that apparently things had not gone according to the Poison Dragon's plan. But the Poison Dragon stood calmly and watched as the first morning rays of sunlight broke through the sky and hit the Chagall soldiers. They didn't understand what was happening to them and why their eyes hurt so much from the sunlight. Then Jia Gang said that the leaves of the poison vey made it so that they would not be able to open their eyes while the sun was shining and the day was just beginning. Then Poison Dragon told strategic advisor Chagall that they were the ones who were now at an impasse. The soldiers cried from the pain in their eyes and realized that they couldn't see anything at all because they couldn't open their eyes. Poison Dragon realized that an enemy who can't see can't and maintain a proper formation, which means that now the difficult and winding road to the gate of life's deprivation has become completely straight. All the members of the Safa clan began to cheer with joy and realized that everything should work out now. But Poison Dragon asked them to remember what he had asked them before they left, and not to get excited before the time. Pyongbok clarified that the gate of privation is in the gate of life, and the gate of life is in the gate of shadows. Jia Gang explained that they only slowed down the enemy by the effects of such poison, and once they understand how the poison works, they'll try to adapt to it, which means as long as the enemy is slowed down, they need to move towards the gate of life deprivation sooner rather than later. Therefore, Jia Gang asked them not to join the battle but to follow him as soon as possible. Strategic advisor Chagall realized that Safa would simply run past them with blistering speed. He shouted to his soldiers to hold their positions because the formation could not be allowed to collapse. The strategic advisor was confused, and all his soldiers did not understand what to do because they saw absolutely nothing. One of the Safa brothers struck a blow at the counselor and was glad that he was able to avenge his bereaved brother in Namga. Chagall men didn't understand what was going on because they were supposed to move on to the next position, but there was no news at all. He realized that something had happened because the groups that were supposed to be moving to the flag were moving erratically. Then Pek Li Jun said that he could feel a slight poison inside him, which meant the Poison Dragon was able to interfere with their plan. Pek Li Jun realized that he would now have to perform on his own, but Chagall Meng said that they could make an antidote and regroup. He didn't want to rely on the Chagall family anymore and lose again like he already had. Pek Li Jun left the place and said that he had already made the decision to go first in this battle. Chagall Men was angry that some poison dragon had tricked his family again and he could let it happen. He realized that Jia Gan knew the meaning of the formation and hence would try to come out the same way, which means he was advancing towards the gate of life through the gate of life deprivation, exactly repeating his actions of the past battle. Chagall Men didn't understand how he had managed to poison them, but he knew that stopping the formation wouldn't allow him to get out. But Chagal Meng realized that the life deprivation gate this time would be very special for the poison dragon. When he reached the life deprivation gate, Jay Gang realized that there was something wrong here because it was empty and the strongest should have been here. He realized that it was a trap because they could not pass through the gate of life deprivation so quickly and enter the gate of life. Sensing something amiss, he ordered everyone to move aside and fought off the attack. Not realizing where the threat was coming from, he fended off the attack as best he could so that none of the Safa would get hurt. Then he realized that the Ami clan was facing him and was ready to attack them and didn't look poisoned. The sisters of the Ami clan greeted them and looked at the Safa clan members attentively. The Safa clan didn't understand how the Ami clan could be here before the Chagal family. Head Ami Ineon said that they received a request from the Alliance and so came they didn't care about Cheon Sung, but they were still in the Alliance. Jinja Gang wasn't prepared for this turn of events and didn't expect to see the head of Ami. In Ayun greeted Poison Dragon and said that this was the first time they were seeing each other since his wedding. She looked completely calm and even good-natured, after which she asked how he was doing. While in the dungeon, Man Ne was very bored because he didn't see all the events he was looking forward to. Then he heard someone attacking his guards and it turned out to be Mi Wool's sister who had come for him. He was happy to see her because he didn't want to miss out on the fun and said it was time for them to move out. In Eun realized that Jay Gang wasn't listening to her, but was running through the options in his head on how to get out of the situation. At that time, Poison Dragon ordered Saf to leave this place and was going to detain Mi himself. Yu Hua yelled at him and said that his strength wouldn't be enough and she was the one who had to stay here. He asked her to remember all those who had been robbed of their lives and didn't want it to become futile, so he ordered Yeo Hua to leave. So Jia Gang said that he himself would take part in this battle and asked them to leave quickly. Yu Hua could barely hold back her tears, but she realized that this was the best option at the moment. Eun laughed and said that he would be able to hold them off for just a little while, so she asked him to think about the options some more. Everyone was puzzled by such a question from Head Eun, and Poison Dragon remembered the 3 questions she had asked him at the wedding. He recalled that the first question was who would become the head of the demonic school if the Tang clan fell and Yom Wan was deprived of his life. The second question was who would then be able to perform against Safa of Pukchon. And the third question was who would oppose Haiwol if there was no Yom Wan. Then she asked him to come to Mount Ami and give the answer. Eun said that in a world of suffering, there can only be one single task, and that's to find your way. Realizing that she was waiting for an answer, Jia Gang said that his answer was the same and he was choosing his own path and would work things out on his own. Then Head Ami asked how he was going to find his way and Poison Dragon replied that he had to take Yeom Wan's life. Aeon liked that answer and asked how exactly he was going to do it. The Poison Dragon demonstrated the 4th ray of the 9 Void Jade Void 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu and replied that with this power. Everyone was surprised that the Poison Dragon was able to open the 4th ray in such a short period of time and looked at him carefully. Aeon was happy and said she knew he would be stronger or she would have taken his head off at the wedding. She was pleased and announced that the Mi clan was retreating and depending on his actions, they could become his strength. But before she left, Aeon wanted to give him one very valuable piece of advice, so she looked at him. She said that Kanko's morals come from a position, and before going to Yeomwan should know everything well and show the picture to others. The Safa clan couldn't believe that after talking to the Poison Dragon, the Mi clan didn't attack them and just left. They didn't understand what those words were, and Jia Gang said he would explain them later, but now they had to leave urgently. Chagal men watching from the mountain heard a strange sound and did not understand where it was coming from or what it meant. He couldn't believe that the Mi clan had just left after all. He had entrusted them with his most important life deprivation gate. He realized that no one could stop Saf now, which meant he would have to go on his own. But he was robbed of his life by Buddha's demonic disciple Mi Wol, and he didn't understand why she did this to him. At that time, Manny said he only wanted to be part of the 9 lands and 6 heavens. Man didn't pick up the flag from the ground knowing it was 9 locks and 8 lines and laughing started waving it. The Watcher said he received a strange signal that the Mi clan had just left and Saf went through the gate. They didn't understand how this was possible and decided to forget about the Chagal family and act on their own. So he ordered everyone who went from the poison to follow him to attack. At this time, Cheon Seyong's disciples were following them. Apprentice Eun Jung, along with Pak Jung, found the Saf clan and approached them. They were very happy that Poison Dragon and Yu Hua were alive and they were able to meet. Yu Hua didn't understand what the Qian Sung clan was doing here and why they were on the mountain when they should have left it. Pak John said they took everyone to a safe place and came back, and since the Murim were out of line, they decided to give them help. He also said that they captured the remaining alliance warriors because their Taoist knew the mountains best, so he informed them that he would lead them further on his own on a safe path, so he asked them to follow him. The members of the Safa clan were beginning to rejoice that they would actually be able to get out of such an impasse. Everyone was very happy that they could get out and stay alive in such a difficult situation. Yu Hua turned to Daos Pak Cheon because she knew he hated her and didn't understand why he was helping her and her clan. Pak Cheon said that the deceased head of Mu Am would have done the same and would have wanted to help them at the cost of his life. Poison Dragon watched as everyone cheered and was happy that the Cheon Song clan had come to their aid. But suddenly, his expression changed and he stared intently at what was happening to reliably assess the situation. He saw Pek Li Jun approaching them, who was telepathically saying that he couldn't escape him. Poison Dragon realized that he had a few seconds to warn the others and applied a resonating palm. The heavenly sword, King Kong Pek Li Jun, used a special technique and descended towards them to unleash a powerful attack on everyone at once. Old Man Paiyong tried to come to his senses and couldn't understand what had happened and how it had happened. He looked down and saw many lifeless bodies of Saf and Pek Li Jun saying that the games were over. Paiyongbok turned around and realized that Pek Li Jun was not willing to just let them go. Then Paiyongbok felt a familiar energy and saw that his lady Yo Hua was near and alive. Yo Hua was very angry that Pek Li Jun had survived the battle on the mountain and was standing in front of them with great strength. Kakchu said they met again and was surprised that she didn't attack him, but just pushed him away, defending her Safa clan. Pek Li Jun then asked Yo Hua why even in such a state she was worried about the people of the clan. He said that he and Mu Am were always clinging to unnecessary things, so that's why things worked out that way, but Yu Hua said she would never forgive him. Gathering all her strength and all her anger along with her resentment, she applied the 9 Void Jade 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu Rays. But Pek Li Jun repelled her attack by saying that only a strong person can talk about forgiveness. He realized that the goddess of desire wasn't strong and couldn't fully use the technique because she only had one arm. So Pek Li Jun told her that it would be easier and better for him to send her to Mu Am to not remember anymore. Head Cheon Song Pak. Cheon swooped down from behind Pek Li Jun and asked how he felt about such an attack back then. Baek Li Jun pushed Yo Hua away with his foot and immediately turned around to fend off Pak Cheon's attack. Heavenly Sword King Kong reported that the Cheon Seong clan now had no foundation or head, so there was no power. Baek Li Jun asked him to just stand by and not wait to take his life, but Pak Cheon said that Cheon Sungs will continue to live anyway. Pek Li Jun was a little puzzled and didn't understand what kind of will he was talking about, because it was a lowly nonsense. Pak Cheon used the sword of 75 waves, and Pek Li used the sword of 13 meteors, and their attacks formed powerful waves. Then Baek Li Jun realized that just taking Pak Cheon's life wouldn't be enough, and prepared for the next attack. He put a blade in Pak Cheon's stomach, but Pak Cheon said he was only called stupid because of his stubbornness, and they were different with the head. Holding Pek Li Jun's hand, he explained that he was willing to go through fire and water to win. Pak Cheon summoned Poison Dragon, and the latter, along with the needles, was ready to attack the enemy. Then Pek Li Jun remembered that he had to deal with one more person and directed his dark energy at him. But he didn't expect his attack to be thwarted by the head of Safa, the goddess of wishes, Yo Hua. Then Poison Dragon awakened his inner energy and applied the 12 Flying Energy martial art technique. Baek Li Jun couldn't dodge such an attack because he was held by Pak Cheon with one hand and Yu Hua with the other. Then he activated a powerful beam of internal energy and pushed them all away, thus repelling the attack. Capturing the Poison Dragon, he said that he had hoped in vain to attack stealthily and announced that his games were over. Pek Li Jun remembered his named son Pek Li Guan and said that today he would end the life of Poison Dragon. He wanted to finish the 9 rays of Void Jade and slowly take Jiagan's life by applying a heavy internal strike. Pek Li Jun said that he knows all his techniques and with only 4 beams open he can't beat him. At this, Pek Li Jun didn't understand how Jia Gang could withstand his such a strong attack and why he had such a strange flow of blood. Then he saw a poison needle flying towards him. He managed to dodge it, but it left a scratch on his cheek. Jia Gang said that he used a secret technique of the Yak family that was completely unknown to him because it was very simple. Pek Lee Jun couldn't control himself and the poison dragon launched an attack, applying a great breath of lightning. Poison Dragon realized that Pek Lee Jun had just run away from him after such attacks and tried to catch his breath. Yu Hua asked him if he was okay and Jin Jia Gang replied that he was fine. But then he looked forward and saw that Pek Lee Jun was also fine and was about to attack him again. Wrapped in anger, he wanted to take their lives all at once because he thought they were low and didn't deserve to live. Man-Ne stood with his sister Mi-Wool and clapped his hands, realizing that this was going to be a real battle and he had something to look forward to. Jin Jia Gang expended a great deal of his energy and was surprised to see Man-Ne together with Mi-Wool, who approached them. Pek Lee Jun was angry and asked where he was here from since he was supposed to be tied up and under guard. Then Man-Ne threw the Chagall flag and said he took the lives of them all because he wasn't easy to stop. Since the Mi clan had retreated and no one else could stop them, Man-Ne said that he had a proposal. Man-Ne offered to let everyone go this time because he had very valuable information that would interest Pek Lee. Pek Lee Jun was beyond angry and telepathically said that Man-Ne had already completely lost his mind from his lunacy. Man-Ne realized that Pek Lee Jun was disagreeing, then he said he was forced to side with them and take the life of the head of Pek Lee. Poison Dragon decided to take a chance while everyone was distracted and take the lives of anyone who got in the way of him realizing his revenge. But his attack was instantly stopped by Man-Ne and asked him to stay away while the elders were talking. Head Saf realized that the Poison Dragon was in danger and shouted to him. Man-Ne asked Pek Lee Jun if he would like to think again while he had the chance. Pek Lee Jun's attack was stopped by Nun Mi-Wool, who said that it was wrong to take someone else's offering to the Buddha. Pek Lee Jun looked at Nun Mi-Wool and didn't really understand what she wanted to tell him. Man-Ne asked him not to overreact because he knew that his arm had not yet recovered from the poison after the battle with Muam. Man-Ne said that it was impossible to get everything at once and he knew how to make sure that Pek Lee Jun could achieve what he wanted. Man-Ne laughed and asked if he could tell him how he could become the new head of Muram and get the very thing he wanted. Man-Ne turned to Yeo Hua and Pak Cheon, saying that if they wanted to take advantage of the situation to attack, they wouldn't be able to stand. Yu Hua was very angry, but Man didn't say that this was the only way to survive in the cruel world of Muram. Man-Ne turned back to Pek Lee Jun and asked him what he had decided and what they would do today. Pek Lee Jun really wanted power and to become the head of Muram, so he said he would let them all go this time. He said he would definitely have a chance to take their lives, just not today. Man-Ne was very happy that everything was going according to his plan and replied that it was Kok-Chu's correct and excellent idea. After recovering a bit, they were all pushed back by the Poison Dragon, who was ready to attack. Heavenly Sword. King Kong Pek Lee Jun sighed, realizing that the Poison Dragon had decided to put up resistance. Pek Lee Jun kept his word and confirmed his choice, so the Saf clan and all the people just moved on. Nun Mi-Wool was angry and asked Man-Ne why everyone just leaves like that, and then what about her promise? Man-Ne looked at her and thought for a moment. He remembered his promise to the nun. Demonic Buddha disciple Sister Mi-Wool cried out in pain and at Mr. Man-Ne's injustice. Man-Ne told Pek Lee Jun that he couldn't protect them all the time anyway, so they left for a while. Pek Lee Jun realized that the Poison Dragon was only getting stronger and stronger with each time in each battle. Pek Lee Jun realized that they were the only ones left here, so he attacked Man-Ne and asked what the benefit of this deal was to him. Man-Ne said that he would get what he wanted if he let the Safa clan and the Cheon-Seong clan and the Poison Dragon clan and the entire Muram clan survive. Pek Lee Jun didn't understand exactly what Man-Ne meant or what he was talking about, so he calmed down and decided to listen. Man-Ne telepathically relayed to him the information that the head of Muram was alive and well and only pretending to be devoid of life. Man-Ne explained that as long as there is turmoil going on, the head of the alliance will be the one to take control of the chaos. He explained that in order to put something in order, you must first create a mess. And the Safa Cheon-Seong clan, along with Poison Dragon, will be the perfect ingredients on his path to becoming the head of Murim. Man-Ne patted Pek Lee Jun on the shoulder and said he would help him realize his ambition to become the head of Muram. Pek Lee Jun handed the blade back and said that he agreed and now planned to return to the alliance to report back. Man-Ne laughed and was very proud of himself. He had never imagined that everything would go so well according to his plan. Pak Cheon was recovering and didn't understand how head Muam could lose to Pek Lee Jun and why he had changed so much. Chin Jagan realized that even if he attacked 100 times, it would not be enough to defeat Pek Lee Jun. He realized that his strength wasn't enough, and he needed to learn other techniques that Pek Lee Jun didn't know about. Then he asked Pak Cheon if they could rebuild the Cheon Seong clan when they got out of here. He explained that he owed Mu Amu a debt, and to get revenge he had to take Pek Lee Jun's life by all means. Ja Gang said he wanted to master all of the Cheon Seong clan's techniques so he could have that opportunity. Pak Cheon was surprised that Ja Gang almost lost his life and was already thinking of a new stage and was cocky. Then he asked that since Ja Gang had already received 9 rays of jade, then what else did he want to know? Pak Cheon thought about it and said he would teach him, but he would have to try really hard, and the goddess of desire looked at them and smiled. They were interrupted by the nun Mei Wol, who said that the best moments are followed by despair. Preparing for Amitabha's attack, Mi Wol said that this moment is coming for them right now. They couldn't believe she was following them, and Mi Wol said that Man Ne had promised to leave them and she was just there waiting for the right moment. Yo Hua shouted that the Ami clan was on Poison Dragon's side, which meant that if she did that, she would give her clan away. Mi Wol said it was her own feelings that had nothing to do with the clan, and she would personally take the lives of anyone who caused those feelings. Head Safa told Ja Gang that she hasn't recovered enough and she doesn't have as much strength to defeat Mi Wol. Jin Ja Gang asked everyone to take 20 steps back and said that he would personally deal with the nun. Yu Hua scolded him, and he said that they wouldn't be able to attack in that condition and informed him that he had enough strength for the battle. Nun Mi Wol was very surprised at such resilience of the poison dragon and agreed to attack only him. Jin Ja Gang said that in any case, if he couldn't win, it wouldn't get any better, so he asked not to stop him from attacking the nun. Chapter Safa. The goddess of desire understood him and asked everyone to take 20 steps back. Mi Wol cried with laughter that Ja Gang believed he would become stronger and better if he could defeat her. The demonic Buddha's disciple was humbled by such insolent behavior from the poison dragon. Launching an attack, she informed him that she would definitely help him see the outcome of their battle. The poison dragon used the martial art technique 9-Ray Void Jade 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu and pushed Mi Wol away. Ja Gan told the nun that she was very naive if she thought he had the same power as in their first battle. Then he used the Dragon Tamer fist technique, but Mi Wol was able to dodge the attack and push him away with her foot. Mi Wol's sister from the Ami clan said that Poison Dragon's place was in hell, so she wanted to take his life and make an offering to Buddha. Wielding the Stormwave sword, she said that she would not dare to make an offering to the Buddha before first bringing his head. Not understanding what the poison dragon was trying to do, she launched attack after attack and told him he couldn't fend off all her arts. Jin Ja Gang applied the Tang clan's invisible silk threads and circled around the Mi Wol nun. She didn't understand how he did it and thought about him using his energy to move around in the treetops. Attacking his opponent from above, Ja Gang landed blow after blow to gain the victory. But Mi Wol was a strong opponent and technically dodged his attacks by thinking out her actions. Ja Gang wasn't going to back down and didn't give Mi Wol a single chance to think about what he might do. The Safa clan and the Cheon Seong clan watched and scrutinized their battle because their lives depended on the outcome. Apprentice Unjong said that this battle was different from the one before because now the poison dragon was in power. He was sure he was supposed to succeed, but Pak Cheon said they couldn't know that and could only wait. Pak Cheon explained that Poison Dragon had indeed gotten stronger after only a few months of training, but Mi Wol was strong enough and would be careful after the last battle. Pak Cheon realized that the Poison Dragon also knew about it, so he tried his best. That was why he started the battle with his strongest technique, because he realized that if the battle dragged on, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Pak Cheon realized that this technique could increase all aspects of strength, but it needed to be improved and developed, and Ja Gang had not yet been able to do so. The poison dragon took the needles and once again began to apply techniques of a kind of yak to defeat his opponent. Mival easily repelled this type of martial art, but Jagan managed to catch one of his poison needles. The poison dragon used the yak genus martial art technique of 12 flying needles, but Mi Wol was able to repel this attack as well. After which, she used the martial art technique of the demon expelling punch and pushed Jagan away. The poison dragon was in a lot of pain, but he mustered all his will to think through his tactics in the moment. Without giving him time to think about it, the nun immediately used the Stormwave sword technique. Jin Ja Gang realized that he couldn't resist this technique and would have to endure the pain and endure. Mi Wol said it looked very beautiful, but he was only trying to find fault with her actions. She knew there was poison in those needles and about all the tricks, that's why she was so careful this time. Nun Mi Wol reported that while he was trying to find her weakness, it made weak him. Mival telepathically told him that it was time to finish and applied a gale along with the wind. The poison dragon tried his best to block such a powerful blow and stood there enduring terrible pain, At that moment, everyone watching rushed to him because they knew it was the end. The Buddha's demonic disciple Nun Mi Wol was very pleased with herself and said to Amitabha. She was confident of her victory and finished her attack looking off into the distance and trying to figure out what her success was. When she saw that Jin Jia Gang was still on his feet, she was very surprised and asked him if he was alive. Pak Cheon Woon Jung and Yu Hua were also confused that after such a blow, Poison Dragon was still alive. He activated the invisible threads and said that he had prepared such an attack for Pek Li Jun, but apparently he would have to use it now. So he asked Mi Wol, who had absolutely no idea what he was talking about or what was going on, to watch carefully. He used the soul-sealing technique and all of the Tang clan's weapon strands charged at Mi Wol, and she could no longer resist. The nun didn't understand what it was or how it was even possible, but she couldn't even move. Jia Gang said he only made Mi Wol think he was looking for her weaknesses. Poison Dragon explained that he was actually weaving a trap for her out of invisible threads while he was in the treetops. Jin Jia Gang laughed that she was so busy defending her weaknesses that she didn't even notice what he was doing. At that time, the Cheon Seong clan disciple, Un Jong, realized why the Poison Dragon had asked them to take 20 steps back. Nun Mi Wol tried to resist, saying that his soul threads wouldn't be able to stop her, but she couldn't get out of them. The Poison Dragon reported that the threads contained his own poison, and the more she resisted, the faster it penetrated her. Pulling all the strings, he said she had committed 5 deadly sins and 10 horrible crimes, so it was time for her to go to hell. The demonic Buddha disciple screamed in pain, and her last words were Poison Dragon. Seeing that Mi Wol was no longer alive, he disconnected his invisible threads and exhaled, realizing that he had won a difficult victory. Everyone watching such a difficult battle couldn't believe that the Poison Dragon was able to defeat Mi Wol herself. Then he looked at Pak Cheon and said that he could now become stronger than he was before. The Poison Dragon smiled at everyone present and said that there was no more danger, so they could rest. After that, he fell down without strength, realizing that he had used up all his life force. Everyone around, including Un Jung and Lady Seoseo, didn't understand why he was falling and what had happened. Pak Cheon caught Poison Dragon and said that he just passed out from fatigue because he spent too much energy back in Gwinju. Pak Cheon held Jia Gang in his arms and told him that he did well and now they will take care of him. Man Ni came to see Mi Wol, who was still alive, and begged to be saved because she couldn't move because of the poison. Man Ni said he had heard from Pek Li Jun that the boy was able to get a new poison, and Mi Wol didn't realize if he was listening to her. Man Ni decided to end Mi Wol's suffering because she was interfering with both Poison Dragon and the Ah Mi clan. Mi Wol's sister didn't understand why he was so cruel to her because she trusted him. But Man Ni said she had done a good job and it was time to rest. The Cheon Seong clan told the Safa clan that it was time to split up and go their separate ways. Pak Cheon reported that his Daos would guide them from here to Sandon by a safe route. Yu Hua was very grateful to Master Pak Cheon and said that she owed a lot to him and his clan. He said that he dislikes Yeo Hua and is only doing it all for Mu Am's memory because he had to go through a lot because of her. Pak Cheon said that these are his last words of condolence to their head who lived such a short and stupid life. But smiling, Pak Cheon said that if fate willed it, he wouldn't mind seeing each other again. The goddess of wishes Yohua was grateful and said that she hoped they would take care of the young master when he came to his senses. She realized that the Saf clan would be a rock in his path, so they really needed to split up. The Safa clan said goodbye to the Cheon Seong clan and went on their way. Only my lady Seoseo stood and watched. The Cheon Song clan also turned around and was ready to go their separate ways, but Unjong couldn't stand it and ran. Disciple Woon Jung hugged Mrs. Seoseo and promised that they would definitely meet again someday. Pai Yongbok stood there and smiled, saying that this young Taoist was very spry and had become very attached to Seoseo. Pak Cheon yelled at Unjung and didn't understand what he was doing, ordering him to quickly return, and Unjung ran to the master. Yu Hua knew that where there's a hello, there's a goodbye, and a separation is always followed by a reunion. Jin Jia Gang was still unconscious, but he could hear what was happening around him and was grateful to Pak Chung. The Poison Dragon was unconscious and didn't realize where he was, but he knew that someone had called him. Jia Gang didn't really understand what was going on, but realized he was familiar with the one who had called him. Poison Dragon regained consciousness and saw that he was among the Cheon Seong who were tending to him. He didn't understand what it was and why it happened, and most importantly, who was that monster. Unjong and Pak Cheon entered his room because they heard that he was finally awake. They told Poison Dragon that Yeo Hua had gone to Sandon and they had come to Sashan, and only the Taoist knew of this place so he could regain his strength. Pak Cheon asked Jia Gang what he plans to do next, and he said he wants to learn martial arts and get stronger. Jin Jia Gang said that he didn't have enough strength to fight Pek Li Jung, so he wanted to find Ha Ran and do battle with Yam Wan. Pak Cheon noted that Yam Wan was quite a strong opponent and asked if this was the first time Dragon was calculating his moves. Ji Gang replied that before he could put his life on the line, but now he had a goal to survive. Pak Cheon replied that his path has changed, and he needs to take care of himself and think about his life, so he repeated the question about plans. Jia Gang replied that In Eun gave him the advice that Kang Ho's morals come from a position, so you need to see the full picture. Poison Dragon realized that he couldn't see the whole picture, which means he should go back to the beginning and collect all the parts. Apprentice Eunjong didn't understand what Poison Dragon meant by starting, and he explained that he should return to Unnam. Pak Cheon only replied that if the Poison Dragon knew so clearly what to do, then it should recover its strength soon. As he left Jia Gan's room, he told him that he would teach him a technique before he left and invited him to meet him at dawn. Poison Dragon was pleased that Pak Cheon believed in him and trusted him, and was grateful that they were protecting and treating him. They met at dawn, and Pak Cheon announced that they would begin their study with the martial art technique of energy flow. Apprentice Eun said that Poison Dragon is in an unstable pose, so he's not breathing correctly and needs one deep breath. Master Pak Cheon checked with Eun to see if anyone had asked him to teach him, and the student replied that everyone knew that his energy flow was the best. Eun already had a bump on his head, and Master told him to sit behind Dragon and train by himself. After dropping them off, Master Pak Cheon said that the Poison Dragon had an unusual energy flow. The Master explained that the dragon uses energy flow not from internal energy, but from the cosmic body, so there was no naturalness. Space body energy warms up the body during energy flow before internal energy is utilized. And this only meant one thing, that the Poison Dragon couldn't store internal energy in the energy core, or accumulate it in other ways. Master Pak Cheon said that one had to deal with this to master the flow of ki that moves through the will and is controlled by the breath. The Master asked him to step out of the shade of the trees and let everything around him just flow, saying that this is called observing the forest from the shadows. Next, Apprentice Eun put on his glasses and announced that it was his time to be a mentor and he would teach him sound technique. Poison Dragon said that he saw that disciple Eun was very happy to be allowed to be a mentor. Eun said that the sound in this technique was a mediator. Depending on how it was applied, the effect of the application changed. He reminded Jia Gan that to him applied the call of the ancestors. It dissipated the internal energy of the enemy due to the sound of the bell. On the contrary, the plaques he used with the Nun Mi Wol knocked out the opponent's soul. He explained that the right mediator was needed to accomplish the goal, so he recommended Poison Dragon whistle. Poison Dragon was very surprised that the disciple was offering him an ordinary whistle, but Eun asked him to listen. Jae Gang immediately lost his balance when the whistle sounded, and Eun explained that this was the effect of the whistle. Holding out the whistle, he said that he had been thinking about what sound technique could be combined with poisons. So he chose the whistle, and it was convenient to carry. Jin Jia Gang was a little puzzled when he picked up the whistle and said that he would definitely try to use it. They practiced every day for a week, and Eun asked Poison Dragon why he never rested. Eun saw that he was constantly studying techniques and making poisons in his spare time, and Jia Gang confessed to him that it was a matter of excitement. He said that he had been trapped in a mine for 8 years and tried to get out, and when he got out he continued on a path of revenge and was uncomfortable doing nothing. He explained that his internal energy had gotten better through the technique and the 5th ray was very close. Listening to Poison Dragon, Eun asked why he couldn't then at least eat a little slower. The disciple Eun was worried because it was not far from indigestion, which could affect his health. Eun didn't understand how the speed of eating food could help restore his energy, and he used to pick and choose, but now he was eating everything. Then the Poison Dragon realized that something was wrong with him, because this herb could not help make poison, and he did not remember how he started eating it. Poison Dragon decided to tell Master Pak Cheon and consult with him, and he replied that it was an evil deity. He explained that in the 9 rays of void, jade was the demonic art of the 5 thunderstorms of heaven attack, after which there were consequences. Master Pak Cheon explained that for Jia Gang, the consequence was an evil deity, and the disciple was shaking with fear. Jin Jia Gang remembered what had happened while he was unconscious and realized that he had seen this particular evil deity. Master Pak Cheon said that the evil deity is making him hungry physically and mentally, and that it's hard enough. Poison Dragon was trying to figure out how he was able to deal with the evil deity that was a side effect of using the technique. Master Pak Cheon said that he was told that when the mouth is empty, all sorts of thoughts come to mind, so the stomach must be empty. This technique was called purification of the soul through purification of the body, and it should be purified not by water but by fasting. The master recommended a long meditation to Ja Gang. Perhaps it would help him to put his thoughts in order. Ja Gang thanked Master Pak Cheon for his advice and went to the mouth of the cave to purify his soul through purifying his body. Master Pak Cheon closed the entrance to the cave, and the apprentice asked if the poison dragon would be all right. Pak Cheon replied that he wouldn't lose his life if he starved for a few days, but he would have a hard time dealing with the evil deity's influence. Master Pak Cheon realized that if Ja Gang endured, he would be able to improve the 9 Void Jade Beam 5 Thunder Toad Kung Fu. Entering a meditative state, Ja Gang mentally asked the evil deity to come to him. The evil deity had come to him and was ready to devour his soul completely, so it was already opening its mouth and releasing energy. Apprentice Unjong looked at the closed cave entrance and realized that it had been 2 weeks, and there had been no news from the poison dragon. Unjong imagined all sorts of horrors and feared that the evil deity might eat him. The poison dragon was not feeling well. He was in pain, as if he had a hole in his stomach, but still gathered his strength. His spirit was very strong, and he didn't want to give up for anything because he had a duty to live. Jin Ja Gang realized that before hunger consumed his mind completely, he had to occupy his thoughts with other things. Poison Dragon Ja Gang realized that he needed to occupy his thoughts with thoughts of his enemies. Letting out an angry Salgi, he thought of Yeom Wan and Pek Li Jun and how he could defeat them. Jin Ja Gang wanted to reproduce in his head all the actions of his enemies down to the smallest detail in their movements. He knew that great masters could become better through mental development and the energy of their souls. He did as Master Pak Cheon had taught him, and opened the soul to be followed by the body, first the thoughts and then the key energy. Disciple Unjong saw that the rock covering the cave was moving, so he became nervous, not knowing what was happening. He ran to his mentor saying that they need to hurry up because Poison Dragon is ready to come out, and Pak Cheon asked him to take his time. When Master Pak Cheon and apprentice Woon Jung arrived, they saw the poison dragon, who had changed a lot. Not knowing if it was an evil deity or a poison dragon, Master Pak Cheon asked who was standing in front of them. Realizing that he didn't get a response, Master Pak Cheon immediately went on the attack and used the Blue Cloud Sword. But the poison dragon simply raised his hand and prevented the effects of the master's martial art. Then Poison Dragon raised his head, smiled, and said that it was him, Jin Ja Gang. Master Pak Cheon replied that he had too much internal energy, so he thought the evil deity had consumed him. Disciple Unjong began to calm down and was very happy that the poison dragon was able to cope. Master Pak Cheon, the head of the Cheon Seong clan, patted Ja Gang on the shoulder, joking that he was a monster in the flesh. Master said that he had managed to master the 5 rays, and Ja Gang was very grateful to Master for that. Then Master Pak Cheon decided to give him a note. He said that they received this message from the Tang clan, possibly from his wife, Haran. The note said just 2 words, summer water, and no one could figure out what it could mean. They realized that there were only 2 words in the note, which meant she couldn't write openly. And Ja Gang said he had to go and apparently make it before summer. He realized that Ha-Ran's wife wouldn't have written him that letter for nothing, even though he didn't understand what it meant. Ja Gang said it was time for him to watch the forest behind the trees. Then Mater Pak Cheon realized why Mu Am loved him so much. Master Pak Cheon admonished him to step into the broad light, and together with his apprentice Unjong, they bid farewell to the poison dragon. Ja Gang came to Unnam, where the inn was very crowded with people discussing current news events. As they entered, they did not realize who had come to them and were ready to attack the stranger. Poison Dragon didn't introduce himself and asked if they were the Cholsan clan because they didn't look like them at all. One of the people said that it was too late to look for the Cholsan clan here. They were all taken out of existence by some poison dragon 6 months ago. And now in this place was the base of the green forest. Then the poison dragon was upset and answered clearly. He recalled that the head of the Cholsan clan, unlike the other poison clans, looked like he knew the truth, so he thought he could find the information. Then Poison Dragon asked where all the things that were here went, and the warrior laughed, asking why they should answer him. The warrior said he didn't know why the young man wanted the clan, but he was lucky, and so far he had explained nicely if life was precious. Poison Dragon quickly neutralized everyone, and then the man replied that they all waited as stolen goods and maybe it's on the black market in Chungin. The man explained that people had already come looking for this clan stuff, but they hadn't found anything either. Jagang asked who exactly came here to get the stuff, and the man said they came from Pukchan. Poison Dragon didn't understand why the people from Pukchan had the Poison Clan's items, and realized that there was something unclean here. Yeom Wantan-wan arrived late to the 6 Poison Clan meeting where he was already waiting. Entertainment Heaven head Yuk Ha-sung said that everyone knows how Yeom Wan is very meticulous about her work. Yeom Wan asked what she was talking about, and Yuk Ha-sung said she didn't understand why he became an enemy of the Alliance. Then Yeom Wan reminded her that he was still a member of the Murim Alliance. Mine leader Tab Tan Yuk said their plan was already running out of time, and Yeom Wan stood out a lot. He was afraid they would be suspected. Yeom Wan said that right now everyone is fighting for the head spot in the Alliance, so his speaking out against it won't attract any attention. Nanjuk Baek No Kyung asked Yeom Wan not to forget that if things don't go according to plan, it's the Tan family that will take full responsibility. The master of the lifeless bodies, Yong Hyun Sa, said that they have much more complicated and worse problems. Yeom Wan realized that they had too many questions for him, so he offered to deal with them all at once since they were already gathered. The head of the leprosy clan, No Bomb, asked Yeom Wan not to hurry because the meeting of the 6 poisons had just begun and everything needed to be discussed. The first issue of their meeting was the Poison Dragon, and they decided to discuss what they should do about it.